And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Press down for so long.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Democracy is a form of government based upon the principle of majority rule, period. End of discussion. Now, that's not very complicated. Majority rule. It's easy to understand, easy to sell to the masses, and, I might add, deadly. For example, what would you call a lynch mob? That's majority rule. There's only one dissenting vote, and he's at the end of the rope. Now, that's pure democracy in action. Now, but wait a minute, you say. The majority should rule, yes, but not to the extent of destroying the rights of the minority. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are no longer describing a democracy. We are speaking of a republic. A republic is a limited democracy. It's a form of government based upon the principle of limited majority rule. Limited so that the minority, even a minority of one, can be protected against the whims and passions of the majority. And how do you protect the minority from the majority? You write down a set of rules on a piece of paper. You say, this we can do, that we cannot. At the top of the paper, you write the word Constitution. And then everyone agrees to follow the rules no matter what the temptation. And when you're finished, you've created a constitutional republic.
If you're a sensible thinker and you're a critical thinker, you should subject your own thoughts to the most intense critical analysis possible, knowing that if you put forward second-rate thoughts, you'll act them out, and that will cause you no end of grief. And partly what we're supposed to do in university is teach people to subject their own thoughts to a multiplicity of critical perspectives so that there's nothing left but wheat, right? So the chaff disappears.
I think the most fundamental challenge is not white supremacy. It's black inferiority and the abiding appetite amongst the black elite to function on the basis of white embrace. Even our thieves are not patriotic. When they steal from Africa, they invest in Europe. They don't believe. A people that cannot feed themselves, that depend on foreigners to feed them, will become slaves, either willingly or by force, until this continent assures its stomach infrastructure by its ability to feed itself, until this continent assures its mental infrastructure by the ability to think for itself and ideate. Then this continent will be thought for by others, fed by others. There's no liberty without these liberated intellectual zones and the ability to feed yourself. So interference happens because of our own inferiority and because of the supremacist views of others. Thank you.
You there, second desk, blue jacket. What is your name?
My name is Alexis.
Alexis, please leave my lecture room. I don't want to see you at one of my lectures ever again.
I don't understand.
I am not going to ask a second time. Thank you. Why are there laws? What are laws for? Anyone?
Social order?
To protect the person's personal rights.
So that you can rely on the government?
Justice? Thank you. Tell me, was I unfair to your classmate just now? Indeed I was. So, why didn't any of you protest? Why didn't any of you try and stop me? Why didn't you want to prevent this injustice? You see, what you have just learnt, you wouldn't have understood in 1,000 hours of lectures unless you lived it. You didn't say anything because you weren't affected yourself. And this attitude speaks against you and against life. You think it doesn't concern you, so it's none of your business. Well, I'm here to say, if you don't help bring about justice, then one day you too may experience injustice, and there will be nobody there to stand before you. Truth and justice lives through us all, and we must fight for it. Because in life and work, I mean, we often live next to each other, but not with each other. We console ourselves that the problems of others are nothing to do with us, none of our business. And we go home glad at night that we're spared, but it's about standing up for each other. Every day an injustice happens in business, sport, or on the tram. Relying on someone else to take care of it is not good enough. It is our duty to be there for others, to speak up for others when they cannot. I am here to teach you the power of your voice. I want you to learn critical thinking to empower you to stand up for what is right, even if it means going against what everyone else is doing. Let's begin.
Hello, 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 everybody. Yeah, welcome to the show. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Oh, good, good. Initially, I think I thought my oh yes, thank you, sure. I was muted. Early nerves, but anyways, today, unfortunately, Doctor Damage is not around, so you're going to have to deal with me. Please be kind. So I'm going to try my best to navigate, what seems to be mostly elections today in Kogi, Imo State, and other things. And I think we're going to cover a lot of things that have to do with Dino, replacing Yahaya Bello. And then let's see, if Uzodimma will prevail. So far, the crack reporters have been very, very active today, sending through some videos. So without any further ado, I'm going to run through some of the, and also we're going to talk about, what's going on in England with the EDL and, some of the riots. Oh, maybe just disorder. I wouldn't call it riots yet. It hasn't gone down there, that part. So yeah, let's take this show to the road.
Bring it out. Madam, bring it out. Bring it out, madam. Bring it out. Are you part of the rigging? You're not part of it. Bring it out. Let us see. See what is happening. See what is happening. They've already rigged the election already. They're bringing it for us. See it. Look at them.
Isn't that what I do? Wait.
They have rigged the election. Look at it.
Okay. So apparently we're having some obvious technical glitches. A lot of the videos are not playing. But the summary of the images that you've just seen is sort of like a cross section of, what appears to be election malpractice as alleged by the images and the videos. Once I'm going to work on the background and get these videos to work, and I'll play them gradually as the discussion goes through. I just want to recognize Chim. Welcome to the show. Mazi Ovie. Welcome again.
Thanks for having me.
Paul, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning.
Yeah, good morning from Arizona. It's we're already midday now. How's it like in Arizona? Is it good?
Man, the weather is sugar. The weather is just too sweet.
Are you serious? Yeah, we're wearing cardigans now. We're approaching.
Paul, you live in Arizona?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I thought you lived in Texas. Okay.
I don't cover any.
I left Texas in 2015.
I don't cover anybody. Arizona has the best weather in the world.
Yes.
It is.
Are you in Arizona too, Mazi Ovie?
No. I'm in Texas, but I'm familiar with.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
I'm familiar with that.
Awesome. So, what do you guys have you guys seen anything about the elections? Have you guys seen anything that has to do with what's going on in Kogi, Imo, anything? You guys, I'll start with Mazi Ovie.
I mean, nothing outside what you were trying to show, but I think what is interesting to me that particular video, I think it was from Ogori Magongo, because I also heard Dino also crying about it. Ogori Magongo is just a stone throw from my village.
This is
Which is pretty, just like, in fact, I can say it's a walking distance. My sister actually got married from that village. I don't even know why Ogori is even part of Kogi. It should be part of Edo State, but that's not a story for another day. So, but nothing extraordinary, nothing I didn't expect. I mean, we didn't. I think later on we'll get into details about the conversation, right? But I mean, I don't expect anything, and I'm not surprised what is happening.
Can I ask you why does it seem like we're not making any progress?
Because
they
say if you don't plan to pass, you plan to fail, right? Since this election, right? Me in particular, I've been screaming, let's pay attention. Let's start talking about why we lost the election, which is rigging. And by talking about it, we'll start finding solution. And by finding solution, we'll start getting getting to work to make sure it doesn't happen again. And an awful quote, I think, is a forefather that said, if you spend 50,000 to rob him, the goal is to make sure, if you wouldn't want to succeed in robbing me again, I'll make sure you spend 100,000, right? But we all follow the elite, the politician again. We follow them, whatever they say we should go. We say we should go to Chicago first. We went to Chicago. They say we should pay attention. We forget to come on. We lost the election because we rigged up. We all agree. Even them, people, those who are actually won the election, believe that too, they rigged the election. So what are we talking about? Why and how? So that it will not happen again, or if it will happen, it will cost them twice what it cost them the last time to do it. So there's no planning. We never talk about it. So what are we expecting? Different result? I don't. Come on now. I mean, you would do the same thing if you're in their shoe. Let's face the fact. It's like a winning streak, right? Nobody's challenging that. Nobody's giving you hard time to make sure you change the techniques. So why would you change it? So
but are you being fair to the poor man on the street, really? Because the guy on the street.
I'm not. Look, they say we all agree that they say who they cry, they see who. We know that yes, we are being. Okay, look at those videos you show now. Those are not Tinubu, those are not Dino, these are people that we can relate with. I mean, you can make case for them. There's a reason why they are doing it, but it's the same thing all over and over again. So let's plan to make sure. I mean, we can do it. It's not that we cannot do, but we just. I don't know. I think I would say we are lazy. We like to complain about the same thing. We complain about the same thing. All of us, everybody, the same thing every day. Let us stop complaining and at least plan so that we can make sure we find a solution to this. I ever want to do it, but I don't know. So I don't expect anything different. I don't think anybody's expecting anything different, unless we are deceiving ourselves, right? Because we did not plan to make sure anything different happened. There's not anything. There's not even the conversation around why we lost the last election. How do we make sure we cope their way? All of us are hungry. We're hungry, but for how long? The same thing will happen come 2027. We can continue to be angry. Election will happen. So if we believe the election is going to happen, then how long are we going to be angry and start planning and start doing something to make sure if they are going to rig next election, if it costs them 2 billion to rig 2023, let it cost them 4 billion and see if the crack will not happen between them. So we don't care. We just come, we just complain, and not just us here. I'm not talking about us here. Nigerians in general. We know the problem because we complain about it every day, but we never do anything about it. And that's where the work is. That's where where's the energy that we all use the campaign, the concourse, the obedience, the take it? But where's that energy? Where has it gone? Right? The obedient claim that they sponsor themselves, okay. So we should not be looking outside again. I mean, there's so much that we can do to make sure the same result doesn't happen again. But
okay,
we just make a deliberate attempt. They're just going to be doing it. They've been doing it since PDP time, since 1999. I will not change the system, but I will not change the winning streak if I'm in their shoe too. Because
thank you, Ovie. Thank you very much. Joseph, Dr. Jamiji is unavoidably absent, so he didn't. I'm not sure he's going to cast his vote for Dino. So, but when he comes, maybe you can ask that question again. I'm going to move on to Paul. Paul, welcome. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on the brief video clips that appears to be showing some form of malpractice going on. These are not verified videos, by the way. These videos are just making their rounds on social media, and based on social, social traction, I suppose, seems very high. We've decided to kind of share it on this platform. People seem to be, alleging that, the same old is happening. What are your thoughts?
Well, the way the system is in our country, it's kind of funny. Through the so-called social media handle and everything, the DSS can use that to gather intelligence gathering through the social media and arrest people. But at the same time, through that social media, the mainstream media will say it's not verified. The government will say it's not verified when it doesn't favor them. And social media is really, really helping because the mainstream media, to some extent, these days, they are operating like the way they operate in America. CNN for Democrats, Fox for Republicans. So it's not like they are reporting what we call news. Everybody is being partisan. And it just makes things hard. We can't really get any information. The election itself is kind of funny. Take, for example, look like Kogi election. Kogi election is just synonymous to River State. When you did not even see the governor of River State today campaign one day, he did not go for any interview, he did not do anything, but he won as governor because Wike literally do all his fights. The governor had to stay there for almost 6 months to attend one event, has not traveled, has not gone for any meeting. These are the things. So when you look Kogi election, the guy that Yahaya Bello is bringing, we did not see him grant any interview, we did not see him grant anything. Dino Melaye may not even be our favorite, but we don't even know who Dino Melaye is contesting with because he's not even coming out to grant any interview. It's funny. Hope Uzodimma on the other side, using the state might, become a tyrant to the people and every other thing. So what do you expect? So when you even look the structure on its own, it's not even right. You understand? But we will fight with Ovia, and funny enough, we always start this thing every week, me and Ovia.
Exactly.
Is it not funny? We will fight with
It
Ovia.
is.
I will still go back and said, within those so-called big people who is creating this problem, is among them, one of them will become rebel. One of them will become Judas. Now, this Judas will be like positive Judas. Fight among themselves for them to bring a solution. If you think the ordinary man will give us solution, we will fight for so long. I live in the US like Oviedo. You understand? The Ivy League universities and everything, informations are coming out. Yesterday news that comes out, informations are coming out that even university like UCLA, Berkeley, and everything, they are giving students credit. They are giving them credit to go protest for Palestine. To tell you, big universities in America is even supporting Palestine. But is the government still really listening? The answer is just no. You understand? To tell you that the US, where people protest, the UK is 50-50, where people protest and everything. See the protests, look everything, look the Homeland Secretary. You understand? They even ask stories to fire Sunak to fire her. You see all those things. But guess what? You don't really see much when the people come out. But when it comes within them, you understand that is where your solution will start coming out. 2 Labour MP have resigned because of this same Palestinian issue. You understand? Problem and everything within them. But every time, if we want to blame the people that, oh, the people have not done much, the people have not fight more. If the people fight the government, they'll consider them enemy of state. Just like today, the way every one of us today will name a man called Asari Dokubo ex-militant. But this is a man who come out to fight for his people. But when he was fighting for his people, the government called him militant. We, the people too, also join, will call Asari Dokubo ex-militant or militant, as the case may be. You understand? So the people, yes, it's good for the people to talk. That is the only tool they have. But when the system among those so-called powerful people started fighting among themselves, if today, by the commerce side, like they're coming out slowly and said, Israel is too much, we will not be part of this any longer. You understand that you hear that America is carrying aid and everything to go give to Palestine. Do you think if America put their aid, their vehicle, everything in Palestine, do you think Israel will release weapons like they're doing in Gaza or anywhere? The answer is no. You understand? So let's not blame the people too much. You can't beat a child and ask a child to cry. That's my take for now.
Thank you, Paul. I just want to welcome Ike Alamifula. Welcome to the show. One Nigeria is what we know him as Olimide. Welcome to the show. But I'm going to move to Chim. Chim, what's your perspective on this whole thing? You know, I for one think that, you know, there is a way out of this. Okay, I don't know what your take is. How do you see us improving our electoral system? It's disgusting, isn't it, to just keep seeing these alleged malpractice, cheating. I know we grew up, to, if they catch us in WAEC, for example, the consequences. So why isn't this? Why are we not finding the people? Like who are these guys? Like what's going on? Talk to me.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I happy Remembrance Day to everybody.
Happy same to you.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the Remembrance Day which signifies and symbolizes freedom, fight for freedom, which is also free speech and encompasses a lot of other democratic tenets, is happening on the day that we're having, some elections in Nigeria. Then again, I want to say, your pre-program videos were quite insightful. I mean, I was going to tease Dr. Damages. I didn't know he was not going to be available. I was going to ask him if it was Sasha that took time to go and pick those videos, but so it looks like it is you. Anyway, so kudos to you. Those were to be honest with you, very honestly, very insightful videos. And, anybody who has a conscience and sitting down and watching those videos, that should be a moment of, what will I call it, for the person to review what is going on in Nigeria and ask ourselves, are we really practicing democracy? But again, to the point that most people have made, what I would just add is that, I've said it that one is, we have a docile set of citizenry. But you see, every time you call out those kinds of things, people will say, for some of us who live in the Western world, they will accuse us that we're living in the Western world and that's why we can sit there and pontificate. Perhaps to an extent they have some points. I'm not going to say they don't, but the truth is, Nigerians will need to fight to end what is happening. They have to fight, and I think we keep losing opportunities. You see, I'm somebody who believes in God, so I cannot, in proffering my solutions, shy away from it. For me, there is no secular and religion apart. No, for me, they are intertwined. You can still be a religious person and take part in civic responsibilities and do your best. That is what it is. Even the Bible says it. So what I'm just trying to say is, I think Nigerians need to stop being docile. All of us, we need to stop being docile. We need to, because we're dealing with a crop of people who have no conscience. I just watched 2 videos on my phone while we're talking. One of them is an extended version of what you showed, a more extended version where the electoral officers, people were complaining that the ballots they brought to them have already been filled. They've already been thumb-printed. That why are you bringing thumb-printed ballots to us? Is that same Ododo that Ovie was talking about. I have the video. It's quite interesting. So we're dealing with a group of people who don't have a conscience, who think power is all grab it. So when our electoral commission is telling us of elections and outlining how elections will be done, these guys don't believe in that process. I don't want to belabor the issue. The guy who is at the overall helm of affairs in Nigeria does not believe in those issues himself. He mouths it. He tells you he's a Democrat. He fought for 1993, June 12. But we've seen his antecedents, especially in this cycle. If we excuse him a couple of years ago, this cycle really showed the man is not a Democrat. And all the people who are close to him are not Democrats. We see it. This election is not going to be anything different. The people are going to be the ones to say enough is enough. We've had enough. We want things done rightly. If you're going to kill us, then come and kill us in a large quantum. Our problem as a people, and you see, I use the word our, so I'm not saying Nigeria's problem, so that I hope people are listening. Because when you say, start talking, people start thinking you're taking yourself out of it. Our problem as a people is our staying ability and our capacity to insist that things be done rightly before we move forward. We always want to move, okay, it don't happen now, maybe we'll just go. That concept. And Professor Pat Otomi this week in a particular event where he said it. He said that Nigerian society is full of very docile citizens. We are very docile. We're always looking for options. It's just that option we keep looking for. That's why Mazi Scribe, Ovie, Paul, Chim, Man of Prestige, Ikenna, Ike, and Olumide. That's why we're all in diaspora. That's why we're in diaspora. It's that option. We're always looking for that. We can come here now and talk all the trench we're going to talk today. We are always looking for a way out, an easy route out of the issue, rather than sticking to the distance and saying we die here or we get a good result. The America we're talking about that Paul went around, I disagree with a couple of things, but I'm not going to waste time so much about all those things. Their society is doing way better than ours. When their people want something, they will go to the streets, they will demand, even if they don't get 100%, they will get something near, resembling a success. We saw what happened during the summer of 2020 when George Floyd was killed. You understand? We all have our views, but at least if you look at those movements, you saw to the extent it pushed the government to make some reforms in one way or the other. We may say maybe those reforms have not exactly yielded some results, but you see, there was some measure of accomplishment. There was somebody who was listening. People were listening. Congress listened. They tried to do one or two things. It could have been window dressing. Our own people, our leaders listening. They don't, because you know what? They don't believe their legitimacy comes through you. They don't believe it's your vote. They may mount it just to mount it as per democracy and voting, but in their hearts of hearts, they know they don't need you. They will bribe the police. They will bribe INEC. They will stuff ballots. They will snatch it if they have to snatch it. They will do anything that they need to do it to subvert the real will of the people. And so to that extent, I just believe that it just behoves the citizenry to say, we've had enough. When we said we've had that enough, we're not going to move and then we're going to occupy the streets, we're going to have protests, whatever it is we're going to do until we get that result. Until we get that result, we're not shifting grounds. How many people are you going to kill? Come and kill us and all that. But hey, we're all, like I said, we easily chicken out. We easily look for a route out. Yours truly also guilty. So I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. And like I rightly said, for those who didn't hear me, because we always have an option, that's why this will continue. And lastly, for those who will say, even in the scriptures, I think God keeps creating opportunities for us. 2023 was an opportunity. We lost it. It's not so much of an opportunity as for who we win. People are looking at no, but as an opportunity for people to insist that this constitution we're talking about that we say we want to run our life by has to be abided by. There should have been demonstrations as soon as the elections were called and they were wrong. But you see, this whole approach of in my conversation with Dr. Damages, I say this love me jeje approach we keep adopting, is not going to help us. Somebody is telling me that it's as if I didn't witness NSAS. I witnessed NSAS. The protesters tried. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But as soon as they dispersed and everything, we all moved on. There was no continuation. Look at what is going on in the Middle East. I mean, I know where I stand with the issues in the Middle East, but you can see the resistance the guys there are putting up. You think you're succeeding, they come back in other ways. They keep making their point. You understand? A good example to use is perhaps closer home is the Southern African independence struggle. I believe part of why Nigerians are docile is the way we got our independence. But if our independence was easily gotten, we asked for it, there wasn't too much pressure, and then we got it. But look at other Southern African nations. That's why you see their attitude to life is slightly different. You see, anywhere where people have had to fight for anything, their attitude and approach to those things, there's this what can be worse than death kind of perspective that they have to what they're struggling for their struggles. Somalians, whatever it is, you see, but Nigerians were a jelly group of people. We're so soft. Forget about all the praises we think we want to get at. Oh, we're fantastic. Yes, we're fantastic people. We're innovative. We're this, we're that. But when it comes to struggles, we don't have a staying power. We easily move on because we have options, because our next bread has to be gone to pursue. We need to go and look for our next bread. And so perhaps that's why the likes of Yahaya Bello and Uzodimma think they can, do anything and get away with it. So it's a clarion call for all of us. If we want to
Yeah.
get our country back, realize that we need to fight to get that country back. That's my immediate submission.
Thank you very much. You're lucky that I'm moderating today. I wanted to take you on.
Go ahead, take me on.
No, I have to keep by the rules. I can't, because I disagree in some areas that
Please tell me, even if it means later on.
Okay, I'll quickly just say this. I think I disagree that
you spend your time too already. Let's give it short.
No. I'm not saying I want to talk. I'm asking you to tell me.
I'm the moderator here. I'm the moderator here. Let me just quickly say that I don't think our run into the independence was very simple. You forget the Iva Valley massacre. You forget the Aban Women's Riot. The Iva Valley massacre was the juncture for that direct and then the Kola Wars. That's the cost of living one by Imodu. If you study everything, I think today is not the day. Maybe one day I will probably just go in a little bit and I just disagree on that perspective. But I know you're not making light by saying that. I know where you're going with your point, but I think Nigerians, I think the main thing with Nigeria is the reason why we take anything, there is no rallying point. What it means to be an American exists. What it means to be British exists. What it means to be any other thing exists. But what it means, like what Kwame Nkrumah did to Ghana by changing their name, or what Sankara did by creating a rallying point, I think that's where your points are. But anyways, I'll keep my my personal opinions to myself.
We'll talk about that some other time.
Yeah, please. I'm not trying to downplay your points. I'm only just trying to sort of like amplify some of what I heard from you. Welcome, Nigeria. Olumide, I really know you. Olumide, as many of you may not know, Olumide is very pro exit of Nigeria, which has its merits. But Olumide, today we're talking about Nigerian election, and we are looking at it from the lens of how this continuous cheating, or I don't know, I lack words for it right now. I've called it everything. So cheating, malpractice, what's your opinion about it? When would this end? What are measures that we can put in place? What can actually change? How can we strengthen our institutions? Can we, what can we do?
Okay, thank you, Mazi, for the opportunity. Good morning to everybody. I want to start from where Chim left off. I want to start by saying that I think I understand your point where maybe when we got our independence, unlike some other countries where they got their own independence or they got their own civilized society through revolution, maybe France, England, America going through a civil war, through fighting their colonialists, the British. But I think we started off on a very good note, which is what we're calling for, that we should return back to the regional system where every region was independent of each other and there was a central government. I think where the problem came was the first coup succeeding. The first military coup truncated that, and ever since then, Nigeria has never been the same. Maybe if they had allowed all the political brouhaha or upheaval happening then to allow the people decide through elections, free and fair elections, maybe our own kind of politics would have evolved, our parliamentary system would have evolved, and to something else. And I mean, the country would have been the better for it without a civil war, with all the regions maintaining their independence. Maybe the regions would have devolved into states today, we don't know, with good ideas, without having gone through the first military coup. I think Nigeria has never been the same. And though the architects or the brains behind successive coup are the ones that have kept the country the way it is today in a mess, and they don't want change to happen. But okay, be that as it may, I mean, we are trying to make the most of it, despite the imperfection. And then Ovie was also saying something about, I mean, I think, let's be fair, Nigerians have done more than enough. The people you're saying are even part of this election rigging or these malpractices, there are a few unscrupulous people. It's not the large majority of the population. The large majority of the population are helpless. All they want is their daily bread. All they want is a better life. But there are a few people who are engaging in this, and then you're not going to, because of these few people, blame the whole lot. You understand? So like somebody rightly said, Nigerians have exhausted every opportunity to want to bring their leaders to order. You know, the NSAS protest was there. There are still some of them who are languishing in jail. Some died. A lot of them died without proper accountability. You know, nobody held responsible. And this is a civilian regime, not a military regime. Also, you know, the NSAS is there, and also, and again, this malpractice that Ovie is even talking about, you know, we are saying it is the people that are involved. It is, but some people allowed this to occur, and it should start from the top. It is the executive. There are three. We have three. Don't forget. We have three branches of government. This is a systemic failure. You know, it's a failure of a system. There's the executive, there's the legislative, and there's the judiciary. When Nigeria has exhausted all of these opportunities to bring check and balances to the system, you know, it is a carrot and stick approach. Nigeria has exhausted all of this to bring credibility to our system. You understand? The recent Supreme Court judgment of Obi is a recent reality in our face. So when I think having exhausted all of this, I don't know where the magic is going to come from. I don't know how we're going to get it right, because when the system tries to correct itself, it is the same people in the system who compromise it. You understand? If the executive was not the one overseeing this, these people would not go out on the street snatching ballot boxes. Some members of INEC, corrupted members of INEC, if there's no connivance, won't be writing results before elections are held. You understand? It was members of INEC itself. I thought the best thing that ever happened to our election in recent history was that BVAS system and the IRF system. A system where we developed our own credibility system to accredit voters and to making sure that the people who vote and the people, there's a check between the people who are accredited, the people who actual number of voters who picked up their cards, numbers who have a voter's card, the people who come to get accredited that day from the number of the people who actually have the card, and then the people who actually vote. You understand? So they've created these checks and balances. You understand? So whether the paper, even if the papers are there, at the end of the day, everything should be put together to ensure credibility. But when the judicial system fails to do its job and allow some people to get away with murder, this is what you get. Now, all of these have been exhausted, and God forbid. I mean, I'm not even going to say God forbid. I think the only thing that has not really been exhausted is because I mean, I don't know what Nigerians will do when you keep saying Nigerians are docile, Nigerians are these. Part of Tommy should come out and lead now, and be the face of the struggle of a civil disobedience struggle. You know, be the face of a civil. You don't say people are docile. People are. Amechi had an opportunity to help fix the system, and this guy is coming out to insult people. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, why are you coming out to insult people? You had a chance as a governor, 8 years. You had a chance as a minister, 8 years, and you're coming out to insult people to say, "Oh, Nigerians are docile. Nigerians are." Why don't you talk? Why don't you do your own civil protest by resigning and saying, "Oh, I don't like the way my government is going," like they do in civilized societies and modern climes. I don't like the way my government is going. They're going against the principles of the party. They're going against the wishes of the people. Resign, and then we know that you've left a mark, and that we know the reason why but you stayed there, chop your own money, do, and then you're telling people like the people are not stupid, they know what is going on. We read it in the papers every day, but what people are afraid of is the repercussion of what will happen to them if they even talk, not even go on the streets and protest. When they talk, the DSS will invite them. They've used everything, the state. See, even the colonial, I always say that when we were under the colonial system, yes, they weren't hiding the fact that they came here for our resources, and they were taking the monies back home to develop their own country. But they also developed the countries where they stayed. Today, we still see the colonial buildings. We see the roads they built. We see the structures they built. Solid structures, proper standards. You understand? Good healthcare system they left behind. They didn't treat us this way, and yet we are treating ourselves even worse. We have recolonized ourselves over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So I think the people who like I said, there should be this carrot and stick approach, and enough of blaming the people. If the executive at the edge will not make conscious efforts to initiate and lead the change, I don't think anything will happen. Those INEC people who come to rig will not do it will not do it on their own volition. They know they have support from somewhere up to the highest level. The people who come to snatch ballot boxes, and apart from the fact that they are being paid to do that, they know they have to, and they are minority. They are not the large majority of the population. The large majority of the population who will not engage in this are helpless. They are fearful for their lives. You understand? So let's not blame them. The country has been captured. I don't know how they want to get out of it. When you allow, number one, when you allow somebody, putting it mildly, somebody who lacks that credible background to be your president.
Yeah.
Somebody who lacks that credible background to be the governor. You understand? So I don't know how, because it should start from the executive. The executive oversees everything. Our constitution has even proved the fact that the president is the most powerful man in that country. And then the judiciary that should be independent. I'm sorry to say the judiciary is corrupt. The best way to make sure to clean up the judiciary is to make sure that all these corrupt judges are all cleaned out. They are all cleaned out, and new generation of judges and justices, no matter how young, are brought in. These ones they will not do anything. You will go to their courts and they will look the other way and give the case to the highest bidder to support the system. I'm telling you, Nigeria is in a mess. We are in a mess, and it's going to require courage.
Thank you very much.
So I don't know. It's a mess.
No, that's reflective of many people's.
I'm sorry to say. Let me just end by saying that is why somebody like me would ask for our own country, where we can deal with ourselves. You understand? And so that these people who are doing this won't have the opportunity to run to Abuja and hide under the ethnic banner. They won't have the opportunity to run somewhere. We will deal with ourselves. You understand? Our country.
Absolutely.
And because all this is their whole idea under ethnicity, under religious, under, you understand? That's why we're asking, because we don't see.
Thank you very much, Olumide.
We don't see hope in the span going on. Right,
I appreciate it. No, that's it. There were so many good things that you said. You started with that 1966 juncture and how it affected us and things like that. But still, what are we need to still, I still think we should go even deeper and look at other, like, how do we have a rallying point for Nigerians? What does it mean to be a Nigerian citizen? And I think that's the summary of what I get from what everybody's saying, is that we're not being treated as citizens. I disagree with you that, in a way that, maybe the colonial powers treated us better in their own time. That one is another historical.
Mazi, I'm not saying colonialism is better. I'm only saying
we're still in another phase. According to Kwame Nkrumah, we are in the neo-colonial stage. So it's in my view, things haven't changed in that perspective.
I'm not advocating for colonialism. It's never better. We weren't in control of our own country or destiny. But I don't think the white men treated us this way these politicians are treating us.
Anyways, let's drop that for now. Let's drop that for now because other people have to. Let me welcome those who have just joined. I believe Mazi Prince is here. Casey, Man of Prestige, Ikena San Antonio. Odogu. Ike, you have the floor. Ike, yeah. What do you think about everything that has been going on today? That we've been seeing that things are not getting better. We are still in that. We're still in Takara stage, according to people of my ethnic background. We're still eating akara. What do you think? Let me hear your views.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening,
Good
everybody.
morning.
It's a blessed day for all of us that we all are alive to witness today in the land of the living. And so many of us went to bed last night and they didn't wake up this morning. So every day we wake up, there is something that God has placed in our life to do in our own time, right? So there was nothing spectacular that any of us is expecting today, something that is going to be miraculous to happen today. I think that when the head is rotten already, um, the executive, the executive branch of government that is there now is an illegitimate branch of government. They enter there through the window. They stole the mandate of the people. They forced themselves on the people. They killed their way into power. They destroyed their way into power. They maim people into power. They captured people into power. So I don't really think there is anything special anybody is expecting that is going to happen today. The state capture is it is a complete state capture, and for Nigeria or for us to would have a remedy of situations was that if the executive were legitimate, if the executive was given the mandate by the Nigerian population, because even based on the rigging and everything that happened, he has only 35 or 37% of Nigerian support. So automatically, he's not the president of anybody. So INEC themselves would have, or the man at the helm of affairs would have, after this presidential election, would have honorably resigned and walk away. Maybe there would have been an element of a little credibility if we had somebody else at the helm of affairs of INEC conducting this three-state election. But no, because they want to complete the complete state capture. What is going on in Nigeria now is one-party state, because you look at what is happening in the judiciary. The opposition political party they see as really opposition now, which is the Labour Party member, they are losing their seat at the court. You cannot, in as much as you are not going to abide by what they want, they will continue to lose their seat at the court, because it is a complete capture. If you either we are with us or you are against us. So what is going on in Nigeria now completely is a one political party system. So I wasn't expecting miracle. But I just want you, all of us who are speaking here, to see what is going on at the tribunals and the state court and the election tribunal and the appeal court. You see what is going on. Somebody will say no, it is before election case. So another judge will say no, it is after election case. Another one will say no, forgery. Why do you have to say it is forgery? Another one will say it is forgery. So listen, Nigeria is in a confused state. So I'm not saying that I'm going to see miracle happen today. But I take the case of my state, which is Imo State. Hope Uzodimma has been governor in Imo State for 4 years. But this is his campaign. I will. Not that I am going to continue what I have done for the past 4 years. So there is no program, because he captured the state. The state has become a killing field for unknown gunmen and so many things that is being caught. Today in the election, I'm from Onlu senatorial zone. There is no election anywhere. The only places that you can hear that there is an election is being conducted in the houses of traditional rulers. These are the people that he has captured. So there is nothing that is going to come out of it. So, and if you say that, for example, maybe Nigerians should have boycotted this election, not everybody would like to do that. But I think it is a completing phase of 2023 election. So whatever comes out of this election today is not going to be surprising. And what the clips you said you were playing unconfirmed or unverified, the same thing, the report in Arise and Channel, the mainstream media also knows and carried it already. So there is nothing to confirm or not verify. Those stories are just story. It is confirmed. It is what is going on in those states. So I am not surprised. So for me, I sincerely think that after the last interview of Dati Baba Ahmed in Nigeria, I was thinking that Nigerians by now would have been in the street, you know. But this is what it is. It is Nigerians are in a state whereby that people actually are confused. People actually don't even really understand really what they really want for themselves. So we are in a situation of state capture, and everybody is afraid of his life. So the fear has been, planted in the minds of people by few people, and it is working. And because when you boycott the election, they will just do it because that's what they want you to do. Even though you don't boycott it, they already written the result. So, and there is nothing you can do if you like post 500,000 police officers in Imo State, in Kogi, and the Bayelsa State. The election has been written by the same people that are organizing the same security agencies. They are the same people that have written the election, give it out to the people that are going to, be there to say there is an election. At the end of the day, what has been written is what they are going to hear. Today, we are hearing about 13 or 12% turnout already in Imo, 13% in Bayelsa, 15% in Kogi. But you wait for the result, and you'll be wondering from where did all these hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes, where did it come from? Nobody is voting. But at the end of the day, voting today, you will hear the figures of the APC, how many they have won to win their states. So listen, I really did not agree with Mr. Chi when he said Nigerians are dosa. Listen, I didn't leave Nigeria because I was looking an easy way out. That is an insult to me because you don't know my story. So not everybody that is outside Nigeria left Nigeria because he's looking for an easy way out. Because until when you hear my personal story, you can be able now to stand in a better place to be able to judge whether my living Nigeria was based. I was looking for an easy way out. Because when you don't know the story of anybody, you can't run into conclusion that is why most Nigerians are outside. And for me to be outside Nigeria does not mean that I don't know what is going on in my country, and does not mean I am not contributing to the well-being of Nigeria as a country. After all, if we are not, why are we here? If
absolutely, thank you.
Nigeria, why are we here every day? Why do we gather here every day talking?
Absolutely, no
doubt.
doubt.
Encourage our families and friends back home. It doesn't mean that we do not love this country. So I don't want to be on that idea that Nigerians are dosa. We're always looking for an easy way out. I didn't look for an easy way out because you got to hear my story before you run into conclusion. So
thank you very much.
I don't accept it totally here because every one of us has a story, right? Most of us were not born with golden spoon in our mouth, so we should be able to be, know there's some sensitive statements when we make in public, because for you to make it a general statement that Nigerians look for an easy way out, I don't agree that. I don't accept that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ike. Really appreciate it. I want to move on to Ike na San Antonio.
I know. Thank you for actually giving me opportunity to put in my little 5 cents into this conversation. I think when people talk and make statements, compare US Western world to Nigeria, I kind of disagree with that comparison. In any situation, you cannot compare. So I'm going to give you a fundamental belief system that I have. Nigerians don't even know what the heck they want. That's number one. The rigging was not done by Tinubu. It's the same youth that is clamoring for change did the rigging for him. All he need is to put a little bit money to make them do what he wants them to do. He wasn't there when the rigging is happening. And today's election, the three governors,
EK, sorry.
gubernatorial election.
How many people are these?
Excuse me, sir. When you were talking, even you talked a long time, nobody said anything. You need to chill out. You need to have some respect.
Thank you.
You really do need to have respect, because every time we come over here, you try to talk when people are talking.
You don't have to be upset. Why are you
So-
upset? I'm only asking you.
Oh boy,
Olumide,
can you shut the fuck up? I'm sorry to use that language. Just shut your mouth up.
no, sorry. Ike, no.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that.
Hold on, please. Let me read. Let
don't have
me
to be
mute.
upset over
No.
nothing.
Olumide and
How many
Olumide and Ike. Olumide. No. I'm not going to take that. You know, we here on this platform we have rules. Profanity is not allowed. In any degree.
I apologize.
No. Yeah. Let me finish first. It's not allowed. I'm just going to start here. Your sins are forgiven.
Who are
But
you
any other
apologizing to? Are you apologizing to me or to the?
Okay, let him chill for a little bit in the stage area. I'm moderating today, and like I said, any other profanity or any other unwanted. Sorry, I'm hearing echo. Any other unwarranted intervention or any kind of disruption will be dealt with. Okay, Ikena San Antonio, please, you have 2 minutes to round up your thoughts. Please don't
I want to apologize everybody in the platform. The only thing is that I don't lose my control easily, but this guy does this thing every time when people talk. He bought into their conversation. Why, when he was talking, nobody said anything? So for me, the problem Nigeria have is not only about the government. That's just me. It's not about government, about rigging of election. I think our families have collapsed in Nigeria. That is the fundamental, because when you sit down and extrapolate what is happening today, 20 years from now, people that are 20 years old, 20 years from now, they're going to be 40. When you extrapolate that, I believe that there will be worse than what is happening right now, because of when I was in my 20s, we cannot do half of what these young kids are doing now. And you extrapolate us 50 years later, we're 30 years later when we're in our 50s, and you see the people, somebody like Yahaya Bello, somebody like Dino Melaye, what they have done in their 50s. Even Yahaya Bello is not even up to 50 years old. And you see what is happening, then you realize that this is not really about government. This is not really about election rigging. It's all about, we have deviated from family values. We don't have family values anymore. I have problems when people compare US with Nigeria, what is happening in US. In US today, if you say that you're an independent, we know what that means. If you say that you're a Democrat, we know what that means. If you say that you're a Republican, we know what that means. But in Nigeria, if you say that you're PDP, there is no value, because who have the flavor of the day is where you belong. So there is no way you can hold anybody accountable. If you go to the House and the senators, I can guarantee you 50% of them are less than 50 years old. And they can, when you put those, what are the youths going to do if those people that you put over there that cannot do anything? I have a little problem with Peter Obi when they asked him about the cause, and he failed on that. I think he should have denounced that. And if he would have denounced that, I would not have problem. But saying what he said, I have a problem. I'm the one of the number one obedient person you can ever meet. But for Nigeria to succeed, the youth need to start from chancellor, the chancellor of a town. They need to start from there and rebuild it from ground up, not from top bottom, from ground. When the youth decide that they want to change Nigeria, these people that are doing this is not even up to 100,000 people, and they're controlling the affairs of 230 million people. Because they are not 100,000 people, the youth can stand from the ground and build this up. And it's all about money. Tinubu have come, he will steal as much as he can steal, lie as much as he can lie. Anybody tell me that he have a good agenda, that person doesn't know what he's saying. Akpabio, who is the Senate president, doesn't know what the heck is going on. He doesn't even understand his job. So for me, we need to start from family, to rebuild family and rebuild our culture and rebuild our belief system. That is all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me just explain what happened. I had to remove Olumide after I had given the amnesty. Ike was just lucky to be here because I'm supposed to remove him as well. But please, no profanity is allowed on any degree. We're here to, let me play this to remind everybody why we are actually here.
If you're a sensible thinker and you're a critical thinker, you should subject your own thoughts to the most intense critical analysis possible, knowing that if you put forward second-rate thoughts, you'll act them out, and that will cause you no end of grief. And partly what we're supposed to do in university is teach people to subject their own thoughts to a multiplicity of critical perspectives so that there's nothing left but wheat, right? So the chaff disappears.
And hopefully that is what we are going to achieve today. People will come out of this better. People will learn from our contributions. So please be guided. I just want to move on to Man of Prestige. I thank you very much, everybody. Your patience is, well noted. But this is have your say. So people have to have their say. We're giving them an opportunity to talk. Okay, so that's the theme of the show. So it's all about expression, but guided expression. Man of Prestige, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's good to be on this platform one more time. I greet everybody. So let me start with where I'm coming from. I think I share the same opinion to a certain degree with Chim. The way he narrated his story, and I believe I'm not gonna make a general statement, but I believe most Nigerians. I don't know what kind of percentage to send that most Nigerians at those side. Maybe we got our independence easily. I don't know if that has something to do with that, because South Africa, the way they got their independence, everybody know what happened. So I don't know if that play a role with our mentality when it comes to Nigeria. Nigeria will never achieve anything until people change their mindset in Nigeria. The Nigerian mentality is what I call a half slave, and majority of people are in that section. At a certain time, they have to take the bull by horn and rise up. I'm not saying riot or whatever, I don't think Nigeria, like I said, Nigeria orientation need to change. I can't even find, I know what happened into the NSAC, but other countries has done it. Until we rise up and fight all these leaders, which are considered to be practicing institutional coup. They've been ruling that country forever. They don't want to let go, and they're not going to let go. But this has to start from Nigeria. It's not going to start from us. What we can do here is to support them, finance them and everything. But the people in Nigeria has to take the initiative. It doesn't matter what happened. We can come here every day and talk and talk and talk, since 1960 or whatever, we're going to be talking. I don't know for how many years. Nothing is going to happen. They have to take the lead. That's our country, but they are in Nigeria. They have to change the narrative and fight all these criminals we have. This election happened. I'm from Imo State. I know what's happening over there because my parents are there. They tell me what's happening in Owerri, how Hope Uzodimma has, hijacked the state. I mean, completely, I mean, people talk about Wike. I mean, he probably went to Wike, politics. He will know about how Wike play his politics, but Hope Uzodimma has taken it to a different level. I mean, he can kill you or whatever, if you don't agree with what he's saying, if you bribe you and you don't come to his, you don't come to him, he's gonna kill you. So it's going to take a while. I mean, sometimes, I just wanted to appear to see if there's any result coming from, from the election, but we can talk from now to the end. Nothing is going to happen. Like I said, people in Nigeria has to take it, that's the only way something's going to happen. And like I stated, most of them are those sides. There's no doubt about it. So I don't know, Mr. Ike was saying. I mean, I can understand. I didn't say all, but most of Nigerians, they don't, they just be their lie, they don't like to take action. Some of us here, when we come to America or something like that, they say, Nigerians, they come there in your face and everything. Yeah, it's only in Nigeria, but go to, it's only in America or in Biafra. That's the only way we behave like that. But in Nigeria, people in Nigeria, I don't know, their mentality. I mean, you give them look at what's happening in Nigeria right now. Everybody's pretty much suffering. I mean, I think a naira is like about 1,000 for 14 or whatever right now. I mean, it will keep on increasing. Nothing this government has done to show any positive action. The country is regressing. It's worse than when Tinubu came in. I mean, like I said, the election is over. I wish him good luck. He's our president. I'm not going to deny that. So, but he needs to do the right thing because everything they are doing right now is just in the surface. They can appoint what they call, people from overseas or something like that. It's just in the surface. Nothing really happened. They don't have the tools, to engineer the country to a better way. I mean, like I said, Tinubu went to Saudi Arabia to beg. All Nigeria do is beg, 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 beg. Particularly it's an Africa, it's an African, it's an African problem. That's all our leaders do, beg. That's why they're in this situation. And any kind of money they get or loan, it has a condition. America do borrow a lot, but the condition attached to them, they borrow a lot from China, but it's not like African countries when they borrow. The kind of interest they're going to be paying or the condition attached to whatever they're borrowing. That's what we do. I mean, we have the resources to do better, but I just feel like we need to start from somewhere. It's not getting better. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mano Prestige. As usual, short, succinct. Thank you very much for your contribution. Mazi Prince, welcome. Sorry, let me just welcome Pansat. Pansat, you're welcome. It will get to you very, very soon. Mazi Prince, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, Scribe, and good morning, other panelists.
Morning to you.
I love the video you just played a few minutes ago. And for most of us who studied who studied whatever we are, I don't know. I think they try to include it in every course you do, what is called critical thinking. And that's what that man has just talked about. And what is it? It's kind of like your ability to, think beyond what you also know and think about the fact that in every situation, there is the pros and the cons in every situation in life. What am I talking about? I think we have overgrown that aspect of blaming and blaming and blaming and blaming. Simply put, if you are kind of like, let's say you are wrestling with somebody and the person throws you down, for some reason, are you gonna say, oh, because the person cheated and threw you down, then you're gonna remain on the ground forever? What am I trying to say? We can blame the youth, we can blame, uh, our people back home, but at the end, I've tried to reason, it's not even their fault. That Nigeria is in state capture right now, it did not start today. Somebody started planning this thing for a very long time. That they started this. and they are only playing according to script. I was just watching news this morning and I saw Kogi on the news, and they were talking about how um, the election guys came. Despite the fact that they came late, they also have already written results. Already written results. And it took the courage of the people to say, you know what, we are not going to vote because it's already rigged, and told them to go peacefully. They did not fight them, they told them to go, that they would not vote. I applaud that because it's high time we all come together. We reason. I've seen somebody writing something about it will take Igbos 1 million years to rule and all that stuff. Okay, that's fine. But at the end of the day, the person writing it, is that person God? That's my simple question. If that person is God, then let that person tell us. And some people will say, oh, we come here, we rant, we rant, we rant, we rant, we rant. I don't know. For some of you, I'm tired of talking about Nigerian problems. It gives me a lot of headache because the people you're trying to help are not understanding it that you're trying to help. Most of us, when we are comfortable, we don't like anything and all that stuff. You know, um, yeah, that's what I can say for now. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Prince. Casey, you have the floor. Welcome back, Olumide. Dr. Dominic and Mohammed, I see you. I will get you guys in here very soon. All right. Casey, you have the floor.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Sorry, I have a question for Mr. Prestige. Sorry, man of Prestige. Yeah, he said something like, "We in Nigeria, we are the ones that are going to fight. That all they have to do is to support us, right? So we in Nigerians, we that is in Nigeria, we will fight. Then all you have to do is to support us from there. Just support to. Then we will fight. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's just the problem. That's just the issue. See, everything comes down to all of us. See, Nigeria, the election, anytime we talk about election or anything, it can never go right. It can never go the right way. So you just have to come out and vote. But the politicians don't need your votes. They know the way they will win. They know the way they will maneuver the electoral system and win and get their votes. You understand? So we fighting. Okay, what about NSAS? They killed people there, but they denied it. So if you are the one, you are over there saying we should fight, and you are over there. Oh yeah, come and stand at toll gate again now. You come and stand there and come and stand there and come and fight. Yes, now you are abroad now. You are in abroad. You don't know how it is here. Me, I'm in Nigeria here, and I'm telling you how it is. We are here now. Me, I'm from Imo State also, Mr. Prestige. I'm from Imo State also, Kelechi. So I'm telling you, you are saying we should fight. No, we here will go and fight. Then you will support us from there. Support to I hear your support. That's what I have to say.
Okay, Casey, thank you so much for your very passionate.
Can I say something?
No. The other, no. Please.
Okay.
No. For now, we don't want the.
Yes, now. Thank you for the support.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Casey. I have to mute everybody now. Just everybody calm down. Pansat, welcome. I know you have a bucket list to unload on us. I know you're loaded up. You have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Mazi Scribe. You're doing a good job as a moderator. So I'll greet everybody in the panel and those who are listening to us on the chat section. Am I audible enough? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you very well. You have a good mic.
Mr. Scribe, what I wanted to say is regards to Nigeria. It looks like we're fighting an impossible war because we have not identified what the problem is. But let me go economic a little bit before I then make my main point. what I want to say is that Nigeria is a member of OPEC. There are many countries who didn't want to join OPEC because it kind of puts you in a straitjacket. But the people that we are in that cartel with, which are Arab states, Gulf states in particular, they're very dominant. And they extend their tentacles to our country, try to dominate us. And that's part of the political problem that we have. It's an Islamic problem that we have in the country. I'm going to post, let me post a link on the private thing here. So maybe you could pull up some of the graphics here so that you could see the amount allotted to Nigeria and the small amount that we're allotted to produce. They also come internally to stop us from even producing that capacity. It would be very nice if you could put up that graphic so that our people could see, right? We are being dominated. Saudi Arabia has a population of about 35 million. Over 13 million of those people are just people who come there to work. So if you go further down, there'll be a graphic to show you what they allot themselves to produce. It's like over 10 million barrels a day. And we have like 1 point something million. Could you just go further down, scroll down if you can on there so they could see how unfair, all right? Nigeria has a population of over 213 million people. Now, this extends to other African countries, including Angola, which has a population of 34 million. Look at what they allotted to produce compared to the Gulf states. They're dominating us, and they're using these northern Sunni Muslims to do that. They turn off the beavers, they do everything. We are basically wasting our time coming here to talk. They're controlling, prevailing on us, using powerful positions. In the hierarchy, we are absolutely a useless bunch. That please, could you go down further down to get to the graphics that I'm talking about? Because it's maddening. If you just have to see it to see why we're going through what we're going through. You cannot deny that's what it is because that's what it is. We are being dominated.
The graphs are not legible. Maybe we should forget about the graphs so that you make your point. I can't see them. They're very illegible. I can't see them at all.
Okay, no problem. So the major thing that I want to say before I make my point is that that's a graph right there. You can see Saudi Arabia and what they have accrued from it. It's over 10% there. Now Russia has got 9.45, Iraq 4.0, United Arab Emirates 2.90, Kuwait 2.55, Kazakhstan 1.50. Now Nigeria is 1.45, Angola 1.16, Algeria 0. Now you can see the African countries, you can see the hierarchy and how unfair it is. Now we're gonna have to do something about these sort of things because everything else. You could remove the graph according to Chim. I think he's right about that. Look at the production, but then they would still come into that southern Nigeria, take the oil wells, put in imbeciles to rule over us. Like I said last week, according to their religion, democracy is haram. Democracy is haram. That means that it's like, Boko Haram, Western education. That is their whole thing. This has nothing to do with the tenets of their religion, even though I don't give a damn about it. But the point is that it's cultural, it's oppressive. You could go and put in the best machines for collation of results, they would turn it off. There's nothing you can do about it. You could talk all you want. You could put in Supreme Court, and they're gonna panel it with their people. not on merit. If you plot a graph right now of Nigeria's progression, when you could go X for when Christians or Southeasterners were in government, and Y, the output or the GDP or whatever we have in our economy, you're going to see it drops when you have notable people such as Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is an MIT graduate, is the first female and the only woman actually to lead the World Trade Organization. People would merit. So it's been going down.
Thank you very much.
And let me end it so that it doesn't sound like I'm picking a fight with these Muslims, because we're gonna have to do something about it. It has nothing to do with protest. Nigerians are very savvy. They know why they don't want to go out there to protest. Why would anybody go out to protest? Are these Democrats and civil people like to protest with? You have to understand that there's been resistance from the Southeast, and they went to war against these people. A lot of minority groups, people like Paul here and others who come from many different minorities in our country, they don't get it. They keep talking about Igbos and this and that. Who went to war? Ordinary coming out to protest, Nigerians of other tribes cannot do it. Southeasterners sit at home. Let me land with this. Let me close with this. When Southeasterners say there's an election, sit at home. Don't go to vote. Just sit at home, right? And they laughed at. They were given a sign, a signal to the other tribes. Sit your ass at home. Because right now, if everybody sits at home, you don't have to go out to protest. Sitting at home is better than going out there to protest without your AK on your waist.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I would say
thank you
thanks
very
for
much.
giving me the opportunity to talk. But
Yeah,
please
absolutely.
do your research on this and know that our main problem is dominance. Okay. You could love these people. You want to be a nice guy. You want to say politically correct. I'm telling you, we have a Sunni Islamic problem in the country, and we're gonna have to stop it.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to mute you now. It's okay. You made your point. We've heard you. Thank you very much, Olumide. Welcome back. I'm gonna get the people in the stage area waiting. Mohammed Aminu, welcome. You will get to your turn, but I'm gonna go back to Ovie. Ovie. Oh my God.
Is it my turn to speak?
Okay, yes, Mohammed, welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing me to this platform. I really want to appreciate. I really want to appreciate everybody that is here.
Sorry, Mohammed, for a second, please don't be offended, please. I need to leave shortly. I'm making a short trip.
Okay, yeah, I apologize. I promise that I'll come back to you. Okay, just 1 minute, please. Round up your thoughts. Mohammed, just give us 1 minute. Yeah.
So, Mohammed, please don't be offended, please. Please, pardon me. Okay, so, Scribe, please, can you kindly remind me, just quite in a very short distance, what exactly are we trying to accomplish with Nigeria?
Well, we want to come to a place where we have a rallying point, in my view, and citizenship should be at the core of everything. Yeah, I think that's my view, personal view.
Okay, sure. I was anticipating something close to that. So, in other words, we're trying to get solutions to help us, make Nigeria better and move forward. Just succinctly put in that way. So, when we make our points, we're trying to sometimes in making that point, you identify where the fault is. The fault meaning not pointing fingers at people. And I'm saying the problem, identify the problem, and then you start proffering possible solutions, right? So I find it strange when people come here and they take needless offense at comments people make. When I made my comment here, I included myself. I wasn't pointing fingers at anyone. I said Nigerians are docile. I still stand by it. I disagreed with Paul, but I didn't demonize Paul for his views that I did not agree with. It may look very plausible to Paul, but I just disagreed. And I'm sure Paul, as a gentleman, saw that I disagreed with him, and I mentioned the aspect quickly. So what I find painful is when we come here, we're here to proffer solutions. Yes, I'm not here to rant. I'm here to say, oh, this is what's not working. This is what I think we can do.
You have 30 seconds to round up.
Now, I was reading a book, and recently, I still have it here. And one key thing, you're talking about when you're making a change, there's what they call changing of habits. And there are certain keystone habits you will identify in an effort to change that situation. In my own case, the way I see it is that Nigeria gained its independence cheaply. I have gone to see all those things you're talking about. None of those things had to do with independence. They had to do with struggle in a factory, like the one you mentioned. These were people, you know, living things that had to do.
You're a regular here. We can bring a day for that. Yeah.
Okay, so but the point I want to make is this. I think Nigerians need to understand that when the NSAS was a good point. There was an effort. I'm not going to diminish what was accomplished in NSAS. That would be very unfair. People fought for something. They made some progress. They got a listening ear. The point I'm making is that there was no staying continuation of that thing. Perhaps the continuation came with the obedience and their political struggle, which is good. Now, but we cannot say.
I'm sorry.
Not now. Please don't be offended. Not now, please. So I want to end by saying this: that you never exhaust an effort. You can't say, "Oh, I've tried my best. I've done this," until the result you want to accomplish is accomplished. For as long as you haven't accomplished it,
but I don't agree.
So, Jay, I'm not here to argue for now. You are taking the time Mazi is giving me, please. When you come up, you can debunk whatever I want to say, please. I'm not fighting you, please. Just get me.
I'm fighting you too. How do we get independent cheaply?
Okay, you explain that when you have the.
Please. Jim. Okay, guys. Chim,
you're
I'm
my
going to have to
guy. I don't
apologize.
agree on this one. Forget.
Olumide, please. I'm begging you. My amnesty is still on, but guys, I have to move on. Mohammed, thank you so much for your patience.
Okay, no problem.
Please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing me to your platform. I'm joining you people from Kano, Nigeria here. And I want to appreciate every one of you that is here. And I believe you're all here because we want to see a great Nigeria in our dreams or in our lifetime.
Absolutely.
The topic of the day, I think, based on what I read, is the Imo election and Kogi election, so to say, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct?
Yes. Carry on.
But I can see some speakers. But I can see some speakers that have spoken are totally out of topic, which is not supposed to be so. Whenever you assign a topic as what you want to discuss, then everybody have to align with what the topic is saying, or whatever he's going to say should align with the topic. There is just a simple correction. Talking about the topic now, I believe that we Nigerians will have one major problem, which I think we need to correct it head on. Some people have already made up their mindset that they want to see Nigeria being scattered. This is one of the major problems we have. Some set of people in the whole over Nigeria have already made up their mindset that they want to see Nigeria scattered or vanish. And I believe I was not there, you were not there when Nigeria was amalgamated to be one country. So the only thing we can do is to see what will make Nigeria progress. Simple as ABCD.
You don't add me.
Talking about the Imo election now. Talking about the Imo election or Kogi election, I just saw a short video of Dino Melaye already complained that he's not going to vote until he sees the result sheet. Which I think sometimes what we normally have in the election issues that some people have already made up their mindset they must disrupt the process of the election. I believe you, in each of the states, if we are going to make our mindset to be in the right direction, we don't need police or soldiers to be guiding the polling unit.
We can go there, vote there, count the vote, and also announce the winner. Every agent of the party has his own result. Then we meet at the final polling unit. But already, some people have already made up their mindset that they must disrupt this process to make Nigeria look bad in the eyes of the other countries. That is my belief. If not, what stopped Dino Melaye from going to his polling unit to vote? If, for example, now, Kogi still have more than maybe 35 or 14 voting points. If you incur problem in 1 or 2 voting points, does that make the complete election of Kogi State to say is been rigged? That's not the case. In every country you know of the world, they have their what we call peculiar challenges, even in their elections. America have their independence 200 years ago, but yet they have never had 100% when it comes to election. We must have complaints here and there. The only thing they do is that look ahead. What are the errors we committed in the previous election? Let us correct in the present elections. But in every election in Nigeria, some people will take one particular polling unit or 2 polling units, use it as a yardstick to define the whole election, which is very, very wrong.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
It's not a lie. I know what I'm saying. I am opportune. I'm coming. I am opportune to be an ad hoc staff of INEC for more than 5 consecutive elections. I know what I'm telling you.
Allow me one
You can
second.
have more than 40 or 50 polling units, but people will just use 2 polling units as a yardstick to define the whole election of the state, which is very, very wrong. I told you, no country of the world have ever had 100% free and fair election. You must have pocket of issues, because there are some people that have already have bad mindset that they must disrupt the particular process, and you cannot do anything with them. The only thing you can do with them is just find a security force and deal with them. But it baffles me a lot. It pains my heart whenever I see some people on social media, well-educated people, using particular incident to generalize or define the particular election, which is wrong. For example, now in Imo State, you can find more than maybe 100 polling units. Why will you use one only polling unit to define the process or the outcome of the election?
So, Mohammed, what is wrong? What is wrong with seeing what went wrong at one polling unit?
Pardon? What did you say? Can I go on with my point?
No, I'm saying that what is wrong?
What's your question, please?
The question is, what is wrong with what what is wrong with the whole what scene? What is going on at one or two?
Okay, let me tell you what is wrong with that one. There are several elections that have been conducted in each of the countries of the world. Have we ever seen them trying to use one particular polling to say that the election is being reached completely? Why are we Nigerians doing that?
Elections
in order to make Nigeria look bad in the eyes of other people.
Wait, Mohammed. Those elections in the other parts of the world, those electoral bodies don't have the same credibility problem that Nigerian electoral body has. Nigerian electoral body has a credibility problem.
Okay, can you maybe itemize them so that we can maybe expatiate and discuss and give them a correct perspective?
The first one is shutting down the beavers in the presidential election.
Beavers is a compulsory issue to use in election, my brother. Please.
Wait.
Don't use that one as a problem, please.
We have seen places where over the years where there've been riggings going on and INEC writing results. You understand?
Okay. Now let me before you vote ahead, please, let me correct this notion. I told you I was opportune to be an ad hoc staff of INEC for 5 consecutive elections: 2007, 2011, 2014, 2015, and 2019. Let me tell you what is usually happening. If we don't want to rig election, we cannot rig election. And let me tell you the changes that we have. I'm coming. We Nigerians. I'm coming. Let me just give you 2 examples now. In 2007 election, you can have more than 1,000 ballot papers, print them, put them in the box, and they will be counted. But in 2015, 2019 election, you cannot do that. You cannot do that because the card reader have already taken the number of accredited voters. Once the number of accredited voters differs with the total vote, it's null and void. That kind of rigging cannot take place.
All right. Could I ask you a question?
Allah
Could I ask
Barasa.
him a question?
Go on,
Scribe,
please.
are you ready?
What's the
All
question,
right.
please?
Here's my question to you.
Please,
Are
let
you
me correct this
familiar?
notion. I am not here to say that INEC is 100% correct.
All
I'm
right.
not also here to say that the voters are 100% wrong. What I'm trying to say is that we should stop making Nigeria look bad in the eyes of other countries. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. I disagree with
Every
that too.
country have their peculiar challenges. What they usually do is how to solve the problems.
Let me ask you a question, right? Relax.
Okay, what's the question?
All right. Are you familiar with the Electoral Act of 2022? Do you know what that is? Electoral Act of 2022.
Yeah, I'm familiar with some of the aspects, not all.
Some of it. Okay. So in that particular Electoral Act, it
Yeah.
says what our country must do, especially when it comes to collation of results, right?
Okay.
One of the things
Yeah.
they try to avoid is for them to rig the election at the collation center. So those things are supposed to be transmitted electronically from the polling unit to an IREV system, so we Nigerians could follow along as the results are coming in. We could see it to prevent election rigging. That's technology, right? So when the election was held, it's bimodal, where the Senate was held at the same time with the presidential election. So they let the presidential results, the Senate results come through, but they shut off the beavers. That is that is absurd.
Let me correct this notion, please, my brother. It's not all the presidential election that was named from the beavers. Some of the presidential election result was posted on the beavers. I think maybe like 15 or 20% of the result were posted until when they said that I'm coming. There were 1,000 attacks on their beavers. That is what stopped the transmission of the election result. And mind you, an INEC chairman has the right not to even transmit the election.
No, he does not. He does not. Okay, the INEC is a commission.
So Mazi,
okay,
this guy
let me just land on this.
Okay, guys. Okay, wait.
Please let me respond to him on that. It's important. It's important.
Okay, Pansat, what you have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Look, the INEC chairman, it belongs to a commission. It's a public commission. The INEC chairman can vote. If he's allowed to vote, he could vote. But the commission produced what's called the what do they call the thing there? I know that the clause is clause 38, right? Guideline. What they call a guideline. It was published. The INEC chairman by himself cannot change that guideline. If he wants to change it, has to go back to the commission, and then they vote again. So they chose electronic transmission for that election. So he couldn't
thank
change
you very
it.
much.
So
thank you very much. Okay,
go and read clause 38 of that.
Mazi, and I think it's just important to.
You have 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
I think it's just important that you can't just come and drop statement and expect us to swallow hook, line, and sinker without answering questions. You know.
And you
wait for your time. Thank you. Wait. It's okay. Lumide, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me reiterate that the name of this show is Have Your Say. Okay. 1 second. Let me get Mohammed is back. So because I really want us to follow Mohammed. Welcome back. I think your internet.
Okay, sorry, please. A call just coming. That is why. Sorry.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. I was saying something before you came back in. So I will allow you to continue and finish your intervention. But and let me just say this to everybody. The name of the show is Have Your Say. Yes, we come up with topics and try to guide the conversation, but we believe in freedom of expression. So any angle when you're given your allotted time, if you want to say everybody is an idiot, we don't permit that, but we respect your view. If you want to say what's his name, Madonna had a concert the other day, we'll just quietly wait for you. So please, it's not that we don't want to focus on the topic, but the truth is that we want to use our diversity of thought as our strength. We want to leverage it. So it's not like we're diverging, but you see, just like Mohammed was, giving his own very passionate, points from his own experience, we had to listen to him. So that's the reason for this show. We gave, it may be that some people feel maybe there's an imbalance of time, but sometimes when you look at certain situations as the moderator, it's up to me. It's unfortunate, but you have to deal with it. It's up to me now to give that person as much time as I feel that, and if the person starts to step out, I moderate. Okay, so Mohammed, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, please.
Scribe, but if somebody is raising his fingers and keep raising his fingers, is that not
I know, I
sufficient
saw you.
way?
I saw you. I saw you. I saw you. I know,
to
but
complete my point before any question
Just
comes
wait
in.
for your turn. It's that simple.
I was the one speaking, Chairman. My brother, I was the one speaking, please.
Maziove, I'm the one that the moderator gave
Madam
him
Chairman.
2 minutes. Yalawe. Oh, yeah.
Okay, to complete my
Carry
point
on.
is that what I'm trying to say here is that we as Nigerians, or as a country, Nigeria as a country, we have peculiar challenges. And the best way to go forward is to discuss about the challenges and what are the solutions. But
You have
what
2 minutes,
baffles me
so
all
you
the
have 2
time,
minutes.
yeah, I know, what baffles me all the time is seeing someone who calls himself as a Nigerian, but portraying Nigeria as a bad entity or a bad country to other outside world, which is very, very wrong. You will never see a citizen of another country or American country come to say America is bad. You never see that. They only talk about the solution.
I do see that. I want to challenge you to debate.
That is your. I have never seen that. And I'm going to use that as my yardstick to make my judgment. If you have ever seen that, you can maybe bring it on. We discuss on it. But that is my belief. We have problem. Let's face the problem head on. Simple as ABCD. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on your platform.
Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. I really appreciate your opinion there. No, wait. I'm coming. Exoro, welcome to the show. Thank you very much for being very patient.
Thank you.
You have the floor now. Then after you, Mazi Prince, he's been raising his hand. He's been very patient. Dr. Dominic, you're the OG. I don't know. You've been coming in and out. But anyways, I'll see if you just, indicate if you need some time. But yeah, after Exoro, Mazi Prince, and then I want to still, I want us to go further in what some of the things that Mohammed has said, because it's actually to the core of what we're discussing today. Paul, I know you will assist us with devil advocate activities today. I always enjoy it. All right, Exoro, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Okay, great. After experiencing what has been happening in Nigeria for a while now, I've decided that my commentary will be short and summarized, because there's no use, trying to convert somebody who might not be convertible. And then it's no use making enemies for nothing's sake, just because we want to appear on camera. And we just know. I'll just focus on certain areas. Like I heard my brother Ansat speaking about the Muslims and how they have failed in leading the country, people from the northern section. Well, I don't want to create enemies, but I'll rather we try to speak to the people instead of their religion, because I have a lot of friends in these different areas. Fine, we've seen the trajectory and we see what's happening in the country. It's not good at all. But I think at this point, what we need to do is find that thing that unites us that we're about to lose. Fight for it. If they say, everyone, this is what we are going to do to get to where we want to get to, then everyone, do your best. If your own best is to contribute your energy, your physical energy to come out and protest, do it. If your own is to support, financially support. But where I don't get it is nobody is doing anything, but we are all complaining. There's no protest against what's happening in Nigeria. There's no rally. Everybody is afraid. It's now clear that Nigerians are peace-loving people. If we are peace-loving people, why are we complaining? No protest. The election was like my brother from the north, Mohammed Aminu. You have a different reality from other Nigerians. I don't want to fight with you, but I think you have a different reality from the general public. Everybody can see that the trajectory is not right. Yes, there are problems in other countries, but they have a trajectory. Their next election is better. Their next move is always better. They are moving steadily upward. We are not moving anywhere. As it is now, we are regressing. And the worst part is we are borrowing for the unborn 10 generations to come, which we are not sure of. That means we are about to sell that country. None of us has ever enjoyed anything from the country, not free education, not nothing. So we don't even know what we are fighting. That's why we don't know what we are fighting for. The old people, if it was those old people, they know what they're about to lose. They will fight. We have never belonged, not even pure water, from day one. So what is it that you are going to be fighting to save? You have never been part of the enjoyment. Is it the oil money or is it the gold they are seeing? None of them concern us. The only thing that concerns us is that my shop will just leave it. Don't come and demolish it. So we are not part of it. That's why we don't know where to start from. If we know what we are about to lose, then we start to save. We'll fight to save it. So I'll just keep it. I'll just keep it this short that if we want to save the country, we should start talking about solutions. The elections are not different. These current elections, Dino Melaye has started complaining. Everybody has started complaining. It's not different from the last one. So we have not moved an inch forward. So the trajectory is downwards. So it's not like there's a problem in India and the other countries have their own problem. No. Those countries are moving in a trajectory upward. We have not started. We are going down. So our problem is bigger than we are making it look. So I'll just stop there. Thank you very much.
Actually, I cannot agree with you more. Like, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for your perspective. And I must say very balanced, in my view. Very balanced. Mazi Prince, you have the floor.
Okay. Mohammed, thank you for coming on board. And I just have just a few comments to make towards what you said, because I believe I don't attack people on a personal level. The way they say, listen, you can attack the message, but not the messenger. You know, when you said that you've been involved in 5 elections in Kano, of a truth, the reality is different from those in other places. Now, why am I saying that? Um, I'm privileged to see a lot of things, be a lot of platforms, I do a lot of research. And when I said something about Kogi, one, I'm not from Kogi, but I got those intel, and I'm letting it know that even the person who brought it to that I kind of followed is somebody who is an international observer. Oh, he went away. He disappeared. Okay. So he cannot use can and compare to Kogi. Kogi has been known for violence, especially since Yahaya Bello, who happens to be our age mates. Most of us here, he's our age mate. So if I see him face to face, I can talk to him. He doesn't feed me, I can even feed him. Okay, despite the fact that whatever he might embezzle, that's between him and God. I have no business about that. But for him to remain in the state and keep perpetrating all these acts, and now he's going and he wants someone else to cover him, that's not right. That's not democracy. And when we speak, people say, oh, they complain and all that kind of thing. I'm not saying that Dino might not be righteous. He might not be right in whatever he's saying. But when we see the truth, we say the truth. Nobody will, nobody have the right to be gagged. No. If he's speaking, let him speak. Let the whole world know what is going on there. And that's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazis Prince. Very well spoken there. Paul, you've been very, very, you've been loading your guns. Oh, yeah. Let's see. What perspective is Paul going to bring? What devil's advocate is he going to bring?
I almost want to say it's the turn of Ovie, but coincidentally, Ovie is not yet. Yeah. Let me
Paul,
talk about our.
Paul, did you skip me? Did you skip the line?
I didn't skip the line.
No, Dr.
Yeah.
Dominic, after Paul, please. Okay. Yeah.
No. Okay. Let me talk about a little bit about what Pansat said about OPEC. I think Patson may not be a little bit economic with the truth, or maybe he just don't have the information. Since 2 years ago, OPEC increased our quota when it comes to the crude supply. Nigeria can't even meet the quota. If when they increase our quota, we can't meet the quota. The government even make mention of, oh, we are losing, we are doing this, we are doing that. So if we can't even meet the quota that OPEC even increased for us, how is it
What
the
am I
fault
doing
of
with this
the?
levels?
How is that the fault and everything? This guy that is talking anyhow, if you don't mind, if you have money, let me and him, let us buy space on this platform tomorrow, Sunday. If he has money, I think he live in the West. I am ready. I can buy a space, even if it's $5,000. I'll buy a space. Let him come so that we can start talking about our Mama Toto and every other thing. It's just a stupid person. And every other thing. Let's buy space so that we'll do one-on-one, hard talk and every other thing. So they increase the space, our supply on the OPEC. We as a country couldn't meet our own quota. Do we want to even ask?
From what
Do
to
we
what?
want to ask for more? At the time we were
From what to what though?
We were
Tell
doing
us.
we're doing 1.7. We're doing 1.7, and it went down all the way to 700 during Jonathan's time, and we went up to 1.1. Right now, we can't even meet our 1.45. We can't meet our 1.45. The same we is complaining every day that we are losing 400,000 barrels on a daily basis that is stolen and everything. So when you talk
I'll
about
respond to you when you're done because you're way
okay,
off.
yeah,
You're
fine.
the one who's been economic with the truth, or you don't know.
So fine. So if originally the OPEC increased us to 1.7, we can't meet our 1.7. What are we complaining about? We asking for, say, for example, let them give us 5,000. When we our own normal quota that is given to us, that from what Pansa is saying, we can't even meet our quota. Do you want to keep asking for more and you can't supply it? You understand? So that's why
Could
I
I
said it's
answer that?
economic.
Can I answer that question right
No.
now for you?
When it
Just
gets
1
to your
minute.
turn, don't use it. I didn't ask you a question. I just respond to it. It's not a question, so don't answer. When it gets to your turn, continue so that others can enjoy the platform as well. Then somebody talk about the US and every other thing. Talk about the US criticizing the way we criticize and every other thing. When Chief talk, it kind of make me laugh because Black people have been protesting. We see the death of George Floyd and every other thing. But what did they get after all the protests, criticizing and every other thing? You understand? They get the Asian hate of the Asian bills and every other thing. The Black people didn't achieve their purpose, but they've been protesting and every other thing. I keep saying this thing. Within those people, somebody will obstruct the system. That's why I use the word. There will be a positive Judas that will fight. The people who have been protesting, Nigeria will protest. They protest, NSAS, people come outside widely and every other thing. Yeah, we see the lives of Davido went to the Inspector General of Police. They take this, they disband SARS. You understand? Then they change the name. They do all type of thing. What is the outcome from the part of the government? The people have done their part. But if, for example, within that IG choose to say, let us do the right thing, or a Congress, somebody in the House choose to say, let us do the right thing. They discuss all these things. But they put everything that they discuss, they put it in the back burner. But if among them, somebody choose to say, we are not putting these things in the back burner, we're going to see solution. This is how it works. So we're thinking that Nigeria is not doing much. Nigeria is not doing much. Nigeria is doing a lot. I see what the young man talk about, the man of prestige. You come to Nigeria. What are we doing here? I have over 1,000 movies to watch on my TV. I have very big, fantastic TV in the bedroom, in the living room that I can watch movie. But we're talking about that great country called Nigeria, which means we are doing our own part. This is how we'll talk and talk and talk, and people will hear our voice. The Hamas people today, the Palestine today, they cry as we are watching, as people are complaining. They are gathering support, even though the US that is against them, their tone is changing slowly by the day. You know why? Because they are seeing videos, people are talking, people are doing everything. You might think this talk that we are talking is not enough. No, this talk that we are talking is enough. When we go for professional courses, we go for everything. It is about talk. Talk, they teach us leadership, they teach us how to do things and everything. It is still conversation. You get to a level, it's not about go writing maths, go find the missing Q and the X. It is still talk. And that's what we're doing. So we are doing our own part, but from the government own part, they are not willing to shift their goalposts. But when they choose among them, it will not be every one of them. One person will push and they might achieve a little bit. That's how system, that's how places grow. But thinking that, oh, we are not just doing, we are not doing anything, we are not doing anything. People criticize and everything. Mohammed make mention about, the US and everything. Look, my brother, the US that you're talking about, that election, the US, they don't have bad election like you think. What they see, there is no perfect election. Yes, we agree. What is the meaning of no perfect election? From one place to another place, it varies. It's different. If I lost my mother and I take my mother ballot voters list because they send it at home to me, and I take my mother ballot paper, I sign it and go submit it, which means my mother votes. After election, they discover they have system and they know my mother died before the election time. So which means my mother couldn't have voted. Now they will investigate who submits that thing. These are all the little things here and there. You understand? Because most of us, we vote remotely. We vote, they send us your ballot, early voters. You understand? I already vote 1 month ago before they did the election this Wednesday in America. I already vote 1 month ago, early vote. So if my mother were to be here and I take my mother home and I submit it, and my mother already passed on before that day, which means my mother shouldn't have voted. Yes, there's no perfect election, but we see the narrative. It's not like the system themselves fail us. But in our own case, we are talking about INEC that happen to be the system is failing us. You understand? It's not that the individual who is trying to take advantage of the system, but we are talking about the system failing us. We are talking about the police. It's part of the system that's supposed to also help to mitigate issues like that. Failing us there. I never that I was watching video about BBC today. Gunshot, police is even running. How funny it is. They are there, failing us. This is what I'm talking about. So that's my take for now.
Could you yield me some of your time before you give it back to Scribe? I mean, he
go
was
ahead,
quite
Fansad.
Yeah, but this is not my time, though. I want to use my time for something else. I want to use Paul's time to.
No, this is your time now. Use it well.
Okay. All right. So, Paul, let me use a little bit of it to say to you that I'm quite amazed that you after you saw that graph, you saw that statistics that I showed on the OPEC and the way they're treating African countries. That's your response. That's the way you responded to that. The way these OPEC countries such as Norway don't want to have anything to do with OPEC and that cartel. These people are unfair to African countries. You're talking about the quota and how much they're producing. It's none of their business. Give us the same quota that you assign it to yourself. So Nigeria should pull out of that OPEC because you saw that Nigeria went to the Islamic meeting in Saudi Arabia, Organization of Islamic Countries, the other day. We're not an Islamic country. We're a secular country. So to come and undermine our democracy and make sure we don't meet our quota by having dunces rule over us turn off the beavers. That's why I challenged Mohammed to a debate. This forum is not good enough for him to be talking nonsense while we're talking, right? I challenge him to a debate on patriotism. If Scribe wants to host it, set it up. Let him come. They're fond over there in the north of talking about patriotism, right? You don't have your people going to school. You're buying a lot of people and the thieves, taking their lands, put them in concentration camps. They call IDP camps. You're all over the country with your cattle, all over our cities, right? What kind of, you don't think people see that? What kind of image are you portraying by not going to school? When people come here to talk, you say, hide the fact that you turned up the beavers. Turning up that beavers, look, if it was Christians that turned up that beavers, right? I won't show my face in public for a very long time. If it's a Southeasterner that turned off that beavers, if it's the culture that we're provided the country with, is to go spend 400 billion naira, and you actually go there and turn off that beavers. And then the kind of, I'll tell you the kind of Muslims I have respect for, like Boko Haram, right? At least they're not going to show up here. They have shame and guilty conscience. To have Mohammed come here and to be picking on fellow Nigerians and questioning their patriotism, people who are trying to find progressivity in the country. And you say, hey, don't show what you're doing. Sunlight is a great disinfectant. So I will reserve all that. But Paul, please take another look at that that graph I showed you on OPEC.
Okay, thank you.
There's a nexus. I just explained the graph. We can't even meet the little one that you are complaining that they give us. We can't even meet it.
Okay, guys.
Hold on.
Okay, guys.
This crap, please. After this, and I'm gonna leave. I'm saying to Paul, listen, don't have linear thinking. Try to have the nexus to why we cannot meet that OPEC quota, right? And why we are allotted a little bit. It's the same thing. These corporates, not only do they believe they're Arabs, people in the north, like this Mohammed right here. They don't think that oil actually belongs to us, the country. They're being used. So not only do they make us, they undermine us with Saudi Arabia using them, right? They then also come and pick our leaders who will make sure we don't have the production. And then they're going to give the refinery to one of their people who would take $8 billion and he will not build that refinery, even though they're coming to the south to take that oil, right? Now, they start finding oil in Lagos and other northern states. You know why? Because I bet you, if I go down there and dig down, I'm going to see a pipe going from the south underneath to Lagos and wherever they find oil up there, right?
Okay, thank you very much.
That's how stupid our people are. They come there, they take that oil. There's no oil in Lagos. You dig down, you're going to see the pipe running from underneath, from south to Lagos.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I'm gonna prove it to you because I see your eyes.
All right.
I don't think
Thank you so much. I'm going to move to Man of Prestige, but before moving to Man of Prestige, I just want to welcome Steph Ndubisi. Mr. Ike, I know you haven't spoken in a while, so I think after Man of Prestige, Mr. Ike, and then we can go to Steph and then Ndubisi, and then we come back again. I think everybody would have had their second round, and then we're going to change topics.
Sorry, you skip Olumide. Skip Olumide.
Come on, man.
I'm leaving.
No, just because Olumide keep obstructing, but you skip him.
Olumide, I've been very fair to Olumide today. But anyways, Olumide,
I yield my time to Olumide the rest of my time. Bye-bye, everybody.
Okay. I apologize, Olumide. Anyways, I think Paul has a point there that you do require it should come around to you. But when I keep hearing Olumide's way, I'm not sure. Okay.
So Manzi, see the problem. The situation is when people. I'm not saying people shouldn't have their say, but when you come on and have your say, and you begin to have your say, you make, even though you haven't finished, the amount of what you've said can draw up questions.
You're using your time
that will warrant you to kind of explain yourself fairly or hammer on your points. Because when they have their say without questions, they just drop lines, thinking that the rest of us were chicken brains. We're not chicken brains, yeah. You know, we have questions for what you're saying. I love to see. I like to see people like Mohammed come in regularly, especially from the north. We want to hear their own side of the story, so that they can better learn from the rest of us what we think of the country, and then we can learn from them how they perceive things. Mohammed, Maska, you understand? We want to be together as one country. This is one advantage social media has given to us. You understand?
Okay.
And
Thank you
then
very much,
I also believe that just to kind of quickly, I also believe that when it comes in to say that we should be patriotic and look for solutions. Solutions is what we are advocating for here. How can we be better? How can we, even in the US that is mentioning, is he I don't know how is he following what is happening in other countries and crime? US, Canada, you have television stations that are dedicated to the opposition party. You have Fox, you have MSNBC, you have mainline stations. They don't get persecuted by the government when they talk. Is Nigeria like that? And you expect me to be patriotic in a country like that, where my rights are subjugated? A country where they vote billions of naira for election, and then you say the BVs are turned, and then you came and told the whole world that that it will be perfect, if nothing will go wrong, and things go wrong where it mattered most, the presidential election, and you're telling us not to believe that it's not deliberate. You understand? And then they keep parroting the same lines every 4 years, every now and then. Just no matter what happens, be patriotic. No matter what happens, be Nigerian. You can't be in America. People speak out. They speak out. There are people today, despite the fact that the country is so well developed and we think there's a lot of prosperity and people they can aspire to be what they want to be. There are still people who believe that America is a rotten system. It is with these questions that things get better. We want to ask questions. Even if things are perfect, let people talk. It is from this criticism that things get better, that we become a better country. If you don't want to ask questions where you are from in that part of the country, I mean, we will respect your wish or your opinion, your way of life.
Okay. Yes.
But we want to ask questions. We want to be better.
Okay. Thank you very much, Olumide. I really, really, really have to move on. I forgot the man of prestige.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. I almost forgot.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem. I wish Mohammed, is still here, but he left. Hopefully he'll be listening, I'm not here to bash him or something like that, but some of the narrative he painted here, is defy logic in my own opinion. So that in that sense, I hope he's, but it's glad to have him here. We need more Northerners, particular people in Nigeria, who can come here and epitomize what's happening in Nigeria. Give us from Nigerian perspective. I mean, we're all in diaspora. We have, we're all enjoying here. But everybody here, I don't see any face here that look like we are suffering. But go look at Nigerian face. A lot of them are suffering. More than half of the population. So it's very good to have, people from Nigeria give us their own perspective, particularly our brothers from the north. We don't get to see
man of prestige. I suffer. And these are the
I don't
belief.
think so, Paul. You don't think so? So, but anyway, having said that, some of the statements that he made kind of defy logic, because he tried to put what's going on in terms of corruption, bribery, and institutional coup going on in Nigeria to America. Yeah, America has their own issue, but it's easily fixed. It's not as widespread as it is in Nigeria, because it's making some statement that, we shouldn't be complaining, just a minor click, it wasn't anything, it wasn't overwhelming, maybe about minor 1%. It's not going to make a difference in the election. But come on now, we all see what happened, the way they rewrite the election in Nigeria. Look at what's going on in Imo. And I bet everybody here, Hope Uzodimma is going to win about 90% of the vote. Yeah. I mean, with the manipulation and everything that's going on, this is Nigeria we have come to. So it's kind of epitomizes exactly what I was saying earlier about the Nigerian mentality. He's in Nigeria and he's fine with what's going on in Nigeria. He never complained. I don't know whether he came here for his own sentiment, or he tried to be a neutral, neutral perspective. I can't really say because I don't know him. But the way he came here, I wish he came here from, for certain kind of sentiment, maybe being an APC. But if he's a true Nigeria that's looking after Nigeria, and he had that mindset, we are done. We are done. We're not going to have any headway. Yeah, there's a sentiment, I hope it's a sentiment that even better by my own opinion. But if you come here as a neutral observer and have that kind of idea, we're not getting anywhere. So I just wanted to tell him that, but it's nice to have him, to come here, and justify his own narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man of prestige. Mr. Ike, do you want to do you have something to say just very briefly before we move on to Steph and Nubisi?
Yeah, I just want my brother Mohammed to know that we should not be afraid of criticizing our government or our country, Nigeria. Other nations of the world do that. The fact of the Nigerian case is that we have a president who is a criminal. We have a president who was a drug pusher. We have a president who has no identity. We have a president that doesn't know where he comes from. We don't know who he is. So if you are afraid that people are criticizing Nigeria, there is no standard Nigeria has set for other nations of the world to respect you. Because if you, Mohammed, is still traveling with Nigerian passport, you will be able to understand why everybody is so angry and angered what is going on in Nigeria. Because if you travel with Nigerian passport, you will be able to understand that you have no place in the Committee of Nations as a Nigerian. Every Nigerian woman seen with a green passport is stand already as a criminal, as a suspect of drug pushing, as a suspect of 419, as a suspect of woman trafficking, as a suspect of everything you can think about. So if you are afraid that nobody's talking down, we are trying to be honest. We are trying to see that the system change. And so you should not be afraid of people speaking. We will continue to speak and we will continue to call out that country called Nigeria until something good begins to come out of it. The way it was many years ago is not the same way it is today. So things have changed. So I don't think everybody should be angry about talking about that. We don't even need to talk about our nation because the whole world already know about us. So what are we talking about? Finally, before I give somebody to say something, talking about doing something, I have to say here, I think I said it many months ago, after the final result of presidential election, I moved into another platform. I moved into another level of trying to see a better Nigeria. That is not everything most of us do, because I know everybody is doing one thing or the other to see a better Nigeria. But I think that what I went into is talking about encouraging the Nigerian youth, the way the people I know, encouraging their colleagues to get registered into a political party, become a card-carrying member of a political party, prepare yourself into the local government election, being a councillor. Somebody was saying it, I think it's Iken St. Antonio. This is what I've been doing since February after, the presidential election. Encouraging the younger generations of Nigeria to get involved, to the local level, because we can't change from top to bottom, like Ike said. It is from down to up. So I know what I am doing, trying to encourage people. Get yourself involved. We cannot be outside the system to try to change the system, because obedient movement is not a political party. You have to belong to a political party. You have to be a card-carrying member of a political party. Get involved, become a member, contest election, be in executive. When the time of local government and council election is coming, get involved, be part of it, because it is from there that we can be able to restore back Nigeria. So I think that even though while we are still talking about what is happening presently, we also, some of us are also thinking about trying to encourage Nigerians to get involved in the local politics of their towns and villages and communities and states, because that's the only way the state capture, that the governors of Nigerian state has captured every state, is because they captured the local government. So there is nothing, local government does not exist. For example, in Imo State, where I come from, there is no local government. It is 100 over 100 for APC. So there is the same thing that is happening in River State and in most states in Nigeria. So there is nothing that anything can happen in Nigeria unless we have a credible and a recognized and organized local government administration system that as it used to be, government that is very closer to the people, where people will be getting engaged and get involved into it. It is from there that we can be able to grow people to get into a higher office, people that has the mindset of changing their community, their towns and their state and Nigeria at large. So since after election, I didn't fold my hands, and it's not something that we have to be, individually. Like I said, I respect every one of us because I know most of us are doing something else. It is still for a better Nigeria. Nigeria has not given me anything. I've never gained anything. I say Nigeria, being a Nigerian, Nigeria has not given me nothing. But that does not mean that I've stopped loving my country, because I have family, I have friends, I have schoolmates, I have neighbors. Before I left Nigeria, I have people who were business partners in Idumota, in Balogu, in Okokomaiko, in Alaba, in so many places. So I still have, interest. So what is the interest? Is to make sure that if there are few Nigerians who are ready to take up this challenge, because as we are talking about now, PWB is about 60-something years. Maybe 2027, if God give every one of us alive, he might decide not to go. He might say, okay, that you go. So we have to get people ready. Younger Nigerians, you have to get them ready from the local government level, so that from there they are trained and they're given the tools to be able to go into the state and federal. So anybody who is against or talking about we are talking down Nigeria. Nobody is talking down Nigeria. Travel around the world, you see what you see at every immigration point with Nigerian passport.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Steph, you have the floor. Thank you so much for your patience, though.
Yeah, good morning, brothers. I think it's a sheer ignorance for anybody to, preach patriotism to any Nigerian, especially who live outside the country, who has a second home and is interested in what is happening in his home country. For you to see it as an act of unpatriotism is sheer ignorance and mischief. Let's just set the record straight. But it's actually because most of them are scared. Most of them are afraid that maybe the talking points have kept on increasing and over time it could galvanize into something big. If not, I don't see how somebody who wants to preserve the status quo should believe that that is okay for Nigeria. That shows patriotism, But it's expected. And I know that more of such people will keep coming. And they will always tell you, don't rock the boat. You understand? So when you are a beneficiary of the status quo, what do you expect? And things are if you think that oppositions were, the voice of the oppositions were muffled in the past in Nigeria, I want you to get ready because it's going to be worse under this administration. If you see the number of media aids that the present government have, then you know that they are getting ready for something. So we just need to brace ourselves up. Nigeria have not really been able to put the necessary instrument that's going to make the country work. And most of the problems we're having presently didn't really start today, But I think we're going to keep marching forward, and every opinion matters, and let people not to be canceling others. This cancel culture have to stop. When you feel like something is not right, it's your duty to speak up. And when you speak up, it's not because you prefer Mr. A to Mr. B, or it's not because I know that all of us have biases, but most times it doesn't really mean that we are talking from the point of view of our own bias. I know that this past election that just passed, this 2023 election, assuming that APC brought out somebody else that is not Bola Ahmed Tinubu, assuming that they brought out somebody like Yemi Osinbajo, I know that there are so many people that, wasn't in support of Tinubu that would have supported Yemi Osinbajo. You understand? I know that if to say Labour Party brought out somebody else that is not P2B, even if the person is from Southeast, I know that most people that supported P2B would not have supported him. That is how Nigerian electorates are literate. They are reasonable. But most times they tend to narrow it down to tribal sentiments. Everything is not tribal sentiments. Assuming that somebody like, I'm sorry for people that are that love the man so much. Assuming that somebody like Ojus Akalu flew the ticket of a major party in Nigeria, somebody like me would not have rooted for him. And so many other people from the East. So it's not tribal issue. People are talking about what they know about individuals. Those hosts of class of 99 governors, most of them are crooks. They didn't mean well for this country. So let's not narrow it down to tribal sentiments or not tribal sentiments. If you think that things are going to get better under this administration, go and ask yourself a question. Because I know that you know the truth. Hard times are about to begin. They have not started. This is what has been spent in 2 months to the end of the year, right? Brace up for next year's budget. Maybe they're going to replace all the cars in the presidential villa and budget another maybe 10 billion for Asoro Clinic. Let's just get ready, Nigerians. May God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, Steph. Really appreciate. When you were speaking, I couldn't help but remember this quote by Gustave Le Bon. The masses have never thirsted for after the truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to defy error. If error seduce them, whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusion is always their victim. An individual in a crowd is a grain of sand amid other grains of sand, which the wind stirs up at will. So as while you were saying it, I just kept coming back to me because you see what you said. Anyways, I'm a moderator today, so I don't really have the right to reply, but I couldn't resist. Thank you so much for that intervention. NDBC, I almost ate your time. Sorry. You have the
No, no
floor.
problem. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody from here. The topic generally should be about the state of the country, I guess, but probably with an eye on the 3 states elections are holding today. So let me start with what Mohammed said. I'll listen briefly to it, but I think he's not being truthful. He's acting like, and maybe he's even a member of the establishment, like Mr. Steph just said. Anybody who is not sad or who is not angry about what is going on in Nigeria today is not telling himself or herself the truth. Things have gone so bad, and they want to normalize it. I want us to just accept it and expect it to be the normal thing. Each time we come here, we speak about situations in the country and we profess solutions. Nobody likes what is going on. The young man from Kano who spoke probably has not gone out, or he has gone out and see how developments are in other countries. But he's satisfied with the way Nigeria is. We are not. We could be much better than we are. And it starts by telling ourselves the truth and doing the right thing. We must keep calling out the fake leaders we have. No truthful country, no country that wants to move forward. We have people who are not patriotic as their leaders. A serious country cannot have somebody who forged a certificate or who has been known to be a drug peddler in the past as their president. So why should we keep quiet and just accept it the way it is? So it's not it. We must continue to call out all these wrongdoings that are going on in the country. already in today's elections, there have been stories going around in some states like Kogi State that fake pre-prepared election results are already flying around in polling units in some parts of Kogi. The INEC has just said that they are going to investigate it and they view it as as a serious problem, and they are going to look into it. But we know how all these things are. All these governors, some of them, they have turned themselves into monsters in their states. They are trying. They are sometimes they are even worse. I even see them as worse than the president. They want to just silence everybody, silence the opposition, and do things the way they like. For how long are we going to take all this? All this. So I think it's left for all of us, particularly those at home. If they feel satisfied or with how things are, or they feel they cannot do anything, they are mistaken. They can start by doing their little meetings and maybe doing little protests, even if it means 20 minutes every day around their neighborhood and all that. Without that, nothing can be done. But here, we have to keep creating the awareness. This our show is very important because some of them back home are looking up to us to motivate them with what we say. So we have to keep calling things out, letting them know that this is not the way societies are run. One man or one group of people cannot lord it over the entire nation and accept and make us believe that things are okay. Look at this supplementary budget they just brought out. The year is almost gone. They are bringing out a supplementary budget. Next year they will do another one, and they will pad and pad and pad. At the end of the day, they will not. You won't even know where those monies went to. Even the ones for the cars, I bet you they will not spend all those money on the cars. Some of those money will be diverted into private pockets. If you have people in government, ask them. This is the way. This is what they do. They will take some money out, and the rest goes away. They write it off, and it goes into their private pocket with all kinds of manipulation, and they cover it up. That's what they usually do. All this money for all these things they want to buy, all those money, maybe only 50% or a little over or less, we go for those stuff. The rest we go away. They will just take it. So people come into government in Nigeria, people come into government just to enrich themselves and gain power and manipulate things. See what Wike is doing in River State. If Amechi did that to him, would it have been governor? Or if Odili, or even those before Odili did it? Will it? So people don't think about those things. They want to come and run the things the way they like. Some people say he's amassing wealth because he wants to follow the Tinubu style. Because Tinubu use Lagos to amass enough wealth with the eye on the presidency. So when the ships are done, he will, because he knows that the system is so broken. Everybody wants money or wealth. He will pump in money to anybody who doesn't want money. He will give him more money to accept his way. And at the end of the day, he has had his way. That is the playbook some of them wants to follow henceforth. But my biggest annoyance and shame is on the judiciary. A country who doesn't have a credible judiciary is broken. There's nothing you can say because if two people have dispute, they'll take it to the court. Once the court has already decided to take a side, then there's no hope. How can the judges ignore evidence? What is written in the constitution? They have just turned our constitution upside down. So, for me, elections, I don't think it's necessary again for us to go to elections. What we should do now is to find a way to call out all the wrongs, and we should sit down together and right the wrongs by doing things normally. There should be a new playing level for the country before the next election. Because under this system, how can it be when the president appoints the INEC chairman, he appoints commissioners? Now he has appointed 10 of them as INEC state commissioners, and most of them are card carrying members of his party. What do we expect? And the opposition parties are not even saying anything. So the country can't continue this way. At the end of the day, the system, it will even get worse when the election. So each time I hear people saying 2027, let's prepare for. How are we preparing for 2027? They have the military by themselves to their side. They have the other security forces like the police. They will still manipulate. Now, even now, they've been saying what the oppositions have been saying and how they plan to counter them. They will not tighten all the loose end more to ensure that they have their way, and will tell you to go to court. So in 2027 now that the Supreme Court didn't look at articles evidence, so come 2027 now, this man will come again to contest with the same fake result, and they will allow him to go through in the primaries and in the election proper. What are we saying? So the country cannot move forward with all this. We are just going round the circle. Our people must start mobilizing themselves gradually from their little base. The market woman that goes to the market and says, okay, I'm just going for my daily bread. But each time she goes home, she comes back with all the sales of woes in the market. The businessman, the same thing. These people, they have the system of doing of favoring themselves. When the system is working for everybody, they don't like it. So a typical trader or importer who is just doing his business, following the rules, tomorrow they will manipulate the rules and change it to stifle him of maybe foreign exchange, like we have now. As I'm speaking to you now, many of them who are importing, they can no longer import because they can't muzzle up the amount of dollar they need to import. Even those doing production in Nigeria, raw materials are, some of them still import some raw materials from one side. So business are daily dying. Some little industries are closing up. So the whole system is bad. We need a new rethink. We need to come to the table and sit down and decide how we are going to live as one country, where there will be equity for everybody, where one man will not, or one group, or one section will not say, oh, without them, nobody can be there. Where all of us will sit down and say, this is the law, and the law should be one. In Nigeria now, we have the penal code, we have the criminal code. The penal code is used in the north, the criminal code is used in the south. How can it be? Nobody sees anything wrong with that. A country that has a secular system, some countries up north, they are propagating Sharia. They are using it to even go against non-Muslims or moderate Muslims if they go against the rule. Is the Sharia law above our constitution? It is a matter we have to discuss. Let us know where we are. If we want to do both of them side by side, let it be written there. If not, let the concern of the country be respected. But for me, I don't see any need for another election. Even this one that has been done today, at the end of the day, you will see here the manipulation. At the end of the day, they'll say go to court. When they go to court, they will give the judges money and everything will end the same way, the same circle. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Electricity, welcome. Can I come back to you after Exro? Yeah, Exro, you have the floor.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening again, my brethren. Sometimes when we proffer solutions, it appears that some people are just arriving at where we arrived at maybe 7, 8 years ago and decided that everybody, because I remember that at some point, everybody decided, okay, let's go get our PVCs. Because I know that electricity is about to come and tell us how we can recall people who are doing, because I know we've had that argument before, how we can recall senators and people who are not serving us well, how the system can still work, how we can take people to court. We are some of us have arrived. We arrived at that juncture some time back, and we said, okay, we are going to use the system to fight. But we can now see that even those systems are the systems being used to capture the country more and more. As it is now, you cannot vouch for the judiciary. You cannot vouch for the legislators. You cannot vouch for the executive, that even the ones carrying on the whole wahala. I think we have passed the stage of elections. We have seen how every part of this country has been occupied by the wrong hands. You cannot take away that which feeds your predator. We are now the prey. Because he has not touched your own family, doesn't mean he's touching us in different ways. Just the other day, somebody went to the hospital. He didn't come back alive because the hospitals are in shambles. And that's a country where people get sick at least once or twice a year of malaria or typhoid. That means you might go and be diagnosed of something wrong, be treating something else while the disease is busy eating you up. Everyone is in danger. So if you cannot fight for anything again, fight for your life. At this point, we should not be talking about, okay, election is going to save us. We have seen that it cannot. The current administration is doing everything possible to put into every nook and corner his own urchins that will do the bidding. So it is gone. It's gone. Now, what I think we should do is find solutions. How we can reach, because I know that this broadcast cannot reach people in the villages. And that's where you can see hardcore people who can come out and protest. Because me and you now, we cannot protest. If they say, let us go and stand now in front of bullet, everybody here has children. We'll go back into our house, into our homes. But there are people who are still feeding on daily basis. They go out, what they get is what they feed on. And everything is being taken away from them. Even if they go to farm, they are being people are waiting for them there. They cannot, some of them cannot go to farm. We can see what's happening in Agatu every day. Almost, I cannot count how many times they've been kidnapped, killed, chased away. They're chasing some away from their lands. It's a country that lacks empathy. Very soon, we can no longer go to our villages because we don't trust the roads anymore. Between Lagos and Ore, a lot of things are happening now. The same thing in all the roads. So everything bad has happened. We have gone past elections. We cannot be thinking of elections anymore. Now, what's the next stage? I believe we're all wise. We know what we can do. The information has to get to the villages. That's why people like the Muhammad guy could come out and say that things are okay. We are not better than other countries are not better than us. When we can see, you can even see that of all of us here, we are all from the south. Why are we not having people from the north? What's stopping them? We should let's even start from there. What's stopping people from the north to voice their opinion? What is that thing they are scared of? What is that? Because they are the ones who are even suffering more. If you don't know, the other day they slit the throat of so many rice farmers in one of those states. Or are they not human beings? The government is not reaching those places. They are for them, they are not part of the map. So I don't like to. I believe we all know that the system is engaged, and trust me, if you go to the international community, they will only come to your aid when you have started doing your own fight. They only come and negotiate. But if you cannot fight, they like the status quo. Let there be peace so that your people don't run out and come to their countries. They like it. But once you start the problem or you start the shutdown of the state, then they see that it's no longer functioning. Then they start to come and make peace. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much, Exro. Electricity, you have the floor. I was just wondering, how long are you going to stay? I might need to just take a quick break.
I can come back later on, but once I finish talking, I will leave. It's not my intention. Good evening, all. And for those in the platform, Fad, I got your message. Good evening to you too. Exo, you decided to highlight my position. Thanks for that. Okay, and that position will forever remain. So I'm going to ask us a question.
Electricity, is it 308 or 306? You really like all these Pojo's car numbers.
If I may ask the Floyd question, particularly X0, what exactly do you want? What exactly do we want? What exactly do we want?
Sorry, permit me to answer. Electricity. Do you feel we can use this system to change our current predicament?
Yes.
You think election we can fight through election with everything you've seen?
Yes, we can. You see, the alternative to bad government is just you and I. Take it or leave it. Until we all stand up to defend the core value of our constitution, we will be running in circle. Write this thing down, X0. In the next 60 years, if we are still alive, take note of this, quote me on it. We said it yesterday, we have to quit this blaming game and take ownership, acknowledge ownership. I don't do it again. I don't play ethnicity or religious thing because it is not it. So I ask again, what exactly do we want? What do we want? What do we want?
Can I say something on what do we
Go ahead,
want?
sir. Yeah.
Yes, we want a system that works, just like we have it here, where you live, where I live. But the current people who run it now, the establishment, they have been so entrenched in it because it's working for them and it's not the true system. So we must change the institutions. And as currently being run in this country now, in our country, Nigeria, the institutions will not change itself, except, like you said, we the people come out and demand a change. Changing its own means having overhauling the constitution, and not just overhauling it. We have to come together and sit down. We've known our problems since independence. Many of them are still with us today. We have to come down and sit down and discuss them. Since independence, we've not sat together as Nigerians and discuss what we want and say this is how we are going to move forward. It has been a carryover from the military to present day. You can imagine we are running a concern that was bequeathed to us by the military. And people say it's working, but as we say, you can see it's not
Let me
working.
stop you there. Let me stop you there. Are you familiar with the Constitution? Have you read it?
I've not read everything, but I'm familiar with most of these provisions.
Okay. Can you cite one provision that you disagree with in the Constitution for me, please?
Okay, let me even start with one. The Constitution says we the people.
Okay.
So is it not a lie? Are we the people that put it together?
Okay. Let me now ask you, if we are going to amend that aspect of we the people, what are we going to put there?
We are not going to amend it. We need to sit down together and discuss Nigeria. All the ethnic groups, because okay, see what we have in Nigeria is a cluster of different ethnic nationalities. Before independence, that was how they came together and sat down and decided to have a country. We can't be running away from this electricity. It will not work if we don't sit down together.
No. What are we running away from? What are we running away from?
Electricity, the country is not working. You know it. Some people feel they own the country.
Electricity.
Some people feel they own the country. Some people want to dominate. Some people want to dominate others. Are you denying the fact that some people are not saying they own the country and they want to dominate and have their way every time? Is it not a problem?
Sir, with due respect, I will not be dancing around this problem that you and I know very well. But like I said, the solution is right in front of us. Okay? And I will say it again. When we start with our legislators, some people come here to say, don't let us send money back home. Don't let us send money to people. Maybe they will wake up. We can equally tell our people that, listen, we have to start to hold your legislators accountable. And that is how we will fix the system. And I'll say it again, I'll repeat for the record. The only way, some people don't like that word. The only way, one way, let me take away that only. The way we can start to change this thing, because these people think they are above accountability because you and I makes them to believe that they are above accountability. No one is above accountability. As it is, they fear for their own life. Only because you and I have not started, I use the word you and I, myself inclusive, have not started to do anything about it. Until we start to push The election has come. That boat have sailed to the IC, and it has drowned. It's not coming back again. So just forget it. So until you and I start to do something, then we will get to where we are going. So it's not the issue of the problem. We know the problem. But it is the issue of the citizens to stand up to defend the core values of the Constitution. It is the Constitution 25% was used to argue in court. They are not idiots. But we've placed ourselves, don't take it personal, I use the word we, I included myself, we've placed ourselves in that position of idiot. They are not idiot. They went to court with 25% and they won gradually. So if we are going to remove that 25% so that they can reflect on all states in Nigeria, including Abuja itself, then the citizens must have to take their legislator, put their legislator to work. That is how it is done. So we are here saying, oh, they are not as smart as, they are not smarter than us. They are not smarter than Paul. They are not smarter than Scribe. They have one head like you and I have one head. They are afraid of their life more than you are afraid of your life. So if I ask you now, that 25% that is in the Constitution that was used in the court today, how do you fix that 25%? How is it going to be fixed? I'm asking you now, sir. How do you fix that 25%? How do you get rid of it? By sitting down here and talking? How do you get rid of it?
Well, if you want me to respond, I will say that 25% is not just the only problem. You are still going back to the concern that I said.
I
To me, the concern is flawed.
on the 25% right now that was used in court. Can you answer that? It's not the only problem, but I'm asking you, how do you fix that 25%?
Well, you've said it. You said it is for the people to demand from the lawmakers to look at that aspect of the 25%. But so that the law will be clear, because that and was in it was because the court manipulated what that and meant. It was not specific. So the lawmakers have to make it. If you want to remove it, you can remove it. If you want to still make it that Abuja requires 25% of the vote, they will make it clearly. They'll say and 25% in the FCT Abuja. To put it that way, that settles that one. It's a simple thing to be determined if they want to do it that way. But we have problems. What will be beyond that? Okay, what of the electoral law itself? The court says INEC can use manual counting. That was what the Supreme Court said. But INEC was giving so much money. They even brought it into the National Assembly, and it was reason that electronic voting, electronic transmission of results is necessary. But the Supreme Court ruled something else.
So we need electoral reform, including electoral reform. Is that what you're
saying? For me, that no. I'm not saying that. Me, I'm for a total overhaul of the Constitution.
How do you go about that total overhaul?
That is why I said that all ethnic nationalities that make up Nigeria must come together and sit down and discuss Nigeria. We have many teaching problems, not just this. Election is not the problem. Election is not the solution. Electricity. Election is not the solution.
We only have one problem.
Election is not the solution. Election is not the solution.
Sir, we only have one problem. That problem is you and I. We don't have any other problem. We only have one problem. You and I is the problem.
How is it?
Can I come in?
How is it you and I?
Can I come in?
How is it me?
Go ahead, sir. Mr.
Good evening. Good evening.
Please, I think both electricity and NWBC are all correct. There's no one solution. The electricity position cannot solve the problem alone. NWBC's position cannot solve the problem alone. I think at a point, two of them may be combined. Because the issue of making changes when you talk about constitution is not as easy as you said it. You're elected official. It's not easy to. You say nobody is above accountability. So many people in Nigeria are above accountability. In theory, nobody is above accountability. But in practice, some people are above accountability. Let me ask you a question.
I will have to leave.
Do you know that the court have ruled in the past that is the political party that sponsors a candidate to election. And when an elected official decamped from his party to another party, the person loses his office. So many people have done it in Nigeria. Nothing happened. Are they not above accountability? People even took them to court. The court allowed them to remain there. When the court,
Are you asking me a question or you are making a statement?
I'm asking a question and also making a statement. There is state capture.
Okay, what's the question? I'm a bit confused. Can you just ask me the question, then you make a statement?
Yeah, let me finish my statement. I will leave you the question.
All right.
If there is what they call state capture, the Nigerian states have been captured. Both the judiciary that you think you can use to make things right, both the legislators that you think can make the good law that you need. For you to make any constitutional amendment in Nigeria, you need how many states legislatures to sign on to it? Those controversial issues that will change Nigeria, there are some particular states in the country that their legislators cannot sign it off. They cannot. No matter what you want. No matter how you pressure them, they won't sign it off. And those are constitutional changes. Let me leave it at that.
What's your question?
One more thing. One more thing, electricity.
Hold on,
you remember that.
He said he wants to ask me a question. What's your question, Mr. Steph?
The question I want to ask you is what I've asked it earlier. Do you know that according to the electoral law, constitution, whatever, when a political party sponsors a candidate to an office and that candidate wins the election and he comes from his party to another party, his seat is supposed to be declared vacant. How many times have it been implemented in Nigeria? And are you aware that there are some cases like that have gone to court? And how many of them have the court overturned? That's the question.
I'm gonna answer the question. Your question. Your question is answered in the same way I have answered every other question.
Mr. Scribe, please, can you put me on backstage?
Okay.
Thank you.
The problem still lies between you and I to hold our legislators who make this law, who are supposed to carry out checks and balances. None of them are doing such.
How do you hold them accountable? How do you hold them accountable?
Read section 68 and section 110. That is how you hold them accountable.
You mean to record them? You mean to record them? Because you've used that before. You use the word record. Is it to record them?
To the floor.
It is
electricity. You don't want electricity.
Hey guys,
in an ideal country it can work, not in Nigeria. You know, a lot of manipulation goes on. How are you going to get INEC to even go ahead with that?
If there is no solution to the problem.
Electricity.
That's why I asked the question earlier. What do you want?
Electricity.
Guys, there is no solution.
Guys, I'm gonna have to mute.
Hold on there. Hold your peace first. If you know there is no solution, what are you doing here? If you know there is no solution, let's say our Lord's Prayer and let's go and sleep. Let's say our grace and say the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love. Let's go and sleep if there is no solution.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
I didn't say there's no solution.
There is no solution. Let's go.
Guys, I want to go for a break. Okay, everybody.
Scribe, I give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go for just to cool off. Show is here.
So the only thing though is that in as much as we are looking for a solution, electricity solution is not practicable. That's just it. The solution is not practicable.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. how to, just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you everybody. My watch is now over. Mr. Show is here to guide the conversation further. I really appreciate everything that you guys have said here and everything. You know, it's been an honor. I'm going to have to take a rest and allow Show to take over. Show, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Electricity. Good evening, gentlemen. I came in just to carry it on for another 90 minutes maximum. I wasn't meant to be here at all today, but
sorry, so somebody's mic is on, so it's making noise. Olumide, is your mic on? All right,
okay,
thanks.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to carry on for another 90 minutes. So UK time, I'll be here till 7:30. That's around the time Forefather would normally come in. If he's watching or listening.
I don't think it's me. I muted.
Okay. Thank you, Lumide. If Forefathers is watching, you know, we're both in the UK, so there's no need to convert the time. I'll be here till 7:30 UK time. That's another 90 minutes. So I'll just guide the conversation. I'm not going to say much. I would, you know, let the, you know, gist flow. I've watched most of what's been going on. We've kept it respectful. We've kept it civil. So let's keep it that same way. And you've, you know, self-moderated. People are speaking and ending in reasonable time. So please don't hog the mic when it comes to you. Just to make yes, I've been in the comment section and I've read everything you've said. So just quickly, guys, before I before I hand over to you, just to make said, sure, you're meant to be in the comment section. I've been there. I just didn't type. There are times I go to different platforms, even here, and I just read all the comments. I won't type a word, so you're not even sure. You know, you're not aware that I've been reading everything. So I think it was you, just to make who said something about the wrong medicine being or wrong diagnosis. I think you said in the comment that, just for you to know that I've been reading that, is that the fault of the government? Let me tell you quickly. It's the fault of the government because human beings in general would break any law if there's no check in place. That's the way human beings are. So in the UK, in the US, anywhere where you see that people are not diagnosed in the wrong way, it's because they know that there's consequences. There are consequences. If you diagnose people wrongly, if you give them the wrong medication, there are severe consequences. Look at the doctor that's been harvesting organs in Plateau. I think it's in Plateau. The minute it was found out, quickly the enemy disassociated themselves and said, it's not one of us. That's what happens in Nigeria. You know, because there's nobody to check them. People will do whatever. In terms of giving the right medication, in the UK here, I'm not sure if you live in the UK, I can tell you 10 hospitals in the last 12 months that have gone live or implemented EPMA. That's electronic prescription and medicine administration. They've gone from paper-based to electronic. That is the government funding it. But I know that this would quickly shift to, oh, we don't have the money. That's what it's going to shift to. We don't have the money to implement it. But I'm just saying this to let you know that the government is behind improving these things. The CQC in the UK, they are the body that go around hospitals and rate them. Oh, here comes Forefathers. CQC will go around every hospital and rate them. It's like when they rate your school, Ofsted, or is it Ofsted or Ofsted? Yeah, they'll rate the school. So you can look at it and say, okay, I don't want my child to go to this school because the rating is poor or good. That's the government behind it. So you cannot say that if a lot of our hospitals are, you know, diagnosing people wrongly, you can't exempt the government. What's the point of the government? So I'm just saying that to say, yes, the hospitals have a fault, the people might have a fault, but for me, the buck stops at the desk of the government. If you clamp down on a few of them, things will change. Look at the act. I mean, we have so many laws in Nigeria. Look at the lady that, you know, lost her life in Abuja, that was taken to the hospital when she was pushed away, stabbed and pushed out of One Chance. And the hospital shut their doors. We have a law in 2017 that was passed that anybody shot by whoever taken to any hospital should be attended to. You can't turn them away. You can't say we need police report. We have that law in Nigeria, but is the law implemented? Is it enforced? If the government had made examples since 2017, When they made that law, that lady in Abuja would be alive today. So anyway, I won't hog the mic like I promised. X0, okay, I see you raising your hand. You wanted to say something. Please go ahead quickly.
While you were saying what you were saying, I was just speaking the same points we were raising before, that the system needs to be overhauled. Because I think you're picking on the hospital issue. While these hospitals you're talking about, or the ministry in charge, they are all lackadaisical. Most of them, they still go abroad for their treatments now. Shebi, most of them, all the ministers and from the president down, they go abroad for their medical checkups. So we know they don't care. And these hospital administrators know that there's no check. There are no checks and balances. So once there are no checks, they are small gods. They can do what they like with anybody's life. The other day, Mr. Ebu just lost his leg. Maybe if he was in the UK, they would have diagnosed the treatment and treated him better. And he will be walking with his two legs. You know, I just said it here. We are all in danger. We have so many small gods who are out there ruling their small worlds. There is no check because the system needs an overhaul. The system has been captured. And that's what we were trying to say to our guy here, Mr. Electricity, who believes so much in the system. I, for one, I don't believe the system can change itself. I believe at some point, I'm not going to profile the solution that's going to help us. I believe we are all in it together. Some of us are better off. There are some people who are down the ladder. But I know that there are countries where, okay, say for instance, Mandela was one time tagged a terrorist. I wouldn't tell you what he was doing while he was tagged a terrorist. The likes of Mugabe, he was one time a terrorist. They were gun running because they had a reason to fight. Where my own solution lies, like you asked, Mr. Electricity, the solution to our problem lies in us asking ourselves what we really want out of this union. The South and the North need to know what they are doing together. What is that thing that unites us that we can eagerly die for? There are things that unite us. There are many things that unite us, but we cannot see it because we are blinded by our own immediate problems. We say these people are the problem, these people are. No, we are all in it. They are equally suffering from their leaders. We have one whole basin called Nigeria. It's not working for all of us. We need to find out what we can equally die for as Southerner, as Northerner, as Middle Belter. Once we get that right, then we can now unitedly fight for it. As it is now, we're all fighting for our individual races. That's why we are getting no mileage. But as for the system to work for us, the system is totally gone. It's totally gone.
Thank you, Xero. I'm not sure in what order, but I'm sure most people have spoken. So okay, Electricity, I'll let you speak, then I'll go to Matt because I think Matt is just fresh. I've watched the whole show and Matt, hasn't said anything. But go on, Electricity.
Yeah, thank you, Zero. You said we are blinded by what unite. Correct me if I'm wrong. There are more things that unite us than divide us, which I've often said. Our ethnicity unites us than divides us. But some people will gaslight it and say, oh, we are divided in the line of ethnicity. Right? They use it to divide us. No, they don't use it to divide us. It's we that choose to divide ourselves. And in the broadcast yesterday, I played the clip again. And I said, those leaders we've had, it's not about ethnicity. It's about their selfish interests and wickedness that they never had the citizens at heart. Somebody in the comment section made a valid point. I don't go in the line of ethnicity, but let me highlight what the person said. He referenced Olumide. He said, Olumide, your president is a Yoruba man, and you are still clamoring for a Yoruba nation. Can he not wake up and say, I declare a Yoruba nation? Because it's not about ethnicity. They just use it to throw it in our midst, and we now think it's about what? It's about ethnicity. If we look at each other here now, we are from different ethnicity. but we want the same thing. We want the country to be better. So it's not about it. Our values, our ethnicity, our religion, if we cannot use it to unify ourselves and fight a common goal, I said it to myself yesterday, my ethnicity, my religion is as useless as even myself. If I cannot use it to effect change in a Sero's life, if I cannot use it to help the elderly, Mr. Alama Fule, then my ethnicity, my religion is as useless as the world itself useless. We all want the same thing. And I will stand on my position. Take it to the market. Take it to anywhere you want to take it to, until you and I start to defend. We may disagree with some certain sections. Do you think I agree with every section of the Constitution? The answer is no. Let me tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Corruption is enshrined in our Constitution. None of us, most of us are not aware of it. And until that corruption is amended, is completely removed, corruption is enshrined in it without us knowing. And that is why matters we go to court. Court will tell you that that thing is in your constitution, and the court will respect the constitution. So until you and I stand up and say, we got to fix this thing, it will not be fixed. We must stop blaming, stop this blame game. It has never taken us anywhere, and it will never take us anywhere. I yield the floor. Thank you, Sean.
All right. Thank you, Electricity. We hear you loud and clear. Matt, welcome to the show.
Yeah,
what's the weather in
sure,
Barcelona?
sure.
Because it's freezing in the UK. What's Barcelona saying?
Man, the same is going on here. It's freezing everywhere, you know. Everywhere is getting a little bit cold now, you know. Just we are getting prepared. We will just you know, set everything ready to wait for it, you know. So that's what I can say for now.
All right, good to have you. I'm not sure if you've listened.
Huh?
I said that's good to know. I'm not sure if you've followed the show. Just waiting to hear your opinion on the things that we discussed, the current election in Imo, Bayelsa. It seems a lot of people are just talking about Kogi and the Imo. Bayelsa, talk about Bayelsa. If you have anything to add on the Bayelsa election as well.
Anyways, is the elections that is happening in those places is as good as, will I say, it's as bad as what has happened before. The same old news, the same thing coming out from it, people writing results before the election date and all that. Dino Melaye shouting like ever before. Nothing has changed anyways. Nothing has changed. But sometimes I don't know if I'm to be angry with electricity. I don't know if I should agree with him. In fact, he's putting me, what he's saying is putting my head, kind of fire. I don't understand. But sometimes, because I've been watching you from the background for these days, I've been with my kids, I've been doing a lot of things, I've been seeing some yab in this place. Because sometimes when you bring some, examples, it will look as if maybe you are trying to that is trying to quarrel with someone, or you want to disagree with someone. It is difficult for people to understand that when you are calling people to come on the table of politicians, that you cannot beat the rich. That is not the place of dialogue. That is a place to share the national cake. These people don't have any business with you, with what you are saying, electricity. Yet all the time you said about constitution, someone gave you asked a question. Even what makes me to come into this program right now, I would have been on the background because my kids, they are sleeping. I don't even want to wake them. But what made me to come in is this person, Ndubisi, was telling you the constitution that you have is rubbish. You can't build it can be something or nothing. Record them. Someone gave you a clear example of someone contesting in one party, jumping into another party. The constitution made it clear that that person will lose his position. Still, you don't want to understand it. It's still the same politician that you want to go riding on their table to discuss what? I wanted you, when you are asking, my question, my own solution to you, what you are asking of solution is this. I want to ask you, electricity. How many people in Nigeria, back in Nigeria, have you today convinced, make them to stay in? Because when I'm telling you, I'm going to use myself for an example. I was here during the time of presidential election. I was giving reports, the people that I convinced, both in family, both outside the family, both with my Facebook, both with everything. I can tell you hundreds of them I convinced that followed the right path, that was on the wrong path. This is what you and I should be doing. All the things that you want to be asking or putting someone, or asking someone, what do you want to do? What is the solution? Those people, when the NSAS people wake up, the young people wake up, this is always example. When they wake up to fight, you saw what happened. Up to today, electricity, how many times have you come here, agitate about those children that died? How many times have you come? Because this should be our national anthem. Every day we come, we should be hitting on it. Justice to this, justice to these people. The one you are saying, you are even going far, the one that is very hard, the one that is election, where they are using to rob the whole Nigeria, you want to get in there. Even the one that Nigerians are begging, give us this. They map out only 5 items. They have not given them. That is not inside constitution. And you want to get into the constitution. I mean, all this, this your, I don't know, understand, this your Senate and House of Assembly and all that. You have to keep that crap. If you want to start it from the grassroots. You just leave it, don't even disturb any other person. When you start doing it, keep telling people, grassroots, begin to educate them. Look at what this guy is doing. Rufai Oseni in Arise. Look at what he did, building a school, a place where he's training scholars to teach them the way to go, how to be a leader in Nigeria. This is what you should be telling us. When these people are coming up with resources and with what they have known already, they can foster, regain strength to fight whatever they are going to fight. This way of, trying to say these people, you go, you meet them. Do you know where you are going to meet them? In red chamber, where they are praying for each other, where they are sending prayer in the email. Is it where you are going? Look at the people LP. Look at the LP people that we voted in. None of these people. That is what even that is making me go crazy. None of them, they share them the money, SUV. They took their money. They never came out to debunk it or say they will not accept it. Is it the same people that you are going to fight? We, ourselves, campaign for them, fight for them, vote them in there. And they went there. You see what they are doing? So Mark, all these things that we are saying, I'm only trying to I'm not trying to say what you are saying is not right. But we get it outside first. Harness it outside. When the forces go, the forces will not take it. But you see this one, you are moving. Let me give you an example. I know you may not agree. You may not agree. You may not agree with Nnamdi Kanu. Most of the things we are shouting here today, Nnamdi Kanu have already said it. But everybody we are listening, the one that we are taking is the one maybe as a human being, he might have said something out of anger, the one he did not say right. Those one he said that is coming true right now. Nobody is listening. Nobody want to take him serious.
Matt, and what's the solution? So you have can I come in? Have you spoken? I've listened.
But I have already given my solution. I have already. Did you hear me?
Sorry, Mr. Oti, can you hold on 1 second? He wants to.
I have already given my solution. My solution is every one of us, like electricity, always want to go to the house and to the red chamber. The red chamber electricity have now is the grassroots, the market women, those people that they are using as a majority in the north. Those people, the grassroots, educate them first, get them along with you. They can die for you.
May I?
All these things that you are doing, all these things that we are doing, always red chamber, electricity. If you get there, they will swallow you. You are only one person.
All right, thanks, Mark. So
may I answer your question?
I don't think he has a question for. He doesn't have a question. He's only saying that he thinks that your campaign should not be to the elite or the middle class, like you call most of us here. He's saying that take your message to the grassroots, go campaign to the market with the people on the street.
Thank you very much. If you claim to be following me, I don't know, somebody's mic is on, so I'm echoing.
It's fine. I've sorted it. Carry on.
Okay. If you claim to be following what we're saying, unfortunately, Ovie is not here, sadly. So at least he would have actually defended me rather than me trying to defend myself. Because we did reference, if he's on the background, she's watching, because we did say we need to go to the grassroots. And I know what I am doing, so I'm not going to come out and be saying what I am doing. I was at the election, 2023 election, February. I was an unofficial INEC person. And I know those I've been able to have a chat with. And I will continue to do so. And my stand on Section 68 and 110 is not going to the red and blue chamber. Is to the grassroots, those in the grassroots, that this is what we need to do. So let me clarify that to you. So it's not, when I come here to speak, I speak so that we hear.
Sorry.
Mr. Oti, may I finish, please? Stop interjecting, please.
I want you to clarify, please. Sorry. What message are you giving them at the grassroots? That's what is important. So
Mr. Oti, may I finish, please, with due respect?
Okay.
Do you mind?
I'm trying to help you to clarify, So I want to know what's the message.
May I finish, Mr. Oti? Do you mind, please?
Okay, let's calm it down. Go on, electricity.
It's all right. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, electricity. Matt, Oti, welcome to the show.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just, because you talked about going to the grassroots, which is a good thing. But I just wanted to know what's the message you're giving them at the grassroots, because that is really what is important, So I think I've listened to. I've been listening for the back, at the background, and I don't believe in talking too much. Some of these things are quite. It's just that most of us, like to hear ourselves talk. Now, electricity. So, and again,
vex me. I like talk.
Okay. Now the thing is this. So the question was put by electricity. What are we going to do? And also asked what is the wrong with the constitution? Now, to my mind, yes, there's a problem with the constitution, but it's not just that. Even much more, it's much more fundamental than the constitution. Because we have to understand this constitution is a law, it's a set of laws that are meant to guide, a political community. But then those that are entrusted with the governance of this political community, if they don't believe in the first principles, the rule of law, that people are accountable. So it's really pointless, trying to, throw the constitution on the table, quote the constitution to them. They want to obey it. They won't abide by it. The things they do are quite flagrantly against the constitutional provisions, but they do it all the same. So now, the solution really is a broken system. I think we have to allow the system to collapse. we really have to be frank and brutal about it, because we've seen how it works. We've seen how the system works. It's a broken system, a broken constitutional order. What else can you do? Now, because people have lost faith in the judiciary, the courts are giving decisions that are contradictory, that you cannot really follow as a matter of, precedent. You said a court has made a decision, and then other lower courts or courts of equal jurisdiction can follow. They are contradictory all over the place. So somebody has said, and that is the correct description for it: a state capture. So this is what we're dealing with. As I said, the first principles, they don't believe in it. They don't believe in the system that is, that they are part of the system, that they are accountable. They are, they obey the law. They are above the law. So, and again, if some of us, we listen to the vice presidential candidate of Labour Party, that it was quite clear. And I think it's a clear analysis. And it doesn't have to really talk too much. It's come to the point where an illegitimate regime, people have committed crimes against the country, against the people, and crimes ought to be punished. In the long run, it doesn't matter how long it takes. So the system really has to, it can be patched up. And by the way, the things, if we even want to limit the analysis to
please put me at the background.
So if you want to talk about the constitution, now, for example, the constitution, is it functioning well where we're supposed to be a federation, but in principle, but in practice, it's not a federal system, it's unitary. The president has all the powers. So what kind of constitution is that? Again, it's not a good one. It's not serving the people. So if we really want to talk about the constitution, and then the constitution, for example, creates what this thing we call local governments, on the basis of which resources are kind of distributed, which is again unbalanced, right? So it's in any way you look at it, it's wrong-headed. The country is not going anywhere. Look, as it is now, the people really have to protest at every level, and see to it that this regime that is illegitimate, and they know it is, but because it's a force of, what somebody called the force of lies, because so that is what is in force at the moment, and that's the system we have. We see what this election that is going on. What do you think is going to come out of it? What good is going to come out of it? The people is not a responsible government. It's not about the people. Look at what they're doing. They're spending money, budget, borrowing. Is it for the people? Do they care? It's uncaring government. So what do you?
Okay.
That is the reality of it. Only that maybe how do we get to that point? But all this, it doesn't take too much analysis. Or philosophizing. No, it is simple. But that he made the simple point. And again, something that he said, that the common man is the last hope of the common man. The judiciary, as well as the other arms of the government, have been hijacked. Captured, true and true.
All right.
So, to me, that is.
Thank you, Oti. I'm glad you don't want to say much. Imagine if you wanted to. My oh my! But thank you for your submission. I'm sure a lot of people agree with your point of view. There are people who totally disagree as well. But Concerns, good to see you. I know you always come with fire. You don't come here to play. I'm not sure if you're hearing me, but it's your turn to speak. Have you been following the elections in Imo? You're muted, my brother. Let me unmute you. Okay. Yes, go on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Show. I really like what people are doing. I can always say you guys are the one that love Nigeria.
I knew that was coming.
And come out here to lay your opinions. Well, if I want to concur with Mr. Oti and also electricity. But the thing is this: where our electricity is getting it wrong is this: telling people to go and record their members of the House members. The House members you voted for, you didn't vote for them. Most of the majority of the House members, nobody voted for them. So it's difficult to bring them back. And these people are like, members of the House are like husband and wife. If they allow you to recall one back, they know that they're in danger, that they also, many of them have to be recalled back. So they won't allow such a thing to happen. And again, I want to talk about the judiciary. Everybody blames the judiciary. But when the judiciary is doing the right thing and the government starts going against the judiciary, nobody rises up to defend the judiciary. So that is where we are getting it wrong. When people say citizens, before this war Palestine, the Netanyahu want to change the laws of the judiciary and some of the judiciary. But the people of Israel rise up. When Buhari was threatening the judiciary, using the SS to threaten the judiciary, nobody rose. So how do you expect the judiciary to do the right thing? If they know that if they do the right thing, they'll be killed by that same government. If the people don't rise up and defend the judiciary. So that is the problem Nigeria have. The problem Nigeria have today is this. If the whole people want Nigeria to be good, everybody, the northern youths, the eastern youths, the western youths, every tribe, all their citizens have to rise up against the ruling class. If the people don't rise up against the ruling class like revolution, the country cannot go anywhere. Because even the police whom we are looking at, can you imagine that up to today? How can a police in Kogi, the SDP man says that SDP governorship candidates say have been attacked more than 30 times. The last one, 3 police officers died. Up to the police, if you cannot even arrest those thugs that kill the police, the police, that police are even against themselves. How can police not arrest somebody who kill police? But they are listening to the people who are paying them instead of supporting their colleagues. In a society, a policeman is dead, killed by a political thug. And up to now, those thugs have not been arrested. So that's the problem. If the police cannot even arrest those that kill somebody, that kill their colleague, then how do you think that the country can move forward? How do you think that the country can move forward? So I believe that for me, if the citizens are ready, they know what to do by rising up against this government. If they cannot do that, the country will continue to be in shit because nobody can rescue the country. If what Wike is doing in Rivers State, well, every government is doing, everybody is doing what Wike is doing. In Ebony State, the man that put the government in Ebony State is doing what is what that man? That is the former governor. He's holding that man that he put there in Torrance. He's holding him. He cannot do it. That man cannot even do anything. He's also collecting his part of his every month money. So in Lagos State, the same thing. Every state. So how do the citizens liberate themselves? Everybody have to come out. No, this is not about the West coming out or the South coming out. It's all the whole youth. Because as I can see now, the country is between the youth and the elders, those that call themselves the stupid elders. You see what happened in Imo? What happened in Imo? The other day, some elders, where these people used to come and say, we are Imo State elders, is what I don't know. We are representing the Imo State. We are representing the Imo State people. Are you representing me? Did I vote for you to represent me? When you go there, go and talk rubbish. Defending the people, you are defending, instead of defending the NLC, you are defending Uzodimma. That is nonsense.
Okay.
state elders went and they said that instead of them to defend the new governor, they said that they're defending the Wike. How can you defend the Wike? Wike is holding you to ransom. You say you're defending him. So the fight now is between the citizens, the young men, the young guys, and the stupid elders. That's not the problem. So if young men in Nigeria, they are more populated more than these stupid elders. If they can rise up and they take back their country, that's where they can get it. But if not, nothing will happen.
All right, concerns. Thank you for that. Electricity, you're going to ask your question in a second. You said you have a question for the panelist and maybe the comment section.
Yeah, I mean, just like a drama, I want to throw a question in the form of an hypothetical drama here. Okay. I stand on the position of the Constitution. Let's destroy it. Hypothetically, let's have in our head that let's destroy it. It's been destroyed right now, hypothetically. So, how do we go forward from there? That is the drama I just threw on the platform. And for Mr. Matt, I hate to be personal at times, but maybe to buttress a point, I'll be personal. I shouldn't be here sitting down clamoring for one Nigeria, because out of negligence, I lost my own child in Nigeria that is 9 months old. But because I believe the country can do better. So next time when you want to lecture me, try to find out my story first. I'm not going to lecture you if I don't know your story. And I know what goes on back at home because I frequent home. So, but as far as I am concerned, I know the pains of people on the ground there. I feel the pain. I have a friend who called me yesterday. Guy, I can't take my car from mechanic because he needed some amount of money. I have to give him. So I know the pains. I shouldn't be clamoring for a change in that country if I tell you the things that have happened to me. So when else you're going to lecture me, I will appreciate you find out I know my stories. But I won't come here again to start to tell you about my personal life or the things I do. I also don't approach life in a pessimistic attitude or approach, because what is happening could be happening in our personal life. The way I approach it in a pessimistic attitude or in an optimistic attitude. So that is the drama I threw out. And I think I have made my point clear. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Electricity.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, commiserations. It's sad to hear your personal story you just shared. God is the one that kept you, and we pray that
Electricity ask a question
family with you.
Sure.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. Can I attempt maybe, an answer to the question turned up by?
Yes, we'll come to you. We'll come to you. I was just, just addressing what the Electricity mentioned. You hear such stories and people.
But please, I would like to.
Yeah, just hold on 1 second. It's only 8 of us. Don't worry.
No, a little bit about electricity.
Personal, which is more important than maybe not more important to some of to everybody. But I just wanted to address what he mentioned, his personal story, and just to also highlight the fact that quite a lot of people are going through a lot of these things. I'm sure most of us, if they ask us, it might not be direct family, but friends due to negligence and all this silly things going on in Nigeria. And that's why we all come here. And that's why sometimes when people question our commitment to Nigeria, I sometimes wonder the fact that people take out time on a Saturday where they could be doing God knows how many things, and they go and sit here for 10 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours, even if it's half an hour, it shows that you care. If you don't care, honestly, some of my friends look at me and they think I'm crazy. Like, sorry, what are you doing? Why are you there? Why do you are not even hosting the show like you must go? They don't. If you ask them who was the last governor of their state, they don't know. These guys have disconnected. There are so many Nigerians like that. So for those of us who come here, even if we disagree, even if we have different answers or solutions, it means that we care. So I don't think we should be calling each other out in the sense that you don't care, you don't care. We might disagree on the way we want to get there, but we are all going to the same place, or that's where we all have same destination in mind, a Nigeria that works for all of us. But Oti, I'll come to you quickly. You wanted to say something.
Yes. So the question. Can I go ahead?
Right, go on. Yes.
So the question, what happens if the constitution is, kind of, if it is, if the constitution, is no longer there. Okay. In other words, if we have a regime, it's a government, purportedly governing under a constitution. So it will require, a new constitution, a proper discussion amongst Nigerians, people of Nigeria. Really, they have to face the question: are we really a country? And what kind of country are we, or do we want to be? So in Nigeria, this entity, this place called Nigeria, has gone through various stages in terms, speaking about the constitutional conferences until we have what we have today. So, any of these discussions could be revisited. There's nothing, it's not set on stone, and it's not a given, it's not a fact of nature, Nigeria as we know it. So Nigerians should have that discussion. I think should feel bold enough to have a discussion about their destinies, either common or separate, the peoples of Nigeria. At least we can, that is possible. So it's not, but then we can just leave it to these people that are, elected, quote unquote, now ruling Nigeria. Not because they are sitting pretty. Nothing affects them. So really, the people that that own the power, sovereignty lies in the people. So they have to reclaim their sovereignty. Ask the serious question, and then in other words, the government has to fall. This regime we have, this republic, is not a republic. It's a fact. That's political realism. We should stop kind of deceiving ourselves, wallowing under the delusion that we have a democracy. Which democracy? So let's face the truth. Let's face the reality.
All right, thank you. Exera, I'm going to come to you, then I'll go to Steph. But before that, I've just seen news that the update on the governorship election results submitted to INEC IREV portal so far. So Imo have submitted 70.98% so far on IREV. I've not checked, but this is from the cable newspaper in Nigeria. So they're saying 70.98% of the results from Imo is on IREV. Bayelsa have got 72.73%. And Kogi have submitted 65.14% so far on IREV. So for those who are interested, you can check on IREV. If it works, you'll be able to see the results so far. But Exero, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say something. Since you've given me the floor, let me just say a few more. First, I wanted to know a little bit about electricity story, so maybe I can understand it better. And I don't think you wrote a book, so maybe you can connect with me later. Tell me, I like to know. I'm one of those people who are lucky enough to have all my family intact. It's just grace. But I'm scared every day. Every day I get a call from that country. I'm scared to pick my phone because the system has so many ways of destroying family. So electricity, please try to get to me and let me hear your story. Then what I wanted to say is, before this election, it appeared to me that the status quo had a little bit of respect for us. If you observed, in some states, they were coming in with armor tanks because they had a little bit of respect for us. They thought, yes, these guys that did this NSAS, if we do what we're about to do now, they will destroy this country. So let us set up some things. But up to this moment, Ojo, nothing. So I think they've lost all respect. In fact, they have finally concluded that they have won. My suggestion has always been that there is no solution that is a bad solution when you are at the rock bottom. When you are at the rock bottom, there's nothing you do to try to get up that is bad. I'm not going to tell you guys what is the next step. We all know what to do. And it is not totally out of the picture. In Niger and in other countries, their military have done this. If our military cannot do it for us, in Zimbabwe and South Africa, they did it by themselves. If we cannot maintain that option, we can still come outside, stand on the streets, and say nothing is going to move, and stay there. Because we are not getting anything, so we better just die. The country has been taken away. I don't know how many times they will talk about. And if say they've lost respect, if this administration pass first tenure, well, the next one is that they will soon come to your house and tell you, you are not the owner of this house. Get out. I will leave it there. I don't like to talk too much, but we all know that we have not done it.
All right. Thank you, Xero. I think your point was clearly made. Matt, I can see you raising your hand. Is it going to be brief? Just a quick interjection because I'm going to Steph. All right, quick. You're muted. Mute yourself, please.
Okay, sorry. It's going to be quick. Xero, this is, I just love what you said. I've not met you before, but I have been listening to you. I just love people going, back-to-back action and saying it the way it is. Like you mentioned of NSAS, you mentioned of what happened in Niger. All these things I mentioned about sensitizing the people that's back there in the grassroots. He sure says something also about it. I heard him saying something about it. Let me tell you, you see these people with their paper constitution. I'm sorry. It is going to be a little bit difficult. It's not your own will come in, but when the deal is being done from outside against them, then you take it by force. And when you tell them what to do, they do it. You see now they are in control of everything. So I can't, see your name very well, but you said something again concerning that. All these things are the things that we are supposed to be talking. This is the solution that electricity is looking for. You see, when the masses rise up, say today, let Kukumado, you have robbed us everything that we have. We are left with nothing. Let's just end it all. Because I gave you an example. You see these answers that we are not talking about that happen in Nigeria. That is where I knew that Nigerian people, they are very wicked in heart, in mind. That we can be discussing answers as if it is something they went there to play football, they lost and they come back. This is how you know the way Nigerians reasons. This is how you know how we look at our politicians. Do they call those boys? Have you ever seen them one day in that their Senate? They remember the highest demonstration that has ever happened in Nigeria, the youth to rise up. NSAS, have you ever seen them call it out, call it up, say this thing these boys did, or these young people did? Can we try to look into their case, those things that they mentioned, and then see how we can even start to solve the problem? Have you ever seen them? They will not do that. This is the kind of people that you want to be removing token they have in the constitution. If you remove this one, you put this one. If they will still leave loopholes there that they will use to grab you on the neck. When you go to court, they will strike you all the things that you have. They did it in 25%. They did it in many ways, in many things. Do you believe today that 25% that they will judge that case against in favor of the current president? This is the kind of people that you are going to be removing. The constitution should be scrapped and then find something. Somebody says something. We, who are the we? Who we is the military. We don't know anything about it. They impose it on us. We are following it. When you want to talk about we, you say something, sir, about the constitution? Jonathan did it. I think Obasanjo also did the same thing. The Jonathan, national conference and all that. Can't they recall it and see what is inside there and see what they can do? They are still in the red chamber. This is the people that you are calling, and this is the people that you want to face. Sir, I'm sorry about that. This is where I will leave my case for now. Let me yield the floor for another.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Matt. I was sharing a screen just now. It's something I saw on the Guardian newspaper today. I mean, it's not news to all of us, but the way they've just put it together just brings it into perspective. This is what 22.5 billion naira that they've included in the supplementary budget. These are very urgent issues, according to the people in charge of Nigeria. These issues they're very important. They cannot wait until the next budget. And someone mentioned it that, look out for the next budget. I'm just hoping that this government would rein it in a bit in terms of their spending. I might be hoping against hope, but I can only hope. There's not much I can do apart from hope that they will rein it in and feel the pulse of the nation and act accordingly. There's no way you can tell, people who are going through very tough times that these things you've put on this supplementary budget are very urgent cases that cannot wait. Dodan Barracks, 4 billion. Renovation of the residential quarters for the VP in Abuja, 2.5 billion. Renovation of the official quarters of the VP in Lagos, 3 billion. Construction of office complex in the presidential villa, 4 billion. And it's just crazy when you think about these things. For me, I think these are some of the things that should get Nigerians angry. And this should not be anything to do with party. Nigerians should be able to unite behind things like this and say, we are not having this. This cannot happen under our watch. This should cut across party lines.
Matt, mute. Sure. I want to ask you, from what you just brought now, I want to just say something. Do you see? I'm just putting it to you now. You brought it. This is what we were just saying. And this is the people that they say that we should go and speak rapport. I'm asking you now, Shop, please. If it is here, they will say, por favor, please. Can you convince these people with this useless, whatever they call it, they bring it to Nigeria? You and I, can we convince them in the present Nigeria, the way it is now? Can any of us convince them? When you know how Nigeria operates, whatever they bring on board on a paper, you can never make them to change it, because they have already planned where those money are going. They know they are not using it for that. It's for their own personal interest. So you can, when they talk about the yacht, whatever that happened, do you see where they say they are passing that money education? Do you know that is a steal? Do you know that is stealing? Passing it there. That when they say they have got for yacht, people now raise alarm. They said education. Are you going to, who among us supervises education, the fund in education in Nigeria? Who amongst us? How? So we know, or they know that people are shouting education. They now say education. They silence everybody. They will now from there be sucking what they are sucking. I'm sorry to say this. You see, when Odu Mama, Odu Papa, 100 years, to 90, 50, 10, 20, when we never go for street, sit down, leave market, leave office, decide that today, we give them 1 month. We stay outside with anything that we see. That country, if you no change, no say, I know they tell you the truth.
So let me just add one.
I need to go to Steph.
So let me add some gas to that.
Make it brief. I need to go to Steph. Please make it brief. Go on.
Yes, let me just add some gas to that. You know that this vehicle that they wanted to buy for the legislators, they interviewed one of the legislators on, I think, was it Channels or Arise?
Both.
And he was just spewing Yes, yes. And he was just spewing rubbish. That he has cars, and in fact, that car is just is small money. I mean, the way he said it's because of the Nigerian road. Yes. Yes, it's because of the Nigerian road. That were not the roads that were not built by the Nigerian government. And apart from that, the Nigerian car makers that they refuse to patronize because they are not using Nigerian metal. The metal that is Ajaokuta panel that they refuse to resuscitate. I mean, I don't want to. I don't
Those
want
guys
to
are very
sleep.
insensitive. They're very insensitive. Steph, apologies. Thanks for your patience. We've come back to you. Paul, your camera is not on. So once your camera is on, I'll bring you back on. Casey Parker, welcome back. I thought I saw you earlier, but we'll come to you straight after Steph.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. My brother electricity have left, but I still wanted to talk back on the issue of the constitution that he believed that is going to solve our problems. It's always good to be optimistic, and when people question other people's optimism, doesn't mean that they themselves are pessimistic. You understand? So, in everybody's right, I think we're all optimistic. But the Constitution of Nigeria is not written for the masses of Nigeria. The Constitution is written for the political class, in the sense that those that are in authority, the Constitution is meant to protect their interests. Do you understand? Because if you look at the Senate, the legislator said we should begin to recall when they don't do our bidding. That's what I asked him. Can you brief us on what the process is in recalling a senator, a legislator? And he didn't do that. But if you check at the first step, he said that more than half of the registered voters in that senatorial district have to sign a petition. More than half.
Steph, sorry to interrupt you. Casey Parker, sorry, be like say you know where top one. You can't get all these mood light and blue lights. Waiting you they run for your side. As part of the rules of the show, you have to wear a top, please. My brother, slip a top on, and we'll bring you back on with your mood lighting and topless. Sorry, go on, Steph.
So a situation whereby the Constitution said more than half of registered voters. What is it telling you? That this Constitution have already been designed in such a way to make it difficult for you to even contemplate recalling your elected official. What does it mean? The Constitution is written to preserve their interest. And after signing it, there'll still be another stage where INEC will investigate the signature. So if you scale through the first stage, the second stage, they'll tell you all the signatures are fake. And that ends it. So the process, how the Constitution come to be, that's when somebody asks the question, we the people, who and who was part of the Constitution? A Constitution that who know how everything happened during the military regime. It's only in a country like Nigeria that all those things were allowed to stand when we purportedly said we've entered a civilian administration. The first thing that, if the political class did not see that Constitution as something that is going to protect their interests, the first thing they would have done immediately they came to power is to say, okay, no, see this document, we're going to jettison it and prepare something that is going to be for the people. But because they've looked at the Constitution that brought them in after the military regime, they say, wow, this thing is actually meant to preserve our interests. That's why since that time till today, even those that say there will be constitutional review, once they entered into power, they will tell you, keep it aside. Maybe when they were about to go for a second term, they will make some insinuations that will look as if, okay, we're going to take it serious. Once they win their second term, they say, keep it aside. And they will go, another person that want to rule will say, okay, once I come in, we'll do constitutional review. We'll know the stand of Tinubu when he was in opposition in Lagos State as a governor. We know that he's not going to do anything about any constitutional reform as the president. Why? Because it is meant to protect his interests, that constitution. This is a country where the military, that's part of the constitution we're talking about, started creating the states after the 4 regions. And since they created the states, was at the same time when they destroyed the federation, government started sharing money to states instead of the regions that contributed money to the federal. So those are the part of the constitution that you tell me is the best thing that we can work with, the best document. Those are the fundamental problems of the country. The constitution that did not, we are practicing federalism according to them, but the constitution is a unitary constitution. And you are telling me, yes, that's the constitution you should work with. That with it, you can change so many things. What can you change? You're not going to change nothing. Somebody talked about grassroots, encouraging our people to go to grassroots, go for councillorship and local government. My brother, I don't know how close you are to that grassroots. Being close, I mean, how do you monitor things going on in that grassroots? Even if you're a young person at that level, for you to be part of that councillorship or local government, you are being inducted into that elite political class. How do I say so? There's nothing like election at that level. What they do is that they look for the governors and the political class in the local government, look for somebody who's going to represent their interests. If it is a PDP state government, they look for a PDP person that's going to represent their interests. They will nominate him, and there is no election. The states have their own electoral commission. So even in the past, when the opposition parties will be gearing up that will be going to be election, they will just write the results and ratify it. And to shock you, I have a cousin that is a local government chairman today. That's the process. He was just one of their political meetings in the local government. He would just call us, okay, we are nominating you to be the chairman of so local government. And that is it. Do you know that there is how many millions? I'm not going to be specific on that. He pays into the governor every month. There's another one that he pays into the former governor that recommended him every month, and some other interest groups. So when you talk about what they do with the money, it's not as if they take all the money by themselves. That is what is happening. So when we talk about state capture, maybe some of us need to really understand what that word means. It's going to take, many people are not comfortable with that word, so I'm not going to use it. It's going to take an extraordinary thing to bring that change we're talking about. Don't tell me it's going to be a gentleman's arrangement or appeal to people's conscience or say you must do the right thing. This is what the Constitution says. Do you know the Constitution more than them? God bless all of us.
All right, thank you. Olumide, we're going to come to you. Then from Olumide, we'll go to John Abad and come back to Matt. But before that, I'm just going to read out a few headlines that have come through in the last couple of hours. So there's the headline, armed robbers attack APC agents and they take away 1.5 million naira meant for vote buying. In Yoruba, they will say, Olegbe. So armed robbers attack APC agents and take away the money they were meant to use for vote buying. Also in Bayelsa, APC thugs attack corps members, steal result sheets. I see another one here, quite interesting. Labour Party governorship candidate loses polling unit to Governor Diri in Bayelsa. So the LP candidate lost his own polling unit. Dino Melaye has called for the cancellation of ongoing governorship election in 5 local councils. Quite interesting. I just think if things like this continue, it would lead to voter apathy in 2027. A lot of people would lose interest and be like, what's the point? But Olumide, we'll come to you.
Thank you, Shu. So, I just want to talk along the line of solutions.
Go on.
Like what people say, we've been saying all of this over and over and over. And then, the solutions on how to make things, to move things forward. And I think that even as we see, even as we focus on INEC as one of those institutions in Nigeria, I mean, we have a systemic failure of institutions in Nigeria, and I think that I just want to also use this opportunity to kind of enlighten majority of us, not just on the panel, but also people
Please turn down
watching.
your TV or something. It's a bit
Okay, people watching right now, and those will be watching later, that everything is supposed to work. When so in society, every structure, every institution of government is supposed to work together to kind of form a cohesive unit to advance the cause of the people. The federal structure, the state structure, and the local government structure. But we seem to be focused on only the federal, which I mean, understandable. They make policies that guide our lives and the nation as a whole. But also, it's very important too that the governors, we should be focused on the governorship election too. And if INEC can get it right, then maybe and allow the people elect who they want to lead them. They control a lot of resources. They control a lot of allocation every month. And then when we hear and see some of these governors stealing money or some godfather asking that he be given 2 billion naira every month, this is money that can change and change a lot of lives. Also, very importantly, governance at the local government level and councillors. It is very important that we must have a free and fair election. The constitution aside, fine, but also it's one of the tenets of true democracy. If you can't have a free and fair election where you elect and choose people that will represent and lead you, then it becomes difficult for the society to advance. If people keep rigging themselves into places of authority or governance, they will continue to steal money, and nothing will happen at those local government levels. There are so many things that are wrong, and this is where we need to start getting it right. A governor should not be imposing local councillors, local government councillors on the people, so that it doesn't want to be asked questions. Like, for instance, what happened in Ogun State in the past couple of weeks, months ago, where a local government councillor spoke out, or is he a chairman, spoke out, that the allocation that was meant for them was not remitted to them, and that the governor, rather, wasn't remitted to them, and he was asking questions about the remittance, about what the money was meant, because this is how the lives of the people are touched. The local councillors, based on that constitution, they also have powers to enact provisions for their constituency. The chairman, let the people let them, if they allow them to elect who should govern them from the local councillorship position, the local chairman position, chairman of a local government position, then they can begin to choose people they know will advance their interests and bring programs or bring institutions to their local government. That is what true tenets of democracy is all about. Fine, the presidency, we all focused on that, but we need to start encouraging ourselves. Perhaps if we start to focus on those small minute things, then we can begin to grab it. As we focus on the presidency, we should focus, because the state governors control the state's independent electoral commissions too, and they, I'm sorry to I'm going to make bold. They also rig. Those state independent electoral commissions rigged today. They are an hindrance to a development of our society, because they want to control these people so that they can control all the funds coming to them.
All right, thank you, Lumide. Your
so
point.
We should look at everything in the totality.
I agree with you. This is a very important one, and this is quite close to home, because you and I were both from Ogun State, and this example you made is from Ogun State. That's the Jebu East local government chairman who accused Governor Dapo Abiodun of not releasing their local government funds to them. And swiftly, the guy was invited by EFCC, DSS. He's been impeached, by the way. He has been impeached since he called out the governor. You know, they've ganged up against him. They said they diverted funds, and he's been impeached. That's the sort of system we're dealing with. You know, and I remember you said it a while ago when that case started, that these are the sort of cases people should rally around and
That's
support
right.
that
I
guy.
mean,
You
it's
know,
not about
Wale
party issues.
Adebayo, you know.
And that is APC. It's not about
It's
party
APC,
issues,
yeah.
but
But
it's about issues.
he dared to
Is
speak
he
up for
right or
local
wrong?
government, because our local government they're useless. I don't even know why we vote and bother about local government chairman and councillors. They don't do anything. They're like boy to the governors. They're like, you know. Anyway, we go to Jonaba. Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me on show and fellow panelists. How you
Have you
guys
been
doing?
following the election?
A little bit. Yeah, I think I saw some disturbing video from Kogi State where they already came to the polling unit with their different result before the vote started. I think maybe that is one of the reasons Dino is calling off some of those areas. I don't know why, but it's very disturbing.
Okay. So, so what do you think this means for 2027? Because you know these are some of the concerns people raised, and you would expect that after the 2023 February elections, I mean this year, you know, the sign of progress would be that we have election few months after that, and we'll see progress. We see less of the shenanigans we saw in February, but it looks like it's only getting worse. And this is why some people have concerns and say we're not interested. We don't want to know. We are not voting. We want to leave because these elections are not true reflection of the people's will. What would it take for us to see changes?
I said earlier in 2027 there should not be wasting of billions of naira or millions of dollars to run the election. Especially I'm talking about the presidential election, because if people's vote does not count and they have to spend so much money, what is the need? They can give it to those that, whether it's palliative or just save the money somewhere, and after that we can start all over again. Um, because if ordinary Nigerians are ringing election for the power that being, they are also suffering like any other person, even though they may have taken a little token as a bribe to go and do that because they don't see beyond their nose. They are robbing their children, born and unborn, by doing that, by not allow free and fair election. Whether they are police officers, the INEC official, whosoever is participating to carry out such criminal act and disenfranchising citizens. We thought that is going on. It's shameful because not that they are free of anything like that money will save their generations. So if ordinary Nigeria will be ringing election for the elite, it's a long walk to freedom.
All right, thank you, John Abba. Matt, anything quickly before I go to Paul?
Okay. I just want to cite an example based on you see that people's choice is the greatest thing that can ever happen in life. Look at what is going on in Abia State. Is an example. You see, when people voted and say this is the person, there's no way 200,000 people will be wrong and maybe 10,000 people will be right in the kind of politics that we play in Nigeria. Wherever you see masses putting their strength, know it that there is something, not that 100%, maybe 60% good will come out of it. But wherever you see the politician putting their strength on a particular candidate, in fact, 0% percentage of nothing will come out from that person. Look at what he's doing in the Twitter. He will say after the meeting, he will tell you what the meeting is all about. what is going to produce after the meeting. The people that are involved, asking you, in case you have something that are missing, please don't hesitate to inform us. This is how democracy should be run. Now go to Imo State. You see, what do they call them? INEC people, they were having meeting. Press people, they were inside. INEC whatever in Imo State to tell them that they should all off their camera and go outside. That they have, I don't know if it is a secret court. Maybe I don't know what they are discussing. That is the kind of democracy that we are talking about in Nigeria that is going on right now. Look at what happened. Billboard, where people will bring out the face of the candidate, they are billing them money that they cannot buy because they want a particular face all over Imo State. I mean, this is the same thing that is happening as what we have as president right now. The same thing, they are doing the same steps that the head has taken already. So, I mean, Nigeria, I mean, it's just typical. Two examples. You check this one, you check this one. Nigeria now will choose, because I know, because that why I'm saying this thing in Abia State, because I'm parcel of that place. I know what I'm talking about. So I know the energy I put in. I know the people I convinced. I know what happened. The woman that was INEC chairlady that day, clean our eyes, say that we will not suffer again. God use her to do a good job. That was what this Yakubu man would have done in Nigeria. This man would have been a hero in Nigeria election today, but he chose money. He chose money. But history will judge all of them. If things did not turn up the way I'm seeing Nigeria going now, all of us, even including them, they will not like it, the outcome at all.
All right.
That's my own. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Welcome back, Paul. I saw you were earlier, and you're back now. What's the latest, Paul?
Well, I think Mark has already said nearly everything I want to say. The system is just being, I keep talking all the time that sometimes we blame ourselves too much. We blame the people too much, even when we know that what the people can do is what they are doing to some extent. But the institutions are the one that is just bastardizing everything. You understand? And strong men in that institution, people can't just choose to say, let me even go abnormal, even when we know very well that abnormal is the normal. But in Nigeria today, the reverse is the case. When you do normal thing, you are so weird. You understand? Because if you hold position of power, you are there to make money. They even give it name. It's called workshop. They give it all type of names and everything. You are going there to make money. So that is the expectation people expect from you, family, friends, everybody. That is what they expect from you. So the man who chooses to do the right thing is very, very abnormal. But if we have a couple of these abnormal people around this position of power, that is where we can start seeing solutions. Like there's this funny phrase that they give in Nigeria. They say, when two elephants fight, the grass suffer. Of course, we can fight these elephants. You understand? But when they fight themselves, it becomes solution for all. There's something Wike said some months past that I really like very well. Wike said, I'm using oil money, 13% to develop my state. Delta State, what are you doing with your money? Bayelsa State, what are you doing with your money? That make everybody go back to their own state and ask them. Delta State, that's true. What are you doing with your 13%? Because we are not seeing what Wike is doing in River State. But guess what? We cannot challenge this Delta State. But when a state who get the same money like that said so, everybody come out to challenge their governors and everything. This is how I want to believe how things work. So we might cry for all we care, and we are doing it, and I believe we are doing it very well. But when they choose not to give us listening ear, it just makes it look like we are not doing anything. talking about, I go back to the NSAS again. Remember NSAS? Remember how Davido had several meetings with Inspector General of Police? Remember how they went for different meetings, Aisha, Yusuf, and the likes? They went for all type of meeting. So it just sounds like we didn't do anything. But the people from their own part, what are they doing with all the information they collect, all the things that they collect, all the happenings that went wrong? Let us even do things the right way, like they did in Rwanda. The answer is just no. So continuously, we'll keep talking and talking and talking. Because one step ahead of talking, you're going to get, they're going to label you another type of name. One step. You know, I say these things sometimes when I say it, people take it out of context. I started Dokubo fight for his people. But when he started fighting for his people, the government called him militant. Today, you and I, we keep calling him militant. You understand? Even when the Niger Delta has been bastardized, they take everything. So few people who come outside, they've been talking, they've been crying. We've seen the lives of Ken Saromiwa. We see the lives of so many people who have fought in that region. Nothing comes out of it. But the few people who said, okay, maybe it's this language they understand. Let's use the language. They're quick to give them name. You understand? They're quick to give them names. So it is better. I want to believe that it's still better we keep talking and do all we are doing. Look at the Kogi election today. The election is just so funny. Look at the election. That governor is a young man. He's way younger than me. You understand? People don't understand. Why don't you keep your name? Try to write your name in gold. You understand? Why doing all those things? You understand? In my little way, with this my little 10 kobo, I know how many of my classmates, friends, family celebrate me. Even when I know, knowing fully well that I'm a poor man. You understand? But because of one step of that poor man that I am, is that I can feed myself and I can pay my bill. But I'm a poor man. You understand? If I show you my wallet, I have over 10 credit cards. If I'm rich, I don't need credit card. You understand? I have credit card to support. You know, but people celebrate me. I'm doing well with that in that aspect. Why would somebody want to take the state money? Somebody want to control, somebody want to do this. When you, as a governor, you seen clearly precedent. We've seen Oju Zokalu and Theodore Oji. We've seen Wike. We've seen Oshomole versus Tony Anene to Oshomole versus Obaseki. We've seen all the Godfather that none of them went well. We've seen Fubara and Wike today. But guess what? A young man is still about to do the same thing. You want to forcefully put somebody there, failing to understand that no matter how you force this person there, tomorrow the person is still going to betray your trust. You understand? Yeah, like my good brother Parebu show. When thief steal, another thief will take from the thief. Then the other one will cry.
Yes.
You understand? You know, and then but it just
Sorry,
okay.
finish, Paul.
It just kind of funny. It pains me a lot when I see what is going on. I'm seeing country. There's something my very good friend, forefather, will always say. The foreigners who come to our country, who steal everything they are stealing, they take it back to their country as a means of subsidy to make things more cheaper and easier for their people. I live in a border, 2 hours, I go to Mexico. In fact, I don't even have dentist insurance in America. I want to go see dentist. I just go to Mexico. It's as cheap as spending $400 in America. I can see my dentist in Mexico for less than $25. But guess what? The way you hear about Mexico, oh, they are bringing drugs like Trump to tell you. Do you know how much? Do you know Mexico also have oil? Do you know Mexico have oil like the way Nigeria have oil? And they steal Mexico oil like they steal Nigerian oil. Do you hear anybody from this, my own part of my world said, oh, they are stealing Mexican oil? Well, it's okay for them to steal because it's a subsidy in America. Nobody complains. But when they bring drugs that buy their own kids, then they complain. Mexican is bringing all these things and is killing our children. They're turning our children to lab rats. They are turning our children to junkies. They are turning our children to this. This is just how it works. These governors, Why don't you get the general masses at your own side? The governors are worse than the president. The governors don't want the legislative arm, the state house of assembly, to have their own immunity to run their own thing. The governor hijacked them. The governor literally, because state is the one that conducts state election, not federal. The state election is just waste of money. It's more or less like 100% an appointment thing. Anybody that is just doing that thing, if you are doing it from opposition space, you are just doing it to make noise very well. When you make noise first time, second time, you cross to that same party. Now they will look like, okay, this one, the people like this one. Let's bring him to our party and give him position. So if you are contesting local government chairman in PDP today in Lagos, you just want to use PDP as a forum to make fame for yourself. First time, second time, you cross to APC. APC will compensate you dearly that, and a strong man, he has potential. We can use it to pursue some other position. This is how they run the state. So the governor hijack local government, hijack state house of assembly. It's just funny. And what I don't understand from federal point in this, local governments get their money directly from Abuja, but the state and the local government only have joint account. The constitution said it that the governor should just oversee. Oversee simply means you can audit them, you can do anything, or you don't take their money. Or the governor take their money from one local government to another local government. The allocations are differs. It's different. It's different. It's not the same. But the governor take their money.
Paul, you are very right. The fact that they have a joint account doesn't mean that the governor should take the money and not account for it. They are not supposed to touch the local government money.
It's not even supposed to take the money. He's not supposed to take the money.
They will select from their party who is going to be local councillor, who is going to be local government chairman, so that they won't be questioned.
No, nothing. They hijack all those things very well. But the federal government never even fight the state that is giving 774 local government money. The federal government never even fights the state on that aspect. Nobody is testing those cases in court, So it just pained me. Sometimes somebody brought a solution that I really like very well. Say, how will somebody like Dangote can contest a local government chairman? Let's see the governor that will want to seize his allocation. You understand all this so-called nonsense state man, Edwin Clark. Okay, just go contest local government chairman. Let all your stooge do your work for you. Like as we have an 81 years old Joe Biden, president in America. Edwin Clark contest local government chairman. Maybe if nobody touch your money that way, through you, some other persons will achieve like that. But nobody's just, my brother.
Sure, let me add up something. I want to go now, please. I just want to, because of forefathers, I want to watch forefathers from background to see how he will respond. Because forefather always talk about, because all of them today that I have time, I need to respond to all of them. He always talk about security. I want to tell him, do you know in Nigerian police and in Nigerian army, as soon as you are passing out, I will call names. I will call them, but I will not tell the person that tell me the person that gave me the information is from the right source because he is now retired. Do you know that immediately you are passing out as a military, as a navy, as a whatever you are passing, as long as it's security in Nigeria, they will present to you form, Obodi, Amok, Ikank, anyone that you like, any type of occultic whatever you have in Nigeria, they present it to you. Now you are passing out. Tomorrow you will say they are not promoting you. Now you have it, feel it. They will be coming in open to present it. Tell me that how can you now get such security that you are looking for in Nigeria? I will leave it for you. I'm going. Bye-bye.
Okay.
But you dey fear. Why you no join Oboni? Why you no join Amo? Why you say would fear too much? Join all of them.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm putting it to him. I'm going. Bye-bye.
All right.
Next time.
Take care, Mike. Forefathers, welcome to the show. I know you've come to save the day. Thank you for that. Dr. Alexander Gomez, yes, I still have your number. Just reading your comment. So I'm just going to touch up on two things quickly before I bow out. Sid, good to see you, brother. Two things quickly before I bow out. Let me show you this quickly. for those of us on social media. It's a good thing that I don't tweet. I'm on Twitter, I read a lot of things, but I don't tweet myself. So this is our Minister for Communication and the rest of it, Bosun Tijani. So people have decided to bring some of his tweets up today. He's saying that if a Tolu, that's just a random generic name, and 20 other APC youths in the government resigned today, including Buhari's photography, Buhari would know. It's courage. Let's stop making excuses, please. Right? So that's Tijani, Bosun Tijani. Something else is said that's been brought up. He said, when will the toothless youths working at the Aso Rock resign their crazy jobs? Okay, so he's now a minister, and the reason why this is making the rounds is because of a statement he made. I've not watched the video because it might have been quoted out of context, but it was on TV apparently, and he said that Nigeria is one of the places where you have the cheapest data, where you can get the cheapest data. So when people say things like that, I disagree strongly. It's like saying, petrol is cheap in Nigeria. We had a gentleman on another panel platform who said cost of living in Nigeria is very cheap. Yes, it's cheap, but do people have the money to buy these things? You can convert it to pounds and say data is cheaper in Nigeria, but how much is the minimum wage? How much data do I use in a month? I use about 50 gig data in a month. If I add all these damages, I'm talking 500.
Don't worry about those guys. They are low budget go bells.
You understand? So he was quoted to say that. So people have come for him to say, we thought this guy was different. And he also tweeted this morning saying, yesterday, that he's wishing Hope Uzodimma, success, re-election. And he said, and all our other candidates. So people started saying, sorry, hang on a minute. You were never APC. So all of a sudden you're saying our candidates across Bayelsa and Kogi. So that's why some of his old tweets are making the rounds. That's something, probably to discuss if it's relevant. Another thing before I leave, Paul, you were talking about oil, and that just made me remember an article I read during the week. The governor of Niger State is saying that your oil, I'm sure you've seen that. He said the oil in the Niger Delta, he wants 13% because they've been providing water to the whole of Nigeria. And they are not getting their own 13% like
those clowns. Those clowns, please.
He said they're going to shut down the Kanji Dam if he wants 1 trillion naira in the next 3 months. If that doesn't happen, they're going to shut down the Kanji Dam. People should go and find water elsewhere. Those are the sort of conversations I think we can have. He's saying that what did he call it now? We will take the federal government to the Supreme Court unless the 13% derivation from our land, water, air, grass, and everything is given to us. So he wants 1 trillion naira, and Nigeria have to find that in the next 3 months. Otherwise, there'll be no water for anyone. But yeah, I just thought I'll bring those two things up quickly.
Look, I don't blame you.
Yeah. Once again, welcome. The floor is yours. I would sorry, Sid, I will leave. I'll watch on YouTube, then I'll come back much later in the evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Show. Yeah, have a great show.
Thank you for having me, and greetings to all the panelists and the chat and the viewers. And as always, all things before now is at an end. There are different rules now, and if any female is here, she's got the right to have a say, because especially when they are underrepresented. And I keep talking about security repeatedly, and this week I decided that what, Nigerians always talk about Machiavelli all the time. They talk about Babangida. During the time of Babangida, they talk about Machiavelli. Babangida is Machiavellian. He does all these sort of things. Nigeria politicians listen to Machiavelli so much and all the rest. So I thought, what? I remember that. I said, let me check what Machiavelli used to say and all that stuff. And I was quite shocked by some of the things I found out. Because people call Machiavelli evil and all the rest of it, but some of the things he says were fundamental. And this is why I didn't support Showore. Showore wants to use mercenaries. Even Machiavelli during his time said, bad idea. You use them, you destroy them. You have to destroy them because they are a danger to your nation, especially if they are from a more powerful country. And you see, when I talk about security all the time, it looks like I'm just making it up. Let me just show you one of the quotes of Machiavelli on security, so that people understand what I'm talking about. Okay, now that's the quote there. It says, the main foundation of every state, new states as well as ancient or composite ones, are good laws and good arms. You cannot have good laws without good arms. And where there are good arms, good laws inevitably follows. This is not may or anything. Inevitably follows. And when I keep saying this stuff, I didn't learn anything from him. This is something that I just deduced from just watching the world and understanding how it is operating. And I keep telling our people that these other people that are doing well, it's not because they are not divided like us. They don't have. When England is playing match and they are losing, Scotland, part of the same nation, is cheering that England is losing. That's how divided they are. But yet, this same nation went on to conquer the whole world. And we think tribalism is our biggest problem. Is we haven't sorted out our security. We are not responsible for our security. That's the problem. Our leaders have signed us up to foreign people to secure us. That is why our nation is not founded properly.
Father, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The way our military is structured now, do you think good arms can still save us from insecurity?
Yes, 100%. It's the only thing that can save us, not just will. It's the only thing, because that's what has saved other nations. It's not like it's made up. It's the thing that saves nations. And how our leaders keep talking about Machiavelli constantly, and they don't know this, or they pretend as if they don't know these quotes, is crazy. I can't for the life of me understand that. Something I can deduce without even.
Sorry, I don't think I quite agree. I don't think I quite agree with you, because there's no one who's going to protect you more than you protect yourself. In a situation where anyone else can say their mind, but I feel a situation where the military personnel in say an Igbo state is somebody that comes from the core north, that does not understand the terrain, there's going to be problems. Are there no qualified people of that same state to be the military boss in those states? You find that the most I think in all the 5 eastern states and even most of the southern states, the military heads are from different ethnic groups, and you want them. And with the way Nigeria is polarized today, you want those states to be in safe hands. I think this has a linkage, a nexus with the reasons why there are curfew fails, where there's a curfew after skirmishes, and still the doors are open to the opposition to go in and slaughter people again. I seriously think there's a nexus. That's why I say good arms in the hands of the wrong military setup will still be of no use. We need patriot military for this country to be rescued. What I see in the country is sabotage. That's what I see. I don't think we don't have good soldiers. I think we just don't have committed ones. We have ones that are sabotaging other ethnic groups. Don't forget that a top military brass said it.
I actually think we have
a top military brass said it. Yeah, exactly. I think we have good soldiers, but what I think is the politics has subjected us to what we have today, where
you are misunderstanding. You are misunderstanding. The idea is that we don't have enough. We have good soldiers, and what we have right now is what we should expect. I keep saying it. What we see in Nigeria today should not surprise anybody. If anything, they are overperforming. And maybe because foreigners are guaranteeing our security, which is like the United Kingdom or the US, are in a way guaranteeing our security. That's why they are, in a way, they are overperforming. Any other nation that is taking care of their own security that are in the state Nigeria is in, they will be in total anarchy. That is the problem.
I don't think you understand me.
Okay,
I don't think you understand. Don't generalize it. Don't oversimplify it. Major generals have come out to state what I'm just saying. Danjuma said it. He was a colonel. He was almost the head of state in this country one time. What's his name? The former head of state. Go on. His own state is in the same problem. And they said it, that they are colluding. They are colluding. These people are not just, I'm not trying to speak from the ethnic perspective. I'm just trying to say, if you get good arms, you need to set up the military in such a way that they will be like National Guard. Like, you're from this ethnic group, okay, you know this terrain better. You should be dominant here. You can protect your people better, so you'll be more patriotic. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we don't have
I get
good
what you are
soldiers. We
saying.
have.
I get what you are saying. A nation should allocate its military accordingly, depending on what is best for their nation. It doesn't necessarily matter too much. The way I look at it is that a knife is a knife. It doesn't matter. The wielder, once you have it, you have it. You can deal with the problems. See, this I watched Soviet Union collapse. I watched the Soviet the Russian state be controlled by mafia. 70% of the Russian economy at one point was controlled by the mafia and the oligarchs. Then when Putin came to office, within 4 years, I saw the nation bounce back. And I asked myself, what was the missing ingredients here? And that is when my mind started going towards security. That you will find it hard to get up when you are not strong. It's like that in any life. If you are not strong, you fall down. You are more likely to you find it hard to get up. That's why old people, when they fall, they need help to pick them up, because you are not strong. But when you are strong, you fall. You have problems like Soviet Union had, but they bounce back so quickly. And it tells you that is the fundamental problem that we've had. And we've had it. And when I looked at our history, we've tried to fix everything else other than that one. And there are two critical areas we failed: security and innovation. And those are the two critical ones that is mostly responsible for why we failed as a people. Yes, we know we are divided, but so are the Europeans. They fought Second World War, first one, they kill each other too. But those, because they have what I call that knife, they can always bounce back easily because they took care of the fundamentals. You have to always take care of that fundamentals, because you are looking at it on the board now. And when I was saying it, I'm saying it from experience. Like I just described the Soviet Union now. If you watch other nations that are less secure, that are more secure, they have problems too. They have division. Do you know Italy was not a nation at that time when Machiavelli was writing this? They were divided. They were fighting each other. They were not. If you think Nigeria was divided, they were more divided. They went on to create a nation in the end that we know as Italy today. They used to have Rome. They used to have Florence. They just were killing each other left and right. That's what forged him to be as he is, as he became. And this is at the core of the problem. His own findings, it's not he, me, he cannot say I have experience now. I don't have experience. I've not been a politician. But he has. He has been a politician. He has negotiated so many. They were sending him left and right. He has experience. And what did he find? This is his own submission too. This is his own submission. He couldn't. He used arms when I use security. Because it's just there. The data is there. Just check other countries. You will see it. And these are our leaders. You can insult them all you want. You can say whatever you want. That's why I said if Tinubu fixes the security, if he does what he says he's going to do for security, I will forgive him everything else, because I will know he has actually laid foundation for a true nation for once. Nigeria has never been a nation because nobody ever did that job.
Father, I have a question for you. If you want to fix security, do you want to fix security first? What type of securities are you talking about? Is it the security of internal or external?
All of them. You fix
all of
not
them.
to fight people. To ensure that
so
you are,
So for father, if you said for all of them, now don't you think please somebody you might want to mute that person.
Man, Uzo Carlo is here now.
This Uzo, sir. Uzo, send me your number. I might buy you one phone for this thing, for dollar store. You can come with this your.
I will send that for you. I will send that for you. No bad, made with that. Send that for you. Sharp.
Okay. Funny. So for father, what I mean by now, in terms of internal, don't you think we need great work to first of all work on the mind of the people? Because the police, when it comes to internal, even external, the way the British people train our police, the police were to protect them. back then when we have police. The police was to protect the British people, and they used them to torture us. Part of the Nigerian military and everything, they even took them to places like the Congo, you understand, to punish people in Congo, to punish people in Kenya, stuff like that. So I really, first of all, want to work on the mindset of the people. You see the way police put themselves more professional in the West. We enjoy it very well. That's why when you see few cases here and there, what do you get when you see when police go contrary to their ethics? It's always about race. It's not
Yeah.
it's not always about them. You understand? Because when it comes to them themselves, they bring out the best of themselves, where we find more professional, respect the people, and everything. But our own police, we are trained to punish the people because the British formed police, you understand, to punish, to curtail the people, yeah, and to use the Nigerian police to protect the British people. And the Nigerian police, from then till now, still have that mindset. That's why police can tell you, I will buy you, nothing will happen. And truly, the system will protect him, he or she. You know, so we might want to work on that part before you want to think of all this security, because the police, the military in Nigeria are very, very underpaid.
See, do you want to say something?
Like
go ahead.
here in America. But what I don't get is that the police that is well underpaid in the army now in America, they are well underpaid. We respect them. We see them everywhere. We tell them, thank you for serving, protecting our country. Thank you for serving my country. We respect the army. The army get all type of waiver here and there to go school for free, to do anything. They fly, they respect them at the airport, everything. Our own don't have those things. The army are not underpaid, the police are not underpaid, and they still use the police to torture us, even when they are not underpaid. Assuming that they are well paid and they use them to torture the people, it would have been a different ballgame. But what I don't get, Nigerian police is way, way underpaid. And they still punish us. So we might want to first of all work on the mind of the people.
I agree. There is something to be said about the way our forces are, put together right now. Yeah, Sid, go ahead.
I mean, security is critical. You said if Tinubu does something on security, number one, what was his plan on security? Do you know it?
Yeah, I have an idea because they presented it in Chatham House.
Yes. So what was it?
That they were going to increase the size of the police, increase the size of the military, and that they were going to get more equipment and have them work more closely together. The only thing they've done is synergy, work closely together. That's all they've been talking about, nothing else.
Listen. Nigeria is, gradually, this is the last aspect of you seeing Nigeria slide into a one-party state. Whether we like it or not, that's one. Two, Nigeria has never synergized in terms of security. Nigeria has never synergized in terms of security because Nigeria has a unique problem to itself. Nigeria's problem is very, very unique. Our security systems have been skewed, especially after the Civil War. And that fear of the aftermath of a civil war has always skewed our security. So we don't see security from the lens of patriotism. We don't see security from the lens of nation building. We don't see security from the lens of securing our borders. We only see security from the lens of individual nationalisms. So that has to change. And that has to change from the leader of the nation. That has to change from whoever is president to see that, look, I need to secure the borders of this nation. I need to see it from a different lens. And when you start seeing it from a different lens, things like proper roadmap of training, remunerations, different kinds of levels, a mind shift for all levels of security. Look at the elections going on. Is security not there? Three states. They put all the security in those 3 states. But yet the security operatives are the people enabling corrupt electoral practices. So we have an existential problem as a nation. The truth is that you see what's going on. This is just a precursor to what will happen in 2027. The nation, as it stands, has hit an iceberg and is sinking. It's a gradual sinking. What we're going to see, the results are very clear. For you can imagine, it's not been how many months, but results in every state. You could see it across the states. Results sheets were already ready. They have already overwhelmed the beavers. So INEC is completely, from top to bottom, compromised like never before. Enabled strongly by that same security. So we have a big problem. As it stands now, I don't think there should be an election in 2027. If I must be very honest with ourselves, there's not going to be an election, right? Because anyone that has seen the Tinubu playbook, this is the Tinubu playbook. It's just a gradual process. It's a gradual process. And then the nation comes into that. Now, Tinubu says, okay, I'm going back to your security. I'm going to employ many people into the security. I will give them corn. That's why they call him Agbado. You give them corn, you give them this. It shows there's really no thoughtful plan on security, because where he's fighting security is from a different lens. So until that discussion comes back again to say, look, we know what has happened. We know all the counter coups that have happened in this country. We know the civil war that has come in this country. But we need to see security from a different lens that's not based on our individual nationalities, but based on building a new nation. Until that happens, until the leaders in the legislation, the senators, the House of Rep, they see security as nation building. We're joking, because in the Senate, when they look at security, they will look at it independently. They will look at it from those nationalistic viewpoints. The Igbos will look at it differently. The Hausas will look at it differently. The Yorubas will look at it differently. And that's why we must come to this point. We're in a melting point now, where we need to look at it holistically. There's no place in Nigeria as we speak now that is literally safe. None. The farms are not safe. We don't know what is happening. We can't account for the Nigerian people. We can't say this is the number of people in Nigeria. Our borders are as porous as anything. So there's a lot of problems. So what Tinubu was saying in Chatham House and all that, those are gamemanship. And the time of gamemanship is over. Now is the time of leading a nation. But there's no blueprint. And you can't work without the most important thing being set in motion. So
I worry that we just complicate everything and we put everything in front of what needs to be done. Are we afraid that it's going to require something of us? Is that why we seem to be put it? I didn't see Machiavelli worry about whether you are divided or anything. He just said you need to do these things. I think somebody's echoing.
Forefathers, let me
Badly
answer
too.
the question. I think you need to get my perspective. I'm not saying that because of our division we cannot get it right. I'm just trying to tell you that because of the unique situation of the Nigerian state, where the president has enormous powers and control, that president must move above board and see security from a different perspective. When that happens, you will see the right things being done in terms of security, in terms of getting the right arms, equipping your people, and emboldening the base. Let me give you an example, right? The Israeli-Palestinian war. Prior to that time, Israelis have been on the streets against the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. Different factions on the streets. due to a lot of the judicial changes he was bringing into Israel. But as soon as Israel was attacked by Hamas, they dropped their political divide because they moved into seeing the nation.
It appears your mic is shaking. It's making a lot of noise.
Sorry, they move into, seeing the nation. They don't think of their divides anymore because they know that they are facing an external threat. So, because each prime minister in Israel has to always think like that. But Nigeria doesn't think like that. Our leaders hardly think. You can pinpoint very few leaders. Maybe I would say Obasanjo. And when Obasanjo started working on the military, he was able to use our unique situation and decentralize it and try and make it like a cohesive unit.
Sorry, can I come in?
It's very important that you can build on that. No worries, Oti, go for it.
Yes. So you've spoken very well. Now, forefathers. First of all, you said so many things. Okay, let me try and kind of.
I didn't say that many.
No, it's a lot, quite a lot. Okay, now, because let me start by saying that the fact that Machiavelli says something doesn't mean that it is necessarily correct or that it applies to our situation. Okay, everything is context based.
It doesn't matter though if it is tied to events.
No, excuse me.
Like I have found myself.
Excuse me. Yes, you've quoted Machiavelli, but I'm saying that he may be right. Whatever he said, his observation may be correct in his time and the circumstance. Now, but listening to Sid, really, I think the last thing he said, first of all, and I would say, let me just add, before I carry on, that you're putting with this security thing, you're putting the cart before the horse. I will explain what I mean. Now, Nigerian military, Nigerian security forces, you have to start by asking to whom are they, their loyalty, where does the loyalty lie?
To the nation.
Are you sure about that?
Actually, yes.
No, you can't be sure about that. They have said what, to whom they owe allegiance and loyalty. They didn't say to the Nigerian people, they didn't say to the Nigerian nation, they said to the president. Okay.
The constitution.
Okay. No, forget constitution. Constitution, nobody obeys. Are they taken seriously? So that is the thing. When I say that you're putting the cart before the horse, you have to start from the first principles. A nation state, a country, are we one? So where is the cohesiveness? Sid used the word cohesive entity, political community that is self-aware, self-conscious, and then you can begin to talk about this security thing. It is important, but security, the military or the police, what are they securing? Is it national borders? Okay, excuse me. These are the things that they have to be aware of. National borders, national integrity, our constitutional order. Are we certain of these things in terms of our national borders, right? Our national integrity, where there's scant respect for the constitutional order, for the rule of law. The very things that build a country. We don't have that. And then talking about security. So what are you securing?
Okay, let me share this again because you seem to miss the
look,
just calm down. You've just spoken. See, what is said here, which is something I found to be true. I gave an example with the Soviet Union, how quickly they bounced back. He said,
can I correct that?
Let me read that again.
Sorry, with the Soviet Union, listen, you see what you're missing, okay? It's not security. They had a visionary leader, a strong leader, somebody that is patriotic, somebody that believes in the motherland or in the fatherland, in the nation, in the Soviet poor people. That's what they had in Putin. It's not, and then it's
seriously.
It's all about leadership. You see, everything is about leadership. That is the one solution to.
Did you hear this guy say leadership here?
Yeah, you can say anything.
Where did you get your logic? I think you see this is it. Let me go back to this. I think the thing is we have been conditioned to think this way for some weird reason. I don't understand it.
Who conditioned you? No,
we have been conditioned to think that
like what
everything else other nations are not doing is what we should do to fix our nation. It's not. See, all those leaders we call great leaders, the thing they did was what Machiavelli said. All those great leaders you are talking about, from Lee Kuan Yew Mao Zedong, Stalin, all the things that they did is what this guy just said.
Okay, you want to show me what he said? Show me. And then
Okay, let's go back again. So you see, from Stalin, let me list it: Stalin, Churchill, George Washington, all of them, Lincoln, all of them. What they did is what he did. Let's read it then.
Okay.
The main foundations of every state, new states as well as ancient one or composite ones, like that of Nigeria, composite, are good laws and good arms. You cannot have good laws without good arms. And where there are good arms, good laws inevitably follows. Okay, so from that, hold on now. Let me finish now. From what he said there, arms comes first.
Sorry.
That's not what is written there, forefathers.
That is what is written. It says, okay, let me confirm. It says, let me see. It says, where there are good arms.
Yes, that's why I want you to make emphasis on.
Good laws inevitably follows.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay.
The adjective there or the emphasis there is good.
Okay, yes,
good
exactly.
Arms.
So,
not just arms. Good arms. That good
arms. So in the
if you elaborate it has a lot impact within it.
So you want to say
Sid. Can I just finish? Because
and that's the truth. If you have said arms,
so our arms is not good. Other people's arms are good.
It's not about the arm. It's about the intelligence behind it.
Yes, Sid. I think you
didn't say anything about intelligence. When he says good arms, it means strong military. Because that's why he advocated it in other areas too.
Forefathers. Can I allow me? Okay, I've seen the quote. Okay, and I agree with it. But then, as again, everything is a matter of interpretation, context. Okay. Now, so when he talks about good laws, and if it said he has actually quite correctly identified what I mean, good laws in our context. What do you think that would mean? Okay, good. Nigerian army. What? How would you describe that? What would that consist of? Okay, somebody has talked about. I mean, you have different parts of the country. Right, and then the formation of that Nigerian, what is the identity of that Nigerian military or Nigerian security forces? Is it, as I asked the first question, to who do they owe their allegiance to, and do every section of the country feel represented or protected by that military force? So
why do you always worry about representation and all the rest of it? Most of all the other nations. Let me finish what I'm saying now. You have been saying talk to, so let's have a conversation here.
Right. Okay.
Other people are like that. All the force we have, other people have them too.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're asking why do we represent? No. Listen. Now, because don't forget Nigeria, as again, you have to think about the peculiar circumstances of every country. Okay, we're not other countries. Okay, so how did Nigeria come about? And all these people you are referring to, you know what they went through before they forged the nation state, right? So we are at the point where, I mean, how many Nigeria put together, different ethnic, different nationalities, and then you think just one nationality, okay, can just dominate, and then we don't care, we shouldn't worry about representation. What are you talking about? You got to be real.
You see, hold on, please, hold on. This is something I consider. This is something I consider very serious. You see how people like Olata talk. I don't understand what is wrong with people. If I'm sure someone like Olata has probably studied Machiavelli. I just decided checking him out this week. He probably has studied him. You know full well Machiavelli, when it comes to security, he advocates. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Make the point. Forget about Machiavelli. It's just one person. If you
can I? You have said your own. Let me say my own.
Nigeria is structured.
Hold on. Let me say my own now. What do you even want your problem to be solved at all?
It cannot be.
Do you just want your people to be dying?
It cannot be solved because the way I'm saying it. No.
What kind of?
It cannot be solved.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying now. You are allowed to say your own.
That some people will be better than other tribes.
If you not let me talk, I will have to mute you because I have to be able to talk so that you two can talk. We can have a conversation. That's how we are supposed to do it here. Not one side here having their own say. They don't allow the other side to talk. What Machiavelli kept telling the people: don't use mercenaries, recruit your own, and have a strong military. That's what he kept advocating. And when you make him, he didn't care too much about whether it's good. He said it has to be yours.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't care whether it is good or not.
He never stated whether is good or
because
not.
he didn't say that, and therefore we can't reason.
I'm trying to read the context what he meant by good arms.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
He means you need to have your own. You shouldn't go for mercenaries, because the only areas he kept talking about was people that use mercenaries. That he kept. I don't even know why he did that.
That's your interpretation, isn't it? Your interpretation
I'm not using interpretation. I'm using from his own documentary that I was hearing from.
Look, as I said, by the way, he's not. I mean, he's a political philosopher, right? But the fact that he said something doesn't mean that we have to swallow it.
It's sacrosanct.
No, you don't have to swallow it. I am saying the reason why I brought him up is because I have been saying this, is because I found from examples around the world to be all these great leaders we like to praise around the world. That's exactly what they did.
Listen, I'm not interested in praising anybody. But by the way, forefathers, he talks about good arms and good laws. All right? Do we have good laws? So the two go hand in hand.
No, he said arms.
Okay, arms. Okay, and
okay, arms comes first.
So
he said good arms.
Look, excuse me. I go back.
And that you know how I described that? I described that as self-healing. I said, if we stop the bleeding in Nigeria and we secure ourselves, we'll stop the bleeding and the nation will be self-healing. Basically, that's what he's saying there.
Right. Okay. Who is going to do that in Nigeria? So, forefathers, listen.
Any leader can do it.
Let me repeat.
We can do it if we push our leaders enough.
Forefathers, listen is simple. Forefathers, let me repeat. Listen is simple. You see, and it's not a matter of, I mean, the intensity of your passions or how eloquent you speak about these things. It is simple, right? I'm serious. Because people come here, we have to learn. We have to be able to listen to each other and learn and be teachable. Some of us are not. I mean, they just keep on talking every day. They repeat the same thing. No improvement in their level of in their thinking or in their appreciation. Look, Nigeria today, and he talked about the president Tinubu doing something. He's not gonna do nothing. Okay. By the way, this guy committed a crime. Okay, if he rigged the election, which we believe he did, that's a crime against Nigeria, against the country, against the people of Nigeria. Are you with me? And the crimes ought to be punished. I mean, this is how this things happen. You follow in nature and in morality, right? You cannot. I mean,
just look at how everybody tries to dodge responsibility. It's crazy. I don't understand our people.
I'm just telling you, this guy is illegitimate. He's running an illegitimate government. Okay, what are you talking about?
Just a moment.
Is it by being passionate talking about security?
Just a moment.
Security.
Just a moment.
What do you mean? It's at the core of our problem. And are you against security? You want your people to be kidnapped repeatedly? They have dead bodies. Hold on. This is very serious because lives are at stake here. There are dead bodies being brought out of Abia State, or is it Abia State the other day, with headless dead bodies, and we are here talking about security is not important. Are we serious?
You are missing the point. We're not saying security is not important. You brought out the Nico Machiavelli statement, and we're trying to. We have intelligent.
No, you are trying to knock it down as much as possible that we don't need security. That's what you are saying.
That's not the truth. And if you play back this tape, you will realize it. And there are certain things you need to understand. In a discussion, you need to be able to listen to different views, listen to what people are saying, because we're also examining this text. And this text is very clear. In ancient and composite ones, good laws and good arms. Now, the qualifier there is good. He could have said laws, he could have said arms, but he said good laws and good arms help to ensure a stable nation. The question is bringing it into our context. And if you bring it to the context of all these people you have called, you used Russia as an example. The Russian leader, former KGB guy, he was looking at Russia as a nation to bring them back into a space. So when you look, and that's what I started with, I said, first of all, you must have a leader that looks beyond our individual nationalities and say, I want Nigeria to become a forefront state. And to do that, the good arms means I have a good military, I have good police, I have good training, I have good they have good understanding, because when all those people have a better understanding an improved understanding of nationhood, then the arms that come into their hands become good for the people, become good for the nation, become good because it will not be used to oppress the people. It will not be used to snatch ballot papers. It will be used for the defense of the Nigerian state. Now, when you have good laws, it means your judiciary is respected. It means anybody that goes to the judiciary will get the right things done. There will not be extrajudicial killings. There will not be encroachment on borders. So what he's saying, there's no problem about it. But you have to bring it into our context and say, okay, that means in the Nigerian context, we need a leader that will rise above the little shenanigans that we have and say, I want this nation to have a good military, a military that understands nationhood. But you and me know that our military is divided. Our military doesn't have that. So the leader, as it stands now, Tinubu, in his
Try to keep
security
it brief,
plan,
so that it doesn't look
allow me,
like I'm
allow me.
interrupting you. That you say it's only one-sided.
In this security plan, you know, when you started, I don't want to digress. When you came on board after show, you said, "Oh, you are changing the rules." You behaved like a typical Nigerian politician that doesn't want to follow
that
rules.
was a joke. Let's move on. You know, I was
No,
joking about this all this.
So I'm pulling your legs too. So you should expect
Okay.
it to. So what I'm
Okay.
trying to say, in essence, just to round up, is that yes, this statement there's nothing wrong about the statement. I don't have an issue with the statement. What I just have is that you fail to qualify the good in
Okay,
context
good.
of
Okay,
nationhood.
now
That's what I'm saying.
let me see. I did qualify it. It's just that people are not listening, and I don't know what is that. Okay, now you know what I did. I went on the internet and asked the same question. I said, "What does he mean by good arms?" Now let me read. It says, "Good arms refer to a strong and capable military force. According to Machiavelli, a ruler must have the means to defend the state against external threats and to enforce enforce its will internally." The reason why I say I qualified it, I gave you other examples. What he said about mercenaries and all the rest of it. He kept talking about security in other ways, and this one is the one that I felt is more comprehensive. And suddenly, what we do when we saw it was we start picking up good arms to find every way to say we are inadequate.
No,
I am puzzled by our people.
Forefathers. Okay, listen. None of us here, nobody says that security, national security is not important. Okay, no, but the difficult, the reason why we're having this argument, which to my mind, it's not really look. Nobody is denying. Excuse me. Nobody is denying the importance, the significance of national security. Okay, but as I said, you have to have a nation first. Okay, now we have this country as we are today, Nigeria. The country is divided, and whoever is in leadership, is he uniting the country? What he's doing, do you think he's uniting the people? And is he bringing the people together, rallying the people around? Can you say he's doing that?
Sorry, concerns. Can you sit up, please? We are supposed to be sitting up on this thing. Yeah, go ahead.
And if he's not doing that, and then you think he can secure Nigeria? No.
Yeah.
No. So, and it doesn't matter the number of. Okay, what do you think he's going to do for you in your mind? This security thing that is for you, be all and and end all, right? Increase the number of the Nigerian. You think that will solve the problem?
Yes.
No. Okay. And
simple.
Excuse me. Oh, so how many more soldiers do we need?
We need at least 1 million.
1 million.
Yes.
Whether we can feed them or not, whether we can clothe them or not.
OT. Nigeria is half the population of Egypt, and Egypt has got 1.3 million.
Okay.
So we can.
Okay, sorry, that's good. But Egypt is not the poverty capital of the world. Can we feed those soldiers?
Egypt is also poor once. The reason why they are not poor is because they have security. Excuse me. It's the fundamentals. I can give you an example of your own life.
Listen. So if we have 1 million soldiers, How would that create wealth for Nigeria?
Oh, let me give you.
Yeah.
Do you know Nigeria's GDP is depressed by about 10% as we speak? That's equivalent of 50 billion US dollars. Not to mention the lives that are lost.
Okay.
By securing the nation, most of this oil that is getting lost will not get lost. Our economic activity is going to increase. Our security is going to increase. Not to mention the diaspora that will return to the country. We can't count what we are losing because we are insecure.
Okay,
I even want Nigeria to get about 10 million soldiers.
Is this, So
I want Nigeria to get 10 million
soldiers. The government? Why if it is that simple and that's linear? Hold on, simple and kind of causal, linear causality. Increase your number of soldiers, the security, and then everything falls into place. Okay, and national wealth, all that. So why are they not doing it?
They are not doing it because they've ceded our sovereignty to foreign capitals. They see our nation as an extension of foreign capitals. Who do you think is guaranteeing our security? Foreigners are guaranteeing our security. Don't you know?
No, sorry.
Who do you think is guaranteeing the security of Ghana?
Who did that? Who did that then?
Who did that?
Our leaders. Our leaders did it even in 1960. In 1960, when we got independence, they never saw us as sovereign.
Now, forefathers. Now, if that is correct, if this year analysis is correct, doesn't it mean that the first problem we have is that of leadership?
Yes, but we also have a people problem.
No, sorry. That's what it means.
And we also have a people problem.
If by your analysis, the leadership, they have ceded the Nigerian, Nigerian autonomy, Nigerian sovereignty, to foreign powers, then it means we have to start from fixing the leadership, getting the right leadership that is responsible.
I brought this topic on this. Try to listen now. Why do you people like to say that I don't listen? It's almost as if you people just want me to believe what you are saying, but not want to listen to my own. Listen, you say your own, I say my own. And they keep accusing me of trying to lecture
excuse me. Look, you said something and I was drawing a logical inference.
Fathers, whatever you say is what you respond to. You came here, there's one thing you said. You said, if Tinubu can do his...
yes, I will forgive him all his sins.
Wait. And I asked you, all right? Because one practical solutions, all right? One practical solutions. All of us say one practical solutions. At least we can agree on that. Now, let's say Tinubu is now the president. That's what it is. What was his security plan?
I give it to you already.
Wait. You told me his security plan is to get as many people, feed them this, feed them this. It shows me that that's not a plan.
No, it's about 1 million. He did give it. They gave it in Chatham House. I can play the video.
Good. Nigeria needs much more than that to secure this country. That's number one. But number two is what is the roadmap to secure 2 million soldiers and equip them? How are you going to do that process? How are you going to fix that process? Now, the first step of the president is that he brings in a supplementary budget, and his supplementary budget gives us an indication that that is not his priority.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to highlight to.
Wait, come, please, let me land. So my initial submission was that we have a leadership problem. If a leader begins to see above the sectionalisms, if a leader begins to go above the tribalisms and sees Nigeria as a nation that should emerge, he will think differently. He will think differently.
We also have a people problem now. We also have a people problem that don't understand these things.
Good. I would say that, okay, we may have a people problem, but do you realize that when a people sees a leader that has clear vision, clear direction, there's a likelihood that the people will follow.
Okay, so for us, is there a problem at the state? So for us, is there
the people will follow? The people will follow the right leadership.
Is that
I agree with you on that. That if people see their leaders going through what they are going through, they are more likely to follow the leaders.
It's simple. It's just.
But the problem with our leadership is that Even the people, it shows you the people, because these same people that are saying the leaders are doing these things, the moment they get the opportunity to, their families will put pressure on them, side chicks and all of them, they start doing exactly the same thing. Look at the labor, the people that they elected into office. Are they not taking the cars?
Yes, and that's why we need to put pressure to institute good laws. We need
good leadership.
laws.
But you need the environment. This is where security comes in. You need the right environment to do those things.
You are going back to that.
Why you keep saying, "Oh God"? Are you as scared of security yourself?
You are going back to that egg chicken principle.
It's not even egg chicken. What Machiavelli said was the arms comes first. Security comes first. That's what he's saying. I was even saying maybe we can do it hand in hand.
Who will provide the arms? Is it not leadership? Come on.
He didn't say anything about leadership. He talked about what needs to happen.
Who will provide the arms? I don't want to fall from heaven.
Who takes that role?
The people. Human beings. The leader will do it.
Wait, a leader will say, look, a leader looks at his budget and
priorities.
My budget for, like the current budget now, all right, you look at defense, all right? You look at defense. Now, you put your defense budget. What is this defense going? How many people are they recruiting so that our borders are secure? What kind of defenses do we need in the 21st century?
It's very easy. You can start from all the new youth corpers, go towards military service, and you spread them into the country, recruit a lot more into the military. They did it into the Civil War. They did it into the Civil War.
Forefathers, I don't have a problem about that. But even in doing that, even in your recruitment process, is it going to be very balanced in a very but in a Nigerian space, over the years, and this is about data. This is about data, and you can go and verify it. Over the years, since after the Civil War, the recruitment process in the Nigerian military has been skewed. And these are
it doesn't mean skewed. People don't check these things. Do you know the other day I was checking recruitment in Nigeria, and they said the River State and a few South states, they have not met their quota because they have quotas that you have to submit to join the military. They are not joining.
So you feel that it's not skewed. All right, let's agree.
No, because they have quota. If they have quota, how can it be skewed?
Wait,
how about promotion?
Wait, we don't want
to. Okay, now that one. If you say that one, I will listen.
So what if you say, what does that mean? When he says
when he says skewed, he's making it look like they are not recruiting people from some parts of the country.
Oh, come on.
Do you realize that there are a lot of data that has gone into this, but it's not a moment to talk about it. For me, talking is not what we need. We need to move forward as a nation. And what we have currently, the indications are very clear that there's a lot of bad steps already. And if you are talking of the security issue, we are miles apart. We are miles behind. And
I refuse to believe that.
I don't know why you
believe we are miles behind, because I believe that if you have the right mindset, the right set of people, how can you live? How can we live 50? Can I just get one word out now? How can we leave 50 billion on the table?
What is happening now? The current situation.
I'm talking about reality.
$50 billion US. We are leaving it on the table.
Forefathers, I'm talking about realities. The reality of now is that Mr. Tinubu is the president of this nation. The reality of now is that he has presented a supplementary budget. These are realities, and we need to look at, okay, based on these realities, the outcomes we want in security, are they achievable in the next 1 year?
No, even if it's not, but the reason why I'm talking about it now is to let us know what we need to be fighting for.
Excuse me.
Wait.
Listen, sorry, excuse me. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. Forefathers. Is it fighting for? We have a leadership, right? Okay, we have a president now. Now, let me ask you: this president, since he became the president, has he, as the commander-in-chief, gone around the country? I mean, the military formations. That is what a responsible leader, president that cares about security should do.
True. I'm not supporting him.
We say it's the problem of leadership. I don't know what you're arguing about. Okay, and then you say you see the people, and then now you say this.
No, I'm saying that because when I said it here, most people spend most of the time insulting me and telling me I'm delusional, I'm all this stuff.
No, people are
It tells
challenging
you that the people themselves have an issue. They don't understand it because that same person that is insulting me will get into office and do exactly what Tinubu is doing, and they will not know.
I ask you the question: is the Abia State now? Abia State, do they have a people problem in Abia State now?
Forefathers, I've told you many times, when we are discussing like this, don't worry too much about the comments. People will be making commentary. We worry about the discussions. Yeah. It's true. You have to have a mindset like that. You know, you are a leader in a sort. You are a leader of a sort, all right? You're a leader of a sort. You get me? You are leading this discussion, all right? So we are here, we are talking back and forth, and we're trying to postulate our different positions, and finally to try to say, okay, this is our positions, and hopefully whoever is out there that is in a place of power can listen and say, okay, Nigerians are talking about this. Maybe these are solutions. For me, everybody can be making comment. I cannot react to every comment. If we react to every comment, we're wasting our time here.
But in terms of, you mentioned solutions though. In terms of solutions, like I said, NYSC can be transitioned into military. They can do military service for 1 year or 2 years as a mandatory thing. This is what many nations do. We can do that. And in terms of recruitment, you can recruit a lot of people. There are people out there bribing to join the military in Nigeria.
Yes,
recruit a lot of people to join to secure the nation.
But our problem is that we work from a template. We work from the leader's template. So that is why that leader's template, which is the renewed hope template,
and that takes me to.
And that
let Ovie say something. I don't know why he's big gentleman. He doesn't want to say anything. He's waiting to be called or something. I don't know. He's walking. He doesn't want to talk.
Papa, so I won't say anything, Abi. You
can say something now.
Hear my name for your mouth again. No, you don't have to now.
Your audio is perfect now. Your audio is perfect.
What's in this? What? Okay, just a sentence, please. A sentence. I'll give you. You see what Sid was saying. Again, you know, bringing the discussion, the issue to leadership, and I say by extension the political system, right? So because if you have a corrupted, okay, and useless political system, the security again, you can't get it. I wouldn't. So these are the kind of the first principles, okay? The security you're talking about, as important as it is, it cannot create itself. I would mean it's not gonna. So you have to have good leaders, visionary, that know what they're doing. They're not there for serving themselves. They're not there for self-aggrandizement and self-regarding motives that want to serve the people. Service. They're not into service, right? So if you don't get that, forget everything else. I would mean you're wasting your time. It doesn't matter how passionate you talk about security. They don't get it. Okay.
Yeah.
They want to.
But I must say that what stands out most in that statement for me was, because when I reached the conclusion, I even questioned myself. What stands out most is that he actually put security first. To make that leap is what most people don't do, because they always see security, especially in our context. I think Sid said it already. Because our military, in short, all our security institutions were built from the colonial handover, basically. And in other words, they were designed to look down on the people to an extent. Even our judges were white listening to talk to their citizens. So you can see why the way they behave. But it still doesn't change the fundamentals that you need more of them, because they are there to save lives. I actually argued the other day that the military saves more lives probably than doctors sometimes.
Yes,
because
we need more
without
of
them, there will be anarchy. It's just that
I want to use your example of Russia. Before Putin came on board, we had what's his name? Yeltsin, Boris Yeltsin.
Come, so all of us, shall we come listen to now for this conversation?
But it was not, now you want to talk now.
Now you want to talk.
Now you want to talk. Did you see Jack bed here?
Now you guys are here arguing that why we not get security. Come on, rules will not be followed. That's how we go take get security. When rules, easy rules, nobody will follow.
Forefathers
We are here to
removed
learn
all the
now.
rules.
That's why we're here to
Forefathers removed all the rules when he came on
You say
board. He
well, I
said all
know.
rules are gone.
You say well, I know the agenda. Oh, I don't say anything.
Yeah.
I'm a revolutionary. We follow rules. That's what we do.
So what do you think about what Machiavelli said there? Because I found that very, very interesting.
Machiavelli.
I think sometimes
Listen.
I think you probably know Machiavelli more than I do. You probably have read it more than I have. Because
Listen.
sometimes the way he talk, he begin to remind me of some of the way he talks. Okay. Go ahead.
Let's do it this way, okay? Let's attack it this way. Give me 3 reasons why you think nation or Nigeria should have security, the kind of security you are talking about, and I'll tell you why there's no security. Let's do 3. I know we can do more, but let's just focus on 3. Just give me 3 reasons.
3 reasons why we should have security.
Why a nation, yes, or Nigeria should have security.
1 for good laws, 1 for safety, 1 for economic development.
Oh wait now. You say 1 for good laws, right?
Yes.
Good.
Survival.
Huh?
Security is basically, it's like one of the most important things of life itself. Survival.
Yes, because you know why I decided to respond that way. Because again, you have to look at the ruling class, people who are in charge, to do what you are asking for. I understand you are doing what a citizen should do, right? Hold a politician to what he or she promises is going to do.
Yeah.
That's what you are doing. We understand that, right? But again, you also have to look at the reality that we are living in. If I tell you, say, man, I want 2.3 billion, right? No matter how I try to convince you, Rich, you will just say, okay. Yoruba go say, Motigbo Amami Ogba, because, I mean, you can tell. without anything, you can tell, hey, I know 1.3 billion. There's no how, right? That's exactly how you should see things. You look at the ruling class, people who are telling you we are going to provide security. They don't live with you. They don't. So how are you going to believe them?
No, the idea is to hold them accountable so that they do what they promise. If they are not going to do what they promise, so that people know they are betraying them. And if they are not going to do it, then they're going to be held accountable or kicked out of office or removed from office one way or the other.
I agree. Since this Fourth Republic starts, every president do everything within his power to reduce the armed forces. Started from Obasanjo, who is a general himself, right? Now, since we say this is their way of life, this is their character, what do? This is how we need to form a cabal, organize, and take the power away from them and begin to implement what you are talking about. Because these people have no reason why they should put any security that you are talking about. As I said, how many of them know they secure? All the security situation that we are worrying about, from a minor neighborhood stealing to kidnapping to all the terrorists, how many of them they affected? How many of them know they earn their money? Whatever the business they're into, how many of them? These are the politicians. Now look at the business class, the business elites them. How many of them are worried? How many of them their business is going out? Their wealth is increasing. It's the inception of this security for the past 15 to 20 years. You understand? So they affect them. Yes, they go promise you because that's what they should do. But in the reality, they think that way. So that's our problem. We have an elite who don't live with us, who don't care about us. So we have to do everything within our power, form a gang, and start doing something. Take local government by local government, however we want to do them. That's the way we should be thinking at this point. Not say, because we can shout to hold them accountable. They will not do it. because it's not in their interest, even though it's the most important thing the nation should worry about.
But I would have thought it's in their interest to be richer and more secure as a people. I don't know. Or the only traitors who find this not to be in their interest.
When you say richer, I mean, what is they want to give it? They don't get. I will challenge you today. Go do your investigation from every local state national assembly that served 4 years already. 95% of their family know the Nigeria. If they are there, they are working on it. So you say they are not rich. I don't understand. So
when we say rich, their wealth is not compared to nations that are more secure.
Nah, that's the vision we are talking about. Those guys, those guys that you are comparing them with, look at how they got rich. How did they get rich now?
They secure themselves first and build.
They are being part of a vision. If you look at it, they are part of a vision. That's why they are this rich. Just mention any of them. Then mention our rich people then. Nothing. So even the oil where they're supposed to use form of security around, they are giving it out freely for some peanuts.
Yeah.
So at our own expense now, because we know. So we have a lot of work to do. That's what I'm saying, that we have to plan. We have a lot of work to do. Trust me, a lot of educating.
But I think where the work is needed is on the leadership now, isn't it? Because they are the problem. Because they know the problem. Because that's what they they campaigned on.
To Nigeria, see, why do you try to work on something that is not? Leave these people. We need new people. We have to hold them out of that.
When you are see, Ovie, you can work and chew gum at the same time. The idea is that you give them chance to change, and while they are not changing, the replacement is being is coming along the line. This is how leadership works. Like in the UK now,
hold on. Now the replacement we are not. That's why I said we need to work on. What is the replacement? Who are the replacements?
Who said it once that when the time is ready, leaders will appear. They will appear. You have to have the environment for it.
That is the problem. But
the time has to be ready. Hold on. The time has to be ready. The people have to be conscientized to understand. This is what we are trying to do here. And this quote here is so strong. The reason what gives it strength is because I've been saying this for a very, very long time. And
see, Tunanja, you keep talking about the quote. What inspired the quote?
Yes.
Talking about Machiavelli, what inspired him?
Because he understood what the problem was.
No, yes, it's just something he wants to protect so dear. That is why I say ham come first. What is that he wants to protect?
And see, Mao Zedong did the same thing. When Stalin, hold on now, calm down. Let me make a point so that you can see the patterns here.
Mention all these people without.
Why is it not to measure these people?
No, they measure these people with hold. My problem with you measure this, we are going into detail about what.
No, you have to go with examples.
You know the give reason.
The reason is the example.
Tunanja, just go step by step. What is the reason? What is the inspiration behind Machiavelli's quote?
So I'm supposed to he says let me give you the context. He wrote the Prince. He was writing it to rulers, his own rulers, on how they need to conduct themselves and the things that they need to do. Italy was not one nation then. They were fighting each other. They were at war. Florence was fighting Rome. Rome was fighting this other part. Valencia. They were fighting each other all over the place. And he was working as a diplomat during that period. And these are the things, the experiences that what he gathered from there. That's why he was able to write the Prince the way he did.
So hold on now. So the inspiration behind that quote is the fact that they are always constant at war. So there's a need for them to defend themselves, which is great. And that's why I ask you. You have to come back home and ask the same question. What is the need for these people to care so much about security? That's why I say, give me a reason. I'm not saying that.
Somebody asked that question earlier on. That is so easy to answer. I think it was not you that asked the question. It was so easy to answer.
Which
there
is
1,001 reasons.
Which is
survival, economic growth,
good,
and freedom.
So, and I am telling you, good. Hold on. I'm telling you, the people who are in charge right now, their survival doesn't depend on Nigeria being secure. If Bege happen today, I give you 48 hours, none of them will be in Nigeria. None.
No,
So
I get what you are saying there. That part I'm not disagreeing with you on.
So
But
see,
you
when you know
can't.
that is your reality, what do you do? Hold on. When you know that is your reality, what do? You
What
go
I'm
and
doing now.
reinforce and make sure you kick them out.
What I'm doing now. That's how you do
However
that.
you want to do it.
How do you think you remove
Exactly.
leaders?
So why are you trying
This
to
is how you
negotiate with
do it.
them?
But I'm
That's
doing
not
the
in their
right thing
interest.
then. What I'm doing now is
No, I
how you start.
understand. But what we have to go beyond just talking. We
I
have
agree
to
on
invest
that.
in our people.
I am.
Huh?
I am. I'm sure a lot of people are here. A lot of people are investing in the
So
people. I am.
there's no point. There's no point wasting energy trying to negotiate with people who is not on their interest. When I mean it's not in their interest, zero. They don't care about security. All of us die. Amesi talk. May all of us die. May all of us die.
Calm down. Free. See, you see, the reason why sometimes it's useful to talk to people is because even on this panel, when I stated that at first, there was a little pushback. So it means not all of us understand these things. Not all of us. Even some of them, they may want the best for Nigeria, but they don't understand it.
What do you mean, Fofaras?
Not all of us understand.
What do you mean?
Forefather, I don't change my name now.
What you don't start now? Eh? What do you mean?
Forefather, let me say something before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say before I leave, so that we won't sound disturbing you. I changed my name now, so no carry me put for us or cannot level anymore. If you know what that name means, you know what it is. I changed my name.
Okay,
I mean, some people may not agree with me, but we will start from our. If we want to make Nigeria great, we will start from, for example, what we have. Start promoting what we have. No, seeing what we have as a rubbish, I see other people own as a good side. Is what this now Amadonha in white man country, they pay money. Thor is Amadonha, but look at the way they package this. People watch movie. I pay movie to watch Thor 1, 2. The same thing with Songo, our own Yoruba place. If we have a mother, we don't value it, but we pay money to watch Thor. Go to studio to watch it. That's number one. So by the time we start going back to how we used to be, it's better for everybody because it doesn't make no sense. If you are coming to security, are you a security in the 5 and 6? I know quite all right. But the other way around, for example, what is going on today? I hope you see what is going on today. It's not about recruitment. Every day they try to recruit. Agbado, recruit, get Agbado. That's not about recruitment. Do you know how many military forces are guiding the governor today? Is there many personnel are in Imo State today? All right. Do you know personnel are guiding the government chairman today? And we are saying we want to recruit. If you gather those people, so I have 2 guys. One is in London. He flew back to Nigeria because of election today. He was shining his magazine, 3 cartridges. I said, "Where are you going?" He said, "He goes to." I said, "Now war." He said, "No, the war." I said, "Carry your head." He said, "So he go or no government come." I said, "Guy, not the war na go fight. This one carry his magazine." All right. See, what's going on in Nigeria is not something about Machiavelli post or no post. It's a real life story. It's not a joke. It's a real life. If you follow post or no post, guys, we're going nowhere. It's a real life stuff. If you follow Machiavelli post, why will government appease some people? No, in Western world, with a governor, because people doesn't agree what he's doing, we deploy an armored tanker into the street or deploy a fighter jet to some local government. Who does that in the whole world? If I have all this quote of no quote. So
I think you are misunderstanding the quote. The quote is about the nation as a whole. We look at things as individuals.
My God, I know why you want. I don't know the quote. I mean, they talk my own. The quote they own.
Because let me bring the quote up again so that people that just join can see it.
Tunanja, I get assignment for you, Tunanja.
Yes.
You always say that in Switzerland they have over 300,000 bunk. Is it bunk underground waiting, right?
Yeah, bunkers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So what you should go? What you should your next assignment should go and find out how many of those bunkers belong to Nigerian leaders.
Have been known to Nigerian leaders.
Belong.
That
Oh no,
Nigerian
they
leaders
don't
go
belong to
belong to
Nigerians
Nigerian
at all.
leaders.
I think it's their
They don't
own
belong to Nigerian.
national.
That's why I say go and do your research. Hold
Okay.
on, now to Nigeria. Go do your research.
So
How many of those belong to
to
Nigeria?
I
Nigeria,
will try. I will try to find out.
to Nigeria, let me finish. To be plain with you, right?
Yeah,
What Nigeria need is
you want to negotiate security, people.
what Nigeria need is to sanitize the system. All right. If you like, employ 1 million soldiers. If the system is not sanitized, they will all go back to the same thing. Okay, you know what happened today in Imo State? A police led by the governor, how to disarm a civil defense. A police disarm a civil defense rifle to collect his rifle, remove the magazine, and give military rifle. And you say that is a normal thing in this life. During the first guys who are online, if you see it, they are complaining. Call him, take his in magazines, give him empty gun. All right? So that is the nation we are. We have to we have to clean up the system if you want to employ more people to like join the forces. No, I've been saying this. Most of people in the force, white. They not clean. It's not the clean eyes. Most of them use it's not the clean eyes. They enter the force. They enter the force to make a living, to do whatever they want to do. So it will start at force, clean up the system, sanitize the system, give them training, then you can employ people. Then you cannot in a space station, you cannot employ 10 people when you have 5 corrupt people. They will send them to because we go to the street and collect and they will say no. They will follow up. No matter how good you are, you're going to be corrupt. You can't put a good egg with a bad egg. They're going to all be smelling. So that's just it. If you can't put a good egg in a bad egg, all be smelling.
Let me just have a 5 seconds break. So that Obi, just hold on for a second, please.
Might I give you this one quote? Trying to convince Nigerian leaders, right, to invest in security. He's trying to sell a life insurance to a dead person.
Yeah, okay. Let me just give 1 minute break, 1 second break, please, so that I can restart this thing. So yeah, it's just giving me time to start this. Sorry about that, Ovie. Please go ahead if you want to say something.
I say trying to convince Nigerian leaders to invest in security is like trying to sell life insurance to a dead person already. They are not interested. They don't care. You understand? So that's why I say that energy we are investing to convince them. Let's invest in trying to build a cabal.
I agree. I see. I believe in both tracks because even when you build your cabal, you have to have the environment to be able to come in. And
because at this point, they are his business. They are making money out of it, billions of dollars. Imagine when Buhari first come into power, who did he lock in? A general who embezzled 2 billion. He put him in jail. 2 billion for security. That's the height of a Boko Haram. But even if you are paying attention, I don't know. Recently, they had the Republican Party had a debate about their third debate, their presidential third debate, when Vivek was accusing one of the contestants, Nikki Haley, who was an ambassador American to the United Nations, right? She and her family were in debt. All of a sudden, overnight, she got into the board of she formed a weapon. What is it called? They started selling weapon and all that kind of thing. They've gone into contractor with weapon dealers and all that. Before you know, she's not a millionaire. They were telling her straight to her face. So most of these things that you are seeing, it's not that they don't know, but there's money in it. Just for the fact that we don't have security, if all this is going on, there's money because somebody was trying
why you see? But Oviedo, they are going to make money when we have security. That's what puzzles me the most. They can still make money.
There's no time. They are not. That's what I'm saying. They are not looking the way you are looking. They have option. Just like me and you have option, right? When the going was going tough with us, we went to embassy, we begged, and we took out. We ran away. They also have option. That's why I said if problems should start in Nigeria today within 48 hours, they will be out. They don't have anything in Nigeria. That's why Nigeria is what it is. They don't have any investment. There's no need for them to put security. All of them. Uzo was trying to tell you that now Mopo soldiers there around all the few property they have in Nigeria. A general is entitled to military guard anywhere you get property in Nigeria. If you get 100 property in Nigeria, all of them, if you want, there will be 2-3 military personnel guarding them. That's Nigeria for you. So they don't worry about security. It's not security their problem.
Yeah, someone was saying that
completely.
if we take into account the people protecting these officials, see, if you take into account we have about 20-something thousand officials in Nigeria, even if they are protected by 3 people, it's still not enough. If Egypt can do it, if Algeria can do it, there's no reason why we cannot do it.
To Nigeria,
yeah.
What we should be asking for, if the obedience actually care about Nigeria, if the Showore gang take it back actually care about Nigeria, if the actually care about Nigeria, they should come together now. Let's forget about the leaders of this movement. Let the followership come together.
Okay, they can't come together. They have their own ideology. They cannot. You should know that that's all right.
Hold on. See, let's look at it this way. See, you see my problem. You just said. Let's learn something from the separatists. People who want to leave Nigeria. They are so confused that it can happen. Why? Because they are planning. They are deliberately working.
But not everybody. Hey, okay, don't say that. Not everybody. You might say that about you. Not everybody that believes in that POP. So don't say that. Yeah. It's not a good point you're making, though.
To make a point, that was not my point. What's my point? Let me finish my point. That's not it. I'm driving at something, right? That's why I like them. They are very, very on point with what they want. That's why there are so many terminology to actually defend. If you engage anybody that is convinced that he wants to leave Nigeria, either from the Biafra side or from the Odudua side, they are very, very concerned with what they want, right? And I admire them for that. And they believe that can happen. But when it now come to, let's come to those who believe in Nigeria now. Let's come to Nigeria, come together and see how to run this our leaders of town. They'll say, no, it's not possible. It's not going to be possible. You see the problem. You see the problem. And for these same people, they will articulate why Nigeria is what it is for you. They will give you detail of the problem. But they seem to forget that within that detail of the problem, there's solution in it.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see any contradiction. That's why I say,
I know they believe say no go possible. If it's not possible, why do you believe that Nigeria can divide?
See,
you are so and I believe that you're right to believe that, but you are so convinced. The rather you have to be convinced. That's why I'm convinced that Nigeria can be fixed.
So we can allow others to come in, OVA. So we can allow others to come in. I agree with you, by and large. I think we both are on the same page actually, because he didn't even bother going after the quote like other people were. And like Fumi, Fumi. You hear what you are saying? That he said you should apply both at the same time. Did you read where he said, and where there are good arms, good laws inevitably follow. Didn't you hear that?
I beg you, leave Bakazeli. Let's face Nigeria problem. Let's face Nigeria problem. Leave Bakazeli, I beg.
Did you hear that, Fubi? He says follow. You read it and you refuse to read the full distance. It just shows you what I've been saying all this while, because the examples are there. It's not only Machiavelli. The history has shown that to be true.
Remove Machiavelli.
I beg, remove Machiavelli for here as well. His time is done.
I got a question for you.
That's a Machiavelli. Okay, please go ahead.
I got a question for you, I beg.
Yeah.
If Machiavelli, first of all, you can't use Machiavelli as Machiavelli's scenario at that time 1500 or so, 15 something, to how would I say, qualify every country. Every country has different problems at different times. And again, if Machiavelli was so successful, why hasn't Italy all through the years? Why hasn't Italy been a world power?
If Machiavelli,
is one of them.
I still get other things. If Machiavelli was so successful, why was Florence defeated by the what do you call them, the Medicis?
Because he wasn't the leader, he was just
No, he
advising.
was a leader. He's proposing all these ideas.
No, he's not the
A
king.
Florentine. He was a Florentine. Why didn't he sell
Refer
his ideas?
Buti.
If arms and
See, maybe he was dealing with Nigerians now. Who knows? Maybe he told them, and they're like, "Hey, I can't be bothered with this, man. Let's do something else."
No, so now this Machiavelli, remove him. You can't use Machiavelli.
No. I think he was quite successful in many cases. They did respect him. As a matter of fact, they refused to listen to him. Then they pay the price for it. That's the truth. They actually disagreed with him with some of his
Forefather, can I say something? Forefather, can I say something?
The reason why he has endured till now is because people have found he to be credible. That's why he has endured.
Forefather, why do you bring Machiavelli issue in this our case in Nigeria now? Why are you talking about Machiavelli?
Who saw you? About your eyes, you are trying to run away. Okay, it's all good. The quote is fundamental. He didn't even categorize it. He deliberately did it that way. He didn't say, "Oh, because you are this nation." As a matter of fact, he went on to say, every state, new or old, ancient or composite, it doesn't matter. Because what he has found in all his years, these things are fundamental. Even during his time, people were using mercenaries a lot. He said, "No, don't use mercenaries. That is a bad thing. They don't have loyalty to you. They're going to cause problems. They're going to undermine your state." And he's correct in that. History has proven him to be correct. Has shown him to be correct.
But forefathers, you they sell medicine. You they sell, or you be babalawo, you they do juju for other people, and yet you they live you they live for abject poverty. Should I take it serious? If Machiavelli is proposing these theories to people if his theory were universal, Italy hadn't been a world power.
I think people have their specialisms. Like Karl Marx wrote about communism and socialism, but he didn't practice it himself.
No, but my this thing is that Machiavelli, you can't use Machiavelli's his theory his theory might not fit into Nigerian situation.
Oh no, I think it does fit in because it's quite fundamental. He says the main foundations. It's not about. He didn't even qualify it. What are Muslim foundations of his state? It's like saying you need air to breathe.
They're different. Even the you're quoting Mao. You're quoting the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
What happened in the Soviet Union? What the action of the people in Soviet at that 1700 during the First World War? The action that they took there. Would Nigerians take that action? Because you can't have one without the other.
Oh yeah, Nigerians should have.
Are you proposing bloodshed? Because you can't have a stable country. Because the Soviet Union, don't forget, they killed their czars. What they call the other is it the Bolsheviks or whatever they call them?
They did away with the Mensheviks.
So a lot of things happened there. A lot of things happened there. Hence why I'm saying your quotation for Machiavelli, arms and this thing. If it was so ripe, Florence could have used it then, and they wouldn't have been conquered by the Medicis.
See, sometimes just because he gave the advice, it doesn't mean it to be followed. Especially in his time, they wouldn't be followed. They wouldn't even see the way he saw it. As a matter of fact, I think the way he said his stuff was
forefather. Let me assume he had a Machiavelli of our time. Do your own quotes. One, he had a Machiavelli of our time. All right. So have your own quotes. Secondly, our own issue here now, Machiavelli is talking about recruiting mercenaries. Until we do away with non-government in Nigeria, that is worse than mercenaries. Or non-government, that's on time, is worse than mercenaries. You know, mercenaries all over the place. Soldiers, military people, putting on uniform, being a mercenary for other people. You know, that's quite all right. So we are talking about that. You have to start from the top. A non-government has been on, so that's about it. It still goes on to today. For no soldier now, non-government, all over the place, killing over. That's on mercenaries, all right? And it's still also by the government. So mercenaries are in Nigeria right now.
And who does that? It's the government, not the individuals. All right. So you should give us our own quotes. Machiavelli did his own quote, his own time. By then, there's no nuke there. Now there's nuke
I don't know why we need quotes necessarily, but I've said my piece
give
many
us our
times.
own quotes. Give us
Any people that outsource, one of the things I always say is that any people that outsource their survival to other people have forfeited their right to survive. It's that simple, and that's what we have done. We forfeited our right. If anybody decides to do, the ones that are secure decide to do whatever they like with us, they will do it, and that's something that people should take seriously. Because technically, that's kind of he's paranoid. He's one of those paranoid people too. He doesn't subscribe to other, slouching. He actually said once. He said one of his quotes is that the only business of a prince, which is a ruler, is to prepare for war all the time. That's what he said. That when you have peace, it's just breathing period. That the only thing you should be preparing for is for war at all times. So it tells you the mindset, and this is what America does repeatedly. This is what the Westerners do repeatedly, and we don't understand it, but they are following his principles. They are always on a war footing. America never finishes from war. They finish with Afghanistan, they end up in Ukraine. Now they are in the Middle East. They are moving from one war to another. That is his principles that they are following. You see what I mean? Tone. We are back as Tone. Hey, the original. The original is back. Don't mind Amadioha. He will return. He will return to his
I'm not coming back. I've already carried my hammer already. If you do work and I have to hammer you.
You'll be back soon, Uzo.
I will come back again.
So, Todd, what do you think, man? That quote was almost like I just found somebody that Nigerians know of. I know because Nigerians talk about him a lot and never bother to check. And for him to be saying this stuff, it puzzled me to no end. That while we know people, we don't really study them enough to know what they actually stand for. What do you think about the quote?
I personally think the Machiavellian theory. A lot of people, yeah, you're correct. A lot of people do borrow from that quote. I think it fits in somewhat into the situation of Nigeria, but I still believe that we need to tailor. We need a bespoke solution to our problems, because it's not a one-fits-all sort of
Now we're
solution
back,
that we
then.
need to be looking at now.
All right,
We really need to sort out a bespoke solution to our problem, because our problem is just getting more intense and intense every day. I mean, Africa as a whole. I don't know whether you forefathers, your Pan-Africanists, you follow apart from Nigeria. I don't know whether you heard about the massacre that happened about a week ago, 10 days in Sudan, where 773 people were just slaughtered. Like,
oh my, I didn't hear about that. How did I not hear that?
Yeah. If you go to, let me see where I saw it. Only it's a person I follow on Twitter that I got it from his page, and I looked further. See, they are just things, and it's all down to religion again. It's all down to religion. And when you start talking about religion, people will call you're an antichrist. You're not. You don't believe in God. This is religion. Religion is a problem. Religion is what is holding a lot of people act stupid in Nigeria.
Soft power it's now, religion. Yeah, they use it to control our people.
So people can't think. People can't think deductively and reasonable. Because of religion. One pastor tells you have to pray for dollar. Is prayer that will make the dollar to be better. One cleric in the north will tell you, listen, it's about they're trying to insult Prophet Muhammad. That is the problem. You see, the gentleman that came earlier, because I'm on the stadium, I couldn't hear, but I managed to catch a bit, and I was concentrating on the match I was watching as well. He was saying that he hasn't seen where people insult other countries, where they insult their country and all that. Yeah, fair enough. He's got a point, but he should ask himself, how many countries that will have a president that gives us 3 date of birth? Are we asking for much? We just ask you, sir, when were you born? You've got 3 date of birth. You're just lying from your teeth. You know, it's not about insult or anything. It's pathetic. It's an embarrassment to be a Nigerian right now. You know, last week I was in a training. I was training some people, and when we're going to the break time and all that, I said, "Yeah, by the way, yeah, you're Nigerian. What's happening in your country?" I said, "No, please, guys, don't go there. I don't want to get started." I don't see this thing is not funny anymore. You see, and we'll be talking. Some people will say, "Yeah, Biafra is the way forward." This one, that Biafra. Let me tell you. Let me just even go in there this evening. That Biafra that we're talking about, if they should give them that Biafra today, I can guarantee the even worse problems that we have in Nigeria today will exist there.
I won't be surprised because the problem is behind, especially if the mindset carries on, except the mindset changes. Let me show this quote again. This is another quote again from him, so that people understand how fundamental these things are. He said, "War should be the only study of a prince. He should consider peace only as a breathing time, which gives him leisure to contrive and furnishes as ability to execute military plans." This is I think our mentality is the wrong one we've been approaching life with. We keep thinking the world is at peace when the world clearly is not. And this is why we are so vulnerable. It's almost as if we are children in this world, the way we behave. We don't act as if we are supposed to survive in this world. These people, can you imagine leaders following these our principles? And we are in this world like this, behaving the way we are doing. Our time is numbered. We to come to an end eventually when you have leaders that follow this type of rules. They will win out, because when they are preparing for war all the time and we are preparing to just do side chicks and worry about food and all the rest of it, then you are missing the point. Because if you don't survive, hunger will be the least of your problem. And this is the principle that they are following. Because if you look at how America behave, that's exactly how they behave. They don't want peace. It's not because they believe their role is to have power first, then the rest comes later. The only time they will stop is when some other person challenges that power, at least makes it costly for them. Then they will pull back a little bit. And you see, this is the thing. I guess he said should. He didn't make it must. But he is saying that you, as a leader, that is your number one premise that you need to focus on if you want to survive as a nation. And given the environment he evolved from, because Italy was divided then, I think they were not even a nation at all then. They were fighting each other, different areas were fighting each other. So he saw how all the various principles are competing amongst each other. And this is what he came up with, that these are the things, the nations that do these things. I think he gave an example of one of these Borgias guy that was very, very brutal and very immoral in so many ways, but he succeeded because of what he did. So that's what forged his reasoning, and a lot of people hate him because of it. They even banned his writing for they banned his writing for 2 centuries in Europe because they thought he was advocating evil. But he is saying these things because he wants the people to be protected. If you do these things, you are more likely to be like America, the UK, Sweden, and all the other countries. But if you pretend as if you're going to be virtuous, you want to be good, you're going to kill your people. Because that is actually not good. You are not doing the right things to maintain their safety. That is some crazy stuff. I thought I was
So
right wing
Tunaja,
until you say what he was saying.
Tunaja, do you think they care if they kill the people, they kill their people?
Pardon?
Do you think they care if they kill their people?
I think they don't. All they care about is the greater good. And the thing about Machiavelli is that he doesn't. I don't think Machiavelli understood it in the context of greater good. I think the way Machiavelli understood it was in the context that I think he understood. He never used the word, but he used that it is good for the people. That's what the way he tried to describe it.
Sorry.
Tunaja, the history of Europe is more barbaric than we know. We're constantly fighting against it. There were almost 300 clans or tribes or national. They were constantly at war. up
Yeah.
till even late 18th century. So these are people who've been fighting from day one. So if you are, that's where all those quotes is coming. That's why I asked you, what is behind those quotes? And when Uzo is telling you to bring your own quotes, you have to also look at what you experience you are feeling today, what you are facing today, and that's true. And the truth is that our leaders don't care, so they don't give a fuck about harm. That should be your quote.
Right, sorry. And by the way, over us. Look, no matter, again, you're bringing.
Where is your image now? Your camera is down.
Let me see. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yes, you're talking about this Machiavelli. Again, you have to put it in the, in his time. Okay, and as a political, he was a politician, a political theorist. So because you have to ask, what is the purpose of politics? Now we are talking about the people, common good of the people. But that was not his objective. He wasn't kind of, thinking about the people, the good of the people. It was the time when the prince, it wasn't a kind of a democratic, system of government. It was all about the prince, the power, it's about the protection of the authority. The sovereignty at the time was, the state, the prince. Just like, if you remember where this it was a Louis the 14th said, okay, let us set more. So essentially, he represents the state. So it's not the people. Okay, so the protection of the state it was about. It wasn't the people. It wasn't about the good of the people. So it was an entirely different.
No. I think if you had listened to what he said, you would have found that it was for the people. He said, when you are busy trying to be good, you are going to cause problems for people. One of the examples he gave was when you come into power. If let's say during those days when it's based on overthrowing one another, when you come into power, do all the evils you want to do, then end it. Don't keep torturing the people, because they will hate you, and they're not going to thank you for it.
Look, I'm making this kind of a general point because we have to understand that the question is this: you have to ask the question, what is the purpose of politics, right? Of government. So I'm saying, so that the quotation we don't have to kind of bring it into the wrong context. So it was all about the prince, the princely power, okay? And that power, actually, the people is there to serve the prince, okay? As opposed to what we have, or at least the system we're supposed to have, democracy, which is the people's power, the government is for the good of the people. But at the time Prince Machiavelli was writing, it was about the protection, the interest of the prince, okay? So the people are there really to serve the prince.
I agree with you on that, but I think what he was saying, I agree with you on that. He was focusing on the prince, but he is saying, I guess, yeah, he was focusing on the prince. Let's not make a mistake on that. But he also, some of his advice was on the side of the people too, in a way, because he says some of the things the prince is doing is also going to help the people, because what people hate, what societies hate most is instability, actually. Not necessarily whether the prince is a butcher or anything. It's instability. Because if the prince keep going about butchering people, that's instability, isn't it?
Well, no. Well, I mean, you wouldn't say the people hate most, the worst thing that can happen to people is instability. No. Sometimes crisis is a good thing, okay? Because without that crisis or instability or some disorder, there won't be any progress. There won't be any improvement. Okay.
I think what he meant was like constant, unnecessary instability. Like, just because an example, like a leader doesn't want to make a difficult decision. Let's say he's supposed to pass rules that some bandits are not supposed to be kidnapping people. Then because he just wants to please everybody, he wants to be nice, he didn't pass that law. He will just delay the problem, and the problem will just carry on affecting the society. So he believes that leaders should act as soon as possible. If there is damage that is going to be done, let it be done, and so that the people can carry on with their lives. You see, to an extent, what he's doing, he's not focusing on the people, but what he's doing is saying those things that the people don't like is also bad for the king. or the prince. That's what he's basically saying. If the people don't like it, it's not going to be good for you too, because they're going to hate you.
Well,
because if the people hate you, that's the worst thing you want.
Anyway, see, look, whatever happens, Machiavelli or any philosopher for that matter can be our only guide, or can be our sole guide.
No, it's not. It's not. Of course not.
Look,
I don't think he knows
somebody
it all.
says something that is useful, we can take that, but we can just present anybody and say this is.
There are some things I disagree with him on. I agree with him, but I don't like the way he put it. Like, so
this is gonna be our roadmap. Okay,
like this one now, I don't see this one as a big deal. Like, he believes in this one, I don't believe in it.
Tone says something that I want to kind of look.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tone, he says something. It just perhaps the context is maybe that those is it clamoring for Biafra or whatever that. Okay, he said he can guarantee. I mean, how can you guarantee something? I mean, are you somehow can you read the future or something? What gives you the courage or the conviction to make such a statement? I mean, when people say that, I'm sure this something that you don't know about, something you cannot really speak about, something, and then you say you guarantee it. How can you guarantee something of the sort? And by the way, I'm not arguing for Biafra or against it, okay, or for any kind of national nationalist, okay, if politics. But the idea that you sit here with me and I said you guarantee if this happens, this will follow. Why? On what basis do you make such a statement? I just want to know.
Biafra is not going to work. It's just as simple as that. I don't want to even start arguing.
What do you mean? How do you mean? I'm not saying it's going to work, but I'm not saying it's going to work. But you can be sure.
Let me just tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Under any
circumstances. Wait. Calm down.
I'm not.
I do not subscribe. I do not subscribe to Biafra. I will never subscribe to Biafra.
That is
fine. It is as simple as that.
Okay, no, that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I don't.
We are better together. See, we are better together. We are better together.
No, listen.
Do greater things together.
What I'm interested in.
We cannot.
Oh, hold on now. If you made the point, you don't subscribe. That's fine. I don't argue with that. But is it my question now, or rather?
Wait. You know why? Let me tell you. Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa are dictators.
Don't bring look. Excuse me.
They are both dictators.
Hold on. Listen, my friend. Listen.
Whether you like it or not.
Listen.
Although, listen, he's been held. He's been held illegally. That I found out.
Excuse me.
But those guys are dictators. It's just as simple as that.
Excuse me. I didn't mention Nnamdi Kanu. I didn't mention any person. Okay. You said Biafra. Okay. And then the only reason why I'm bringing it up is that you use the word.
But don't be afraid to mention anybody. Don't be afraid to mention his name. He's a hero. No matter what I believe what you say, but if this one, I'm definitely against you for that one, saying that he's a traitor. Don't call him a traitor. Please, you can't do half of the things that guy have done. Don't disrespect that guy for calling him. Don't call him a traitor, okay? He's a hero in
Matt, when you are addressing people, I want you to wait, Oti.
Sorry, I'm talking, please.
Wait,
don't call him a traitor, please. Matt, I'm telling you now, don't call him
when you're talking to people. We are not quarreling.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, that's my voice. I'm not insulting you. I told you that all your points, I used to take it, but you see this one, I'm not taking it. Calling Nnamdi Kanu a traitor, don't say that.
I did not say he's a traitor.
Don't say that. Dictator, whatever you call him, dictator, he's not. He's never been in politics. He's never been in politics. He's not dictating. He's not dictating for you. He's not dictating for you. He is saying his mind. He is one man saying his mind. He is not dictating for you. So you can you can believe what you believe, but he is not.
Sorry,
all right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but okay. Let's not go into this thing. When you bring Nnamdi Kanu in, you are going to summon Kene here. And KJ and all of them will start bouncing. You don't need that. Go ahead, Oti.
That's the reason. Look, if we are having a conversation if you are really, I mean, it should be one that is intelligent and they'll help all of us to learn. Okay. By the way, I didn't mention anybody's name, right? And kind of, start this diversionary. Did I mention anybody's name? I don't want to talk about any individual. Okay. Now, see, and I said the reason why I'm going to it, I'm bringing it up is because he said something that is not gonna, it can guarantee. That's the only issue I have. It can be make such categorical statement, be so that emphatic. On what basis? What gives you the conviction, or do you see into the future?
Because what it will require for that to happen will be so
sorry.
crazy.
Hold on. Listen. Remember what he said. Okay. No.
Listen. I've got my evidence.
Hold on.
Listen. The evidence is the gentleman called Matt. If Biafra was
excuse me.
And I called
Nnamdi
Kanu, this guy will chop up my head. This sort of guy will chop up my head, will call for my head. And there are thousands of them like that. There is even more.
No. Tune. I'm not aggressive. I have been supporting since I've been listening to you. Your point, you've been making good point on the line. When I listen to you, what you say, I used to, take your point, and I know you make good point. But you see this one. I'm sorry, I'm here online. I will not allow you to say that to someone who stake his life. That is what I'm not going to take you. Understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to take it.
Matt,
you're misunderstanding me. Maybe you're misunderstanding me.
But
I'm not. But I've listened to you. You always make sense, man. You always make sense. But you see this one now. I said in the color that they involved. I'm not taking it.
Excuse me. Maybe some other day we'll talk about it. When we go into that area, we'll talk about it.
I used to support you well. I used to be on the line. I know what you say. The things you say make me. I love it. But I just come in here. Coincidentally, I'm hearing you say this.
Excuse me, sir. Calm down. Okay, calm down. If we are talking, hold on. By the way, let me ask you. I mean, calling somebody a dictator is it? Who can't be called a dictator? Is it a human being or an angel or something?
Not by that. Wait, let me tell you you might say something, and people will be misguided. Let's just call what it is. You understand what I'm saying? That guy the guy that is in the prison right now, languishing for doing nothing, is not a dictator. He is fighting for the right of his people and believing in what he believes. He never commanded you to do anything. It's another line. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because I love what he does here. So, but this thing is a different ball game. So I'm trying to, make my own point. That's the only thing. I'm not saying that all the steps is bad. No, but this one.
Listen, no, sorry, no, you can't make exception like that, So that is your opinion, that is your view. If he thinks that somebody's a dictator, he can say that. And I mean, you can't just say we cannot call that. It doesn't matter what a person does or does not do. Are you with me? Because it's an opinion. He can express it.
He can. But when it comes down, I tell you something that you are not, and no one. Let me tell you, there's a video I would have sent to you to see. A lecturer came into a classroom without a student doing nothing.
I have seen it. I've seen it.
You see it. Then when you don't do something, tomorrow it keep going. That's how injustice keep going. That is how we take misunderstanding. That is how information. Is being spread.
You are wrong.
No, I'm not. But you said I'm wrong. But I can tell you now that you are still saying the same thing that
what are we arguing about precisely?
Let me tell you why you are wrong. Okay, now because first of
all, I'm not wrong. You said no, I'm not.
Let's allow Matt to respond to the main quotes. Let's allow Matt to respond because he hasn't had the opportunity to respond. We just dragged him into another debate.
So this quote is the subject of our discussion tonight. I mean, this quote.
Yes, because if it is fundamental to our nation, don't you think it matters that we understand these things?
In your mind, isn't it? In your view.
not only in my view, in the history of the world and in the mind of one of the practitioners of experts in this area, like Machiavelli, that Nigerians know very well. You know, he's literally spelling out the fundamental that we haven't gotten right, and we want to. That's why I think it's an important topic to discuss, because I have been ranting about this forever, because from examples, is he telling me that this is the truth? And maybe that's something he too found, then that's why he's putting it like this. He put it in a way that is different, because in his time it's different. That's why he called arms, not security. But we all know what he's talking about. We all know what he's talking about, laws. We keep saying that our judges are not following the law. Why do you think they're not following the law? These are the core of it.
Let me pose this question to you. Now, since we're discussing this. Now, okay, we have how many states in Africa, in the African continent? Okay, each of them independent. Each of them, yes, have the sovereignty, right? In other words, there are states, or okay, whether they are emerging states or if you want to call them new states. Okay, now assuming under the umbrella of, say, for example, the African Union or some other body, all the states, countries of Africa decide to have one kind defense, have a defense pact, or have a uniform, for their own collective security. Okay.
True.
Now, are you with me? In other words, their security somehow guaranteed under this umbrella, as of course we have the NATO, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you this particular quote from? Do you think it will still apply? Remember, this is about states, new states, or whatever, emergent states, or old states. Okay. So yes, tell me. So in other words, I want you to kind of the buttress the
point is very simple. He stated it clearly. He didn't care what state. He basically said all states.
I'm asking you. So I'm saying, assuming the security of all the African countries, okay, is guaranteed under an umbrella, under an African security umbrella, okay. And remember, we're talking about different states, many states, not just one state. So I'm asking you now, if you're so much, if you're enamored, if you're so much, so much believe in this quote, how would this quote or this wisdom, how will this still apply in that situation?
In Africa, it would have applied because we would have taken care of the security that he talked about. Because that is fundamental. We would have, like you said, if we have security alliances, we would have done it because we would have recruited millions to secure the continent.
No, it's not about recruiting millions. I'm not talking about. I'm not a military. I'm not talking about planning the military whatever. But assuming we have a system, a security umbrella that covers, as for example the NATO, and you have other countries under NATO who, for example, do not have a military, have a nuclear arms, okay?
Yes.
But they feel protected. So would you say, well, of course, they have their security, but it's not necessarily by, good arms. So that means that good arms doesn't necessarily mean number of soldiers or any particular formation, any particular military, if like doctrine or military practice or military what system, whatever. It's about security, okay? And by that very logic, if, for example, Nigeria or any other state feel defended under under any other umbrella, say West Africa, wherever, military formation, or I don't know, United Nations. So, in practice, in reality, not theoretically, would this quotation from Machiavelli, would you still be kind of
if the security is not yours, then this is not
collective. I mean,
yes, as long as it's ours. If it is ours that we control, yes, it will be fulfilling it. But if we are not controlling it, it's not fulfilling it.
Look, let's use, for example, we have NATO, right?
NATO is not African, so you can't.
It's an example. Remember, this is an argument, okay? We can also hypothesize, okay? So, if, for example, we have such a system as NATO, or when they had the Warsaw Pact, would you say each of those states being part of that's military umbrella, they would this law or this from Machiavelli, how would it apply in that situation?
This law from Machiavelli applies to any nation that is in charge of their security. Is that simple. Any group that is in charge of their
So
security.
it means that nations necessarily don't have to be in charge of their security.
Individual nations don't have to, as long as they group together to secure themselves. The umbrella is the important thing. If you are secure, that's what it means by good arms. In other words, you are able to preserve peace.
Okay. In other words, good arms does not really is not the concept of good arms is not kind of restricted or limited to number of soldiers, or I mean anything.
It's mostly influenced by the number as we stand until robots take over. But as it stand, it involves mostly numbers. If you go, I have shared this information before. I can pull it up again. If you go to a website where they actually gather security military sizes around the world, the data, and when they were doing the analysis, they actually stated it there again that out of tactical expertise of the commander and all the other things will affect the outcomes. But the most fundamental, one of the most fundamental aspects of a nation's military power is the number of soldiers it can deploy. That is almost quote for quote what was put there too. And when I say this and you explain what you are explaining, I ask myself, but why don't we just check other nations, how they are doing it? All of them, their posture is different. That is our problem. This is our nation is the way it is. You have 200 million people. We are using less than 0.5% to secure the country.
Okay.
What kind of country is that?
Before you begin to compare our nation to these other nations, okay, make sure that we are that position where we can begin to call ourselves a nation. Okay. I mean, the fundamental, the basic things, we have to first deal with those things first. Okay, first things first. Okay. I mean,
did you hear him say first things first?
Yeah. Yes. Now, and I'll give you an example. I mean, that's the idea of being cohesive.
Did you hear him say we have to have a constitutional conference first?
No. Listen, we have to be.
Can I come in, because this conversation?
Yeah. Please go ahead, please. Oti is not going to agree. Oti, even if he agrees with you, you're just going to argue with him for the sake of. You will keep arguing with him anyway.
I've already given time so that you people can.
Yeah, you have. Please go ahead.
My brother forefather, you know what? I said, I asked a question before I left. No, I asked you a question because I saw you, and that time I wanted to do something. It's all about saying it and saying it and saying it, because all these things that Machiavelli quoted, the structure starts internally, not externally. You have to be people that are well structured and well mannered before you can be able to talk about good security. Because if you have a corrupt structure, it will still affect the security structure which you want to put in place in that certain place or a country, like the way Nigeria is right now. I gave you an example. I said Navy, police, the whatever you may call them. I said when they are passing out from their school, they will call it military, call it police, whatever. They bring form for you to feel. Bring it free. They showing you in your face. You feel it is here now. Not tomorrow you will say you don't have promotion. Or choose the one different. If they have listed it for you, you want anyone you want is there. What I'm telling you, you are now passing out as a police. They are bringing another structure inside the police, inside army for you to. When they have all these cartels inside your security, how can that your security that you are looking for, how can it have a headway in such place? When I asked you this question before I left, I wanted you to address it because I went back with my children. I was trying to get the solution from all these things that I mentioned.
Can I answer your
If
question?
you are passing out for, okay.
You see the answer, and in other words, you are getting to the bottom of the. I mean, getting at the bottom of the problem. Okay, now, because Fofodas keeps on talking about security, and I told him that it's putting the cart before the horse. Okay, you first have to have a country, a people. Okay, before you think about how to secure them, the security to secure them, right? The security system. Now, because this Matt is not talking about the police or the military. Okay. Now, what it shows you is this: these people, they don't owe their allegiance to Nigerian people, to the Nigerian state, to the Nigerian police, but rather to we call them cabal, a clique, or whatever. Okay, so and that is the problem. If you have to have a nation, okay, and people have said,
I think that is a mistake.
It's not a mistake
because you see, you have to understand. I use the example of a knife is a knife. It doesn't matter what brand it is, because in reality, the problem is weakness. The state is not weak. Whether it's a dictator, whether it's a democracy, that is at the core. Because if you look at nations that are dictators, democracy, monarchy, they are all doing better than us right now.
So, excuse me. Okay, can I ask you a question? Can I
the fundamental thing is that they are stronger.
Okay, but my brother, okay, my senior brother, okay, let me come. I want to put it
and that's why Machiavelli is correct, because all this stuff, if you look at all the excuses you give, all nations have those weaknesses.
Forefathers,
why are they not like us?
Forefathers, let me come. I want to say something now. During the time of Babangida, do we have good security at it?
No, we never did.
We never did. How do they perform in Ecomog? If you never did.
They went to Ecomog. It's like I always give this
example. No. It's like don't say it. I just forget. It's like what was their performance? If we are to rate them.
Yeah, are you gonna let me answer? The performance is
honestly,
hold on. Honestly. Because you have to. Yes, I want to answer honestly.
Honestly, yes.
So I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear, because the people
No. Don't tell me
what.
Let
me say it. Okay, great. The people they went to fight against are not the Europeans. They are not the most powerful nations. They went and fought people like us. So I can use the example of, it's like measuring height among dwarfs. You went and fought. Did they go to Europe? Let them go to Europe and try that.
So you are planning to compete with Russia or with America? Come on,
you see, now you see why we are in trouble. What do you think? Do you think they have 10 heads?
Wait, now let me call. My
like
question. You know what I wanted to ask you? The way I wanted to ask you, I'm asking you about this. About strong. I wanted to even not what you have just even said, because I was trying to see if what you are saying, you know, the background of a whole package of what you have been saying about the security. If you are missing that military, navy that they have or they had structure during Babangida, then I don't think you are, doing a favor to the military, because you have to say it how it is. That's why we are here. I'm not saying that. I'm not. Wait. You
should have asked me why I said so.
Wait. No, you didn't. You should have. This is because no, I never said we are. I never give a whole picture that we are 100%. I was trying to give you a kind of a background of what I wanted to ask you, so that let me see, because you are always talking about this security. Now I come to at least let's just say to the lowest, percentage of security outfit we have had that we can say during this time they did well. But you never give me that background that tell me that, oh, these people that during that time at least we had a little bit, a good one, but not good enough. You never said so. So that was what I'm saying to you. During the time of IBB, during the time of Abacha, these people are people that I never supported for nothing. They are nothing to talk about or write home about. But I'm telling you, the one they handled at least very well, I can say. These people handled that structure. At least when you see a military man, then you say this is a military man. They have limit of things that they do. You don't see them mesmerizing anyhow like we know them today doing. It was a different ball game.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
No, I understand where you are coming from, but try to understand where I'm coming from too.
Wait, I'm trying to say, if you build that, imagine it was a civilian government then that managed this military, like the way you have this enthusiasm of having a country with a great security. Imagine that we have such a civilian government that have that kind of mind to handle those military then and to pay them well, housing them well. Don't you think we would have done well and improved from what we have known them to be
I
for now?
think we would have done better.
I want to still add up something to you, because when we are talking, because Ovie was trying to let you understand something. You know, I don't agree with Ovie. Many times I'm on background, many things. I sometimes I'm on the I don't, but my brother Toon, it was only now that Toon just said something that I said. I argued him. I'm on background. I never argued him because I like to listen to him always. But I'm sorry for that. It was just that. It was just that. So, but it's just that the kind of thing that we have now and the kind of virus that are inside what Oti was trying to let you know. If you want to do this Machiavelli pattern in Nigeria with the virus that you have, it cannot hold water. That is the reason why I gave you a simple basic one. I said, these people that you are going to you are going to recruit as military, as this, as that after they graduate from their school, their college, I'm giving you, this is from inside. I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is not based on, I'm telling you what, that is something that is not true. Form is being brought to them direct. This one, if you did not belong in any of those things, if you like, be the best academic security student, you will remain at the bottom line. That is the reason why you are seeing the kind of system of security that you are having in that country. The person, I wouldn't call them, because sometimes if I want to say, I want to call them, but I don't. I want to withdraw the name. Do you know that? Do you know in your wait? Let me come. I'm coming. Do you know in your police stations that you see that where you see many houses? I'm telling you, I'm going to be calling the tribe now. Warehouses, most of them, they are the head. Do you know the people that write for them? Write statements for them. Write when they want to make anything, they give information. And do you know the people that do that?
No.
Igbos. Wait, Igbos, Yoruba, Benin, all those South people. Many of them cannot. This one. If I tell you, go and if you do research, you know them. No. I say most of them. I didn't say most of them. What I'm telling you, where they are headed, these people is not because of by mistake. It's just that they cannot read and write.
See, I get what you are saying regarding that, but you are looking at so that concern and Steph can be able to say something. Yeah.
But but you are talking about Nigeria. I'm not now talking about outside Machiavelli. I'm talking about now that security that you want. This is what is inside that your security.
Yeah, but if you let me talk, I will let you understand now. How do you solve it? you solve it by doing what is meant to be done, because other nations have the same problem. That's why this is what I mean by deductive reasoning. The reason what I mean by deductive reasoning is that you look at what your nation has, and hold on, okay, yeah. So you look at the stuff that is causing problem for you and check whether other people have similar problems. And if other people don't have similar problem, then you when you found that problem, you deal with it. But if you check the first thing that you check, other people have the same problem, but yet they are doing better, that tells you that that is not the problem. There is something more that is affecting your system. That's what they call deductive reasoning. Like this secret society you are talking about, other nations have them too. Like the UK police, many of them are connected to the Mason, and people that work in manual labor, some of them that are the higher up one are connected to the Freemasons and all the rest of it. So they have that issue, but they are still functional.
Forefathers, you see, look, you're missing now again. So now you're equating, okay, UK to Nigeria, right? I mean, you can't do that. So even
why not?
No, excuse me.
Why not? They are human beings like us.
Why didn't you reason what I have said?
I reasoned what you said. I just told you.
Why don't you? Why are we now? Why are we now talking? You were not talking about you now. You have.
I reasoned exactly what you said. I said it just now. How can they not hear me? I just said it. I said the secret society you are talking about.
We are talking in Nigeria now.
Yes, I'm talking about Nigeria, the secret society.
The background of the things that are happening in Nigeria. I have given you about the
and
people.
I'm telling you that is not the reason why Nigeria is not working.
Is it not security that you are talking about?
Yeah, but that is not the reason why our security is not functional. If anything, it might actually bring them closer together.
Forefathers, the question for you is the way the UK is governed, is that how Nigeria is governed? One, is the structure of the UK and the structure of Nigeria the same?
See, that quote didn't care about governance?
Oh, it's talking about quote. Which quote?
This guy you like to fight, man. Let's see me say something, because this OT and Matt, they will not let them have any talk.
Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
What
makes the government in any country? Security no day, economy no day. Will you take it away? I don't make somebody go crazy here.
Why would you go crazy? You're not going to go crazy now.
Oti is saying it. You are still knocking it out. I'm telling you, you are knocking it out. But we're saying the same thing. You say, let's talk about Nigeria. We are talking about Nigeria. You are going to UK. You are going to Italy. You are going to America.
Examples. And you know the weirdest thing about it? You know this weirdest thing? When Machiavelli talks, he uses examples. This is the weirdest thing. He always uses examples. He will say, this prince of so country, this is what he did, and this is the result. He always uses examples, because this is important to demonstrate what he's saying is correct. And that's what I'm giving you. I'm saying I'm calling Europeans and all the rest. Steph, please go ahead.
For like 2 minutes before Steph.
Okay. Please, let him finish talking there.
Steph, please indulge me. So I think, forefathers, on this your particular topic of security, quoting Machiavelli, I have no issues with it. There's nothing wrong in bringing examples and people who have said things in the past. I have no issues at all. I know that people have raised issues. I have no issues. My issue, or where I differ is, or my explanation to you is, people like Machiavelli and other examples across the world that you can point at, when they secure their nation, when they talk about security, it still boils down to the set of people we're dealing with, and it cuts across party lines, APC, PDP. Now, we've discussed this, and I always mention this when we're talking about Nigeria and France. The difference between our politicians in Africa especially and the Western politician is everything they do is mostly to benefit their people, which will in turn benefit them. Our politicians don't do anything that will benefit us, the people. The security you're talking about is to secure us, to secure our land from people who would forcefully or through back doors take something from us. Forefathers, we are readily giving everything to these people. They're not going to attack us. Attack us for what exactly? Everything that we have, We are giving to them freely. So why exactly are they going to attack us? So that now begs the question, why do we need to secure something that's not under threat? You, if you were in charge of Nigeria, you would have a different relationship with the Western world. Then you would know that you need to secure your land because they would want to use other methods of getting what belongs to you and your people. The people in charge of Nigeria are going there. You listen to your national security advisor say, come and help secure our land. You listen to President Jonathan saying to Obama, come and secure our land. You listen to the Israeli guy telling them in Abuja that we will literally kill to have what you have. We are not hiding it from them. We're not trying to protect anything. We are giving it to them. Take as much as you can. Fill your boots. That's what we're doing. Our oil every day is disappearing. Where's it disappearing to? These people. We are not, see, if you are protecting it, trying to guide it so that your people can benefit, then you can say, oh, we need to up our security. But our leaders and the Western leaders are not fighting over anything. They take as much as they want and they give our leaders whatever is remaining. Those two parties are happy. The average Nigerians are the ones suffering. There's nothing to protect as far as our leaders are concerned. This is the issue, which I think you're probably missing. I agree, we should secure everything that is ours. But do you think our leaders care? If, let's say the pot is 100%, the Westerners can take 60. Our leaders will take 35 and they'll give us the people 5. They're happy. If you were in charge, you'll be thinking, we'll take 100.
I have addressed this point now. I hear exactly what you are saying, that the leaders are not there. The reason why
they're there, but not for the interest of the people.
Yeah, the reason why I played the video of our NSA head begging foreign heads of foreigners is because these leaders are not there to protect us and for our interests. The idea is to provide. Hold on now, let me finish my point. The idea is to provide the information so that people understand the kind of thing they should be demanding. And if the leaders are not meeting them, then they know these leaders are terribly against them and they need to push them out.
Okay, sorry, 1 second. So do you think the people should demand security from the people that are hell-bent on not providing it? Or the people should demand a change in leadership to people who would give them security?
Which one comes
more?
first? Which one comes
This is the issue.
Sure.
We have not done that. We have not done that yet. We've not gone out and say this is fundamental. We need to get this right. If you don't do your security policy, we are not going to forgive you. And if you don't, then when they refuse to do that, then you can campaign to remove them from office.
Father, let me add on something. Let me add something. Do you know that in Madrid? Do you know that in Madrid, if you check your notice now, they call it noticia. Just go. As I'm talking now, I'm watching the news. 24 hours here. You will see the children. Not if I say children, no, university guys from 17. From 18 upward, and some old men. They have been in the street now for over how many days with the police. They don't care whether they don't eat. They never care whether anything. They are demanding for something. Amnesia is this terrorist. They went there. They have been. They call it prevail. The party that is ruling Spain. They went to their headquarters. They have been there for days demanding it with what this one they say, no, police carry everything. They demand them. But I will tell you, I will come back here to tell you that thing they demand there, if they don't do them, they will not live here. It has happened here. I'm telling you, 90 years, people that are from 90 years downwards to 50 came out to defend, to fight for their children. They say if they die, they die. They were outside the street. They no eat, they no drink. They demand that they cut their hospital, what do you call it? They give their what they call it now for about their hospital, whatever the benefit they have, or maybe when they go to hospital and all that, they cut something. They said what? Both their pension. They said what? They stayed outside for almost 1 month. They maintained until government using hand reverse that thing, they now enter inside. This is what I'm trying to take. This one, we don't. Nobody want to die. Two faces say, you know what? Nobody want buy, but they won't go heaven. All of us don't go. We are here. We are speaking grammar. I have said it always. Say it. You see, we are not. I not say government to go carry gun, go carry arm on the car. Oh, Papa, from 90, from the 1 year, everybody stay in the street, sit down, no work, no nothing. They eat there, they do no movement. Make them they do, make police they do what they do. If police come, we shift for them, they go carry their car, go. Everybody stay. Anarchy. Make we know whether these politicians, now the only them, 10,000 of them will rule Nigeria.
I agree with
Do
you
you
on
understand
that.
what I'm trying to say? If they carry a motor car, come shift for them, tell them, oh, bye-bye, you shift. Still maintain where you are for 1 month. No work, bank everybody.
I think that the thing is, when we keep saying some people should go on the street,
Oh,
we have to have a kind of ideology of what we want to do. Because if people just go to office like they did in the Arab Spring, you see the Arab Spring turned to Arab Winter because there is no direction. But when the Soviets came into office, they had an ideology they are looking to implement. Do all the people that want to go on this, do they have an ideology?
Ideology is there, Papa. Ideology, we want a change of government. We want a change of pattern of life that we are living. It's ideology, we have it. That's what we are saying.
But it's not clearly, see, that's my point. If you prepare, and you do these things, you are going to be able to see, because you want to change the constitution, but do you know how many people have different ideas? Different people have different ideas of how. See, hold on now. Hold on, because we need to allow Steph talk. I brought out a quote here today, and we all have different opinions on it. That tells you need a form of ideology that everybody can sign up to. That they know, hold on now, they know where the direction, the general direction that they are traveling. If you just go and do it, this is why I always use examples. Examples show it doesn't go anywhere. Because the ones that are already there with ideology will come back and they will dominate. So let me allow Steph say something, please. We have held him back for very, very long.
Responsive government. That is ideology.
Okay, thank you. That's your ideology, responsive government. Okay, yes. You know that means different things to so many people. There's a reason why people have ideology. Because that means different things for so many people. Like
no. What he said is clear now. What he said is clear.
Yeah, it's not as clear.
What he said is clear.
I can support. We're going to start hearing differences.
Sure. What he said is complicated. My brother, anything that you said that is very clear, unless you want to complicate it.
Okay. See, all of us want it. All of us want exactly what he wants. Why do we have different opinions? See, Steph, please. Thank you for joining us. Thank you with all this rascality going on here. They don't let you talk. They just hug the mic and everything.
That is the beauty of it, and I'm actually enjoying it.
Thank you. Please go ahead. What do you think about the quote from Machiavelli? Because Nigerians always go on about Machiavelli when I was younger, and recently I thought I should just check him out. And it turns out that this guy is saying a lot of things that I've been saying that many Nigerians are competing. They are criticizing me for it. I'm like that. I'm going to share it with them today so that I hear what they have to say about it. And so far, some of them like OT tried to shoot Machiavelli down, like he's just a person. It doesn't matter. But the fundamental is still there. We are not a secure nation.
Actually, we are bundling two things together: internal security and external security. The external security aspect of what Machiavelli is saying, I think Nigeria doesn't really have any national strategic interest that they want to defend abroad presently. You know, we don't have any. It's
no
when
we are poor now.
It's when we are
poor. We don't have anything. You think
but that's the truth.
We should,
but we are not there yet. So what matters most now is internal security, so that we can be able to develop and have that national strategic interest abroad that we want to
To be fair to him, Machiavelli, he also talked about internal security too. So
they're coming to internal security. What I want you to understand is that Machiavelli, the time he was writing is different from our own time now. He's actually talking about how to build a benevolent dictator, not a democracy. A benevolent dictator, which was actually what
he doesn't see any difference in them. And that's the thing
he
about
didn't
him.
see, but there is. Unfortunately, our own time have passed. That's why last week I made mention of that we missed so many opportunities we had to develop during military regime. That's why you're supposed to have a benevolent dictator that can force that national interest. He sees the vision. Then he will take certain steps to force it on everybody for the good of all. There's going to be rebellion, but he saw the vision. He's going to trample on rights, but he saw the vision. But under democracy, you can't do such things.
You can, to an extent, you can do that too.
No, you can't.
There has been leaders that have made a lot of change.
Under democracy.
Yeah.
No, nations develop that first step. It's easier for a nation to take that first step during a dictatorship.
It's true.
Most countries that, if you look back,
the truth is that let me just say this: it's a dictatorship, but like some of them are actually democracies when they had dictators as rulers.
Well, that's what it's called benevolent dictators.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
Understand?
You have to be stronger than your average person. You have to have followers that are stronger than your average because the challenge is heavy, isn't it?
It's the same Machiavelli that said that it's also told the prince that these people should not respect him out of love, but out of fear.
He says, I think, let me see if I can find the quote. I think he says,
I don't know if it's right, but
yeah, it's better for them to fear you
than to love
you if you cannot have both of them.
You
have to choose one, choose that they fear you.
That's why I'm telling you that he's not.
He's correct. He's correct. And he gave reasons why he said that. That if they don't fear, because people can betray you when they love you easily, but when they fear you, their own interest is at stake. Because they fear
is that the kind of leader you want for Nigeria presently? Is that the kind of leader you want for Nigeria?
If that is going to help us survive,
no, not if it's going to. Is that the kind of leader you want?
Hold on. If that is going to help us survive, yes. Survival is what we are facing here. We are not. We think our problem is minor. It's very serious because if you are dead, you are not going to have time to worry about whether they are treating you badly or not.
But forefather, you don't support machineries, but you support quotes from Machiavelli. You are supporting the quote. Give us one quote from Nigeria. We need a man.
I'm giving you a quote. I'm a Nigerian. I'm giving you my own quote. I'm giving you my own quote.
Don't give us Machiavelli. Now let's focus on talking about security because many people are giving us quotes from Nigeria.
Basic question for you, okay? And seriously, okay? Seriously, I'm not a joke, okay? Don't laugh. So it's a survival. That's our main thing, right? So the question is survival as what? As one nation or as a disparate nations?
As a people at all. As human beings at all.
No. What do you mean human beings?
As human beings, whether we are going to be alive on this earth.
We're talking about Nigeria, right? Okay?
Yes.
Nigeria. So survival as what? As one nation or disparate nations? Serious question.
You see, when you ask that, it makes me worry that you don't understand the gravity of our problem.
No, excuse me. No, sorry. It's part of our problem. It's fundamental. And allied to that question is this. I mean, because are you going to impose it on people to be one nation? Or are you going to allow people actually, different peoples, right? You can't deny it, to actually decide the destiny. So
Israel has killed 10,000.
Survival as what? As one nation or disparate nations? You have to answer that question. It can't sweep it under the carpet.
See, the question, the point is that when we say survival, I mean survival to be able to be alive at all. You see how people are fighting over desert land. Hold on now. I'm answering the question directly. You say what kind of survival as a nation or as a other entity?
As different nations.
I'm not even, see, if that was my problem, I wouldn't even be here.
Why shouldn't it be a
My
problem?
problem
You don't know your problem
is
then. You don't
hold
understand
on.
the problem.
Hold
No,
on now.
seriously.
My problem
Anything is not a
is
problem, then you don't understand the problem.
you are not allowing me talk. See, my problem is that I fear that we may not even physically survive or not even go into bondage again. That is how bad it is.
Who are we? Who are we?
Who are we?
Yes, you have to answer the question first.
We are one of the first. We are one of the ancient of men.
Come on.
We are custodians of this land. We have an inheritance. If you don't know who you are, man, you have to ask yourself, man, what do you mean?
You first have to deal with.
What do you mean? Who are we?
First other questions. All this before you start to build all this, whatever, on them. I don't know.
We're not building anything. I'm just telling you.
Skyscraper in the sky. Okay, security.
Okay.
But the basic questions we have to be able to answer them. Seriously. Yes. I mean, look, this survival as what? Is it by force? People have to choose to survive under one nation.
You have to choose to survive. See, most people will
I'm talking about
thinking about it want to survive. They want to live.
As what? Under what?
Free
under which
people.
Government?
As
The
a free
government,
people.
sorry, under the government that have elected or the government that is imposed on them?
See, as a free people under their own control. That's how
You
people
can't be a
want
free
to
people
live.
when you're under a government that you did not choose, you did not elect.
See, most people have been governed by people that were not chosen by them in terms of the
really? And they're
individual.
happy.
But
And
as
they're
long as
happy.
the leader is of their people,
They are happy and they're free.
I think Oti, you are looking at these things from more of a sociological, political kind of approach. I'm looking at from the point of view of downright survival, like jungle. You are in a world where everybody's fighting for their survival.
Perspective. Now let's
No, because that is relevant. It is relevant. It is what we lost. We lost it 200-300 years ago. Our people were enslaved. We went into colonization.
So we are today. 2023. Okay.
You are today. The same structure remains in place. We've not fixed it. That is the problem.
The problem of today. Okay. So
how are you supposed to face it when you have not fixed something that happened for 200 years ago?
Oh, come on. Look, how do you want to go back to 200 years?
No, I'm not going back. I'm saying you should fix it now. So just because you suffered an injury 200 years ago doesn't mean you should treat it now. You should treat it now while you can.
How your parents treated you and keep you going until you are of this age? Are you still carrying it at the back of your I mean at your back to do whatever you are doing now as a grown up?
No,
don't you live
because I healed from that.
Knowing that is the training for you to be good and live it and then keep living your life? Will you be thinking about slavery? Is it slavery that made our politicians to be doing what they are doing? This is the question that you have to ask yourself sometimes. Is it slavery that's making them to do it?
I agree with what you are saying. That as the example you gave about what happened to me when I was young and compared to what I'm doing now, I've acted to change that. I've fixed it from that point of view. That is what I'm saying. So we lost something and we never restored it. We never, but other people did.
Who are the people? Who are the people? Those people that call themselves in the country. Who are those people that doesn't want to fix it? Because if the government,
our people into slavery for Gogoro, their children are the ones still ruling. Oh, hold on. Let me this thing. I've said this before. These people have not changed their mindset, and the Europeans groomed them during the colonization period to love them, to see them as an extension of their own people. When their own people are clearly different, they don't want to represent their people appropriately. That is the problem, and their minds needs to be changed to understand that you don't have to be against Igbo people to care for your own people. You don't have to be against them. As a matter of fact, they'll probably respect you more for it because you are more like them now. You are doing what they do.
Can I ask a question? Forefathers, what have you said concerning this? Is just that's why I'm bringing it to Nigeria. What have you said about a governor who is your brother, who is your countryman, who said that he needed 20% of the state, income? our
We
allocation.
all condemn
What
him
have
like
you?
crazy.
What have you not condemned? This is we should be singing it as a song anywhere. This is how. Is there any action that has been taken?
See, Matt,
It's because you say it today. You say it today. You leave it. You see how you are talking about Machiavelli. We have said it
see,
almost 2 hours. But
see, Matt,
weekend we have not even talked about it.
Matt,
This
hold
is the
on, Matt,
problem that we
Matt,
are
let me say
facing.
something. Let me say this. I was talking to somebody today. I said, I'm not going to be talking about these type of things anymore. The reason why I'm saying that, not because I don't understand that these things are bad things on their own, because we are not looking at the bigger problem. That bigger problem, if we keep taking our eyes off it, no matter what you do, as much as you dislike Wike, you will keep getting him repeatedly because you are treating the symptoms. You're not treating the cause. If you care so much about what Wike is doing, focus on the real issue that is causing it. That's why I said I'm not going to be talking about this
The
because I
real
have to
issue.
focus.
A governor came out to say this man needed 20% of this that comes in the state. Already is an accusation, is a criminality. Who are the people that are supposed to come into action? Do you have EFCC? Do you have police? You have them there? What have
Why do
they
you think they are
done?
not
Have
functioning?
they invited him? Have they invited him? Have they asked him anything? We are talking about this, your security. I'm bringing, you want to go higher, but I'm coming to the lowest. I want us to treat it to the lowest
But
because that is
the
where
higher
we
level
can
one
get
is not.
stuff.
The higher level one is more consequential.
Oh my goodness.
You don't understand that. What use is it for a man to be tidying up their own house, sweeping everything when the house is situated? Let me give you an example. If you are tidying up your own house, cleaning it because you are worried about health hazard from rubbish and all the rest, but while your entire house is in a rubbish dump, the town's rubbish dump, what is the use of cleaning your house up? Because the hazard is already everywhere. You have to get that house out of that rubbish dump.
But you need to clean it, even though the hazard is everywhere. Does not stop you to clean what you have in the house, any mess that you have.
The better
But
thing
you saw what they did to us when we wanted to challenge them about our current president. What did they tell you? They told you, you are the one that will take it off. It's not us. It's based on that security that I'm telling you. It's internal. Because we are not getting it right internal. You cannot be putting it on higher. Look at it. It's just like a family thing. When a father, a mother is corrupt, do you understand? Your children, they see what you do. You say another thing. The one you are performing, they are saying what you are performing. Do you understand? The one they are going to be taking is not what you are saying, it's what you are doing.
See, I get what you are saying. Let's
It's
agree that you
we are
prefer to
coming.
be talking about things on this micro level. I prefer to talk about things on the macro level. I choose deliberately to do it because it's of more consequence. When the Europeans were coming to colonize us, we thought they were just coming to take over one nation after the other. But we didn't know a decision has been made in the Berlin Conference to take over the entire African continent. That is something affecting us on a macro level that all the people fighting them on a micro level didn't even have a clue what they were dealing with because they didn't understand the bigger picture. So that is why it's consequential to understand the bigger picture.
During that slave trade that we are talking about, do you know how they eradicate those people that we are telling? How they stop Oyibo buying those things is when the villagers rise up against those informers in the village that are, taking them, making the white men to come to.
What did they stop buying?
From the village, the villagers, when they have an informant and somebody who is linked up with the Europeans that are buying and selling human beings from Africa here, is when Africa rise up from those chiefs that are in their clans and in their villages. Is it not when those things started reducing? You need to fight from inside.
I'm sorry. The reason why they stopped buying human beings because they became mechanized. They started using machines, so they didn't need us anymore, and they outlawed it. Don't make any mistake that this will do anything for no other reason, for any other reason other than for their own benefit. Regarding the colonization too, it is not by coincidence that when they found the cure for malaria was when they came after West Africa and Central Africa. They colonized South Africa a lot earlier, but they couldn't do it in West Africa because they kept dying because of malaria and tsetse fly and all that nonsense. So, but when they found the cure for malaria, it didn't take long before they got their act together and decided to come and take over. So little things like that can make a difference. Look at this thing. I think this is why you tend to have democratic dictators. I think it was Steph that was saying something like this about there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. That is an interesting way to put it. Dexter hasn't said anything forever. Sorry, Dexter, I forget that you are there. I know you do have strong opinions about these things. And the one I really want people to see about what he said that the prince should be doing, that for me, those two things are things that as a people we seriously need to open our eyes to, because it really is shocking the way he put it. Look at that, this statement here. I when I was listening to his documentary, I didn't hear this in his documentary. This is one of the most aggressive things I've ever had any analyst say. Okay. He says war should be the only study of a prince. He should consider peace only as a breathing time, which gives him leisure to contrive and furnishes as ability to execute military plans. So basically, that is what the West is doing.
Okay. So just a quick question. Let's paint a picture of where Nigerian princes, our politicians, governors, presidents, where they fortified the country, we are secure. Nigeria is secure, like to the teeth. We have everything: ballistic missiles, weapons of mass destruction. We have everything. How would that benefit the hungry Nigerian? Based on the knowledge of our leaders that you know today, we're secured. Nobody can attack us. We're fortified. How do you think that would make food cheaper? Or
there are 1,000 ways. There are 1,000 ways. First, let's start.
I'm not arguing it, and it's not a rhetorical question. I'm just trying to.
Okay, I see. Oh, I thought you were asking. Okay.
Yeah.
For me, that there's 1,000 ways. Life will Nigerians will do their magic, isn't it? The Nigerians are very, very capable, and many of us will return back from the diaspora to build a very, very strong and prosperous nation. And our GDP that is depressed by 10% right now will grow by 10% automatically by just having security.
But when it grows, who's taking the money? The one that we have right now, who is spending it? It doesn't
matter
what the GDP is.
But what security does is
we make. It's the same people that.
I get your point. I get your point. But what security does is they will start spending the money in-house. Okay, let me give you this quote. You see, there's a reason why I talked about self-healing. When I was talking about if you have security and you stop the bleed, the patient will start healing. This patient will start healing itself. That's how the nation will start healing. And this is exactly in a way what this thing Machiavelli put here. Where is it again? Where was that? Okay, it says about the main foundation of every state, new states as well as ancient or composite ones, are good laws and good arms. You cannot have a good law without good arms. And where there are good arms, good laws inevitably follows. So in other words, he's saying that the state will start healing itself. Laws will start becoming relevant if you secure yourselves. Basically, in other words, that's the way what he's saying. And I've argued this point before that Nigeria is bleeding. We need to stop the bleed. If you don't stop the bleed, nothing will work. Your politicians will not keep the money in the country.
How do you
be answering to foreigners.
Security is not only arms, It's not only arms. Food also is.
How do you stop it?
How you stop it is by putting security in place. Because what you do when you put security, that you can't rely on foreigners anymore. They will not be stealing all your resources from you.
Whose job is it to put security in place?
The leaders and the people.
The leaders and the people. How do you
the
know?
people, the people like us that are, you can say, okay, specifically the leaders and the middle class.
You know,
because the
What do
middle
you mean
class
by
are
that?
the educated ones that push
No,
them to do the
sir,
right
sorry.
thing by the people.
Excuse me. You see, that's why people are they're elected to govern, right? To make policies,
Yes,
implement them. So it's a function of leadership. Okay, I don't know what. So they are to deploy the people, which is part of the resources at their disposal. So it's essentially a problem of leadership, and so I think it's
We've
leadership,
exhausted
right?
this topic. Even the small security we have today is used to oppress the common man.
Exactly.
The
I mean,
DSS we have
you don't get
is
around
like
the circle. Talking
DSS.
about
I
these
mean,
things, and then
forefathers, think about it.
of what
You're
use
on
is that?
Twitter. If
I
you
mean, this is not
criticize
rocket
Buhari
science. It's
or
not ancient philosophy. This is simple.
during the days of Buhari, you criticize him, or now the days of Tinubu, you criticize him, and you see their supporters, they will tag DSS because they've become accustomed to using the security, the little we have, to bully the people that don't agree with them. And even the political class use it. So you give them more. My worry is the more they have, the more they will use to intimidate the people. They still carry on like the way that the colonizers used the military is the way our current political elite use the military. The ones that carry gun, the ones that don't carry gun, DSS don't even do their jobs. It's like you criticizing what's this guy's name now? Rishi Sunak in the UK, and somebody is tagging MI5. Can you imagine? Nobody would even. A lot of people in the UK don't even. Average British person don't even know what MI5 is about. But in Nigeria, everybody's calling DSS. Go and arrest that person. Go and arrest this person. Somebody tweeted against Fashola. They've locked the brother up for 90 days, 100 days. The little we have, they used to oppress the people. So I'm not even sure if I want them to have more. Like I keep telling you, who is after Nigeria? I'm not saying there's no danger out there, but really and truly, no. Tell yourself the truth. Who is after us?
Everybody.
First thing first.
Oh my God. See, show. I've heard you say things in my time. You are one of the most clever persons. To even ask the question, who is after us? We've been enslaved and colonized. You're asking who is after us? People are killing each other for dry desert land. Are you asking who is after us?
They don't have to kill anybody these days.
Our people are coming here. I mean,
they don't have to kill anybody
willingly by themselves.
They don't have to kill anybody.
No, they don't have to.
10,000 people just died in less than 1 month.
They negotiate with our political elite. They let them fill their boat and go away. Oil is the biggest thing we know that we have. Look at that as a case study. Please, who is stopping them?
Who is stopping them?
We don't need guns to stop people from stealing our oil. Look at the way they protect their oil in other oil-producing countries. It's computerized. You don't need military. You can have security that is not militarized. So that's what I'm trying to say, that our leaders are not interested in protecting or securing anything. Who is after Nigeria? It might sound naive, but nobody is going to stop
after
them.
us?
Yes, because our leaders are not trying to see. Forefathers, you protect your house, you put a gate because you know that people want to come and take what you have, and you don't.
Why do you think your leaders are doing it if they are not after us? They've compromised the leadership so that the leadership will be serving them. Isn't that the point? If you want to remove that, you have to restore what has been stolen. They've stolen your sovereignty. If you don't restore it, what chance have you got?
Think about Malema, the South African guy. Imagine him as the president of Nigeria. Then I can say, we need security. We need to beef up because he's against anybody touching anything that belongs to us. Do our current guys look like somebody who is bothered? All they're interested in is, let's cut this thing. Share, take your own, make I take my own.
Just because the leaders that is there now are not for you, does that mean the idea loses credibility? The idea stands on its own. The idea is not Machiavelli didn't say, based on the leader you have, this is it. The principle stands on its own. It doesn't matter who is there. The point is, who are the people ready to act on it, on what they understand is the right thing. That is what matters. In the end, leaders will do what they do. The people will do what they are going to do. And if we don't take the mantle and say, we know the right thing by our people now, we need to take our sovereignty back. We lost this stuff 300 years ago, and we never regained it again. And if we don't fix it, our time here it will be at an end sooner or later. The world changes quickly. We keep thinking that the world will remain the same. The world could transform in a month, and you will not recognize it again.
Forefathers, where will you get the money? Where will you get
Nesta
the
has been
money?
Jesta and Steph has been
Where
gentlemen
will
all
you
day.
get the money
We need
to
to let
fund
them
this?
talk. Oh.
Where will you get the money to house them? Where will you get money to get equipped? Anyways, I just
We have it. We already have it.
Forefathers, I think we're on the right direction. After all, see, we've budgeted, we've procured a yacht for 5 billion. It's part of the security.
Yes.
You understand? By next year budget, we may buy armored vehicles for maybe 100 billion. You know, we are doing our best.
That's sad, isn't it? They're talking about yacht. I don't know who concocted that idea. Those people. What does that man care about yachts?
If I contribute, I've been listening in the background. I think we seem to be saying almost the same thing, but in different ways. I've read The Prince almost twice. Forefather, I used to be in my younger days.
I'm glad you are even more educated than me on it because I just started listening to his document. I didn't even read it.
I read the book. I have a copy of it when I was in my younger days.
So you read this thing and you pretended as if you didn't know. Didn't you hear what he said?
I'm fascinated. However, my take is this, Forefathers. Are you aware that The Prince was Abacha's Bible?
That's the interesting thing.
Yes,
if it's Abacha's Bible,
like
he decided to learn the side where he says people should fear you. That's what he took.
As much as yes, I agree that a lot of principles about principalities and how you manage states is stated very clearly in The Prince. You know, he did a very good study. As much as he applies to our states, it depends on where you apply it. So if you know Rome, the Roman Empire, when he was writing about the Prince, it was about the breakup of the Roman Empire and how the different states were being managed, and there was always fights and all that. First of all, Nigeria, we are not even at that level. Nigeria is actually not a country. We unfortunately we don't tell ourselves the truth. Forefather, you say something about what you see in Nigeria. You said something happened 300 years ago and then maybe the world will change. True about it, we don't seem to realize that we are not actually a country until we start telling ourselves these truths. As much as we want to live this, have this utopia, this idea, Nigeria is still an idea. Nigeria is an idea. Nigeria is like Rome. Rome was an idea. Nigeria is not a country.
I don't think it's of any use speaking in this in vague terms. Because you know full well you can argue any point based on that.
No. My point is this.
I could even say we are not real right now.
This is my point.
Allow him. Sorry.
Let us be honest with ourselves. Do you know that even a House of Rep member recently on Arise morning show, he's from Plateau State. He said Nigeria is not a country. A House of Rep member. He said it on the morning show. Let us, we keep on, Nigeria is different nationalities put together. Unfortunately, we have not fused together. And we keep on thinking that you can force the system. You can't force it. Do you understand? Europe today, what you call Denmark, people agreed to be together. The UK, Scotland, everybody came down and wrote for themselves. This is what we would be. This is how we would live. Then you can start managing the state. When you talk about
you see what you just did just now. You said you read Machiavelli. And everything you said just now is against everything he said.
How do you mean it's against? What do you mean it's against?
Everything is just said just now. It's against everything Machiavelli stands for.
Forefather, you're not getting my point. My point is that what Machiavelli wrote, where he wrote it and it was applying to states. That Nigeria, first of all, what you're saying, like what I'm telling you, that what you don't even realize is that the Machiavellian principle is being played in Nigeria presently. In case you don't know, the Machiavellian principle is being played. But like Machiavelli said, the way you hold on to a state, the way you grab power in a state, you have to keep on doing it. Example, if the people vote you in, what Machiavelli said, if the people vote you in, then the power belongs to the people. So every prince must find a way to make sure that even if it's the people that are voting him in, he must find a way to capture the state again so that he will be in total control. You can use an evil man, you can use somebody to capture the state for you, but then you will kill him. So example, let me give you an example. Abacha will use, what is this guy's name? Abacha's henchman. What was that? Mustafa. Use Mustafa, do all the evil crimes, then later on, now prosecute Mustafa and kill Mustafa. Now the people in the state will now say, oh, Mustafa is our problem. Abacha was not our problem. The prince said
But
that.
the example he gave was that example was based on mercenary. And he gave the example with, I think it was the Bulgars or something that went on to destroy the mercenary. They killed the mercenary leader or something.
Exactly. Now, so there are many principles he stated. There are many principles. Now, so but when you come to applying it, so what you have said, 80%, yes, but application typically in our own country, you find that you cannot just roll it over. It won't just roll over. Then digressing a little bit, I think also what we kind of miss in Africa and especially in Nigeria is that we keep on talking about the things that divide us rather than the things that unite us. We keep on talking about, we spend so much time talking about what the colonials did, the people that colonized us. Look, power,
I thought that's what you just did.
There's no vacuum. Power doesn't accept a vacuum. Power does not accept a vacuum. So it must be filled up. And what has happened is that after independence, let's ask ourselves, are we better off? Can we tell ourselves that after independence that we actually made progress, really? And the progress we made, is it substantial? Number two, I heard somebody say, oh, Biafra cannot work, this one cannot work. There's something, I was listening to Bovi. There's this show that was done on Daystar, a program done on Daystar called Mind Shift. And when I was listening, it was making some sense. One of the reasons why we are where we are today in Nigeria is because of our dogma. The dogma of the older generation, which think that what they had, what is happening is that what they had in the colonial times, think of people like Buhari. They talk about, how El Rufai, how they were fed when they were going to school. Those were during colonial times. So, and they think that is that same system, that same thing, is what should happen now. But times have changed. The times have moved on. You can't keep on living in that old time. When people are using a high-speed train, they are now using locomotives, steam locomotives.
You see, what they were doing was that they were living under the protection of another power, and they were basically being groomed to be what they are now. And they don't even know it. They didn't even know it. But go ahead, please.
And so there was something Bovi said, what has happened in Nigeria is that the colonials left. However, the people that took over are only replicating what the colonials did. They have only become even more oppressive than worse, because the colonials, when they came, at least they were building infrastructure. They needed to get coal, they built a railway. They needed agriculture, they built a railway through the north. But look at our own people. When you give them the same powers, they are not thinking about the state. So the people in leadership in Nigeria are not even thinking about the state. They are thinking about their self pockets. That's what all of them are
You know what is fascinating about what you said just now? What came to mind is that I remember, like, sometimes when I go to Nigeria, because I have things that I'm doing in Nigeria too. When I go there, the standard of things I see there doesn't necessarily meet my own standard. So I spend extra on that in the environment while I'm around, so that things are better to be able to cater to my own needs, because I will fall ill because I've been here so long. So what I'm trying to imply is that when they were present here, they will install more amenities because they are here with us. But when they leave, they don't need to. They will just, as long as they get the resources they want, that's all they care about. Look at Niger. They give France all that uranium, and they barely have any power. So that is what came to mind when you were saying that.
But we're independent. I mean, does it not
independent.
Sorry.
We may be physically independent, but mentally.
Sorry. But I mean, whose fault is that? Are you blaming them?
I'm not blaming them.
So
I'm saying we should take care of our business.
No, but I mean, look, these people, when they were here, they were making the place, good for them, kind of comfortable for themselves, right? And to serve their purposes. Now they had to leave, and then of course we are independent. And you somehow expect them to kind of stick to care or to spend their time, their efforts helping us and developing us. No, they didn't come here to help us. That was not their mission. So it's essentially us. We are now here now, but you see, this Dexter also kind of these are elementary basic questions of who we talk about. Who are we? So we have to answer that question. Is it by force? We have to be.
We know exactly who we are.
Look, come on, you understand what I mean? In other words, the question of this nationhood, all right, and as a country. So it's not something. It's not by force.
Dexter knows full well. Dexter knows full well that the time of Machiavelli, they were fighting a lot too.
Go ahead. The basic question of nationhood, okay, it's not by force. People have to choose it, decide, and then embark on the journey. It's a project, and it's not a given. So, and if it's not working, we have to be able to kind of be flexible enough, experiment. All right, we did try parliamentary system before. It didn't work, and then maybe we thought presidential would. Now, after this experiment, it's time really for us to kind of sit down again and see, look, where do we go from here? Because it's not working. It's not working. Everybody can see that. And again, it's a problem of leadership. There's no point pointing at different things. Leadership.
Where do you go from here? What do you mean by where do we go from here?
Oh, look, the journey of nationhood, okay? And so in other words, the way Nigeria is constituted now, it's not
are you thinking about we should explore whether we should separate?
No, listen.
Okay. Why are you being shy?
Well, that should be
don't just show us your ankle and put it away again. Eh? reveal everything you want to say.
I don't know whether you're taking this seriously or you think
I'm taking this very seriously. I'm asking pertinent questions.
Everything should be on the table. Everything should be on the table. Nigeria as an entity, as a country, should be on the table. So
separation.
I'm not saying this is the best formula, but we have to. Everything is up for discussion. Okay, people have to decide how they want to live. Is about we're talking about how we have different nationalities, or at least maybe the way now we talk about.
And you think after you have that conversation, everybody will come out for there, everybody will agree. I'm just asking a simple question now.
No, sorry. Agreement, there's no final agreement. Okay, but at least something is workable. Nobody said it's going to be perfect, but at least a workable system. After all, it was working up to the first.
But okay, what is workable for you may not be workable for Northerners.
Excuse me. Asking this question is not serious, okay? Quite frankly. After all, there was a system that was working up to until we had the first military coup, okay? So
clearly that didn't work. Because it wasn't good enough.
Look, is that either you? I mean, I don't know. Look, the constitution we have now, there are major problems with that. Okay, the way the country is constituted. By the way, if a unitary system cannot work in a plural society, that's for one thing. You can be sure. I mean, there can't be any argument about it.
This one has lasted 24 years now. I don't know. It seems to be kicking on slowly and steadily.
How? And then
since 1999, this is the longest time Nigeria has never broken the constitution.
So, and in your view, this is a kind of a long durée of prosperity and survival.
No, I wouldn't call it prosperity, but I would say it's a continuous period without a coup.
No, without a coup. Okay, because we don't have a coup, that is a success. Okay,
the longest one. It's not success. I'm just describing what it is.
Look, that's what I'm saying. You gotta be serious, quite frankly. I mean,
I'm serious. What do you want me to say? Was I not the one that brought a very
seriously? Now, look.
Okay, fine.
You see how a plural society, okay? I mean, diverse nationalities, different peoples, okay? The only way you can govern them is they have to have a good measure of autonomy. All the various major blocks, major ethnic groups, at least. Or major regions. Anyhow you want.
Governors have autonomy. Governors are immune.
No, sorry, excuse me. I'm not talking about governors. The people I'm talking about. The people, right? Not governors. Not political jobbers.
Give me an example of what the government is stopping you from doing in Nigeria.
You know what's regional autonomy or state autonomy or whatever you want to call it. You see, so in other words, those people, they have to have really kind of control of. They have to have a good sense of control of their lives, of their destiny, right? So, like. We have in the constitution now this legislative list, different activities or areas the federal government should not even have to deal with, right? So these are the things we're talking about. Financial federalism, okay? I mean, physical federalism, right? So the different regions or states should be able to control their resources. So these are the serious, major improvements. That's if, of course.
I see. I don't understand this. What I'm going to say for one thing for sure is that.
What don't you understand?
See, what I'm trying to get through here is that I would rather make a nuisance of myself. I would rather shout and shout until people get tired.
No, sorry.
Because hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying, please. I will say it repeatedly, and somebody said I should expand my this in context and everything. I said you should narrow it, not expand it. If you have a specific problem, there's no point worrying about the others. Deal with it. If you don't deal with it, what you use is going to deal with other stuff. So I will keep shouting, because if somebody shouted this to our forefathers, if somebody shouted this to our forefathers early enough, maybe we will not be in this mess that we are in today.
We're talking today, Nigeria today.
I'm telling you what I'm doing now. I'm trying to contextualize it to say that if somebody did that before, maybe we would not be in the mess that we are in now.
Oh God! Now, excuse me. Forget about the past. Now,
today, am I breaking your head?
Today, you're not serious. I mean, if you're not,
what do you want me to say, man? You are saying, "Oh God," scratching your head. I'm telling you what I'm going to do.
Oti, what he's saying is shouting the security matter every day until people get it. So he's saying that maybe somebody was shouting security back then.
Good security.
To our forefathers. So he's saying that his message.
If they had done that to our forefathers, we would not be in the mess we are in now. Because somebody did it for the Japanese, somebody did it for the other people that were not conquered so badly.
Excuse me. Nigeria of today, okay, currently, presently, the problem facing Nigeria today, right? Okay, the Nigerian polity, okay, is too much conflicts, right? It's not working, and it's not gonna work. And we know the sources of this conflicts and the instability. It's a resource control. I mean, all this presidency, the fight for it. What is it for? It's resources. I mean, that people can buy yachts, people can spend money. It's resources. That's what Nigerian president, that's what it represents. And that's what the fight for, what fight is for.
But those things are transient. They are all just like privileges. They are not going to last. If they want to take it away from them, they will take it away from them easy.
By whom?
By the people that grant them the ability to do those things. Where do you think they take all the money to? It's not. Most of the money is not here.
Excuse me, forefathers. You can't. You don't even decide who is in power, right? And then, excuse me. Look, first problems. Okay, first things first. Okay. The first dealing with the Nigerian problem today is this. Okay, the constitution. That is not getting to the nitty-gritty, the difficult task. People have to discuss and then come to an agreement on the way forward. Nobody knows how we get to that point. That's right. So that is, I'm saying, really, by the time we start to make this map the road ahead. But as it is now, we're just sitting on a keg of powder. Nobody knows how we get to that point. We're gonna begin to discuss a way forward. Nothing is. I mean, in life, there's no certainty. Nothing is guaranteed. You have to be open. You have to be open-minded. Okay, but we know the problem, right? As I said, resource control. That's the source of all the conflicts.
Between who?
Between who?
Within the nation, you mean?
Class, at least the political class. That must be clear.
Within the nation, that's the problem.
Yes. So
resource control. They are fighting for resources that they don't control.
Oh, come on.
That's the way they don't control the resources. They're fighting for it.
What are you talking about?
See, the true problem is what Shu said. Your leaders are traitors.
Excuse me. What do you mean they don't control the resources?
I think I agree with Mr. Oti.
You're not serious.
What resources they control? They don't control anything.
Whether we paper over the cracks, we might paper over it, but what we might choose to be blind to it.
But joke about it.
The truth about it is that, you see, Nigeria would not be in this quagmire today if there were no oil found in certain regions of the country.
Of course.
That's the truth. Nigeria will not be in this. Nigeria will not be at all.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
that's why Sierra Leone is suffering, and
Yeah, stop all this
Niger.
nonsense. We're talking about Sierra
And
Leone. What do you mean by Sierra Leone?
there are many countries that don't have. Okay, it's a shame. Now Africa is quite blessed. God decided to give us material, so we are suffering because of the blessings of God. But it's all right.
Not all.
We don't have to do anything
Botswana,
to take advantage of the blessing.
Forefather, there's an exception. Botswana is not suffering today.
This is how bad our people think that even blessing, they regard this as a problem.
No, forefather, it's not that they regard this as a problem. In Botswana, what happened, if you recall, Botswana was actually part of South Africa. However, when they found solid minerals were found in Botswana and oil was found in Botswana, diamond, they wanted to they wanted to divide the people. There's a movie about how Botswana was bettered. They wanted to divide the people. It took the king's son to decide that the resources belong to the people. They wanted him and his uncle to be divided. They wanted to give him some parts, and then they would loot the resources. Because when there is war, when there is fighting, you can loot resources. But the young man stood his ground. He stood his ground. He did not sell out.
Yeah.
So whether we like it or not, if we don't face these realities and tell ourselves the truth, we'll keep on papering over the crack. Let me give you an example.
You know, Botswana is not heaven.
Let me give an example. Why would the creeks in Nigeria, places that produce 90% of the country's revenue, why will it not be like Dubai? Why will those places will remain unattended to?
Did you see that quote Machiavelli gave you? That is why.
No, forefather, let's leave
You are asking a question you know the answer
forefather,
to.
let's leave Machiavelli out.
He gave you the quote. He told you. You refuse to listen, and you are complaining.
Machiavelli is the answer to everything now.
Forefather,
Yes. Not Machiavelli. What he said was the cause of the problem that we've not refused to fix.
The Commonwealth of Nigeria is in the hands of a few. And the truth is, like the Bible also says, a strong man will not allow you to go. Pharaoh, when it was time to let the children of Israel go, he will tell them, you will go today. When that day reach, you will tell them, no, you will not go again. Whether we like it, that's the reality. The resources of Nigeria are in the hands of a few. And if there's a Netflix series about Africa, the truth about it is that before the British came into Nigeria, there was already a power working in Nigeria. Whether you like the caliphate was already the strong power working in Nigeria. The other down south, you just had independent nationalities. They were not together. But up north, you had a consolidation of emirs. There was conquering of states, and they were moving down south. If you check the history, it was when the British came that Lord Lugard actually waged war with the caliphate and destroyed their power. However, when it was time to leave, which is normal in every war situation. Example, Afghanistan today. Why is it that when the Americans were leaving, they handed back to Taliban? Why? Because when you capture a state, you conquer a superpower. When you are stepping out of that state, what you do is that you tell that superpower that you conquered, I'm living here, but I'm handing this state to you. You answer to me. Simple. And that's what happened in Nigeria. That's basically what happened.
Are you saying that the Taliban is answering to America?
No. My point is that whether the Taliban answers, the Taliban actually is answering to America. They answer to America.
Are you serious?
Yes. Whether it is underhanded, it might not be in the open. Example: when the Taliban was sourcing for when the special forces pulled out of Afghanistan, were the Taliban not actually asking for loans? Were they not asking for loans? They were asking for humanitarian support, and the West gave them conditions upon which they would give them humanitarian support, and they gave them humanitarian support. So what are we talking about?
Gave the Taliban? Seriously, are you arguing that the West is the West spent how many years, almost 2 decades, killing and fighting Taliban killing the West, and now they are controlling Taliban. I don't know.
The military gears that were left in Afghanistan, what are they worth? $80 billion. Now,
Yeah, I'm not
let me
sure
ask
about
you a
80,
question.
but a
Was
lot.
it no, it's $80 billion. Is it a mistake that the West abandoned them? Do you think it's a
Uh,
mistake?
yeah, because people were falling down from aircraft and
No. Forefather, that was
mm,
just, it is scripted. That was scripted. So what happened in Nigeria is that by the time the British were leaving, it is the rule of engagement. By the time they are leaving a territory, you must hand it over to somebody. When Alexander was conquering the world, what does he do? Any place he conquers, he hands it over to the same people in that place, but the people who will be loyal to him. It's the same thing that happened in Nigeria. By the time the British were leaving, they looked around. Who can we hand over the country to? We have to hand it over to the superpower that was here.
from what I gather, it's about $7 billion, not
No.
200 billion.
America. No, check the assets that America invested in Afghanistan. What America has
Investment is different from weapons that they left. I'm talking about the weapons. $7 billion worth of this thing, military equipment. They said.
Okay. Now, so the point I'm making is that it is what has happened in Nigeria is actually, it's not a mistake. It's a conscious effort. Until the people of Nigeria decide that, look, this situation doesn't work for us anymore, we have to stand up against it, and we want a new. If not, all we will do is keep on talking over this thing. It's like a pipe that is broken, and you keep on welding it. It breaks. You keep on welding it. You need to change the pipe. We need to change the pipe. Get a new pipe. Get a new system. If not, this thing we are saying, forefather, if we continue like this, your grandchildren, you will actually become a forefather in the topic, and your grandchildren will be saying the same thing. Until we must tell ourselves the truth. We must, and the good thing is that right now, information is available to everybody. We can go back in history and look at where did we get it wrong? What do we need to do? But the truth is, some people don't want to have that discussion in Nigeria. There are some sections of Nigeria that don't want that discussion. They don't want to hear about it. But we must talk about it.
Don't say session.
Yeah, I see. This guy was very clear. Machiavelli didn't care about all this long talk about all the minutia because he said those things because of higher level stuff.
Forefather, I've been here since. Forget about Machiavelli. My people say, sorry that go up, must only come down. Also from my own village. Not only Machiavelli had to say something. Let me tell you the truth is this. Everybody is speaking like everybody is talking the right thing. Since all these days, I just begin to think, which way Nigeria? Nigeria is like a business center. Come, go back to Nigeria is like a business center. All right? It's like a company. Everybody runs for their own gain. They will share the whole thing, different parts, and they make their gain. The name Nigeria, we look where it started from. Nigeria is not like before 1940. Where is Nigeria? Is Nigeria exist before 1800? Who is Nigeria? Where Nigeria is? Royal is called Royal. I think Nigeria Royal Company. Everybody will have shares. Then they did the baptism to Nigeria. Everyone also have shares of that company, which is that board of directors, which are all these presidents, governors, everybody sharing Nigeria wealth. It's all time we all come together to see which way forward. Are we staying together? Which way? How are we going to be in Nigeria? Is Nigeria like? Are we going to change that name? Because looking at it the other way around, I don't see how a girlfriend will give a name. All of us will not take it. All right, and start answering such a name. We have our own. We don't know what it means. We don't even know what Nigeria means. We just okay. I'm born. I'm a Nigerian. Yes, people and their way of life still stand. We are peoples. I have our own way of life. All right. So all this we are saying here is like we are pouring water on using a spoon to pour water in an ocean. All right. Yes, it's going to it's still like if it's going to make something, but it's our time we come to talk about it. How do we let Nigeria renegotiate Nigeria? Let the south and the north and the west and the middle, everybody, the season come together to say, okay, let's call Nigeria, let's negotiate and see how we are going to move forward. Let everybody be on the same angle. Forget that Machiavelli was or they say before he starts making his proverb about everything, but people have already started making proverb already. They already tell you that you know what that means? It's a word. Nothing if you interpret it in English word, you know what it means.
So there are already people as if say existing.
It looks like we have too much time to talk. The only thing we don't have time to do is do something. We just want to keep talking and talking and talking. We forget that when we finish talking, there will be people that will come out of that meeting and disagree.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you say that, when you say that, some people in some parts of the country, I object that some people, even in the eastern states, even from they are coming from, even people from my village, they will not allow Nigeria to like run like everybody, the masses will benefit because actually, that Machiavelli speaking, so my people say that when the country is being run by spoiling everything, people are gaining. That's what is going on. Some people are gaining out of what Nigeria is going through, and they don't care, and they keep on gaining. So we need to come down to how are we going to do this? How are we going to I don't really know. I'm just confused. I don't really know where to start anymore because Nigeria is in a crossroads. Is in a crossroad. We'll come here and talk. I don't really know.
For me, what I see is not only Machiavelli. If you read The Art of War, and if you look at the examples in the world, not okay. These people are in the books. Look at the examples.
African proverb that makes sense.
We always do pertinent things. We just keep chasing the wrong things.
What should we do?
You have seen the answer. They have given you the answer. You've seen the world, the way it works.
No. What should we do in Nigeria, forefathers?
I've already told you we need to get our security in order. We need to recruit a lot more into the military. Like the campaign said that I'm not even saying something. They all know it already.
You are sending. Come down. You are sending.
I know. I get what you are saying.
You are sending. Are you an angel?
Let me sort it out.
Come down.
The camera fell off. Okay, so the examples are out there. We all know the examples. So we just need to do the right thing by our people. That's all. It's not rocket science. It's not even hard. It's just people need to focus on it. And I tell you this, if we don't do it ourselves, other people may help us do it. By the time they come trying to do us harm, it will unite us to do the right thing. That's if we survive it. If we don't survive it,
all the people coming to this platform, you are the only person that can see the light.
No, I'm not the only person actually.
Come on.
I don't think I am, but I'm one of them. Because remember, this channel, how many people are here? So I don't think I'm the only person that sees these things. Even if I am, so what? What does it matter? The point is, if it's the right thing, it's the right thing. Machiavelli didn't. Karl Marx wasn't there when Lenin did what he wrote. It doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If I say the sky is blue, are you going to say because I'm the only person saying it? Who cares? The point is the truth. If you don't fix it and you want to keep talking, don't worry. The men that are out there doing it, they'll come and prove to you that you are not the one in charge. Like they've been proving to us forever. Why do you think all of us are in foreign countries? Do you see how many of them do you see in our country? We are all here serving them. Work very hard for them. Work harder for them than we've ever worked for our own people. How do you think that is happening? Because they are the ones, this same Machiavelli we are saying is irrelevant. They are the ones that laid the foundation for the Europe you see today. That's the principle. If you look at the way America is behaving, what he's saying is exactly what America is doing.
Oh, Father, why you keep praising this guy without praising your own people?
I'm praising him.
People have been giving you proverbs. Proverbs that make sense. People praising him.
See, if I'm not praising him. I'm just saying he's correct. If he's correct, events are proving. That's how you know he's telling the truth.
The word is correct more than Machiavelli.
Is America one country? Is America a country?
America is a country.
Is it one country, right?
Yeah, with many peoples.
Okay. So is Nigeria one country?
Yes, with many peoples.
You think so?
Yes.
You're not telling
you can choose to disagree, of course. People have different ways of looking at the same thing. You can choose to disagree. I just see differently that we are
Can we start off changing state of origin to state of residence in Nigeria? Then we can start talking. We are in America. Nobody will ask me. Yeah. By the time we start not profiling everybody profiling everybody in Nigeria. that will make us we are not yet one country until we stop. Igbo provide Hausa, Hausa provide Yoruba, Yoruba provide Igbo, everyone just provide everybody. We are not yet one Nigeria.
We have that in
All right?
the UK. Yeah, we have that in the UK here.
Some people are
State of residency or state of origin.
taking over a metropolis.
Amadio.
Doesn't say too much.
Thunder.
Anytime you want to jump in, you can jump in, local.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead, Steph.
The state of origin and state of residence, two of them are important. Neither one should be sacrificed. Even in developed countries, they collect all those data, but Nigeria is scared of data. I don't know why. When you want to do census, you should collect both state of origin, or if you want to call it nationality, ethnic nationality. Collect also whether your religious affiliation, if you want. Those things are important. State of residence is also important. All those things are data. They can be used for different things. But in Nigeria, when it comes to census, they don't want to hear that one because of we know the obvious reasons. I think data collection is important. No matter whether it's state of origin or state of residence, all those things are necessary. It helps to plan. There's nothing wrong in knowing how many people are this. In Nigeria today, we speculate. This so and so number of people are Christians. So and so number of people are Muslims. It doesn't make sense. There's nothing wrong in knowing those data.
But the banks have all this information. Most of this information, they already have.
We're not talking about banks. We're talking about national data collection.
No, I get what you are saying. If I was the government, I will be able to use the data that is collected by most of the institutions that the government technically controls to extrapolate the numbers of the people, the religion that they tend to practice. You can make a statistician can make an educated guess based on the numbers, and weighting and whatever they like to call it. So, but I take your point that we don't have our own national census that is going to give us the. I don't even know. Let me just ask. Sorry, Steph. Let me just ask. Show. Do the UK, do they even do census anymore? Because I'm not even sure. Most of these countries, sooner or later, I'm not sure they are going to be bothered anymore.
Every 10 years. In the UK, they do census every 10 years.
In US here, they do the same.
Yeah,
and that's what
I get the feeling that in the future it's not going to be relevant anymore in the future.
No, it's going to continue to be relevant here in US because that's what they used to do their redistricting.
It's very important. Forefather.
They use it.
It's very
political map they used to draw.
Country.
That's what they use.
Because the reason why I say it's not going to be relevant in the future is that they will know in real time where people are located. They will have all the data that they need then in the near future. So what is the point of just counting them when you already know where they are?
Father, here in America, nobody counts anybody. During the COVID, they were collected palliative. You don't know how they know that where you live. They will send their money. So during the COVID, most everybody, I would say 90%, all collected their palliative. So that's it.
Yeah. UK government send me email, send me text messages. They even have my phone number. I didn't even exactly give it to them. They will send the text message. Hello, I know you. Huh? Can you come
in my own environment? What they use is your tax data.
Yeah.
Your tax
data. Exactly.
That's what they use.
That's exactly what I mean, because the Nigerian government have access to all this information that by various institutions in Nigeria that they can tap into.
So the question that Oti asked before, I think I beg to differ from forefathers. Nigeria is a scam. you understand? Nigeria is a scam where everything goes. There's a consensus by the political class, but we don't have a national consensus that everybody is working towards. And that is where what Father was advocating in terms of security would have come into place. There's no national consensus on these are the things that everybody sees as important to the well-being of the country. whether you are in Party A, whether you are from Region A or Region B. This thing affects all of us, and we don't want to put politics in it. Everybody must pursue it, no matter the government in power. There's nothing like that. Then, when we talk about national unity, that would mean that Nigeria is one. It is a scam in the sense that when somebody is from certain part of the country and you live in a different part of the country, they don't want you to exercise your right in that part of the country. And they say that is a united country. Is that unity? Is that patriotism? That you live in a particular part of the country, you may even be born in that part of the country, but they tell you, no, you don't have such rights here. And you want to celebrate it as a country, as a nation, or whatever you want to call it. A country where immigrants have better rights than you, that is a national. It shouldn't work that way.
I've asked myself, do other nations have similar problems? I will tell you they do.
Okay, let me tell you that they don't. If you are born in a particular state, maybe in US here, for instance, and you go to another state and register as a resident, you can be a governor in that state.
Yeah, but you are talking about some countries. I live in the UK, where there was a time in the UK, not so long ago, where they would put on the doors, no dogs, no black people, no Irish. And there was a joke that somebody cracked in the UK where a woman had a child in the hospital and they misplaced the child, so it looks like they mixed the children up. So they went back to the hospital and say, there are children here, you need to check which one is your child among them. And the man looked at all the children there, and they told him that there are 3 people that had children that day. There was a Welsh person, there was a Nigerian, a black person, and there was his own wife. And he went to the hospital, he was looking for the children, and he saw, all the white children and everything. He chose the black child. You know why? He said because he doesn't want to take a risk of choosing a Welsh child. So that the joke is trying to say that he would rather have a black child than a Welsh person, a Welsh child. So it tells you how they reason here. They have their own problems too. Even in the UK here, the last 6 prime ministers, I think 5 of them attended one university. Most of them are from the south, not from the north of the country. So the nations, they even have what they call the north and south divide in the UK. But why are they functional? This is why I keep talking about deductive reasoning. Most of these nations have similar problems that we do, but they are functional. That's why I will leave it. I will just leave it for people to think about.
How many languages do they speak in UK? How many languages?
It depends on whether you call the Birmingham language English, but it's still English. They have Celtic language. They have the Welsh language is different too. I think about 3 major ones or 4.
Because all are English. End of the day.
Okay.
Technically.
Well, Father, let's relate the 2 things together. Are you saying that somebody that lived in the northern part of the country where you are, who not an immigrant, will migrate to the southern part, and he will not be allowed to contest for an office in the southern part? He will not be allowed to vote in the southern part.
In some part of England, you are not allowed. Like some part of Ireland, you are not allowed to come to the Westminster to become a prime minister. Like prime minister, you can't become a prime minister. I think the Scottish side too, you can't become. I think in Scotland,
Ireland is not part of this thing of the.
No, I'm talking about the part that I'm talking about the part that sits in the House of Parliament.
Yes, so it's between Scotland, England, and Wales. So those are the people that can go to Westminster. Ireland is Ireland is just part of Great Britain.
Yes,
so Ireland will not be contesting.
But they are in the House of Parliament. That's my point. They are in the House of Parliament, but they cannot be prime minister. And I think even the Scottish National Party, I don't think they will want to be prime minister of the UK, but other parties in Scotland, they have this. My point is that they have complicated arrangements. If you look at most nations, they are like that. This Scotland, the Italy that we talk about today, during the time of Machiavelli, they were all fighting each other. They were all fighting each other. But today, they are Italy.
What you're saying, that was in time of war. You understand? They're not in peacetime. But you have a country. You have a country that I'm coming. You have a country that had a civil war about 1967 to 1970, and the time of war I think have passed. But more than 30 years later, they still believe that they are still at war. That's what I'm talking about. So when we want to compare apple, let's compare apple to apple and orange to orange. That's what I'm just talking about. It's a peculiar, our own is a peculiar situation. If you say they had an arrangement, is there such an arrangement in our own country?
See, all I'm saying is that if you look at what we are going through, we have problems, but is that problem unique enough to us that it doesn't exist anywhere? I will tell you that there are other people with greater problems that have overcome it by doing simple things.
What I'm saying is that the problem, whether you like it or not, have a far-reaching effect than what you're saying. Take, for instance, assuming that a particular region in Nigeria believe their presidency is their birthright, and they have it, and they are doing quite well, and all the country is developing. Do you think that there will be much agitation?
No.
Compared to how it is now?
Not at all.
So that's the problem. The problem is that
points you to the solution.
That's the problem.
That is not about the discrimination. That is the problem.
It is. It is.
You just said it yourself. That if the nation was functioning, people would not care.
Allow me to explain what I say.
Of course, I will allow you.
But the country is not developing. So how then will you criminalize some region that and say, okay, you have this thing all to yourself. You are not using it for the greater good. Allow me to try. I have a solution. You say, no, you cannot try because you are from this part of the country. So you are holding me hostage.
But that is how it is in the UK too. That's how it is in America to an extent.
How?
Because there are only a certain class of people that run the nations. It's not everybody that is always participating all the time. Some people get an unfair share of leadership.
That's why I asked you the first question. Those people that are participating all the time, have they been able to develop the country for the greater good of everybody? You said yes before.
No. In the context of the West, yes, they have been able to do that.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why there seems to be more agitation in our own environment, because those that have decided to hold it to themselves, like maybe some people said in the West, they are not using it to develop the country.
Oh, that I understand. I agree with you on that. That's why we have agitation.
Exactly.
But the point I'm making here is that when we want to agitate, we are agitating in the wrong direction. We should be agitating for fundamental changes, like the kind of stuff Machiavelli is talking about here.
You're going back to Machiavelli again.
Yeah, I'm going because that's
Machiavelli. Yeah, this Machiavelli.
No. I'm bringing it up because it's fundamental. And when I used to talk about it before, based on, let's say, the history of China, the history of Russia, and all the rest of it, now I'm beginning to see what created them. The formation of, because that was 500 years ago, Machiavelli. It's not that long ago. 500 years ago when he was doing all these things, saying all these things. And many people went on to follow Machiavelli.
500 ago, it's not long ago.
Yeah, no, by in terms of history, it's almost nothing. That's the thing. In terms of history, this is another. And this is why I think the way we think is that we think of for now too much. They think longer term. And 250 years from now is nothing in historical terms. And we forget, because our children are the ones that are going to face the consequences of our decisions today. That's why I fear for our survival. We think, I'm not saying maybe tomorrow is just going to happen, but it might happen 10 years, 20 years down the line. The world can change. 70 years ago, the world America was not the superpower of the world. Today they are.
Could I be heard on that issue? That's why I came in. Forefathers.
Yeah, welcome, Pansat.
Yeah, how's everybody on the panel? Hello again. I was here earlier.
You're doing good. That's that.
How are you, sir, Mr.
I'm
Oti?
good.
Oh, thank God. We have a new person here who's quite brilliant, Mr. Steph. I know the rest of you are brilliant. I haven't heard him before. But you know, forefathers, what you're talking about with Machiavelli, it's politics 101, right? When you go to school, go to university, they're gonna talk about real politics, which is German, known. It's a known phenomenon. A system of politics and principles based on practical rather than moral or ideological considerations. A lot of it could be quite tough, you know. Real politics, that's what you're talking about. But, you know, it assumes that states are rational actors. Pretty much it holds in the international arena. It's international politics where states calculate their gain by relative means rather than absolute, right? And the strong will do what they have to do, and the weak. There's so many sayings that go there, which is interesting that you're bringing it into a conversation about, I guess, our country, Nigeria, which is basically one country, right? Allegedly, one country. So it's not international arena. But I can see where somebody will make that argument if you make those nations independent states and they have to act accordingly, like a normal state would do. I had a debate with you, was almost 2 hours debate between you and I, mano a mano, and I believe I defeated you soundly in that debate. The record is online.
Oh my God, man!
I'm usually let me say, because you're inching for this debate. So why don't we actually have that debate now, unless there's another topic? I believe there are some people here, most people here disagree with you. You could allot the time.
Oh my God!
Give one share of the time. Let's debate it, because
why do you always come for a fight all the time,
No, it's not a
man?
fight. Trust me. Look, I did my best to convince you to keep your eye on the ball. You don't want to keep your eye on the ball. You okay, here's some of the arguments I see you making all the time. One is that Black people need to come together and get some respect from Oyibos.
No, to survive, I don't care about Oyibo people.
Right, okay, so
we have to
make
survive.
You make that argument, right? And I try to remind you that, first of all, you have to use a cause and effect. Then you have to find out, why aren't we measuring up to par? What is the cause? You just talk about the effect. We have to be strong at home, right? Those is modular. Power is modular. The units that make up Nigeria, they have to be strong in order for the country to be strong. Now, it could be modular in the sense that the incorporating units can actually be stronger than the whole, because we are stronger than the whole. The Yorubas, the Igbos, the Shekiris, the Jaws, Hausas, Fulani, whatever. If you take the strength of everybody in Nigeria, right, and if there's an output that you could pour out, right, it's stronger than America, as a matter of fact. It's stronger than Nigeria itself, for sure. So we're not living up to our potential. So now the question is why? Often, I guess, in your mind, when you look at security, you're just looking at the military.
No, not only. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe
the entire envelope.
Okay, so because if you're looking at national defense, foreign intelligence, counterintelligence, internal security, foreign relations, education, food security, okay, there are a lot of things you have to have in order to be a powerful state, to have some respect, for one thing. So when ASU is fighting the federal government, your destiny as a powerful state is in that fight. When you have a lot of students not going to school, out of school children, your destiny, your aspirations to be a powerful state is in that fight. The mortality, infant mortality, women not being allowed to be in government, whole sections of the country, tribes, or religion, actually, to that extent. Christians, the entire Christendom, are not really allowed to be in the Nigerian government since 2015. If it's done, it's tokenism. Whereas, you look back, like I said earlier, when you plot a graph, x-axis, when you had women, every tribe participating, let's say in Jonathan and Obasanjo administration, then you look on the y-axis, you look at the output, what we're doing. As far as
I wanted to show you this to see whether you agree with this comment Machiavelli made here. This is a different comment. I don't know whether you've seen this before. This one. He says, war should be the only study of a prince. In other words, leaders. And he should consider peace only as a breathing time, which gives him leisure to contrive and furnish his ability to execute military plans. So the idea is that a people should be ready for military engagement at all times.
Okay. Could you? I will address. You could remove the quote. There's very few Machiavellian quotes that you're going to put up that I'm going to disagree with. I'm a realist, in the sense of war college scholarship. I am a realist instead of an idealist. You see me here, come and talk about it, but that is really a contagion in what we're talking about here. When you expand, when you talk about security, spend money before our security, you are dealing with people, as you could witness in Ukraine and Gaza and other places, people who can carpet bomb. They could bomb you from the sea, right? With Tomahawk missiles, rain down every square inch of wherever you are. They have bunker busting bombs. Not only that, now they have nuclear weapons. They have space military, right? They could use microwave. If there's going to be a war, you're going to see some things that you've never seen before. That's why people like China, Russia, they're not rushing in, because these people are far advanced. You're like a caveman trying to fight maybe Britain, for example, not even Nigerian military, right? So you have to cut your coat according to your size. At least let your people eat. You cannot fight the United States.
Nobody is fighting them.
Okay.
I was saying you should do what other nations do. Secure your nation.
Absolutely. But the security, you could do security by at least securing your borders. That's important. When you're laying emphasis on what should be done, there should be a hierarchy. There should be a priority. We need to secure our borders. Somebody mentioned something here about census. It's important to know who is who in the country. You were against census. You said
I'm not against census. I said we can gather most of that information. I'm not against it.
Wait a minute. You said
while we are waiting for it, we need to use
there
what
will be no
we've
need
got.
for it. Let me land.
Yes, there will be no need for it in the near future. Yes.
Okay. How could you say that? You do census so that you know your population and other data that are associated with it. That's very important stuff. Nigeria doesn't even have that. You don't know
Cambridge Analytica can target people. They can target you to the point whereby they know who you are going to vote for. They know everything that you do. They know the shopping you're going to do. This in cloud oligarchs these days, they know more about you than sometimes you know about yourself. A lady was buying certain things from a shop. They knew she was pregnant, but she didn't even know.
Okay, let me
they sent her stuff to let her know that she's pregnant,
and
then they discovered that, oh, she was actually pregnant. That tells you the world you live in. That's why I said you don't need to
conclude, and then you come back to me again. There's a lot of people who want to speak here, but look, let me. You see, when you make a statement, right, you're not just being held to that statement. Let's do it mathematically. If you say 10 is greater than 9, right, and that's what you said. In that statement, you're saying that 10 is greater than 1. You're saying that 10 is greater than 2, 3, so forth. Right? So when you make a statement that you no longer, you're discharging census as something that reluctantly we should do it now, but in the future it's going to be totally useless. It means that you don't know your ass from your mouth. You have to have, for example, when you say,
oh my
that
God, Pastor.
business goes, wait a minute, wait. When
You know,
say
you're always
business,
off camera, Pastor. What
no,
is this
please.
thing that you do? Where is your
Wait,
face?
please. I'm concluding here. I'm saying when you just made the statement that businesses have information on people who do certain things, the data is there for businesses, right? But that is woefully inadequate to know. For example, people who don't have a phone, like in our country, there's so many people who don't have a phone. If you're gonna count the population based on those who bought something or downloaded something from a company, it's not the same thing. You have a lot of people who are farmers, who are in the villages. You have a lot of people coming to our country from, especially from where Mascat's people over there in the north, Chad, Niger, right? What I
They are
call
your
the
people too, Pansat. Deny them as much as you want.
they are my people, but unfortunately, they are my swampy people. They are the swamp. That's where they're producing what's retarding Africa. So we all have to come together. For example, I know you're a very smart guy. You know, Masker. I looked at you. I'm listening to you. Very smart, right? But you have to hold back your intelligence so that you can fit in where you are. You cannot speak and say, for example, whoever turned off this beavers, you're gonna hear from us. We spent 400 billion naira on these beavers and you turned it off. Muslims turned off our beavers. And look at what happened today. We're not supposed to be the one to say it, because when we say it, then it comes out wrong. It's you who is supposed to say it. Say, hey, look, I'm a Muslim. I went to school. I'm a Democrat. This is a secular country. We spent money to put on these beavers, and I'm not going to stand for it. And I know who did it. It's my people who did it. It doesn't mean we're smart turning off a beavers. We cannot have security if you're going to have a different ideology, a tradition, Islamic tradition that's always fighting the Western tradition. Who the irony? They're for you. They don't want us who are with their tradition to grow. They're going to support you, to use you to retard the whole entire continent. So that's what I'm saying. When we come here and we're talking, somebody like you, I mean, imagine you and the guy that I confronted earlier, Mohammed, right? I said, look, they turned off the beavers in our country to collect results. If I'm a Muslim, I'm not even going to come outside. I can't show my face. I'll be ashamed of myself. Do you understand? So that's why I conclude by saying that to you. You said they're my people in Niger, they're my people in Chad, but yes, we're Africans. Let's look outside and see how other people are doing. Like a forefather is saying, why are they doing so good? They care about the infant mortality rate. They care about their women. They care about their elderly. They don't give a damn about their religion. It's not even in their government or their language or their constitution. Religion doesn't mean anything. So let's say an African man like me, let's say I like Amadioha, a Kamano, and I'm holding my Ofonogu as an African, but I have to choose now. Between, it's a binary choice. Do I become a Muslim or do I become a Western traditionalist? Right? Which one am I going to choose? Think about it. Am I crazy? I'm going to choose something that says secularism is the best way to go. Pluralism is good. Muslim, bring your own. Christian, let's live together and have a progressive civil society. That's what I'm going to choose. I'm not going to choose Islam, because everywhere you are, you're fighting, you're making trouble. You don't get along with Hindus. You don't get along with Jews. You don't get along with Shintoism in Japan. You don't get along with anywhere. And then when you actually confront these Westerners, they beat the hell out of you. So why should I choose you? Where your only strength is to go home to our villages and our people who have suffered slavery and all kinds of stuff from these Western countries, and that's who you go over there and you're killing, you're enslaving, you're putting in IDP camps, And when somebody says, you say, hey, he says anti-Islam. What do I give a damn about Islam or Christianity or anything? I really, to me, it doesn't matter. The point is, we just can't sit there and have you doing what you're doing. In every other society, in Japan, they wouldn't let you in there. Americans barely tolerate you only to get our oil. Canada, Russia, anywhere, they don't like you.
Okay.
But they will come to our country, they will support you.
Pansa round off so that concerns let them speak.
I want you to schedule another debate between you and I, forefathers. I want to.
You know, it's gonna be merciless, Pansa. I don't know why you say it.
I want to knock you off of this stuff, and we'll come here to talk. All you're talking about
is you are elder. I don't want to ruffle you. Let's leave it. Right. I don't want to be like a dog mugging you in the alleyway. I can't do that. I have to respect the elders.
Okay. That's why Pansa is always hiding his face.
Don't mind him. Right? He's always talking into the corner.
I'm strapped, right? I'm 6'4" and I'm
strapped.
Right? So if you try to corner me on an alley, you're gonna get a bloody nose, pal. I want you to know that. No matter how old
exactly. I will avoid you then.
But you know, Pansa, most of these your theories are half-baked theories. I hope you know that.
Let me hear. Let him talk to me about that. Go ahead, sir. Let him push back.
Well, I've challenged you for a debate, but clearly I don't think you're gonna take it up. But it's okay.
Let's have a mini one right now. Why did your people turn off that BVAS?
No, I'm not gonna have anything like a mini debate, but I'm just gonna make a couple of points. I'm not even gonna push back because I think to have a meaningful discussion with you, like I told Mr. Rudolph, there has to be some sort of structure. I don't want the kind of stuff you're spinning out on forefathers. At your age, I'm sure you know that winning a debate does not make any sense. What you should really be looking for is to convince people, not to win a debate. Because what will be the value? How much value will it be to boast that, oh, I've convinced this person, oh, I was right, oh, I told you so? These are not what an elder should be looking for. We should be looking at getting each other to understand each other.
Yeah, your audio is gone.
Let him talk.
No, the audio normally has some problems. When it comes back again, you let us know, Masca. Concerns in the meantime, so what do you think about Machiavelli? Did you know about Machiavelli before now, just to be, just to get an idea whether, almost all Nigerians have heard of him?
To me?
No, I'm talking about I'm asking concerns.
My forefathers. The problem Nigeria have is not Machiavelli or not Machiavelli. The problem Nigeria have is how to be a nation first. You have to be a family before you start thinking of how to do things. We're not yet a family. We're not yet a nation. That's the problem. If you're talking, every time you talk about security, Nigeria doesn't have any external aggression against us. No. We don't have any.
We do actually. That's a serious mistake.
Let me just allow me, because if interject, I cannot be able to know what I want to say again.
Okay.
Let me finish what I want to say.
Okay.
You see, after the Second World War, Japan came together and said, this thing about ammunition or going to war, we are going to abandon that now and develop our economy. And they did it. And they become one of the richest countries. Today, they're one of the richest. There was a time they are the richest country in the world. They have nothing. They have no resources. But they came together. They said, this ammunition, these things we are this going to war doesn't help us. It cannot help us. But they came together and developed their country. So this every time security. Nigeria, since Nigeria came to be, which country have we fought with? We have not fought any country. And no country is threatening us. The problem we have in Nigeria is the problem of to become one nation. And that is eluding us. Because some people believe they are the owners of Nigeria. Some people believe their religion is more superior than others. Some people believe that without them, the country cannot move forward. Others are doing something better. They are only going to the security side just to be in the army so that they can get big salary or they can make a coup anytime they want. That's the problem Nigeria have. And that is why today there's corruption. The problem, the security problem we have today is internal. And that internal is man-made. When the time of Babangida, Buhari, even the first time of Buhari, or Abacha, all of who doesn't have internal security. Our country was good that time. But later, when the civilians came, because of who to rule and because they don't believe that the South can rule, that's why they put up these problems which we're having now. This past election, you see what Dufai said. He said that the Muslims will continue to rule even more than 20 or 30 years more. And when you have a country like that, how do you think you can move on? If today somebody tells you that INEC chairman, upon all the whole things that he did, he still be INEC chairman today, will you believe it? In a same country, that man's supposed to be in jail by now. He deceived the whole people. And today, look, even today, there's election in Nigeria. The same election is going the same way that the other one went.
I think that the reason why nobody's holding him accountable is partly because something is happening in Nigeria.
What is happening in Nigeria?
I think what is happening in Nigeria is that a lot of people, especially in the South, that is mostly aggrieved by most of what happened recently.
No, my brother, leave that. The APC, let me tell you, the APC in government, Tinubu is in charge today. But some people are controlling Tinubu, and some people are holding Tinubu to even. Let me tell you, the North are still in charge. That cabal are still in charge of the country.
See, you know why I don't believe that? I think what happened in the South recently is happening in the North a few times. I think that is good.
My brother, leave some people. Those criminals are there. Those
Concerns. Let me just make the point I'm trying to make to you so you understand. Maska came here the other day to say something about how Buhari ran for 3 times and failed. And we all know that some people say, I didn't see it myself, that he was crying on TV. And this is something that everybody knows. So, but in the South, when we experience it once, we forget what's happening in the North. And the reason why you are not seeing people go on the street to protest the way we expect, because the people's lives is not necessarily tied to the politics as we think. Many of them, they have people traveling overseas right now. In the UK, there's 200,000 that's come to the UK in the last 4 years or so. In the UK alone. So Nigerians, their focus is not on their leaders right now because
so the hunger in Nigeria has nothing to do with politics.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, my point is that the reason why they're not protesting on the street is because their focus is different.
No, that's not it. That's not it. They're demoralized. They're impoverished. They're tired.
They are not as impoverished as you think. There's another economy going on there that you are not seeing. See, the other day, let me explain what I'm talking about. The other day, Ngosika was here. I asked her, sorry, you are going to carry on, Constance. Let me just make the point that you're going to carry on. Okay, Constance, please go ahead. Constance has become a full member of the night session.
You know why people are not protesting? People are not protesting because of many reasons. One, the time they came out, they were killed. When most of the people were killed, that is one. Two, these protests, you see, the people that organize protests in Nigeria are those in government now. That's the problem. And again, if protests want to go move forward, it's only mostly the Yorubas. They know how to protest. Before that, join them. But now, some of the Yorubas believe that their man is in government. Their tribe man is in government. And they want to do this, and now he's putting all Yorubas in many good positions. Yeah. Now, they believe that if they protest, they can lose it. Understand? That is why the protests are not going on now.
So I think you have a valid point there. You see, that's the critical point that you made there on the southwest side.
On the time, you see, they're not been angered much. If they get angry now, let me tell you, they will start their own protest, and that government will fall. But the only thing that their own people who are heading there are just telling a good, that give them money, which they're not giving even to the South. If you don't know, just let me. That's the truth. Now, on the issue of on the issue of this thing today that is happening today, we have to talk about not this Machiavelli. Machiavelli is a man who that died many years, or like me and them talking now. I'm talking to you now. Our views matter, not the view of Machiavelli, because there's nothing that man said that can help us. What can help us is this: how do Nigeria move forward? But then let me tell you again, I don't believe in this Nigeria because it cannot work. It can never work. If you like, let us bet $1,000 now. Let us bet it now. We send it to anybody there. You keep it 10 years or 20 years. We'll still be talking this kind of story and people will be dying. And that's the truth I'm telling you now. The only way that Nigeria can work is if this Machiavellian issue is about let the South be on their own, or let the Biafrans be on their own, then these people can come together and they implement this what you're saying. But in the same this Nigeria, which has not yet been a nation, some people don't want you to change the constitution, no, because it's favoring them. Some people don't want you to restructure the country because it's favoring them. So how do you think that these things you're talking about?
I think we are focusing too much on that as if that is the problem. We've been talking about it for how many years? Did it solve your problem? It's not.
That's the problem.
It's not at the core.
Igbo man cannot rule.
Concern.
How
can it be?
Cannot do anything for us.
Let me ask you now. How can it be at the core of our problem when other nations have similar problems but they are progressing? It cannot be.
Because they are one country. Nigeria is not one country. Nigeria is a people of me and you. Different things.
I literally live in a kingdom called the United Kingdom. It's not even one nation at all.
Their mentality
they have autonomy in those in various regions, okay?
Not that much autonomy as you think.
What I'm talking about.
Not as much as you think.
Excuse me. They have a good measure of autonomy. They're ruling themselves, as a matter of fact. Yes, the Scottish, they have a parliament. The Welsh.
Yes, that they granted them recently, relatively recently, after how many 100 years? So they granted it to them recently.
And that is for them is an improvement. They're making progress. At least they understand their needs and solving the problem. So,
all these chat people, man, all these chat people, they are crazy.
Let me tell you, to be honest with you, anybody that said that is going to make Nigeria great, or that anybody that say Nigeria is not working, but you're going to work and say you're going to make Nigeria, I start suspecting that person. Because from what I've seen, I'm being honest to you. What are you going to make great? Is it that the
to be fair, I understand your skepticism
corruption is there, tribalism is there, nepotism is there, good people cannot rule us, criminals are those ruling us. Look at even today, people are suffering in Nigeria and people have the audacity to go and buy refurnish Jordan Barracks, refurnish the deputy president's house, give that prostitute, call herself the wife of the president, give her cars. For what reason? What kind of nonsense is that? Buhari.
Let's check with.
Let me finish. When Buhari came into power, the wife knows that Buhari is not okay. Buhari is not well.
Your audio is back, Pascal. You can speak.
No, let him know. It's good to allow people to vent. I think it's part of the.
Buhari, if you ask me, Buhari, let me tell you, Buhari is not okay. But the wife supported him so that he can be president. And you know what? When Buhari has killed many people, his government killed many people, you know what the wife came? Hey, I'm sorry.
God.
My husband, the head is not okay. He's sick. But we apologize. Now the same thing, Tinubu's wife knows that the husband is not okay. But she pushed it to the Nigeria. She helped to support the husband to be president of Nigeria so that people can be dying every day. When Nigeria was Nigeria, women, when their husband is not okay, or when they say no, they say their husband, please, this is not good. This what you are doing is not good. They don't support their husband. But this day, what we have now is stupid women, prostitute women. That's what you have. Who because of greed and stupidness, make people to die.
Did you just call some? Who did you use that language for?
What?
The P word. Who did you call?
Tinubu's wife is a prostitute. She's a stupid
woman. No. You can't do that now. No. That's inappropriate. That's inappropriate. No. You can't do that.
Please.
You can't do that. It's inappropriate.
Please.
You can't be insulting a family man like that. Come on now.
Let's keep it away from
No, you know those people have children now. Come on. We can't be doing this now. Come on. We can't be doing that. As much as I don't support him at all, we have to have an element of decency about the way we conduct ourselves. We can't start calling married people with their family. No. It's not the same thing. You can call him a criminal, but not call his wife a prostitute.
You can abuse the president all you care.
The wife has done the right thing by him, has been by his side for how many decades.
I think we should
you can't come on, man. You can't do that.
My brother, let me tell you. When your wife supports you and people are dying, that one is a evil.
No, it's not. It's not on her side to be loyal to her husband. That is not an evil.
Loyalty when people are dying. Buhari's wife loyalty when people
she's doing her job. See, husband and wife is a different matter. Don't blame her for being loyal to her husband. Exactly.
Conversation personal issues.
Yeah.
We deal with the president, you know. After all, the office of the president's wife is not in the constitution. It's not a constitutional.
But why they give you a car? Why they give you a car for 1.something billion?
Is an error then? Is an error?
She has to entertain guests now. They didn't give her a car. They said, hold on. I'm not here to defend it too.
Concerns. The woman that put the car for herself.
You see all these people.
My brother.
You see all these chat people. I can never do anything right. Somebody that called another man's wife. They didn't even blame him. Like me, they're blaming.
To be the leader of your community, and your wife is there. Then your wife know that your head is not okay. Your wife supports you to be head so that you can be the first lady or the first head of the community. My brother.
Concerns. Do you believe it's the wife that put him in power?
Concerns. You should be more worried about
the wife that put him there. Is the Chief Justice.
Concerns. You should be more worried about the party.
It's the Supreme Court that put him there, not the wife.
You know,
the Supreme Court.
Let's move on, though. Let's move on from there.
I've told you before. The Supreme Court, when the Supreme Court give good judgment, those people, those criminals start chasing the Supreme Court members, and the citizens keep quiet.
No, sorry.
When Buhari was intimidating the Supreme Court,
you can't even blame the Supreme Court. You're blaming Tinubu's wife.
Concerns.
Exactly.
Concerns. They have no excuse. Okay, they have no excuse. They have an oath of office. Okay, their job is to uphold the law, even at the risk of their own lives.
Let's move on. I think he's reading his opinion. That's his opinion. Let's go to somebody else then. That's his opinion. I may not say it the way he said it, but why dwell on it? Are you trying to make it a conversation now, Forefather? Why don't you move to Masca or some others, and then we'll come back?
I'm not looking. I've made the point is already made.
It's an opinion. It's
Masca. It looks like your mic has gone again. Oh, go ahead, Masca. Yeah, I can hear you. It's a little bit delayed, but we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I would spend maybe like 1 or 2 minutes just trying to call what I would love, Pansad, is to give me reasons why you believe what you believe. And I would really want you to conceptualize what you think is your theory as far as the religious issue. Is it a religious issue? Is it an ethnic issue? Try and put substance around the theory you're proposing so that I can understand you very well.
I really respect you for doing that and the courtesy in which you asked it, and it appears to be very sincere. So let me put it in a nutshell for you. It might come as a rhetorical question. I researched, and quite recently, and discovered that Islam considers democracy as haram. So let me put that question for you. First of all, please, without equivocation and running around, the way you understand Islam, right, is democracy haram? And I'll give you citations if you answer the negative.
No. You see, okay, I have no issues answering you, Pansad. But
but this is very fundamental in what we're talking about. If you don't believe in democracy, then it's not religious. You are anti-democrat.
I will answer you to the best of my ability. But before I answer you, what I want you to really understand, okay? And I will go back to the first point I make. Let it not be about a debate. Let it not about winning points. Let it be about understanding where we stand.
I agree with that.
Okay?
Go ahead. I agree.
So the already preclusion that, okay, I want you to be honest is presumptuous that, okay, this person is not an honest person. If you really feel I'm not an honest person, then there's no point, because if I think you're really not an honest person, I will not waste my time on you. And I will tell you the reason why I'm trying to
forefather, to Niger. Masker, your mic is off. I don't know if you could hear me. And anybody else want to speak? Else I'm gonna respond to Masker, what it said already. Anybody want to speak? Master, can you hear me?
now?
Yeah,
I can hear you, Mansad.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me, huh?
Now I can.
All right. Okay. So there was a point on this platform where you said whether we fight or we agree. And for me, that is the highest level of commitment, because you're open. It shows me that you're open for dialogue, for discussion, for understanding. So my answer to your question, yes.
We could only hear yes, and I suppose that means that democracy is haram in Islam, right? We can't hear you. The only thing we heard, and I guess with the aid of Amadioha, was that yes. He said democracy is haram. So when we go and we invest 400 billion naira,
can you hear me, Pansat?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, so let me answer
the only thing
your
we heard
question
was that
way.
you said yes, that democracy is haram.
No, that's not it. I'm not going to answer that way. What I will tell you when I say yes is that yes, in Islam there is an Islamic code of governance. Okay, and if you go outside it, then you're not practicing the Islamic code of governance.
Okay, could you hold on right there, please? Please hold on, please.
Okay.
I really
All right.
appreciate that honesty, because that's what this is. By the way, it's not a secret. You Google it, and it's gonna tell
Go
you.
ahead, Pastor. Let's talk so that we don't waste time.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that our shambolic constitution right now, that has democracy, right? Except that it's not from us, the people, but it copied verbatim United States Constitution. So it doesn't fit into that code, does it?
It does not. Yes,
Okay.
it does not. Yes.
It does not. So these Muslims in the north, they're just not telling us the truth. They don't believe in what we're doing, including
don't
voting.
say that. I'm a Muslim. How can you make that sweeping statement?
No, what I mean, not
Nothing.
you, okay, not you. I'm saying the intelligentsia, the body of Sunni Muslims, right? You know what I mean?
There's Pansat. What you need to understand, look, in Islam, okay, yes, there are people that you would look up to, but Islam as a religion, the fundamentals of Islam, the book is an open book. Every single Muslim is engendered to go and acquire knowledge. So how to practice your religion, you are not going to look at any other person to tell you. I read the Quran. I should determine for myself how I should live according to the tenets of my religion. So there's nothing like intelligentsia.
Right. No, listen.
No person is entitled to come and decide something outside the holy book.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Listen to me. Okay, you have to understand that stipulation you made right there. That is the whole thing. There's no debate. You have stipulated that our constitution doesn't fit into the code. First of all, it's not even a joke. When you look at Shias and what's the other one? Shia and what is yours? Your Sunnis, right? You go international, you go to Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. They're killing one another based on this kind of codes.
No.
It's not,
So you
no,
see,
hold
this
on.
is where I
Let,
think
let me
you're
let
wrong.
me hold on. No,
Answer.
let
Okay.
me clarify that. What I mean is that you have the cousin in the case of the Shias, right? In passage from Muhammad, when he bequeathed it, he went to the cousin, that kind of thing, relationship, familiar fight about who gets to be what. I know that. But what I'm saying is that the stipulation you made, which is quite stunning, is you are saying before you were cut off, you answered an affirmative yes, that democracy, the government of the people, by the people, for the people, is haram. But you put in what do you call it, caveat, saying that yes, that's a code, and that our constitution doesn't quite make it to that code. Therefore, everything we're doing, including investing in beavers, trying to select who we want to be our president according to the constitution, you're against it. These people are against it.
You see,
right?
No, see, Pansat, if you want to have a discussion, you must pause sometimes and then listen. And this is my personal understanding, my personal perspective. Okay, but I would want you to take it with some sort of respect. Why I say that is because I have tried as much as possible to acquire enough knowledge and understanding of my circumstance as an individual, my circumstance as a people, my circumstance as a race. Where do I belong? Where do I fit into the grand dynamics of the global system? So it's not some sort of loose statement.
All right, we cannot hear you, so I'll use the opportunity to say that. But when you could speak, you could say something, then I'll stop. What I'm saying is that, there's no need dancing around it, because you've clearly stated the truth. It's not dependent on your admission of this, by the way. I have backup on it. I told you that I did the research. I'm gonna quote you scholarly text to it, but it's stunning that we're wasting our time. I said last week, okay, look, if you don't believe in democracy, you believe in some kind of code, why don't you pitch the Nigerian people and say, hey, look, this is what we think is better, and this is why we should do it this way. To be disingenuous and playing games and lying.
Pansat, can you hear me now? You can hear me?
Yeah,
yes?
Go on. I can hear you.
All right. So you see, why I'm trying to make you understand is that Islam is a whole way of life, not only democracy, even economics, finance,
sorry,
legal.
Sorry, is it really the case that, I mean, what Passad is his position, is that correct with Islam and democracy?
No, his position is not correct. His position is not about Islam. His position is about people in the north. And to start with, even in the north, there are Muslims, there are Christians. But the point I'm making is that yes, the democracy
you did not get me right at all. Please let me just say.
No, let me land so you can correct me.
No, let me correct that. Then you just go on. I know you also coming in and out, so I want to give you more ample time. But what you said there with that question that Mr. Oti asked you, right? I don't. When we speak colloquially, we say north. We're not talking geography, right? When we say north, everybody knows what we're talking about here.
No, what are you talking about? I don't know.
So
what
Muslims and the position, so you understand that what you are stipulating to is that conservative Muslim thinkers argue that Islam and democracy are not compatible. They're not compatible. They're not compatible.
No,
right?
That's not your question. Are you asking me that question, or are you asking intelligentsia? You have to define your position.
Okay. I think I'll take your submission. Let me earlier, right? I don't want you to start modifying it here. If you change your mind, you could change your mind, but you have said clearly, affirmatively, that democracy does not fit into the code then.
No,
Therefore,
no.
Okay, go ahead. See, Amadio would not
Mike
let
has
you
got some issues.
talk if you're not going to be honest, right? So if you want to take back what you said, go ahead, but you're going to be plagued by technical difficulties the whole time.
What's wrong with you? That has nothing to do with this. Okay. In the meantime, anyway. So, what is your point, Pansad? Make your point so that he can be able to respond.
Okay, my point is actually not depending on him, but he shocked me by making it very easy, by being very sincere, very honest. As a matter of fact, he extracted himself and said now he's going to speak for himself from acquiring more knowledge, and I respect that. But there is absolutely no doubt that it's in scholarship. You Google it right now, you're going to see that democracy itself is incompatible with Sunni Islamic thinking, right? They're not even compromising on that at all. So just know that everything they do is to undermine democracy. When you hear Boko Haram, that's exactly what it means. Western education is bad, and democracy happens to be a Western product. And this is not even a joke. So there's no way, in your case, forefathers, that you're going to talk about security where you have that kind of division in the country. There's no way. First of all, they're going to bring in people as they do now. I profiled earlier our share in the OPEC. We have no business being in OPEC. You have these Islamic states, Arab states, Gulf states, that you could use whatever nomenclature you want, over there cheating
that
all normal African countries, including Nigeria. Our share is like 1 point something, whereas per day, barrels per day, whereas those states, including Saudi Arabia, has 10 million, right? Their population is like 20-something million people with 13 million visitors there. Ours is 230 something, and they pick our leaders. When you see Buhari do whatever he's doing, it's nothing but Saudi Arabia inserting him in there. Because if you have, say, Peter Obi or who else would I mention there? So it wouldn't look tribal. Who else is good? I don't know. If you have a normal Nigerian up there, they're not gonna. It's not gonna. If, for example, if I'm up there and Saudi Arabia wants to pop 10 million barrels, or I come to their country and I see that airport, I'm gonna go run back home and go cut them off. I'll quit from that OPEC. You got 20-something million people, and you're gonna be pumping 10 million barrels, and I've got 230 million people, and I'm gonna be pumping 1 point something million. To Niger, do you know the difference it makes for a democracy for our people to have revenue, have money?
You know these people that are detecting my
now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
All right. So I've listened to Pansat, and I think it's unfair. I'm alive for him to start interpreting what I was.
Your mic has gone again.
See, told you.
Stop that. What do you mean he told you, Pansat? His mic is faulty. That's all it is.
I thought you say you're African, you believe in African.
Take off his video. Maybe his video, if you take off his video, maybe the audio can improve.
Yeah, probably. They say you should probably turn off your video and see if it improves. Okay, try to say something.
It's okay. I think it will get back in time.
Yeah.
But I think we've had. I don't know what you're accusing him of now, Pansat. What you are trying to
what I'm
accuse him
saying is that if you have pure Nigerian interests, true Nigerians running our country, we have enough resources to have the money to run. Democracy is a very expensive thing to run. It could just be that they're trying to starve the state of revenue in order to kill off democracy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
All right. Okay. So what I was saying, Pansat, is that yes, Islam has its unique sort of governance. it has its unique legal code, which is what the northern states, some states try to do, the Sharia. Islam has its code of finance. It's non-interest. All the finance, for instance, that people live on, it's not Islamic. Okay. So the idea that, okay, simply because Islam has a
So
separate
that
code,
means they don't even
therefore it
believe in
is
our
not
banking, right? They don't
compatible.
believe in our
That
banking
is
system,
not,
right?
it's
They
not a
don't like. They
scientific
don't. They
statement.
don't believe in the banking we have.
The truth is that, yes, there is a specified code of governance in Islam. But the reality is that in Islam also, there is a code where you live with people that you are not of the same faith, even in the same house, not to talk of the same country. So,
sorry, Pastor, but we do.
Yes.
There is a electoral democracy in Pakistan. Is an Islamic country, is it not?
This is what I wanted to push back for Pansat, because take, for
I'll respond
instance,
to that
Saudi
when
Arabia that he
Pastor is
keeps
done.
harping about.
No, I'll
It's
respond to
not
that when you're
Islamic
done.
democracy. It's not Islamic code of governance that they practice. The only country today in the world that truly you can, even them, is not, they do election, which is Iran. They do election. So the idea that, oh no, Islam is not compatible to this or not, the truth is that time change. There are things that today, if you say you want to practice strict Islam, you cannot do it. Okay? Because times have changed. These people lived at the time when there were only camels, there were no cars. So you have to find out, okay, how do I live in this present world? And I doubt if there is anybody who has sat down and say, no, we cannot do this kind of democracy as Muslims. Anywhere in the world, tell me one country that has said that they are not going to do it and they are just going to practice Islamic. It's not possible. So that's why I say, Pansa, you keep popping up half-baked theories. Because if you look at all across the world where there are 100% Muslims.
Indonesia.
Okay, let me answer that.
Yes.
First of all,
Where do you see where people say they are not going to do democracy today?
Yeah, Indonesia is one of them.
Let me answer that question.
But they do elections.
Okay, but Maska, please.
Saudi Arabia, it's a monarchy. Monarchy is not Islamic.
Maska, could you hold on, because there's no need trying to bury smoke here, right? I know time is limited, but we still have to tell the truth. When you look at Pakistan,
So
right?
Nigeria, I'm saying Nigeria cannot be a separate entity the way you are sounding. If that's why I said you need to define.
Can you let me answer Mr. Oti? Mr. Oti put it in a way that you're being
hold on now for the sake of you've been talking more than he
unless
has.
you don't want to have
before
this
his audio goes up
discussion
again.
as mature people. Okay, I'm not holding brief for Islam. Have that at the back of your mind. I'm talking to you as a Nigerian. And some of the things you say, really, you need to sit down and think before you say it. Because I've gone to all sorts of schools. You can't sit down here and say, because as a Muslim, my religion say you cannot do Western education. You need to think about what you're saying.
No, just I refer to Boko Haram.
So these things you're saying, Pansat, they don't have any basis. They are just things that you're thinking, okay, this is a possibility. Yes, it's true. As a Muslim, if you ask me, which one would I prefer? I'll prefer the Islamic code of governance because it's more equitable. It's more.
Master, can I ask a question? Can I ask you a question? Yes. Just on the last point you made. So,
yes.
You've said the Islamic form of governance, does it accept that in a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious setting, does it accept that leadership can be handled by the religions that are not Islamic? You know why I'm asking that question? Because the inference made by El Rufai in his speech recently was that justice, like good governance, can only be delivered by that in a setting where you have Islamic leader, where you have different religions operating. Good governance can only be delivered by the Islamic section. The same thing was also echoed by, I think, Zach Naik when he came to Nigeria recently, almost standing on the same ideology that, okay, when you have different religious practices, that you can only get, there's this thing of you can only get good governance from
Sheikh Gumi.
Sheikh Gumi mentioned something like that, and even Zach Naik was in Nigeria recently too. You know, so I want to ask you your opinion for you that say this thing. Is it actually the belief that when you have different religious practices, that it's only the Islamic faith that can deliver good governance?
Okay, I don't believe in that, and the reason is very simple, because Buhari was a Muslim. The question is, did he deliver good governance? I'm putting the question back to you.
Oh, he wasn't running.
Muslims will say yes, that he did.
Okay, are you suggesting I'm not a Muslim now, Pansat? Is that what you are suggesting?
No. Let me answer that, please. Let me answer that, please. Oh,
No,
hold on. That's
no,
the question
see.
he posed. Hold on, Masker. Don't be afraid of the truth.
Yes.
Let me answer that question. It's not. You said, see, it depends on who you asked. If you ask Muslims in the north, yes, Buhari retarded democracy. He retarded our country. He put his people in office, Muslims in office, right? So he was a very good president, right? But us, Democrats, know that he's not only was he horrendous in this past 8 years, that he committed a coup d'etat earlier, right? That he's a thug. That's
okay.
what we see.
I think you just want to hear your voice.
No. Now you
sincerely, Pansat.
Hold on. Now
Pansat, if you have somebody who is sitting in the north here in Nigeria, who is a Muslim, what is the truth?
Say that again.
You are what you say is the truth. What I say is not the truth.
No. You asked a question and I answered it. The question is you're trying to suggest that.
No, I was asking that.
All right. But look, this is not going very well, because what I wanted to say. Yeah, what I wanted to say to you about Pakistan is that Pakistan is not a monolith, right? It has 38% Punjabis, Pashtuns, about 18%, Sinds, Sarakis, all kinds of religion and stuff there. So yeah, they are not like India, for example, right? Yeah, they're practicing something.
It's an Islamic country.
Right, it's an Islamic country, but what you have to understand is that before they were together with India, right? Which is Hindi, right? Did they get along? No, they didn't. And some other countries has broken away from there, right? So
can you hear me now?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, so Pansat, can you be a gentleman and just hold brief?
I was born a gentleman. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I mean,
all right.
It's not me that maybe you come in
you can be born a gentleman and transform into something else that people will not know.
Or whatever.
And I hope that's not the case with you.
But go to the point. Go to the points that are being raised.
Okay, so Dexter,
you are dribbling around.
Okay.
Islam is democracy, haram in Islam. Answer it and get away from there. I mean, why keep going back and forth? It's not up to you if you
okay, so if it's not up to me, that's fine, Pastor. I'm not here to.
We're not asking for your own opinion. You could say, "Hey, look, I'm westernized."
All right, so I'm fine. You're not interested in my listen, Pansat.
Tell us about Islam. I thought he has answered that, because many Islamic nations are democracies, so it's not necessarily haram.
That is not true. Name one. Forefathers, name one.
Indonesia.
Name one country that what?
Well, come on.
Indonesia is a democracy.
Malaysia.
No. I mean, you go over there, right? And you just go do whatever a Democrat normally does, and you're gonna find out really fast, right? You go over there and try. So if we're gonna
Tunisia is also a democracy.
This is the most important discussion we've had on this platform. For Nigeria to start, this discussion needs to be had. Honestly, we need to understand why they turned off their beavers. Because it makes no
intellectual, but I can see you don't want to hear any other counter opinion.
Look, you're coming in and out. It's not my fault. I mean,
so I'm here. If I'm in as a gentleman, you should just quickly allow me talk.
I've been doing
Dexter,
that. Go ahead.
Let's go to your question, Dexter. Okay?
Yeah.
Look, the reality on ground in this country is that people who are interested in political office can tell you all sorts of things. El-Rufai can tell you that as a Muslim, he will be the best person to deliver dividends of democracy to me. It's up to me as an individual, yes, a Muslim, to believe him or not. Are you with me?
Yeah.
That's why, and the truth is that a lot of people voted Buhari in the north, not because he's a Muslim, because he was contesting against other Muslims.
Yeah.
People wanted to vote for him because they thought he's a.
Okay, let me. I know your mic is gone, so let me use this opportunity to correct the fallacy in what you're just saying right now, right? If Buhari is running against another Muslim, and they choose to vote for Buhari, it could be because the other candidate is a more moderate Muslim, and they pick somebody who's a little bit a real genuine Christian massacrer. They could do that. So that's a fallacy in what you just said. Trying to
Can you
say,
hear me, Dexter?
Yes, I can.
So why is Pastor pretending that my mic is off?
No, your mic went off for a while. Your mic went
All
off
right,
for a
good. Okay, so look,
not only are you untrustworthy, you untrusting. You don't think you can trust me. You're untrustworthy.
All right.
And
Anyway, Pansat. Pansat, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. See, the reality is that these things you're saying.
You have to be honest so that Amadio will stop tormenting you.
Oh, okay. So that, okay, you are trying to crack a joke. Okay. These things you're saying, Pansat, number one, there are Islamic countries that are practicing democracy. So it's not an Islamic issue. Okay. I doubt if you can convince anybody, even on this panel, that all the Islamic countries in this world are not compatible with democracy and are not practicing democracy. I doubt if there is anybody that would listen to that story. There are Islamic countries that are practicing democracy. And I've told you that even in Islam, there are codes for you to live with people who are not of your
which
faith.
country is that one? Which Islamic country is that one?
Go and check. The Google is there. Go and check Islamic countries that are doing democracy.
I have lived in Indonesia. I lived in Malaysia. They don't practice the true democracy.
Okay, so, you know what,
Masker.
Yeah, hold on. I wanna.
What kind of democracy they practice?
Hold on, Masker. Here's a question.
What time? Thank you, Oti. Thank you, Oti.
Hold on, Masker. Here's a question. Then let's just cut to the
chase. No, Pastor, right? I'm done with you. Please.
Come on. What I'm saying to you is
seriously.
No,
I can see you don't want to hear my opinion. You don't want to hear my perspective. You want to sell your perspective.
Okay, let me hand it to Oti to ask you. Hold on, Mr. Oti. Here's what I want to ask Masker, right? According to Islam, according to the book, right? Here's the thing. According to the book, does it say you have to? The governance has to be by the code, some kind of council, okay, of a group of people. As a matter of fact, it's against the tenets. You'll be committing the equivalence of a sin. I don't know what the hell they call it, right? If they do that, so any government that goes with democracy is then deliberately against Islam. So they do that. Let me give you a clear answer.
Let me put a question to him. As a matter of fact, I think he has mentioned code, a couple of times. And actually, I wanted to find out what code is that? What is the governance code, Islamic governance code? Maybe, by perhaps specifying that, then we can also determine whether that is compatible with democracy or not. So,
I think the issue, is not
Islamic governance
code. It's not only
code.
Governance code. Mr. Oti, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Islam is a whole way of life. There is, as a Muslim,
we're talking about governance now.
No, it's not. It cannot be in isolation.
No, political governance. Let's kind of limit it to that. Are there specific governance codes that are Islamic?
I think it turns off his mic sometime.
Please, can we take it a little bit easy on I'm masking.
No, he's educational. I want to know.
Yeah, we
I
know,
want
but
to know.
let's handle it a day
Because
at
I
a
mean, you know,
time.
if
Maybe
they
we've
are
had
good,
we've had
then
enough for today.
we can then
So,
decide
see,
whether
Mr.
Pastor,
Oti,
you can please.
Oti, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me.
That's right.
You can hear
I
me,
think
right?
every of us have heard what you wanted to hear. So
Okay, so what I'm saying is that Islam as a religion is a complete way of life. The way I should do market, if I'm a business person, Islam specifies the way to do it.
Okay.
The way I should go and borrow money,
Right.
Islam has specified it. If I'm going to build house, me and you, Oti,
But
Islam has defined for you how we are going to do it.
Governance.
Okay.
That's
if for instance I am going to marry, Islam has determined for me how I am going to marry. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, it's understandable.
So, but the reality, the point I am making to Pansat is that yes, this is what my religion said. Okay. For instance, my religion said I cannot, if I borrow money to OT, I cannot collect interest on that money.
Masker, can you limit it to governance, right? Political authority. That's really the question. Is there kind of specific Islamic code or codes? And then if there are, what are they? At least the main ones. Then we can decide whether that is, can be harmonized with a democratic.
Well, it's irrelevant, OT.
No, it's not irrelevant. That's the question, really.
No, okay. Let me tell you why it's irrelevant. Because if we are talking Nigeria and not an Islamic state, then it's irrelevant because you cannot put that on top of people that are not of the faith.
No, but okay, sorry. Can you educate us?
No, it's irrelevant. No Muslim, no right-thinking Muslim will say that people that are not Muslims must be governed under that code.
I understand.
It does not make sense.
Now, for the sake of argument, as a matter of in theory, what are the Islamic governance codes, that are specifiable?
No, actually, you see,
whether they apply to Nigeria or not is a different question.
The funny thing is not too much to do with democracy, but it's more to do with justice.
Okay.
As a leader, these are the things that as a leader you must do.
Okay, so let me can in Islam can individuals, okay?
For instance, let me know since you
see he turned off his mic again, so he won't answer. We're just wasting our time. It's
he need to stop it. He said because he will answer.
But look, here's the thing. Though. This is a very important point now. Oti, the question I asked him, if Masker tries to be honest and sincere all the time, right? You want
put your camera on, Bansati.
If he, right, were to answer that question, it would be astonishing. If he tells the truth, you know that we're wasting our time because it's not a
but they have given you the answer. You are refusing to hear.
No. Forefather, hold on, please. This is important stuff. Okay.
What is this important stuff? You said whether Sunni is anti-democratic, and it was answered.
No, I want you to Google it yourself while we're here. Google it.
I think let us distinguish. Masker is highly educated. He's well led, and he has given us his views, which is you can't take it away from him. I think what they're asking for is the institution's views on the topic. That's what they're asking for. Masker has given us his views, and we accept it. We appreciate, we understand what he has said. But I think what they're asking for is the institution, because why?
I think the institution's view on the topic is that it's better to go with Islam. That's obvious. We all know that.
That's what they want him to answer. I think that's what.
What do they codes? What do they say?
Oti, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I was trying to explain to you that, for instance, in the Islamic code, there's what is called Baitul Mali, which is more like the treasury, the public treasury. As a leader, you cannot dip your hand inside. Okay. There is what is called zakat.
That's not what we're talking about. Answer the major point.
Okay, you determine what you want to talk about.
No, the code.
It's fine.
Are they? I mean, like electorates.
These are codes. These are codes of governance.
Sorry, the people that are contesting for office, are they answerable, accountable to the people, the electorate? I mean,
No, they're not
anybody,
elected into
anybody.
office now.
Not in Islam. In Islam, if you're talking about the Islamic code, you can't say there's yes, there's the process where decisions will be taken, but it's not like it's
No,
not a
no
case
election.
of
No election.
It's
Really.
not by democracy. It's not
yeah.
democratic.
So it's
That
not
is-
like
In other words,
that's
no
not what
man,
the
no
code.
one man, no one vote.
So the way they
No, not
choose the
one man, not
leaders,
one vote.
the way they
No,
choose the
no
leaders of the
principle of
court.
equality. No principle of equality.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is
Maska,
more. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is more to do with justice. That if you are the leader,
and fairness.
No,
this is.
but it's actually a
Can you hear
sin.
me?
In essence,
Yeah.
it's the
How
core
are
tenet
leaders? How are
that
leaders
democracy.
how do leaders come
Pope,
about?
can you please mute
We
Pastor?
can hear
He
you.
wants to hear his voice.
he's
I want
muted
every
himself.
other person to hear his voice. So,
Hmm.
Oti,
Yes.
so there is the concept of the Baitul Mali, the treasury. There's also the concept of zakah, where every business, every individual must pay into that coffer, where the people that are not well-to-do, they will be well taken care of. Okay, so there's the difference is not really that fundamental. The difference between what
I
is
think the question. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question in the way that Maska may have to understand and answer. I think what they're asking is in Islam and Sunni specifically that he was going after, that they whether they believe in like democratic system or they recommend within the faith itself, not the people practicing in the real world, within the faith itself, does it recommend that the government should be by Islamic law instead of democratic these rules?
Sorry, the question I asked him about because he talks about leaders.
No, I think
right?
his audio is gone. His audio is gone.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
How do
I put on a link
So
on
you
the
forefathers,
section.
you are asking a different question from what OT is asking.
Yes. So
That's what.
Okay.
The question was Dexter. Dexter clarified what Pansat was trying to get at. That is not about whether there are other countries practicing Islam or not. That is in Islam itself. Does it recommend? Does it agree with people practicing other forms of government? Does it not recommend that ideally you should practice your Islamic government?
Your question is too general, too generic. So sorry.
Sorry, I'm not. You are not the one I'm asking.
No. Sorry, and I'm asking a specific question. Okay, about democracy. So, Maska, how do leaders come about? How are they selected? Can anybody be a leader? That's the question. In other words,
your audio is gone, Maska.
It goes to the quality of people, everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So your question is whether it is by voting, one man, one vote. That's what you're asking.
Any other means, but how are they?
No. That's what you want to know, whether it is like that or not.
Yes.
It is not like that.
Okay. Bam.
Okay.
That's the key one.
What I really
that
want
is the
you
key
to
one
have
right
at
there.
the back
right?
of your mind.
Hold on. Now, hold on. When you make that kind of stipulation, now let's look at the implication. What does it mean, right? It's not in the abstract. It has consequences for our country today.
Yeah.
This is what you should come out and say. What you just said right there.
I'm coming out and
Let
saying
me land. Please. I gotta get a word in. Whether you have technical difficulties or not, I still have to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, on that private section, I put in the link. Okay, so what I would do, in all fairness, I saw Mr. Steph is not only smart, but he has a heart, right? Sympathetic. He says, look, don't hold him in a chokehold. After all, it's Maska. He's dedicated. He's here among us. We're all brothers here. And we're trying to get to the best thing for our country. So what I would do, Maska, I'm going to let you off the chokehold. I'm not going to choke you to death here. Right? I'm going to have you.
What are you going on about with your chokehold?
We're going to study this issue so that we can have a candid discussion on this, because I believe this particular education needs to be nationwide. Christians need to know, Muslims need to know, atheists, all of us we have to at least be candid so we can then in brotherhood solve our problem. We cannot keep on you have one set of people thinking this, you have another set of people thinking that. We can't solve this problem. This is core. As far as I'm concerned, when you go through all these texts, go through the references, you're going to find out that it's not a small thing. You know, sometimes you have a little sin, like
Pastor,
in
can
the
I
Bible.
ask you a question?
Yeah, let me learn first. The Bible says, okay, don't look at a girl with nice tits and a nice ass, right? That's like a small sin, right? This here is like the core thing about Muslims, especially in the north, Sunni Muslims. They do not accept, believe, or would they tolerate democracy. It's haram. I want you to know that. Now, what's going to happen is that every time.
Okay, let me ask the question I wanted to ask. No, you've been saying you want to land. I need to ask.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you. Let me just ask this question.
Pastor, this thing you're saying is not correct at all, because when there is voting, Muslims come to vote.
They turn off the beaver. They will turn it off. They will turn off the beaver.
I get. See, so to an extent, there is an argument that Pastor is making, but is a little bit too distant from it. But the question I wanted to ask was about the South, where they have some traditional rules and courts and everything. So in the South, where they have all those traditional courts and ways of settling problems, do they elect the people that can conduct those cases and the traditional rules?
Judicial function.
Oh, my camera is going crazy again. It's okay. It's all right. Cameras do this that again. It's all right.
Your question is not. I mean, it's not relevant. I mean, it's not.
And it's not. I mean,
why do you do that? When they ask you a question, you say it's not relevant. It's only the ones you ask that is relevant.
You're trying to create a moral equivalence.
You're talking about.
It's not a moral equivalence.
Of course, it's not the same situation.
Let me answer though.
But it is also relevant.
Let me answer you.
It is not.
This is like
for you.
It's not something that is specific, something that is a professional.
You cannot talk without people trying to pull a wool over your eyes. In the South,
can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. In the South,
all right. You see, I like what you have done because this is the way forward. So it's not my idea, it's not your idea, but what is the general consensus? So what I would say, how do I send or
I can't even hear anything. My camera is fighting me here. I don't know who's going to win, but it's all right.
Masker, your thing is gone.
All right.
Forefathers, what we do in the South, as soon as it meets a democratic threshold, it doesn't have to be the same jurisprudence as America, for example. If you're gonna adjudicate a case between two people, and the accused is given due process, right, to face his accusers, like done in the South, yes, it's democratic.
They didn't elect anybody there, you know that.
Yeah. They did, because it depends. I mean, you have all kinds of.
You see, Pastor, you are in a chokehold right now. You are beginning to walk for. Come on, man. Let's not start with this thing.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. But I get your other point, though.
Can you send me your email address?
I don't want Boko Haram to have my email address, if you don't mind, right? I'm not going to send you my email address. You fully come on board. You have to come on board by.
Okay, can I send you my
you
email
have to
address?
Look, Master, let me tell you, I like you. You're a nice guy. You come here. It's like we're kicking it. You're one of us, right? But what I'm saying that I want to see you admonishing your people when you come on air like this. You need to say,
no,
hey,
that's not. Listen, that's not how I've been trained. Listen,
okay,
the training will be given. If I'm going.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Jonaba is here. Jonaba is probably ready for a bruising session. But Jonaba, take it easy today. Last week he kept swinging for everybody. Take it easy today. Baska, your audio is still off.
But you know what's funny, forefathers? Jonaba is supposed to be a Christian, right? So when he came in here swinging, you actually telling me to put on my helmet, right? He's supposed to be on my side, right? But he's not, right?
Why would he be on your side? He's half of the time.
You assuming he's gonna be on mascot side. Right? He's supposed to be a minister. That's how
Mm.
the world's gone to hell
Yeah,
in a
but
handbasket, right?
Pansad, you were shuffling there when it came to traditional rulers in the south,
I
but
was
in the
not.
north.
I,
So, but
I
I
was
get your
not.
point though that
Yeah.
in the north generally, not in the north, in most states, when they go religious, especially towards Islam, they don't shift back to democracy again. And Maska, you
Can
have
you hear
to
me,
admit that.
forefathers?
Yes,
Yeah, we can
yes.
hear you.
Okay, so because this is where I really want Pansa to really concretize this point, because now you're suggesting that yes, even in the south there are Muslims like Yoruba are okay, they are not anti-democracy, okay, but it's the people, the Muslims in the north that are anti-democracy. So what argument are we dealing with? Is it a religious argument or an ethnic argument? This is what I'd ask Pansa.
Okay, let me answer
Is
that,
he telling me
because
that Yoruba
let me
people are anti-democratic?
No, what you're doing, I try to give you the hint earlier. When I use the term north, it's not geographic, right? North. When it's like there was a senator in the U.S. Senate, and he says it's like pornography. You know it when you see it, right? North, in the sense that we're using it here, it's not like landmass, because that's even be corrupted in Nigeria. To your people up there, Abuja is north, right? Abuja right here. Kaduna, all those places are not northern Nigeria. But
Kwara is not.
because of their irredentism and their conquest and their greed and their thirst for power, raw power, they've been coming all the way down there and calling it north. That's not north. North, when I use it, is northern Muslims, Sunni Muslims, to be exact, right? Not even the Zaria Shiites over there in Kaduna. I'm talking about northern Muslims, right? Specifically, the ones that are holding us down. They won't let their people go to school. They're driving their cattle through our cities. They're coveting our lands. They're throwing our citizens, for example, the thieves, in IDP camps. I'm the only one who talk about the IDP camps. Their son was the most genocidal maniac, Gowon, that killed my people. But I care about them because this is something that happened some time ago. So I'm like you, Maska, in the sense that I want us to come together, but we have to do it properly. We're going to then meet forefathers and then have a genuine security. You cannot do anything by being disingenuous or lying or playing stupid games. Like I'm telling you right now, we have a CAY smoking, because that's actually who you should have warned when he got in here. Even though he's smiling, he's more dangerous than Janaba, who came in with hubris, right?
It's like you're
So what I'm
more
saying to
worried
you,
about people, Pansa.
no,
What is the deal with you? You like
If I
some
were
people,
you,
you don't like some people.
I know it's not the point. I'm not. I'm here wasting my time. My time is worth a lot. I don't have to be here. But what I'm saying to you is that in our country, one of the best discussions we've had so far is this one we're having here, especially with you, who at
No,
least
you're patronizing me, and I
I'm not.
don't like it. No, you're patronizing me.
I'm
Get
saying
off it. Get off
no.
it,
I'm saying
please.
you are the candidate. You don't lie. So you come out
It's
and you
not for you to
say,
decide.
no, hold on now, hold on. What I'm saying is that you find it maybe you try to play your takia here and there, but you really find it very difficult to lie, right? You made some comments here that are very important for our discussion.
You see, Pansat, you see, I've told you, I'm beginning to see through you, honestly, because
you'll be
if
making
you
a big
don't believe
mistake.
somebody,
Go
there's no
ahead.
point having
Can
a
you
discussion
guys
with
let other people speak? Let me contribute. Let me contribute.
You just
First
came
of
in.
all,
You came in after
no, just
anything,
1 minute,
Jonathan.
just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Hey, Master,
Okay.
first of all, I'm really surprised you argue with Mr.
No, but I mean,
Passat
Ewa, just came in.
You don't
Ewa,
flog
you
a
just
dead
came
horse to
in.
wake up.
You would have allowed this
Sorry,
gentleman to
Mr.
kind of
Oti. Let me
round
speak.
off on
So
this
the
discussion.
person you needed to discuss with was Mr. Oti. At least Mr. Oti was asking genuine questions. Mr. Oti, let me answer your question. In Islam, right? If you don't live in an Islamic state, you can't enforce Islamic law on people. It's not allowed. It's as simple as that. And the other thing is, when it comes to the leadership are choosing in an Islamic state. It is a form of democracy. It's what they call Shura committee, just like the way you constitute a body like in INEC. to run elections. You have Shura Committee. They decide. Shura Committee comprised of people that are learned, people that prominent people in the society that are learned. They will determine how to choose the leaders. But in an Islamic state also, the people, you must follow the rules of Islam to rule the people, not the democracy we are doing, where one man is driving 10 cars. No. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
but
okay, sorry, okay.
somebody like Passad for a master, don't answer to them.
You're Muslim, am I right?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Okay, so is that what you just described? Is it called a theocracy or a democracy? Which one is it?
We don't practice in Islam. We don't practice democracy.
I see.
If you don't live,
that goes to some point.
Hold on. If a country like Nigeria is a secular state, it's not an Islamic state.
Okay.
Muslims are very encouraged to participate in the system of the people, where what everybody is practicing.
Okay.
Like the way we have democracy.
That's
in
fine.
a country like Saudi, they can.
It's okay. I get you.
Okay.
You said something also that if Islamic law is not to be enforced in a society where you don't have only Muslims, therefore you're not supposed to enforce Islamic law. And when they have in the north, for example, where they have these blasphemy laws, what is that? And that is being enforced against non-Muslims, or even, I don't know, destroying alcoholic beverages, I mean, that are being sold by people that are non-Muslims.
Now you drift
Islamic.
away.
So what do you call that?
You drifted away from the politics, right?
No,
you drifted away from the politics.
This is what I told.
So first of all,
it is political.
First of all, there is nothing like blasphemy law.
Okay,
now,
hold on. No, but in terms of enforcement of laws that are clearly Islamic laws against non-Muslims, how would you describe that?
No. It can never happen.
Hold on.
You cannot say enforcing Islamic law against a non-Muslim.
Masker, hold on.
It does not happen.
Hold on, Masker. So, Oti, even the time of the Prophet in Medina.
No, we're talking about Nigeria today.
Hold on.
Nigeria today.
We had Christians and Jewish living in that country, right? So you are not supposed to use Islamic laws, even when it's a Sharia state. They are non-Muslim, to judge them. You can't enforce it on them.
Okay.
It's very clear.
Okay, good. So, but
what do you think Hizbah is doing over there?
There are some.
They're giving kids. They're giving kids a haircut. Hold on.
I'm not gonna reply to you. Let me.
Okay, so be quiet. You don't have to be quiet. Don't respond to me.
I'm never gonna reply to you.
I don't need your lies, right?
Like, so you are just a big
what I'm talking. Just keep your fat mouth.
How can somebody telling you,
okay? Keep your mouth shut. Don't respond to me.
Country practice democracy. That is insane.
You go to Kano,
Let
right?
Mr. talk now.
If people have an afro, or they have like say Ovie here goes to.
Let Mr. Oti talk.
His back will grab him and give him a haircut, right?
You are an enlightened person. Don't talk like that, please.
Let me land now.
Okay, where are you going to land? You're only going to land if you talk like that.
Passat is sick, man. You need to ignore him.
Don't let this boy make you corrupt you, okay?
No, but you are the one. You are the one.
We'd rather hear from you. We'd rather hear from you.
You are not really a responsible person.
AY, I'm gonna warn you again. Keep your mouth shut when I'm talking. Please, don't respond to me. Please keep your mouth shut when I'm talking.
Keep quiet, then. Keep quiet.
What I'm
quiet.
saying,
No. Hold on, Pastor. Hold on.
Let's be civil.
Yeah, Pastor, be gentle. Be gentle.
John came here before him.
You are
John hasn't spoken.
AY is true though. You need to allow
John is my uncle. He gave me the permission to go ahead.
Let me land. What I was telling Mr.
He's my uncle. It's not like you, man.
Look, forefathers, don't keep admonishing him. You have to either remove him.
Okay, Pastor, keep quiet. Let me out.
Please remove him.
Hold on.
He's here to make trouble. Please.
Hold on, Mr.
Pastor. What I was saying to you is that you go to Kano,
keep
right?
Let me
Hisbah.
speak
Come
now.
on now,
Hold
why
on.
alliance? Not because he's talking about Islam, you want to all go chop
But
into his
just
mouth.
remove the guy.
It's not
How many
fair
times you
now.
gonna warn him? How many times you gonna admonish him? Remove him.
Remove Passat. Okay, Mr. Passat, go ahead. Let's hear your rubbish.
Let me go ahead and yield back. Since he
Pansat,
wants
no,
to talk,
seriously. No,
I'll
Pansat, on a
yield back.
very serious note, Pansat.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm from Kano, okay?
Yeah.
This thing
You
you're
don't have
saying that
Hisbah?
if OT,
You don't have Hisbah there?
Can you just hold on? Don't
No,
do
no.
this.
Do you have Hisbah police or you don't?
Don't do this, Pansat. It's not your level.
Master,
Seriously.
Stop engaging Mr. Passat.
No, I will
engage
engage
people
him.
that are sensible. I'm telling you,
very
Passat
look.
is a
Listen,
dead
no,
horse.
AY,
You don't flog a
listen.
dead horse.
People like Pansat are the people who will make you go to heaven by convincing them to see the light.
You just want that 72 beautiful broads, don't you?
All right,
you want to go to heaven and go get those
Pansat,
72. What are you gonna do with
Pansat. This statement you are making is not really a responsible statement if we are going to build a country, because this is black lie.
I need to share something so that, because I think we have some problem here regarding some of the things going on in the continent, and to an extent, Pansat is talking about a kind of stuff he's putting in a very bad way, but there is a serious problem that we are facing on the continent. Look at this now in Sudan, and the people they are targeting are us, the black people. They are killing them and displacing them from in the Darfur. This is what they call the Arabization, this in the conflict that you are seeing, where they displace the black ones and take over the space. This thing is coming south. This is not. They are Muslims, so. I've been warning our people about this. These people are Muslim. You see how they are dressed, and look at what is happening to them.
Forefathers. Let's talk in a constructive way, so you can see the point I'm making. This is not an Islamic issue. It's not a religious issue.
It's political.
You see what ties it to Islam to an extent.
Hold on, forefathers. My point is that if somebody wants political power, he will tell you what he thinks you want to hear. But in the end, it is what is in his mind that is really important. And it's what is also equally very important is for the discerning minds among us to sit down, think deeply, and understand what really is going on. For somebody to tell me that simply we're having issue in Nigeria because Islam is anti-democratic, I think really we shouldn't even be condoning that kind of statements, because it's misleading. It takes us away from the root cause of the issues. And thank you for bringing this point up.
Yeah, because this is a serious point. Go ahead if you want to finish what you are saying.
What's your point really on this?
The point I'm making is that first you get Arabization, that's Islamization, and it doesn't stop there. We think it stops there. It doesn't stop there. There's another layer that comes, and when I say this thing has a soft power approach, it's not necessarily soft, because Muslims are dying, black ones.
No, forefather, no.
So okay, tell me what's going on in Sudan. What it doesn't have anything to do with Arabization.
In Sudan, no. What is happening in Sudan is purely war. Before Sudan split into two, what were you calling it? South Sudan and North Sudan. See, these issues, they don't even have color of religion. I was saying this the other day, right? I said, if this part of Sudan were Christian, by now what you hear is, Muslim and Christian are fighting in Sudan. Sometimes these people, don't forget, these Sudan that are killing themselves, they are almost like 90-something% Muslim. They just killing themselves. Are you saying they are not killing colored people, fair people?
They are killing the black ones. Yes, they are killing the black ones. Don't you get it? Are you seeing the people that are crying? They are killing the black ones. They are replacing them with the Muslims.
Come on.
I can't believe you don't know this. How can you tell? See, this is why I don't like when people are being facetious. You are a smart man, AY. Okay. You should know this by now. Go and find out yourself.
I investigate.
Let me get a word in. John Abba, do you want to speak or should I go?
Look at that now. Look at this. It says latest atrocities are part of a campaign by RPF and allied militia to eradicate the non-Arab What is wrong with you? You should know this.
Forefather.
Even the AY that's talking, he is not considered to be a real Muslim.
These
by
are us.
Fulanis in the north.
That these things are happening
to him, he's a Muslim, right? Even Master
How
barely
can you know
makes
this?
the cut.
Pretend as if you don't know
Master
them.
barely makes the cut because of he's from up there, right? But a real Fulani
You
to
see,
him,
Pastor, want to start another one.
A real Fulani doesn't
Passad,
consider Master to be a
Islam is
real
one. It
Muslim.
doesn't matter where you're
Would you
coming
please
from.
remove this guy here?
Calm
This
down,
AY is
calm
here to
down.
make noise. Please remove
No,
it.
but
So
AY,
there's
see,
a
this is why
hierarchy.
people like Pansa, sometimes Pansa comes across as bigoted, but you can
I'm not.
see clear demonstration of problems that is happening on our continent because it's tied to religion, and now it doesn't even matter about religion. They are killing Muslims too because of race.
Forefathers.
Yes.
See, when we talk like this, we miss the point. Okay. Fundamentally, there are three segments of life. It's either political, it's social, or economic. Every other thing will fall into this three
If you're
categories.
talking about the Igbos, you would have come in since you got here. You don't want to say a word, right? You just want to sit there. You don't want to get in.
Forefathers, when we see events, we as a people need to sit back. This is what I've said before. We need to sit back, interrogate what is happening. I totally agree with you that the human being a social animal would always want to go and organize itself into group. And for me, what is important really today, every black man, take it from me, is the same as far as the world or global structure is concerned. Call yourself Igbo man, call yourself Hausa man, the world does not recognize that. If you're black, you're black. Okay? It's the same thing that is happening as far as the Europeans are concerned. If you're an Arab, you're an Arab. Okay?
Oh my God!
These are the fundamentals.
And you know, these people are one of the oldest people on earth. The South Sudan and the Nilotics, they have some of the almost ancient genes among human beings. They produce some of the tallest people on the face of the earth and some of the darkest people on the face of the earth. And they are decimating them and treating them like trash.
Exactly. To Niger, if you go to Egypt right now, right? You go to Egypt, you're gonna see Somalia. These Arabs take over Egypt, right? Which they did in Jerusalem, right? They go, this. If you go,
and tomorrow now they will say they own Sudan too. That's how they move. And our people, we just sit here. Mask, I told you this before, that when we sign up to religion, we need to take control of it. These things, what is going? This is how these things occur. These people converted to Islam. What good has it done them now? Now the next wave is coming. That wave has already hit North Africa.
Forefathers, okay? What is happening today in Israel and Palestine? Okay, are they white and black?
You see, let me say this, and it's a controversial thing I'm about to say. What is going on in Israel is clearly I know that America is using them. However, the Israeli people themselves that are doing these things, what they are doing, they are facing down a force. Like we are seeing that our people are dying from, where they want to colonize you, they want to transform you. That's what they are doing. They are facing it down. And every time they do this, it looks like they are evil, right? But they are not necessarily. They are doing what they need to do.
God bless you for growing up here in front of us. You're getting smarter by the day.
There are aspects you have to call things out for what they truly are, especially if they are. If I watch these people that are like this lady in tears here, this is not the first time. It's been happening for decades. They've been doing this, and our people, we black people, I don't know what's wrong with us. We watch it happen, and we still worship them. What is wrong with our people?
Forefather,
I don't understand what is wrong with us.
Forefather, honestly, for me, this is the first time hearing this. The other thing is, are you saying they are not killing other colored Arab people in Sudan? Is that what you're saying?
Look at the history now. They talked about the history here. Look at the history. This has been going on.
I will do research on it. Trust me.
Please look into it.
I
will. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's call a spade a spade. Okay. I would not want to the reality is, I have worked in Arab countries. What I can tell you is that an Arab, no matter how Islamic you are, an Arab does not see you as he sees another Arab.
Masker, as for
Hold on, no,
father,
let me land and make my point. Okay, even within the Arabs, a Saudi Arab does not see himself on the same level with an Egyptian. He feels he's superior. So the truth also is that I would like to agree with forefathers. Yes, we practice the same religion, but at the very tail end of the day, I also need to know I am black and you are different from me. When we go to the mosque, we come out. Politically, there's a difference between us in the global world order. I'm not talking about individual situations, but I'm saying as a race, as black people. I've lived in several countries.
Masker, I've lived in a lot of countries. I discussed this issue. I discussed part of this
But are
issue.
you telling me that? Are you telling me that racism is not true?
No, it's I see forefather.
Okay, so what is racism? You think it's only white people that do racism?
No. Hold on. That is what I'm telling you. I told forefather this morning. Even the division. It's human being like division, right? I told forefather this morning. I said, even in the mosque, you will see people. Pakistan will organize, Arab will organize, black will organize. There are even masjid that do all this stuff. We cannot run away from it. They are human beings that human beings just like division. They have human beings have problem. It's just like even in Nigeria, we did ourselves.
But in this context of this one, we are talking about the specific erosion of a people, cleansing of them. Are you looking at the history? This is something they've been punished in Egypt. See, our people, the darker you are, whether you're Muslim or not, it doesn't matter. They go after you. I keep saying this, that this people don't, it's not about religion. It's about what is in your blood. When they see you, they know the difference and they will come for you. It's only us that worship other people's religion as if they don't know. They know the difference.
Forefathers. You see, what I want to make you understand is that it looks like that they are going after a certain race of people. But in the end, if you dig deeply, this thing will have an economic underpinning. Go and check it.
Oh, it always has an economic underpinning. In other words, they want to survive more than you. They want to kick you out and keep you poor. And while they get rich, it's always like that. But the essence of it is that they are damaging one group to incentive to benefit. You can get economic benefit without damaging another group, but that is not how it works in this world. They don't use pity to do that. You have to defend yourself.
And by the way, I recommended a book for you. You didn't read it. Try and read that book.
Which one is that? I think I forgot.
Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
I've seen the video now. Maybe that's why I didn't read it.
Go and read it. Go and read that book. You will understand all these things I'm telling you. The world is not as it seems. Okay? So, but anyway, my submission to both you and Pansat, okay, is that as long as we keep popping up internal divisions among us as a race, this is what continue to put us down. This is how we decide these are the people that will be taken to slavery, and these are not the people that will be
our people are really far behind. Look at how long it took us to just convince them that they need to straighten themselves. And look at we think this is far from us. It's not. It's just Sudan here. When they finish with Sudan, they will keep moving further south. This is how it works. The first time they gave Europeans allowed Africans to have power just around 100 or so years ago. Where was the country they first invaded? Sudan. From Egypt. They invaded Sudan immediately. Because the people, what do you think is guaranteeing our security? It's not also, North Africa would have invaded us a long time ago. It's the Europeans. We've not taken care of ourselves. And we keep seeing this our picture repeatedly. I don't know, man, when you are going to wake up. I really don't know when our people are going to decide that enough is enough.
When people like Pansat begin to wisen up and understand that the problem is not among us.
Not at all. We have to deal. You see, this
Pansat not there.
One of the most ancient people on earth.
Forefathers.
Where is Pansat? This thing and it's this in that's Dexter.
I don't want to talk behind his back.
Hansard is not here. I don't think.
He has
Okay,
run
yes.
away.
He's here. No, he's quiet. He's not making a lot of trouble. Yeah, the Nilotics. When I checked their patrilineal line, they are just as old as the Khoisan. They are one of the oldest on earth. If there is a true Adam and Eve on earth, it probably looks like a Khoi. They are like a Nilotic people in Sudan there. Clearly, where human beings are said to have emanated from is very hot, and they are not going to. So it means that they have to be darker, like the Nilotics. They are not going to look likely like the Khoisan that is quite light skinned. And I think they became lighter because they are in the southern region of Africa. And just watch what they are going through in that region. I've seen a video that goes back 1980 or so.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
The people that are fighting in Somalia, who are fighting? What religion?
Oh, the same people, clans fighting each other.
So at the end of the day, this is my point. Okay, it's not about religion, sincerely, because then Somalia will be the most peaceful country.
I never subscribed to religion. I've always said that behind religion is about race. People operate on a racial level now, which is weird because I'm not sure. I think it's always been like that to an extent. But the thing is that what enables them to do it is through religion. That is why I'm saying it.
Forefather, I tell you this for free, yeah. Race. People take tribe, whatever you want to call it, or race, more seriously more than even religion. I'm telling you, most people.
Oh yes, race always trumps religion.
And
the people pretend as if it doesn't, but it does.
Mind you, why I'm telling you, this is human problem. For example, even when you go into Christianity, you see all this problem. It's everywhere, right? Is human being just like division? I'm telling you, the moment it's few people that you see, they don't like this idea of division. Human being problem, biggest problem. Look at us within Nigeria here. We divided ourselves easily across ethnic line, easily. So it's a problem. Don't mind you, if you go to your local government, you will see another set of discrimination. Oh, they are not from here. Even if you go to your village, you will see another set of discrimination. I'm telling you. Everybody here, we experience.
These are the people that they are destroying.
That's the fact of human existence.
Yeah, exactly.
These are the kind of people that they are destroying in Sudan. Thank God at least South Sudan is not in the middle of all this anymore. Sorry, you were saying something, Oti.
What is to be condemned is unfair discrimination and, of course, oppression. But I mean, that people are different and kind of congregate according to their likes. There's nothing wrong with it, I mean, like this idea of being people loving their tribes or loving their country, loving their it's quite natural, a fact of human existence. But then what is wrong, condemnable, is unfair, not discrimination, just unfair discrimination, and then of course any sort of oppression. I mean, that's what's bad, or killing people for whatever. But I think the point is quite valid that behind all this is really economic interest, greed, and so I mean it cuts across. It's say for example during the Civil War, one would have thought that the white Europeans that brought Christianity to the start of the southern part of Nigeria, especially to the southeast, they would have supported the Biafrans. But that wasn't the position. It wasn't the case.
Personal interest.
So of course, the British they saw their interest more aligned with the northern hegemony in Nigeria. So and the suppression of the Biafrans. So I mean, so that's the thing. It's yes, so we have to recognize all these things.
And
politics. Sorry.
And what I wanted even to point out when Pansat was making a lot of noise is that whether we like it or not,
why you take Masca so seriously like this, Masca? Oh man!
Leave him. To be fair, he triggered this conversation and he got me to remember about the conflict in Sudan because there was a massacre recently, and this is a few days ago. This is not long, as you can see the date. It's not long.
The point I was trying to add to you is that here, even in Nigeria, you know, the war that was fought, that you are talking about Christianity, Gowon was a Christian.
Yes, of course. So you see that you know this religion
this is the
in
point
the
I'm
end,
making.
it's not really.
The fact is that if you say that the South Easterners are Christians and every Christian should support them, the fact is that the head of Nigerian government then, who led the war, was also a Christian.
Even the person that led the Carter coup,
the person that collected the surrender, who I think was Obasanjo, was a Christian.
Yeah. So
it has nothing to do with religion.
These are some of the things that our people.
Of course, that shows that tribe is a kind of more basic, is primordial. You know, religion is you can acquire religion and lose your religion, but you cannot lose your tribe. You know,
which is exactly.
If something goes to
the map I'm showing now, Oti. This is the map of the Hey haplogroup of human beings, which is the oldest haplogroup of all human beings. And if you see the occurrence of these people, if you this is over 60%. You see where they are concentrated. This is somewhere in Sudan, and then the Nilotics and some of them in not the ones that they are destroying now over here are the ones we are talking about right now. And then you have the Khoisan in the South Africa region. These are some of the oldest human beings, period, that are treated, that are being giving them this treatment.
For us, before I'm about to leave now. Before look, in as much as no matter how in terms of our politics and the understanding of the world, how noble, of course, the idea of African unity, the black people, the black race, and all that. No, but look, again, this idea of smaller units, you know, of nation states, that is at least in the modern world, is nation state is the kind of the most that is how the modern world is constituted. You cannot. I don't think there's a substitute, you know. So if we have to have you know, for Africa to be strong, the nation states of Africa, or at least the larger ones, the bigger ones, those ones that are much more resourceful in terms of their natural as well as human resources. Nigeria, would be you know, a prime example. If Nigeria is strong, then Africa, you know, has a chance. And of course, when I mean Nigeria, I don't mean Nigeria necessarily as it is currently, presently constituted. Okay, as an entity, a lot of work needs to be done. Nigeria as it is not a viable entity country under current circumstances, you know. So something has to be done. Okay, and we have the nothing. Nobody said that the geographical entity has to be dismembered or.
Oti, sorry, can I butt in, Oti, and just ask?
Let me finish. I'm leaving now. Sorry. Okay. So nobody says that you know, this entity has to be dismembered, but the internally, the way it is constituted, it has to be much more manageable and more efficient and fairer. As it currently, no, that's not the case, and there's no viability. We have to be honest about it, right? Because first of all,
there's nothing to be honest about there. I don't know why you just keep repeating the same thing. It's no viability. What do you want us to do? Just give our up and die? There are nations that have gone through wars and they came through it.
The mistake
I think you just said this thing just for the sake of it. It's like, what are you going to get? You're not going to get anything
Let him land now. Let him land. He's making a very cogent point. Let him land.
It's not cogent. He's just saying that it's not viable. That's not the solution.
Forefathers. The mistake you're making is that you don't learn. You can't learn. It's just no, sorry. I'm serious.
Okay? You are wrong. That's why there's nothing to learn. You are just wrong.
Okay, when it comes to your turn, then you tell us why he's wrong. Let him land. He said he's leaving. Let him land, and then we'll
no, because he's made the point already. That's the listen.
No. I'm saying it's not viable. You don't want to listen to the reason why it's not viable. It's not about illusion. It's not about delusion. It's not about having fantasies. Okay, you have to be real, right? Look, these are concrete. Okay, a system, an entity, it can only work. It can only function if it's on solid foundations. Then we have no foundation. Okay, and then you don't.
But that is not true.
Talking about, sorry.
Yeah, you say it's like cancer. You say so many things that are not true. Are you check? Have you bothered to check other nations? Okay, hold on. When you say these things, have you ever bothered to check other nations before you say something? I will expect you to have checked other nations' foundations before you start saying stuff of things.
Let him learn. Forefather, let Mr. Oti finish.
The mistake you keep on making each time you talk about other nations. Okay, every nation is different. We have our peculiar situation.
Sorry,
so
I just
want to
yeah, but you have to compare now to check. You can't just say stuff constantly.
Mr. Oti, sorry.
You have to try to find out whether you are correct. You can't just say stuff because you think so.
Forefathers, you only want correct of all the people. I mean,
Mr. Oti, I want to make a comment. Sorry,
I don't know why people are saying respect. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm disagreeing with him. That's what I'm doing, and I have a right to disagree with him because he's not basing his statement based on evidence.
I see a lot of evidence in what he's saying.
Can I say something? Can I say something, Mr. Oti? I am pleading with you. You're raising an issue I would want us to engage on, but my problem is that you said you're going away. Can you give us time to discuss what you're raising? Because it's a very vital issue, and I believe this is one of the things we should have here as a conversation. Please don't leave.
This issue, Nigerians are obsessed with it because it doesn't require them to do much.
Forefathers, why must you?
We are not viable. We should die. We are not viable. We should just give up. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk about it.
Excuse me, forefathers.
As if it's aliens that have been running us all this while.
Hold on. It's not as if I'm not the first person that's saying it.
Yeah, Janaba is taking his chill pill this week. He's calm this week. Last week he would have come at everybody by now.
Excuse me, sorry.
He was on fire last week.
Yes, now he wasn't having it. He came
You see him trying to talk now that Mr. Osi is saying let's divide the whole thing. But go ahead.
Excuse me.
And then John
what I'm saying is not something original. It's not a novel idea. Okay. It's out there. People that are much
okay. Please give us. Convince me now. Give us solid evidence that is compelling than just saying it's not viable.
I'll be wasting my time to convince you. No.
Convince the viewers. Convince the viewers, not me.
I'm not trying to convince you because you won't be convinced.
Convince the viewers, if not me, then. Convince other skeptics.
I actually want to be convinced that Nigeria is not viable.
Oti, just to convince him is the election that is going on in Nigeria.
And so it's a waste of time.
No, I'm talking about the foundation of a nation.
It's not serious.
America had June 6th. America had June 6th. Nigeria hasn't even had that. See, let's focus on evidence.
Look, we're talking about Nigeria. Can you be real for once?
Evidence.
Listen.
Based discussion.
Okay.
Let him land.
As I said, it's not an original point or idea. People have been talking about it, all right? I can name names about the situation Nigeria finds itself. Okay?
I don't know why people are just so angry. They don't want to hear anything. I'm fed up of hearing people. Hold on, I'll say this. I don't care about being popular or anything because it looks like what we do is we want to comfort ourselves with this type of things. I don't understand why. All I'm asking for is evidence. I am trying to push us to get to evidence when we are saying.
I just told you that they don't believe in democracy, right? It's a big tradition.
I didn't say that. You are a liar, You are a liar.
Western tradition
I think one of the evidence you need. I think when the British, I don't know whether it's the Nixon report, when the British were leaving Nigeria, they wrote a report, and in their report, one of the things they highlighted was that they are what do you call it, minority nationalities within Nigeria, and that the country must make a conscious effort to ensure that there is resource control for those nationalities, and that is a point that has not still been done. So when the people that were taking over Nigeria say, they say no problem, we'll implement it. They took over Nigeria and they jettisoned that part of the report that the British gave to them.
Who were these people? Can you name them?
What are you talking about, minor? Then, of course,
Who
we
were the
all,
people? Tell us.
Even
Educate
if
us.
they did that, that has nothing to do with
the
foundation of
Who
the
were the
nation that we need to
people?
have conversation
which people are you
constantly.
talking about, AY?
That
The
they are
nationalities they were talking about were the minorities in the South. So
No,
were the
sorry,
nationalities they
excuse
were
me.
talking about.
Forefathers.
There's
So
a, there's a,
who?
You
So
asked
who
about
were the
them.
people that deprived them from
Sorry,
controlling their
forefathers.
resources?
If you're serious
no.
about
You didn't get my
discussion,
point.
I mean,
You
serious,
didn't get my point.
if you
The
want to
I'm
engage in
report,
serious. I
discussion,
want
the report,
evidence.
listen.
the report,
If you're
AY,
serious engaging,
the
if
report
you want
said
to engage
that
in discussions. Now,
that as the country is
the
going forward, I
Nigerian
think you
state,
should read the
wait,
report for yourself.
Are we
That
having two
those
people talking? Are we going to
nationalities,
respect each other?
Dexter,
that the
Morgan, please, can we hold off
Can some
before you go out on your Dexter?
whether
You
you
said
call
you
it
knew where you got that name from, so I'm calling you. I'm
sorry.
giving you your full name. So please go ahead.
Mr. Oti,
A
Mr.
question.
Oti.
Yes.
You see,
I just want to ask him a question because I mean he wants.
Yes,
to
I want to ask you a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. You see, I look at a country like Rwanda. Okay, whether we like it or not, today Rwanda is making progress, and I believe that Rwanda. Nobody can tell me that Rwanda they don't have the kind of divisions we have. There are Hutu, there are Tutsis. There are two different kind of people, even physically looking. But they have found a way to make their country a workable country.
Okay.
So
I'm waiting for your question.
Masca.
I don't think
Why do people keep saying I'm doing Mr. I know it all? I am basically asking for evidence. We have to start saying things based on evidence. You know what? This Machiavelli we're talking about, that is interesting that every time he says something, he uses evidence. Why do we just say stuff without clear evidence to correlate our point to show that it is accurate?
Sorry. Evidence. Okay, Mr. Evidence. Now, Nigeria, a federation, is that how a federation should be running?
That's no evidence.
What amount of control do the federating units have over their resources, over their time?
Federations have different structures. They have different scales of control. It's not the same for all of them.
Which one do you have in Nigeria?
We have the one that we have now.
You're not controlling your resources. You're not controlling your finance revenue.
Oti, I'm not talking about the federation. I'm talking about when you say the nation is not viable. I want you to give us example of other type of nations that failed because try to understand what I'm saying. I say when you say the nation is not viable, that we should consider other ways or whether we should separate or stuff. I want you to give me also other examples that are like that failed based on the kind of situation that we are facing.
I have to give you an example. Come on, you're not serious.
Because that's how it works. It has to be repeatable. You can't just say Nigeria's situation is bad because you don't know.
Listen, you cannot look at a situation, analyze it, and then you have to look for an example. I have to quote Machiavelli.
Yes, right? You know why? You know why? Because I can find a lot of examples of the opposite of what you are saying. I can find a lot of examples of the opposite of what you are saying. That's why.
I beg of you, let's move it to somebody else.
I want it to be a fair argument, so I don't start reeling out examples after examples of people that have gone through difficulties and survived and become viable nations.
Go to somebody else.
I want to ask you a question, Father. Because all the nations that have grown or that have developed went through difficulties. So difficulty must be part of the nation's history. Is that what you're saying?
And killing millions.
Maybe not. It doesn't matter. The point is, difficulty. We're already having difficulties now, isn't it? Just that we are doing it for nothing. All we keep talking about is going backward instead of looking at going forward.
So that is the point he's making. Because the way I look at a nation building is not what you do in 5 years, but if you are progressing. This is where you say the nation is developing. But if you are not progressing, you are going backwards. It becomes a problem. The last 3 elections are better than the one we had now. The electricity 10 years ago is better than what we have now. The military of 10 years ago is better. So
the security today is worse than
security. The consciousness of the people.
The hunger
is just becoming
the hopelessness.
which mention a country in the world that has the fuel with the resources we have and are suffering. Gas is how much in Europe? Does it
Hey,
affect your salary?
let me hold on.
Gas does not affect your salary. I'm talking now. You don't tell me hold on. Let me finish my time.
Sorry, boss.
No, when you tell somebody hold on, as if you have a superior argument, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, if we say that our country is moving forward, but it is slow in that movement, I would love your argument, because we can't be perfect in 10 years. But when we are going backwards, the things we thought we've gotten in 1999, we are losing them, and we are not making any haste to correct them. That's where I have a problem. So I don't know the position you're looking at, the foundational.
Let me share it again so that other people, the newcomers, can see this quote by people that this guy that Nigerians like to fetishize.
What has the quote got to do?
See, Oti, please let me the newcomers see.
Okay, let's see. Yeah.
So this is from Machiavelli. I'm sure most Nigerians have heard of Machiavelli. I know I couldn't avoid him when I was younger. They keep talking about him. So this week I thought I should listen to his documentary, and I was shocked to hear some of the things he was saying about security, because people don't talk about him in terms of security. They talk about him in terms of being devious and stuff like that. Look at what he said about nations. The main foundations of every state, new states as well as ancient ones or composite ones, are good laws and good arms. You cannot have good laws without good arms. And where there are good arms, good laws inevitably follow. Inevitably follows. So this is the foundation of nations. And when I keep saying it before, that our nation is not founded properly, something is wrong. And people, we think it has to do with tribe. What is missing is this.
So what are you disagreeing with Oti, forefather?
Because what Oti is saying is that the nation is not viable, and we should go. Yeah, let me remove it. Let me remove it.
Yeah, I want to see your face. Yeah.
So he's saying that it's not viable, that we should go and have a discussion. Basically,
rebuild the foundation. Rebuild the foundation. Decide whether we want to be one nation or not.
I like to think that we have a stronger foundation than even Israel. Israel doesn't even have a constitution.
Sorry,
Israel doesn't have a constitution.
Oh, you're talking about Israel. Are we Israel? Are we Israel?
We are not, but it's similar stuff. You're talking about foundation.
Sorry,
forefathers, let's move on.
You are trying to build something that may not be relevant. The one that is relevant, you don't want to talk about it.
Forefathers, please,
Oti,
let's move along.
Because
I want to leave in a little bit. Please, let's move along. I want to be able to say something before I leave.
I think let's respect Janaba, because he's been very, very calm this week.
Yeah, Mr. Oti, just hang on. We'll go on
Janaba, please go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys many hours, so I think I have an idea of what you guys are saying, but some of those things, I'm so disappointed in 21st century that we have this mindset. We are not making any progress as a people, and it's very disturbing. What will be the foundation that we are laying? Let us say that the old foundation is not right, but I think we need more than whatever is a constitution you apply to in terms of governance. We need the moral change here, because the morality of the people that believes that they are better than others or others are better than them, or they use it as a talking point, but sincerely the reality does not match the claims, and that is quite disturbing. Let us say we are young people today, and as our time are wrapping up, what will the younger generation will be saying of us? Do we come here to argue without any offering any solution. We do not have an ideology that we are pursuing as a people that will benefit the next nation. Rather, maybe we talk about tribal issue, which are so petty issue or religious issue. No nation is have one people speak the same language, but they still work together. And we people just have to respect others. And people talk about democracy. We all have representative in Abuja where the politicians go and decide whatever happens. And if we want to have to address the issue of regional or how to develop our own space within our own person. It's the same people, your people are the one that governs you locally. And they also have the share from wherever it is. And they have never even tendered most of those cases in Abuja that, okay, we want to go away. We want to do this, we want to do that. They never tender it. They always, because they know politically it's not something that can sell on that platform. But we can do it in another way that people can agitate and continue to fight for it. But to me, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. But to me, I think we should have moved past that. We should have, after the war, the civil war, and the new generation, we could have call ourselves together and have a genuine dialogue how to go forward from here, and not allow this every year. For every 4 years, we come up with issue. The election riggers, they're all Nigerian citizens who also may be poor as any other person. And I believe they use the poverty to control them, to give them so much that they cannot resist because of lack of integrity and all of that. But then, end of the day is that if we do not have an agenda that we are pushing forward, or the ideology as a citizen, to force the politicians to change their narrative, that we allow ourselves to be manipulated, whether on tribal or religion, then it's a long walk to freedom. We're not going to go anywhere like that, because every 4 years we come back to this table and talk about, oh, who is going to be, who is coming, who is this person, who is a minority, who is a majority. Then completely other tribe, the minor minority in Nigeria, they don't even have the whatever you guys call it, national cake. That I don't think any tribe. It's election, and the issue is that, like I said many months ago, let us go and regionally look at it. That okay, well, it's election sometimes a game of number. If you want to say it's a voting night, and that's why you saw this person have 12 million, this one have 5 million. No Yoruba man can win the election because all Yoruba people voted for him in Nigeria or her. No Hausa man can win an election in Nigeria right now because all Hausa people voted for him or her from that region. No Igbo man can win an election in Nigeria. It still have the politicians know how to. Why did this one will go to the north and pick the vice president or the candidates will go around because they are looking for a number. But then the citizens supposed to have ideology. We are not going to allow to be driven to this to and fro. We are tired of being promised by politicians. And I think people believe that there's no significant move. Nigeria is really ready for change. And that is what we are seeing. And that is why even the third party was viable this time around. It has never been a history of Nigeria. And then let's keep that momentum. Instead of this to and fro, we build a little bit, we go backward, one step forward, 10 backward. Where are we going to go from here?
Yeah, thank
So,
you.
Father, I need to go. Can I just speak for 1 minute?
Okay, please.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I did get Mr. Otipo clearly. I know he's talking about, like, if it's a form of restructuring, I completely agree with him. I personally believe the way Nigeria is set up is not going to work. Let me be frank. What I think the federal government, I kept saying this, the power of the president, is just too much. They don't have any reason culturally, education, culturally. There are trivial things. Leave them for the state. If you want to do it in form of regionalizing the country, do it. If you want to do it, give more power to the state, more power to the local government, do it. Let's move on. Let each state or each region control their resources. Give percentage to the federal. This is I don't think the way we are set up, we're going nowhere. I strongly believe this is what Mr. Oti is canvassing for. 100%. I agree with you. To me, I don't think the system is going to work.
Technically, don't you think that technically regions are already getting resources from their end, like 13% derivation, and in the north where they are getting some resources from there, it tends to end up in the region anyway.
Let me tell you, that statement Peter Obi is making, we should stop going to Abuja to share money. It is rubbish. Most states, they're doing nothing. Most state governors, what they just go sit in Abuja, live there, forget about their state. You were here when your state governor was chairman of APC for almost 2 years. A governor, me, that is doing one job, I'm managing my time. A governor that's supposed to be dealing with issue is a party chairman running around the whole country. Are you kidding me? So the system is, you can't be going to Abuja to share money every day. You are a governor, generate revenue for your state. What can you do for your state? How can you raise the revenue? If it's not sustainable. We can't be going to Abuja every month.
Allow
this generate revenue. Courts agree on percentage to the federal, limit the power of the president. The president does not have business with some of the things they are evolving in Nigeria.
Don't you think you are talking from the point of view of either America or other countries? Because many nations, the central, like in the UK, if I'm not mistaken, the oil that Scotland gets goes to the central. This in Scotland doesn't get the money and shares some to the United Kingdom.
Most of the states that are like that, for example, in America, it's the percentage. You can give reasonable. See, federal government give this percentage to them. Let them hand over the security. Let them hand over the currency. It's from a CBN, EFCC, the police.
Why do we say? How can you not understand the country you are in?
But we have to do something.
Do something doesn't mean you go and do the wrong things. It doesn't mean you go and do the wrong things.
No, they are not wrong. So
because the reason why I say that we were confederate once. Look at what happened within 6 years.
We made a mistake. I collapsed the state, right, or whatever. That was a serious mistake. To me, we started where then. Collapsing the state, it was. I mean, I'm not saying we should not be together, but do that in a way that if Delta State is not doing well, I want to move to Anambra that is doing well. Go get a job, go stay there. Let there be some kind of competition, sincere competition.
The only silver lining I see, based on what you are saying, is a gradualist change, which technically is what is going on now.
No, that's not because it's not going on. It's not going on.
The reason. Let me just finish the point I'm making. The reason why I say gradualist change is better than a constitutional one where you just go to the center and have a long conversation. You are going to come out there and you're going to see a lot of people that disagree with it.
It's just an amendment. We got to talk about this. Have an amendment.
But amendments.
For example, the other thing I forgot. We don't need the Senate and the rep. They're doing nothing. It's garbage. Get rid of the rep, 360 idiot. Sorry, rep.
You can't just get rid of everybody because you have bad ones.
Allow the Senate.
You can just have a unicameral legislature.
We have 109 senators. What happened with those senators? 3 senators from each state. Allow them to remain in the form of they are member of parliament. They overall, they really checkmate the president or the prime minister, whoever. you also limit that power, give more power to the parliament, let there be re-debate. What we are practicing now, bros, I think we will still run and come back to this thing we are
I
talking
know,
about.
but AY, I'm very, very
I
happy to
don't.
see you suggesting this, right?
If we run and come back to
can I
it,
ask a
I
question
think
hold
we
on.
are just making a mistake. And
Hold on. Let me.
I really feel bad for our people that this is all we
I
talk
know, but
about.
forefathers, please. Do you have to
Unbelievable.
comment every time somebody speak? You comment. Let me
Yes.
push back on him. Now, what he's saying.
Some other person need to talk actually. Pastor,
I know, but
I think was it not Augustine? Augustine, have you
He's still
finished?
within AY's time. Let me just talk to him before he leaves. I'm
AY
surprised
had
that he
1
said
minute.
that.
He even spoke beyond the 1 minute.
I understand. Hold on. I'm surprised he said that.
Answered. No, hold
would
on.
have been
You're not
right.
going to go anywhere. Let me fight you. I'm going to mute you.
Hold on.
See,
now.
Augustine, finish what you are saying, please. But that is, except you want to give him your time.
Let me just push back on him before he leaves.
Okay.
It's okay?
You want to
Just
give
1
him your
minute.
time? Okay.
I use 1 minute and I give it
30
back to you.
seconds. No, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, that's fair. So I only have 29 seconds now. So what I'm saying is that I'm surprised that you said that. Okay, which is not far away from Nnamdi Kanu, for example. But you are a Muslim who do not believe in democracy. I was having a conversation with Maska.
You are a liar, Pastor. Stop lying on my head when I'm alive.
Whether you go
You are an old man that is
or you go
lying.
with
Why?
the presidency, if the underlying thing is that you have some kind of code to have some adults, some elders make decision for you, and you're gonna go to hell if you believe in democracy, then you're being disingenuous. So tell me now, how do you reconcile what you're suggesting to your tenet of the code?
Pastor, that's a different
No,
debate.
I think his
Please,
time is up. Please, Augustine, go ahead.
He's not going to answer. Please,
Yeah,
let's Augustine, make his contribution.
It's very, very important, though. Else we'll just
he's not
waste
going to answer. He's not going to answer the point, So
I really will come back to the
we ought to
conversation you
force
guys
them
were
to do it.
having
We have to
before
force
I
them to do it.
came in. But on the conversation we're having now, you see, when we live outside Nigeria, and we still have the mentality that the president has all the authority, I think it is not fair. I'm thinking that we should look at, and when we say citizens should do this, we are calling for the state of nature. When you want citizens to do things, everything, to hold the government accountable, no, this is why we have institutions. And when you have institutions that are active, the president doesn't have all that power, because I know that the president will not be the one that would stop everything. He will use people, and whoever that is using should be under a checkmate. Like you're using a civil servant have an institution. The only problem we have that people are not committed to the nation, and it is because we don't have the culture of training ourselves to be part of that nation, to build a nation. We still have a country. Until we decide to build a nation, and all of us believe that this is where we belong. And when we believe that, when we have this as where we belong, everybody becomes responsible of every other person. And when you're talking about the system of government, I keep thinking, what are the 36 deputy governors? What are they doing? So why would they have a forum where they become part of the Senate in the law, in legislation, and they have something substantially doing because they are being paid and no job being done? You have a country where so many people take salary and there is no way of checking their productivity.
And instead, some people, Israel doesn't have a proper constitution.
The
They
size
don't
of the
have
government
it.
is too big, of course.
But they are functional. The UK, where I sit in, doesn't have a proper constitution, and these are kick-ass nations. And somehow, this is what I talk about deductive reasoning. And I think one of the things I'm going to be doing is, when we talk, we have to be qualifying it with evidence a lot of the time.
We're not Israel. We're not every look. We're
That
not
is
Israel.
not evidence.
I mean,
we're
not Israel.
That is not evidence. See, it's like saying that. It's like saying.
Doesn't mean that we don't need
Hold
the
on
one.
now. It's like saying when you give somebody Panadol to cure headache, because the two people are not the same, it doesn't apply. You can correlate it, even if they are not the same. Just because the countries are different, we are human beings. The societies are similar.
With our constitution, we cannot govern ourselves, and then you think without the constitution, we're gonna do better.
Yeah.
Without
if you take care of the real problems, that's my concern. We look away from the real problem and just argue amongst ourselves.
Is it not the constitution that defines the problems?
No.
So
we have a better constitution than many countries out there.
When we talk about constitution, I no longer believe about constitution, because if the president signed the INEC document into law and we celebrated it and it was signed into law and the INEC did nothing with that, and the court upheld the erroneous actions of INEC. So what are we multiplying the laws?
Augustine, I agree with you. See, here today or tonight, I've said before that yes, there are problems with the constitution, but even much more. Okay, because you mentioned culture. So even in other words, kind of first principles. In other words, the government actually acknowledging, understanding that that's what is called the rule of law, the principle of accountability. In other words, they have to know that they are, bound by law. They have to respect the law. So it doesn't matter how beautiful the constitution is. If these elementary principles are not there, we're not going anywhere. Again, it's a question of culture.
Mr. Oti,
and when you talk about laws, guess what?
After the discussion
what did Machiavelli say about laws?
Yeah, hold on. After the
when you talk about law, what did Machiavelli say about laws?
Right? So this is why I feel that it's genetic. I believe that Africans are not fully developed up here, right? We're like some kind of animals. You already know
we are not animals. We just don't have a similar experience.
No, you said like we're animals, so we can be like our mamas.
What I'm saying is that you already know that the Islamic tradition does not believe in democracy, right?
Back here
I wasted
again.
my time. Look, I wasted my time here talking about it. They turned off their beavers. There's nothing democratic about these people in anywhere. So what most people do, like India and Pakistan did, they determined to say, you know what, we're going our separate ways. There's nothing wrong with people going their separate ways.
Everything's going to be on the table.
After we had the discussion 20 minutes ago, and you keep trying to put another layer and let them off the hook, right? We say we got mask on a chokehold. We're going to let them off a little bit so you could go and think about what to say. This is serious business now, right? These people in Nigeria,
there is no people
we're dealing with.
You are just talking.
When they have an Islamic council, pick out who's going to be the president, okay? It conforms with their religious tenets, right?
Yes.
For example, before Buhari comes, they pick him out. That council, that will be Saad Abubakar, right? He's one of those people over there. They're going to pick out who's going to be the leader of Nigeria, right? So that then when you go to polls, you're basically wasting your time. So they cut a deal with the Western powers.
Let's discuss serious issues.
Let me land. Okay.
Let's discuss serious issue. I don't know why you give it Passat time.
My disappointment with you, okay, with you.
I think he hasn't said anything for a while, apart from taking this time.
I will leave after this. I don't have time to be talking nonsense with you here. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah, he's going to make it about religion again.
What I'm saying to somebody like you, a gentleman, right? This is no longer. This is not a joke. We're not just talking. Right? We have to confront these people. Let them make a decision. Are you Democrats or you're not Democrats? So that we can then.
What has that got to do with solving your problem, Pansat?
Here's what's going to solve.
Everything's going to be on the table.
400 billion naira to go and put on a technology beavers to select our leaders, right? That's democratic. They don't believe in that. You wasted 400 billion. That 400 billion.
I think
let me land.
You are not landing now. You are sitting in the airport. You refuse to land. You are even dumping fuel now.
I'm leaving. Okay, because I've been making the argument prior to my position now is to try to talk to Nigerians, right? My position is that we have to do by war. They're not going to listen to us. They never listen to anybody. Okay, so what it comes down to is war. But if I'm trying to waste my time, talk to people like Masker here, right? Go back to your people. Tell them those who turned off that beavers are going to hear from us, right? We cannot spend 400 billion naira and you turn off the beavers. On top of that, it hasn't been 6 months. You conduct another election and you just provocation upon provocation. Now you come in here and I ask you, and you honestly admitted it, right? You say, hey, look, it's a antithesis to what we believe. It's not our culture.
Sorry.
It's not, let me land, please. Let me land. So now,
I want to ask you a question.
No. I think Pansa, you are done circling.
Yeah,
you got to land.
Pastor, let me ask you a question. In the first place, Maska, I love your maturity for understanding Pansat and allowing him to go the way he's going. Pansat, I want to ask you a question. Where do you put people from the South that are not Muslim, that are, in our own perception, are collaborators in the mishap we have in Nigeria?
Right. That is a human phenomenon, okay? There are people who have the ideology to conquer Nigeria to be an Islamic state. Those people are different. They have the ideology. Now, when they go and they induce people with money, human beings, right? You could induce people who are people like Wike, people like Ojo Zocado, people. There are so many of them in the South, right? Those people are not evil. They're getting something from what they're doing, right? They're getting money.
Okay,
they're getting
so now,
power. So those people
so
are
how do
not.
you,
Yeah.
So how do you put somebody like Yaradua, whom at least 85% of us here will say that he did well and he meant well for Nigeria as a nation? How will you put somebody like him and his likes, like Dati also from the north? How will
Yeah, what it is like, so it's like you having low expectation from those people, right? So when you have somebody who is a little bit who could just breathe and say something nice once in a while, you take him off as a Democrat, right? He's the same thing, right? He's not Einstein. He didn't make our country. He didn't bring the country together, right? But we in the South, when we just see one that's like Maska here, right? Okay, you clap for Maska. You don't want to be hostile to him because at least look, he's not saying Allahu Akbar, kill all Christians, right? He's a moderate guy, right? So somebody like that,
you are being quite.
You just said you won't send me your email address because I'm Boko Haram. You are full of self-contradiction.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is that to answer your question, Augustine, look, somebody like me, I also appreciate President Yaradua, right? He was at least he had certain concepts that reflected the country, right? So that's fine. Maska is fine, right? Even AY could be fine. You saw what he said here a minute ago. But the point I'm making, though, see, my problem is not Maska and AY.
Pastor, you have a problem.
Mr.
Okay, why did you ask Pansa the question? Augustine is being mischievous. Don't ask Pansa anything again. Yeah, he asked Pansa so Pansa can carry on with his rant.
No,
well, as far as I'm concerned,
enough of the tag teaming this thing.
We're gonna come back to take our country back, and right? We're gonna come to take our country back. You
please go ahead, Maska. Clearly, Pansa has landed a long time ago.
If your friend will allow you to say something, you can say something.
They can mute him now. That's the good thing with the AY, please. You see, forefathers, on a very serious note, people like Pansat, sincerely speaking, are the creators of the problems that we have today. He thinks it's a joke, but the reality is that people have fears, palpable fear, distrust. We are different people. And when you come up with all sorts of theories,
your audio is gone.
Amadio looking after me.
Amadio is not looking after you. It's just technicality.
What he has in his head.
You're praying for Amadio to come and see. I don't see this thing that we are doing. We are not helping ourselves at all. Especially, I can't understand why we are giving answers and our people reject it and just want to keep doing the same thing that has not led us anywhere. It's not going to lead you anywhere. And some of the things we are asking for is something we had in the past, and we lost it, and it gave us bloodshed in the country. Like we want confederation. Confederation, where did it get us? It got us bloodshed. It didn't get us anywhere to success.
But it's the same Ojukwu people are celebrating today. He was part of the people that twatted that get rid of it. He said it was the one Nigeria. So this is the problem of this is
why I say people should talk with evidence, and I'm going to be trying to be pushing that now because we have to be solidifying our case now with evidence.
If you want to go back there, things are going to spoil. Man. Nigeria is just dirty. So that's why when you blame it on one set of the country, it's not true. Ojukwu Aguiyi, we are the main mastermind of people that get rid of our confederation. We had it because it was not beneficial to them as at then. This is the problem.
And Nigerians do this every time. When it doesn't benefit you, your side, you feel like, and that is I've seen people that are defending Tinubu because they say give him time because he's one of their people, without necessarily holding him accountable. I said, give me one thing that he has done that has worked, nothing. But yet, because he's one of their own, it's okay.
If you speak anything against Tinubu now, they're going to attack you.
Pastor, hold on. Pastor, hold on. And you know what? In the end, I think we talked that when we were having that meeting earlier on today, that in the end, I know that all this is not going to work. I know. We will talk all these things. I will tell you the answer. You will do all the. It's not going to work. I know. You will suggest and suggest and suggest. Hold on. You will suggest and suggest and suggest. It's not going to work. What is going to work is something that is going to affect all of us as a whole. That's what's going to work. It will come in any form. It will come in massive conflict. It will come in massive events that will unify us in a peaceful way. That is the stuff. It could be one politician that comes in and just ignites Nigerians and everybody sign on, North, South, and it transforms the country. It could be one of those things. All this stuff we are talking is not going to go. It's not going to work.
I got your point. Let me address that issue with you and AY, because you guys talk about that a lot, right? Some time ago in the past, in the 60s, a nascent republic, Nigeria, got independence, right? The North dragged their feet. They really didn't want to be. They say, hey, we're too stupid to be independent right now. We want to stay with the British, right? They were cajoled and they finally agreed and we went into independence, right?
At that time, that is not the case. They didn't want to join Nigeria.
Hold on. Listen to me, because the point you're making is federation where, you know.
Not that they didn't want independence.
Hold on. Azikiwe and other people and Julius Nyerere in the east of Africa, and so many, you had some Africans who had laudable goals of having a continent emancipated from all these Western evildoers, right? So there is nothing wrong with that, right? In the case of Nigeria, Zik is a nationalist, but actually a Pan-Africanist. So these people had a laudable goal. It would have worked. That's what we want. Even Nigeria is a small unit. It should be bigger. In order to compete in today's market, there should be more integration. Nigeria is too small. Like me, I'm a Pan-Africanist, right? In order for us to really
Where is
get
the
back,
evidence that you're Pan-African?
okay, just if you listen to me, don't go clannish and not tribal. You're gonna notice I'm a Pan-African.
Just call yourself.
I'm trying to be talking with. I want people to be talking with evidence.
Right now,
but you've said that several times, but I've not seen one evidence of it.
I'm defending
It's
Zik.
not even a nationalist.
So just please hear me out.
I don't know who is giving that title.
Please,
no evidence of it. You're just saying you are Pan-African.
I am. So what I'm saying to you is,
what is the evidence?
Let me.
What is your reasoning?
But that's what he believes. He tell you what he believes,
you
know, and then asking for evidence.
Yeah, I'm
saying, because then all he can do is tell us what he believes, not just saying that he likes
Nigeria. I said that Nigeria is too small as far as market. So in order to compete with the European Union, United States of America, all these behemoth countries, we need, especially because we're starting so slow, we need an integration. Africa has the most beautiful environment, resources, animals, all kinds of things. If we integrate, but there's only one problem, which is the one I've been trying to tackle here, which is the traditions. There are two traditions. You have the Islamic tradition and the Western tradition, right? These are incompatible. No matter what you do, it's never worked since caveman. Muslims don't get along with Indians, with Hindus. They don't get along. They don't even get along with their own nemesis in their parts. You know, you have the Shia, you have the Sunni, right? There is nothing that's holding us back more than that. Look at other African states, modern states like Ghana, South Africa. They're doing fine. They're coming
Who
out
says
of.
they are doing fine?
Let me hold on. You have to look at it relatively speaking, right? You
Okay.
have to be a rational
Relatively.
actor. Okay, we have a lot more than they do, but we're going down. Some of these people are going up. They may have started lower, but their progression is up. So we can't even implement the beaver machine and have elections. We can't. We right now in our country, you have a Muslim president, Muslim vice president, Muslim speaker, Muslim Senate leader. Right? Try that, the reverse. Have Christians like that, and every single one of them will have a bomb in their pocket. They'll be terrorists. They could not stand it, right? So, but Christians, we really wish they will come up and just rise from this demonic state they're in, and realize that we're one, and try to say, you know what? Hey, religion is private business. We're gonna have to build a modern state. Imagine if they did that today. If they did that today, we're gonna elect people, smart people from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, and build that country.
Akpabio is a Muslim, right?
Pardon?
Akpabio, is he a Muslim?
I don't know what the hell he is, but
Okay,
whatever he is,
and the Chief Justice is a Muslim as well.
The Chief Justice, exactly.
Let me share one other information about Nigeria that you guys might find
He's
fascinating.
not a Muslim, that's right. But the Chief Justice is.
Yeah, let me just share this one other information about Nigeria that I find a little bit surprising. And whenever anybody mentions Botswana, they need to stop it because of this data that I'm looking at right now. A little bit. I don't know what I should be saying this. Like, look at the GDP per capita per state in Nigeria. This is something that I'm surprised nobody has ever talked about. Lagos has got $6,000 per GDP per capita per citizen there. That is quite high. That's at the level of Botswana level of GDP per capita, and Lagos is well.
It's a lie, though. That is a lie.
I don't know, man. You can't believe. Then why do you believe the Botswana won then?
No, because
we have to believe something somewhere.
Look, listen to me. I'm telling you, for example, let me give you something that's going to surprise you. And this is controversial, but it's true, right? You go to the north, right? 99% of them have forged certificates, like YX.
Okay, but that's a different point that I'm making now.
You cannot go with anything.
Hold on. I'm talking about Lagos. I'm not talking about the north. I'm talking about Lagos. Hold on. My camera has decided to rebel again. It's all right. It's all good. Okay, so I'm talking about Lagos. Lagos, $6,600 GDP per capita in Lagos. And hold on now. I want to show other things that should point something about Nigeria to you. Look at all the other states. Almost all of them are southern states here. GDP per capita, all of them. All of them. Where are the northern states? They start popping up here. This is the situation why they didn't want to join Nigeria in the first place. This is part of the information that we miss. And when southerners keep saying, oh, the north is enjoying everything, look at it. Look at the numbers you're seeing there. They didn't show up until, where did the first northern state, if you consider Niger, is 10, or Kaduna. Kaduna is a relatively good state in Nigeria, but look at where they are on the list. They 1,000 something. Yes.
You keep on missing the point. I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, look, you see, when southerners talk about it, so are you saying that we have to wait and then bring ourselves to that level?
No, I'm saying that when we always give, hold on now, you asked a question. I'm saying that when we always go on about the not having this, the not having this advantage, we should realize that we are all in the same mess.
No, but we don't have to be in the same mess.
We don't have to be that, and to get out of it, we need to have common ground with them. If you have common ground with the people in the north, you are more likely to achieve what you want to do. You see what I mean?
Right. That's not true.
Look, if you want to be,
this guy just disagree with everything for the sake of it.
We don't have to be in the common ground with anybody.
You know what? To Nigeria.
So you don't want to achieve what you want to achieve.
You want to do Nigerians a favor or the north a favor, right? You have to tell them the truth. You have to tell them the truth. You can't be doing this moral equivalence nonsense with them. They have to go to school. They have to modernize. right?
Yes,
You
that
cannot
you
cheat
you
your
can you
way.
can encourage
You go there and you
but they
turn off
have
that
a right
beavers.
to do what they want to do. They
You
have a right
cannot
to their
go
own
and
lives.
turn off that beavers with impunity. It may not
They
have
don't have the right to hold
settled
us
down.
back. They don't have the right
You
to hold us
cannot
back.
go and
They are
spend
not holding you back.
Really?
spend 400 billion
You are
naira
just
and then you
you
turn
see
off the
you
beavers.
know what Jagun said, Oti. Some of the things you are doing is exactly the kind of stuff Jagun was warning about. It says you expect people to understand you, but you don't want to understand anybody. You just want to do your own.
So what do you mean? How do we understand them?
Because I'm telling you that they too are in the same position as you are in, maybe worse, but you
We'll
don't
answer his
care.
question. How do
You don't care. That's my point. That's my point. You know what he said? He said you expect empathy, but you give none.
So what are
You
we supposed
expect
to do?
progress, but you don't do anything to get progress.
Who tells
Okay,
you
like
we
what?
expect
Give an example, like you said. Give us an example.
What we expect is fairness, justice, not empathy.
Okay? Oh, you see, those things flow. How do you get those things? Because you empathize with people. If you don't understand them, why would you give them justice?
A fair share, a fair deal, right? That's what we ask for.
Fair deal is. Does it look like? Does that chart look like they are getting a fair deal?
Oh, who is cheating them? Who's oppressing them?
That should tell you something. Then it tells you something that you are pointing at the wrong direction.
What are you talking about? I mean, these people have ruled Nigeria for how? Since independence. What are you talking about?
You see, when they keep telling you the solution, I keep telling you are pointing in the wrong direction.
I just told you who's the speaker.
This is what I've been trying to tell you all evening. You are looking in the wrong direction. You think it's between.
Wait a minute.
We are all in the same mess.
Steph, maybe you have
it's
to come
even
in.
all the way happening in Sudan.
Let's have other voice. Dexter, Steph, go ahead, because this guy is succumbing to his normal minority mentality, which is to cause trouble between Wazobia, right? You want to be exempt from.
Now you started with this.
You have to
with this delusional talk.
You have to know the role that you minorities play. For example, in the Civil War, it was you who made the deal go sour between Ojukwu and Gowon, who had made a deal, right, in Aburi. But the minorities, you keep equivocating between these major tribes, hiding your this thing, like what you're doing here now. We're trying to get to the solution where Nigeria spent.
You are not getting to a solution. You are just dividing.
You know, you gave $8 billion to Dangote to do a refinery since 2021, right? He took the money. 8 billion. We don't have any money. We have state refineries right now that could have been refurbished with 1/10 of that money, right? You have him doing all the, closing all borders, only him manufacturing rice or importing rice or whatever the hell he's doing. And a bag of rice is 50 or 60,000 naira, right? Right now. If anybody else did that, what would they say? Right? You take over the whole country. Women don't get a fair shake to get into government or do anything. You're not sending your people to school. You don't have any patents. You don't win any Nobel Prizes. And you want to be in charge of everything. Well, you don't know anything. You cannot govern. You turn up the beavers that we spent 400 billion naira to put together.
Well,
our
if you get the beavers, how is that going to solve the problem?
Shake him down, get that $8 billion back from him right now, because we can use that money right now.
We like to talk about it, but it's okay. I did say that we can say all these things. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to matter.
Look. To Niger, I'm never going to participate in anything you're hosting again from today. Because
I'm sorry, Pansad. My heart bleeds, Pansad. How can you say such a hurtful thing? How can you say such a hurtful thing? My heart bleeds. Come on.
No, don't let your heart
bleed. Go and have
bleed,
discussion elsewhere. If you want to have discussion without evidence, it's up to you. Go elsewhere and do it. That's your problem. Yeah,
I have more evidence on my pinky toe than you have all your life.
Yeah, good luck with that one. I wish you shared that with me.
By observation, Dangote took our $8 billion. He didn't deliver the refinery, and they're going and arresting Emefiele and other people. Who else is there to arrest? But somebody who took your $8 billion. Do you know how much $8 billion is?
But I gather that he built something. Now he built something. Nothing has happened yet. I think they are making fertilizer, if I'm not mistaken.
where is he gonna get the oil? He's gonna pull
Nigeria
that
is supposed
oil.
to give him crude oil. Nigeria is partly
Okay,
delaying the
then
process, if I'm not mistaken.
we're just their slaves. He's gonna come over in the south and take that oil and take out $1 billion. And then what impetus do you have to arrest anybody from the south? If this guy is doing all this stuff he's doing in this country, it's just
Oh
not
my
fair.
God, man!
Use,
You know
look,
what? You see,
use your
Masca,
head.
hold
Use
on,
your head.
Masca. I think Masca needs to see this chart. Is something Masca, as somebody that is of the north, needs to look at that chart that shows that
No,
the first
forefathers.
northern state GDP per capita shows up
No,
in 10th
look,
position.
forefathers.
Yes.
Forefathers, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm very conversant with the poverty level in the north.
Yeah.
And that's why all the things that Pansa is just, to use the right word, is just cock and bull. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, it's past 3 o'clock. I have to go and sleep. It's been nice talking to you, gentlemen. So
yeah, it's been nice
sure
having you here too. Yeah, you're always welcome here, this is Masca. And I know you try your best to.
It's been enlightening.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince people like Pansa, but some of them are lost causes, because you can see at the end he has gone to his real element. He's a South.
Yeah, they don't see anything else other than just one thing repeatedly.
Can I come in?
Yes, please.
Muscat, I really appreciate your sincerity in most of the things that have been discussed. But the area that somebody like me have issues is not when it comes to people like you. I know there are quite a few of you in the northern part of the country.
It's not a few, sorry, please.
I'm
not a
coming.
few.
No, when I make my point, you understand what I'm saying. The issue I have is that when certain things happen, that I'm going to give some specific examples now, how come there is always this collective silence? For instance, when that young student was set ablaze and killed, how come there was this selective, silence from some people that are supposed to talk, not the Christians in the north? There are some people I expected to make some statements to condemn certain things that happened, but nobody talked. How come that not too long ago, when somebody like Sheikh Gumi makes some unguarded statements about not being comfortable when a Christian is in charge of security, his security, but it should be okay for Christians to entrust their security in the hands of non-Christians? How come there's this silence from some people that are supposed to condemn it? That's just my worry. It doesn't really speak well of us as a country, that people like that will make such statements or certain incidents will happen and nobody will talk. So that's the thing that sometimes
yeah, that sounds like a very fair question.
Fuels those mutual suspicion that we have against each other. Thank you.
Masca, sorry, your audio is off. It's really a shame, because I wish I don't know whether there are any other northerners that condemned him for what he said, but if there are none, that is not good. That's for sure, because what all those divisive talk, you should expect elders to come out and say, you know what, stop it. We are Nigerians.
That he's not speaking for us.
Yes, exactly. That's what you expect to see. We are Nigerians. You can't say that kind of nonsense. We are not going to tolerate it. But if nobody came out,
Can you hear
then
me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Masca. Oh, you are gone again. Sorry. Ay. You're gone again. It's a bit of a shame, though. It would have been good that we heard you on this one, because this is a very good question that I was asked in terms of about what are other people.
Dexter, are you still with us?
No, Dexter he's here. He's there. Dexter,
Yeah,
you can unmute.
Frozen in time.
Is he frozen? Oh yeah, he's moving. Oh, this kind of freezing is fake one. He's he's very much moving. He's right there. He's doing us Dexter Morgan. Does everybody know who Dexter Morgan is here? How many people know who Dexter Morgan is? Because Dexter knows. You guys don't know, man. That guy is evil. The guy Dexter is using his name for. He's actually evil. But it's quite interesting. You need to look into it. But that GDP one surprised me a little bit, because I expected to see maybe Kano in top 10 at least in Nigeria. But no. Lagos, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Imo State, Delta State, Anambra, Ondo, Ogun, even Bayelsa. Oh my God. Okay, Bayelsa got oil, let's face it. But still, though.
That shows you that a lot of what happens is that it shows you the production centers in Nigeria, basically.
Wow. Niger State 10, Kaduna 11. Then before you start seeing Benue, Kano 13th.
But when census comes now, they will tell you that you have more people in Kano, so you have to allocate more resources to Kano.
Yeah, I think let me get Master back.
They have more local governments, and of course,
they have more local governments.
They have people, not GD, not money. They have people, not necessarily a lot of wealth.
What do you guys expected? Have you all forgotten the origin of those state creation, how they were created?
It's politics.
They have more land now. They have more land.
No. One man just came in based on and decides to allocate it. Another man come in, just start to allocate it. So that's how.
But they have more land now. Why are we saying that now? They have more land.
Based on land. Why would
population?
Why would the state be based on land?
Land and population together.
Why will it be based on population?
Then why should it be based on what you want? What is your criteria again?
Just divide it by 36 and let it be evil. Let everybody get the same thing.
State could evolve by itself.
Now, come on, you know that you're not being fair yourself. What are you saying?
Hold on, listen. The way it ought to be done is actually not for states to create local governments by themselves and not to do with the government, federal government.
If there's nothing to share, Nigeria can even be just 3 states. Exactly. There's nothing to share.
That's true.
And it would not matter.
It will not
matter. Because there is something to share.
Most people don't like 3 states too.
If there's nothing to share, the whole of the North can decide to be 30 states.
I mean, after all, we had the Eastern region, Northern region, Western region,
it will not matter
middle belt. Okay.
You mean the regions that led to that created the first secession movement as the Kadaga Borough? It wasn't very good. I think we remember this with rose tinted glasses because it's in the past. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just came. I tried as much as possible so that I can answer.
Yeah, it was a good question. Yeah, the question was about whether there were Northerners that addressed the point Sheikh Gumi made, that to condemn that he was being divisive, stuff like that. Your audio is gone again, Maska. I really am sorry. Your audio is gone. I really regret it because this was a good point for you to answer, really. And Steph, why did you wait all this long to ask this type of genius question? You could have asked this question all this evening when Maska was here. You went out to Maska want to leave before you asked the question. That was a good question, if you ask me. It was a solid one. Maska, please, if you can go and come back or just wait for your audio tends to show up, start working again anyway by itself. So that you can be able to answer this question, because I think it's quite important that you're able to address it. Because maybe there are some people that condemn it, and we don't know about it. I didn't hear anybody condemn it.
Fathers, what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria did not start from the beginning, with sharing formula. You understand? And this developed this when we got to the stage where we begin to share, bring together and share. Now you can trace it to the time when all the problems started. And also when the focus became on the federal. You know, like I keep saying, the reason why maybe in some developed countries like America, even a president could come from one particular state for 3 times. Nobody cares. You understand? Because they are not really.
The point.
It's
Why,
not
why
really.
is
It's not really a sharing issue. Do you understand? But the federal concentrated on something.
Turn to do what? To eat money, to chop.
Something that affects everybody. For instance, the federal government tackles issue of security, let's say military security, economic policy. You understand? And foreign policy. You understand? That's the main thing the federal government, concerns itself with. And the states are just, government gets a share of the tax that is generated from the different states. You understand? So whether it's 50 states or 20 states or 30, it doesn't really matter. But assuming that every year, maybe all the 50 states goes to New York, Washington, and share. That's when they begin to have this bickering about landmass, population, whatever this. And that's why you see now that the states that don't even have any natural resources could develop its own environment to be able to attract investment and even be richer than those that have resources and stuff like that. So this sharing is at the core of Nigerian problem.
This map that I'm looking at here, I find it really, really fascinating. This map that I'm looking at here, because I've never seen a map that they make like this, like for Africa, necessarily the way they did it here. I really find that interesting because it just basically kind of show the different groups, and you can look at the landmass that they occupy. And if this is agreeable by most of us here, that this is the Igbo, this in areas, this is the Yoruba areas. I don't know about all these people here. Then there's the Edo here, the Jaws are here, BBO is there. Then look at the areas the Hausas occupy. That area. Then there's the Nupe people. All these people, they don't even consider them Hausa properly. All these I don't even know about. I don't even know who Ekoi is. And and this is why when Pansat just says some people are minorities, you are robbing people off the wrong way, because look at the major groups here. Then if you look at it, they don't even make up like the majority. If you put the other groups together, they are bigger than all of them. They don't make up that big. They are a minority themselves. It's just that they are bigger minorities among within the entire nation. And this is one of the misunderstood nature of Nigeria itself, that people don't know. And when you don't know, you have false expectations, and it can lead to frustrations.
So, what are you talking about?
No, there's this case that I heard recently, and I think that man was correct. I was watching this program, and the person says a man should not overestimate their worth.
So what's the point you're making?
Because you can reach faulty expectation. Why? Like now, if you look at strategically the other states in Nigeria, all the 3 major groups in Nigeria that are really big, only one has access to this in the ocean, really, which is the Yoruba group. And guess what? They seem to have done the best out of Nigeria. They have done the best out of Nigeria.
Because of Lagos. So what are you talking about?
No, yeah, it's because of Lagos, but that's not the point. It's telling you. Do you think if Igbos were here, it wouldn't be different? It would be different.
Lagos was already a major export route long, even before.
Yes, for a very, very long time. That's true.
Don't forget that they have Igbos in the Niger Delta as well.
That's where they are. That's why they put them here. That's them here. If they were not here, they were down here, it would have been a totally different case. As you see, so you have to understand. If you don't understand the advantages others have over you, you don't necessarily know how to approach the problem properly. You see my point? That's why I'm saying you have to know your position to counter whatever the forces.
You want us to accept a weak position?
No, I'm saying my own suggestion is if you understand your position here, that you don't have access the advantage that the others have. You want to have good relations here. That is the only way to gain the kind of advantage that these people have here.
Like what kind of advantage, please?
Access to the sea. Have you seen how many seaports that they build there? Have you seen all the things that keep moving to Lagos? Their GDP per capita is ridiculously higher than almost every other state. Look at that.
I think that
6,000. The closest state to it is 2,200.
I thought you are a nationalist.
I'm a nationalist.
So must every state in Nigeria have access to the ocean?
No.
We're talking about the
Will it be a disadvantage to them not to develop?
He said, you see, why me, my own, from the point of view of a nationalist, one of my biggest issues is that because we have this hang up with tribe and this national politics that is going on, the toxic faction, this is a waterway here. This is a natural waterway that God has given us. Let me just read the point. This is a natural waterway that God has given us. But this area is not being developed because the people in this area are not organized.
No, Forefather, it's not because they're not organized.
It's not their power to develop it. That is under federal government.
Yeah, but if we organize, we'll be able to make it happen. But instead, these two people are busy arguing amongst themselves.
They're not arguing, Forefather. They're not arguing. That point is wrong. Are you aware, Forefather, that the colonial times, the British built, they had a waterway from Imo State down to the Atlantic Ocean. Are you aware of that?
They still do. It's just that it's not deep.
Now, it is lack of political will in Nigeria to develop other
national politics.
That is what it is.
Yeah, when you keep hearing, when Nnamdi Kanu shows up and wants to destroy things, why would they want to develop it? That's the problem.
Forefathers, let me be hard on your map, okay? You know damn well that map is not to scale, right? You know very well it's not to scale. I have my village is bigger than what they are representing as Igbo right there. It's not to scale. It's just jealous.
Oh my God, man!
Nigerian.
Passad, seriously,
no,
you want to go there?
Let me be hard on it. It's not to scale, right? By observation, you know that Igbos as a tribe, there are more Igbos than every single tribe you see in that Nigeria combined. There are more Igbos. Take that to the bank. There are more Igbos in the restaurant right now.
Can you stop with all this talk?
Let me be
it's
hard.
not physically possible.
Let me be hard first, then you could disagree. I want you to really have time to respond because it's not fair to you. After we go around, then you talk too. Okay, but don't spoon feed me when I'm talking. I know, I said, I gave an analogy earlier that, see, the problem most other tribes in Nigeria have is that they went through what's called an incomplete metamorphosis to be Nigerians. The Igbos went through the complete metamorphosis. As a butterfly, they emerged, right? They went through the egg, larva, pupa, and then they fought a war. They did all kinds of things, and then they emerged, right? As a butterfly. The other tribes, like your tribe, they're like cockroaches. They went from egg and they became a nymph. And became adult cockroaches, right? Hold on. They did not go through. This is just like a proverb. It doesn't forget about the insect itself. I'm talking about.
You don't do that, Pansat.
So hold on,
you
please. Hold on.
Don't do that. It's very rude.
Don't tell me how to talk. What I'm saying is,
no, we shouldn't be calling fellow Nigerians or even African. I thought you were Pan-African.
Look, I am a Pan-African.
This is all this kind of weird Pan-African this in flag you wear when it suits you.
Okay,
yeah, calling your fellow Africans cockroaches.
Don't round me up. Let me land my point because it's actually an accurate description, right? You could say, well, cockroaches go through complete metamorphosis. Then you're gonna be wrong. When a cockroach emerges from an egg, it looks like the adults. It may not have the wings, but it's already emerged as an adult, looking like an adult, but it's not an adult, right? It's a nymph. We, the Igbos, went through a complete metamorphosis. We fought the country. All these things we're fighting now in these elections and the country going down. We've already had that fight. Went to war. Now, if you go and bring a map that is absolutely not to scale, Even well, I don't know if you have a tribe. I don't believe you have a clan, right?
I have a tribe. What's wrong with you?
What is your tribe? What is your tribe? Okay,
Nigerian.
There are more Igbos in your tribe right now. If you go and check
I just told you
more.
my tribe is Nigerian.
Okay, good. So, like, what I'm saying to you is that this map is not to scale. These people, I've told you, I use a rule of thumb when I'm dealing with those people in charge of Nigeria, especially from the north. Whenever there's anything involving numbers, facts, and figures, whatever they claim divided by 4, and whatever they are assigning to the Igbos, multiply by 4. That's the rule of thumb.
Do you have any evidence to back any of these statements?
Yeah, the evidence is by observation. It's scientific, right? You have to don't.
Okay,
don't
what kind of observation?
Is
it instrumental observation or your eye? Which one is it? What are you using?
Let me land. Don't spoon feed me when we're talking.
I just understand where your data is coming from.
You put up this massive map of Nigeria and you assign a very tiny area to the Igbos. If you want to believe,
I didn't do it though.
Okay,
don't
so
put it on me that bastard.
Didn't do it. So hold on. I'm telling you that it's not to scale, right? It's not. You don't have that many. You know what? Let's prove this right now. Put up the voting, the rigged election that we had. Just that. Forget about the fact that we have more PhDs in the Southeast than you probably have the Hausas as a population. That's true. Now, it's so warped that when somebody makes the right claim, he's going to look crazy. Nigeria is the only country where the more you go to the desert, the larger the population.
That is not true. You've said this before. That is not true.
I've said it before.
Jesus Christ. How can you just be making unsubstantiated claims? I will prove you wrong now.
Let me tell you something. Before the before the Brits found oil, okay, Igbos were in charge of that country, militarily, economically, and otherwise. We got independence. Right? Well, hold on. These are historical facts. We got the independence for Nigeria, the Igbos, and they were the light and the conscience of the country. That's the reason for that. It's their natural domain. You find Igbos everywhere in that country. There's a reason for that.
Let's show you this in the map again.
If you come, let me land.
Let me prove to you that you are wrong now. You have been going on now. Come on.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me prove it to you. You see, okay, what just happened here? I thought Pastor had made my this thing disappear. You know, you're capable of quite a lot.
I
don't know now. So, see, you said the closer you get to the sea, move away from the sea, the greater the population increases. But that is not necessarily true.
Decreases.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Yes.
Right.
So, but yeah, that's what happens in Nigeria too. See, look at the population in this southeastern area. This area is relatively small, and they have just as much.
Not to scale. It's not.
Hold on now. Let's assume it's up to scale. We have to go with what I have, please. Okay. So let's say this area has got almost 80 to 90% the population of the Hausas in the north, and yet look at the space they occupy, all the way from all these regions to all the way north. Like all these north, the area they regard as north.
They do not occupy those spaces. So just hear me out.
They occupy these spaces now. Which area do they occupy?
Hold on. You yourself said it a minute ago. There are so many tribes.
Yes, there are so many tribes.
Will you be quiet when I'm talking so that you don't spoon feed me? I don't like that. Let me talk.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear it.
The first statement that I made that is self-evident is that the more you go towards the desert, the less the population. Do you accept that or not?
Yes, generally.
Okay. Even when you want to talk about the population of the north, quote unquote north, when you're looking at Abuja, you call that the north. It's not the north. It's all part of this nonsense that they're doing. You have a lot of tribes that are not Hausas. You have a lot of tribes. There are only about 3 million, 4 million Fulanese. That's it.
Yeah.
Problem in the world. So now, when you look at Igbos, in my village alone, I probably have more population than your entire tribe, forefathers, your own.
Kendrick.
Right?
So
listen, you want them to be right.
It's not accurate.
Hold on. You want them to be right. right? They don't want to do census and do it properly and be honest about it. Why? If they had more population, they want to do it. Because it will show that they're liars from pit of hell. If Nigeria, if you think about people who are playing soccer right now for the Nigerian team, right, from time immemorial, you go there with the population they're claiming, either they're not talented then.
What's his name? Sorry, Pansat. Let me ask you this now. You can't just
10
keep
out of
going
12
on now.
of the team will be Hausas with the population they're claiming. They don't even show up to wear the national colors to play.
How many people do you know, Pansat, you know, on immediate level, in terms of number of children that they have that exceed 4? How many people do you know like that?
Okay, you and I have had this conversation before, so let's first of all make that.
Are they that many? No, because
yes. Let me tell you. Hold on. The point you're making is that Islam, they marry more than 2 or 3 or 4 wives, and Christians don't. Then I referred you to Niger and Chad and said they are indistinguishable both in culture, tribe, religion from northern Nigeria. They're just the exact same thing. But what is the population of Niger? And what is the population of Chad? With your theory, they should be in the hundreds of millions. But they're like 20 something. Will you hold on, please? Because that's how you catch liars.
Okay, carry on then.
Okay. Geographically, they're located in the same proximity. They are the same race, same religion. They marry 4 wives and all that, but they're like 20 something million people.
Okay.
Okay. So what's happening in the Christian section of the country, in the coast, is multiplication. And what's happening with the northerners is addition. So if one person marries 4 wives and they have 4 kids, it'd be 4 plus 4, right? But when the Christians do it, it's 4 times 4. Now, 4 plus 4 is 8 for them. 4 times 4 is 12 for us. 16. Or 16, rather.
Okay.
You understand?
So let me explain what you described now. Come on, Pansat. You are mistaken. Let me explain. I hear what you said. Let me explain what you are missing. In Niger, they are very, very poor. Wasimava, one of the poorest countries in the world. I saw a documentary where they said
Nigerians are Dangotes.
Just hold on, please. I saw a documentary where this lady, because this is one of those most lamentable things. I wish Pansat, this Maska was here. As a father, I find it a little bit sad to be here to be talking about this now, actually, because then when I was watching, I didn't feel it that way than the way I feel it now. This lady, she had about 10 children in Niger, and she lost almost every single one of them. Not necessarily at a very young age, when they were a bit older. So they lose a lot of their children because of the poverty in Niger.
Exactly. Same thing.
And now, calm down, because this is going to be tying to other issues too. In Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria didn't suffer the fate of Niger.
That is not true.
Hold on, then let me finish. Niger don't have access to the ocean, but the northerners in Nigeria do.
Where?
And I actually believe.
Can
I finish then? Let me finish my point. Then Niger, I believe that Nigerians that were closer to the border of Nigeria actually opted to move to Nigeria a long time ago, more than 60 years ago. Moved into Nigeria instead of staying in a country that is landlocked and poor and all the rest of it. They had a better future in Nigeria. You would do the same when you're on the other side. So they joined Nigeria because they have access to the sea, and fortunately enough, events led to them basically running the country for a very long time. And this is also tied to the reason why they don't oppose their leaders. Now you are beginning to see the pattern that is emerging. They see most of their relatives in the Sahel, like Niger and all the rest, living poorly. And this is the only nation that they have emerged, that they have a reasonable population. Like in Ghana, they don't have a sizable population. In Benin, they don't. In Togo, they don't. They don't have sizable. It's only in Nigeria they have a sizable population. And this is part of the reason why they don't oppose their leaders, because They are doing better than their brothers. As you see, so it still doesn't mean they are not having a lot of children. And now the infant mortality rate is also reducing because of technology that's available. So their population, like Nigeria population now, is the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing one in the world. And the Nigerian northern population is one of the fastest. It's not because they're not having children, because they are dying. That's why they've not even grown faster than this by now. So that is my explanation for what is going on. It doesn't mean what you are saying is wrong. When you go towards the desert region, they tend to have less children. But the South has a lot smaller land too. So the land that they have is making up for the fact that their population density is quite low, a lot lower.
All right. Let me just say I will not prolong this debate. It's totally useless. One Einstein is better than 1,000 Amajiris that are running around not going to school, right? That's not. I don't want to engage in something that's neither here nor there, especially where you will
You
not
are being
reveal
offensive again,
no,
but it's
no, hold
okay.
on. You should reveal your own tribe, right? You don't reveal your
I
own
just
tribe.
told you I'm in Nigeria. Move on.
Yeah, so remove this thing that has ethnic stuff.
Oh, you don't like it?
No, I'm saying you
don't like it
your tribe is Nigeria, so let's just talk about Nigeria. Forget about the tribes.
If
right?
this is
Don't worry.
accurate, anywhere near accurate,
Yeah.
what it is telling you is that
It's
look at
not.
this so-called minority that you call them. This one is 20%, almost 22, 24, 26%, also going to 30%. And more than 30% of the population of Nigeria is minority that is not part of the major group.
Look,
and yet, hold on. Let me finish my point, Pansa. Come on, man. You are just blocking now. See, the so-called minorities that Pansa like to dismiss is larger than any of the individual large groups. The minorities are more than 30% in population. It's larger than Yoruba, it's larger than Hausa, and it's larger than Igbo. If you don't understand the dynamics in the country, how can you be able to deal with the problems properly?
Can I ask you a question for further?
Yes.
Is this the cause of Nigerian problem?
No, it's not even close to being the cause.
So why are we arguing over it?
It's because part of the problem is that most of our people, what they do is, this is the argument they tend to bring up. So you have to deal with it because they keep talking about these things, so that you can nudge them towards the actual source of the problem. Because when I present a map and say you need to fix your security, we need to have constitutional conference. You need to sort out your laws. Oh, we have to have a talk about it. So these are the things they keep bringing up.
But it's neither here nor there, because if you say we need to fix our security, who's stopping the Supreme Court president from fixing security?
Because the people are not aware.
Is it me that will make them to be aware to fix it? Whether I gave them the mandate or not, they have the mandate. Why don't they fix the security?
Because they are traitors. Many of these people are already traitors to their own people. So why would they fix it? And some of our own people are even traitors to our own people. I'm telling you right now, some of our own people, Oyibo man will give them gun, go and kill your own people. They will do it because they'll say that man is on another tribe. I will help the Oyibo man do it, just like the Oyibo man used it to colonize us.
Honestly, my problem is that the security you keep talking about is like, I think we have different perspective on that security. Because sometimes you talk as if you are talking about internal security. In one other breath, you're talking as if you're talking about preparing our country against external aggression.
All of them.
Which one? No, but
your body doesn't have only internal security.
Which one is the pressing thing that you're talking about?
The most important one is internal. But if you have to create the internal one, it has to also be able to prevent this in influences from external.
What kind of security and how long? How many years do you think it's going to take us to prepare Nigeria against external aggression?
It doesn't even take 2 years.
Do you know what it means to have the capacity to be how do I put it? For you to begin to prepare your country against external aggression, you need to have the capacity to produce military hardwares.
See, the way you do these things is you start from the basics.
So, won't you think that the basis is to give your country good governance first?
Good governance will not
develop
come.
your educational system. Develop your health sector.
This is why I keep telling. This is why I release this stuff, because this is exactly what we say every time, and we miss it.
You keep going to this, but I have to respectfully disagree with you.
Or you disagree with Machiavelli too.
Government that doesn't. I'm coming. A government that doesn't.
No, don't say because it's easy to disagree with me. Say you disagree with Machiavelli too.
Can you listen to me? A government that does not value the life of its citizen, how is he going to provide?
Exactly. Why don't you say you disagree with Machiavelli too?
Look, people can disagree. A lot of people disagree with Machiavelli.
I don't have any issue with him.
He's a realist.
So you don't have any issue with Machiavelli, or you disagree with the point for your people?
To tell us what to do.
Okay, good.
We need him to tell us what to do.
Look, to Nigeria,
what Steph did here is say that even when the answer is staring at us, we should argue about something else, because that one may be the solution. Even if all the examples shows that is not it.
What I'm saying is that a government should first of all place a value on the life of a citizen before you talk about securing that citizen.
And good governance.
But if you don't,
the government, people are the ones that place a value on their lives. It has to start from there. If you don't value yourself, why would anybody value you? Have you ever gone out with a lady and the lady says, I don't need anything from you. Just let's do what you want right now for where I am. Or the one that says, I have to go to Sheraton. I have to see your parents. Which one would you respect more? You see what I mean? It's a two-way street.
My own perspective. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
For me, please.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
On the private section.
You understand?
Yeah.
But my own perspective is that you have to have a responsible government first.
Right.
A responsible government that is not putting that legitimacy did not come from the Supreme Court, but from the people.
You see why I said
you cannot have a president that will go overseas.
When there is a government, a president that derive his power, a government that derive his power from the people, it's going to put the people first. It's going to secure the people.
It's basic. First thing,
it's going to provide welfare for the people.
We're talking about,
But when this,
could you make this graphic a little bigger, please?
When the government did not derive its power from the people, you can't expect much from that government. And when you want to address the issues, you have to address it as a leadership problem.
No, it's not only a leadership problem, and it's not even only a people problem. It's also an event problem or a historical problem. I don't even know how to describe it.
You brought out the other map you brought before. And this, my brother Dexter said that there was a waterway from Imo State to the ocean during the colonial era.
Yeah.
Now I'm asking you a question. If you have had a successive government since that time to today, do you know the reason why that waterways was not maintained or even dredged and made to become a
port?
Access to you know the reason?
Because you have saboteurs for leaders.
You know the reason?
You have saboteurs for leaders.
Do you know the true reason?
That is the reason.
No, because there's a civil war that was never ended.
That civil war. That's why the GDP per capita of those civil war area is higher than the one in the north. I don't know why we believe all these things. You just saw a GDP per capita that is higher than that of northern states. You are talking about civil war.
I'm coming. The leaders of this country, from independence to today, they know what to do to develop this country. They know what to do to make this country to be economically viable. But they're not going to do it.
I agree with you on that.
They are not fools. They are reasonable people. Don't let anybody
why do you think they are not doing it?
They know.
Why do you think they are not doing it?
because it's to their benefit, forefather.
It keeps them it keeps them in power. It keeps them in power.
Forefather, whether we like it or see, forefather, ever since Nigeria had a civil war,
Deductive reasoning, people. Deductive reasoning.
You see, forefather, we can't. You see, they said, except can two work together except they agree. You know what's happening in Nigeria? You can't force a people. You can't force development. You know, based on your terms. The truth about it, forefather, is that whether we like it or not, historically, when Nigeria was left after the British left Nigeria, the truth about it was that the southern regions were moving too fast. The southern regions were moving too fast in industrialization, education. They were moving very, very fast. And one of the problems the northern region had was that those regions were going far ahead, that the north will become more like a poverty center, and the southern regions will be very wealthy. So
like it is now.
At the formation of the unitary government, what happened is that, why do you think that there has been a consistent bastardization of Nigerian education system? The system has been rigged completely so that everybody moves at a slow pace. That's what is happening basically in Nigeria.
Exactly.
In fact, in 1963, forefather, Eastern Nigeria was one of the fastest growing economies in the world.
It was, not was one of it was.
You understand? So what has happened is that
I have stated just as much that they keep our country strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to industrialize. These leaders betray you. The only reason why I say these things is because we need to start understanding what we need to do. If you don't know what you need to do, then you just be groping in the dark. It's not going to work.
No, I'm not groping in the dark. We know most.
I'm just saying it. I'm saying it because this is the real world we live in. He doesn't obey you. He expects you to fulfill the right rituals to succeed. If you don't do those things, you can pray all you want. It's not going to work.
Okay, but
you have
look,
to do the right thing.
You are being schizophrenic, though, right? Look, if you believe that, if you believe what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Then there's really no difference amongst us. What we're saying here. I gave you a graphic before to show how they are making Nigeria and other African countries to have the least quota for production for OPEC, and because of that, you don't have investors because of how small it is. These investors then go to the United States and other countries instead of investing in Nigeria. So even the mega quota that Saudi Arabia is allotting to us, Nigeria is not even meeting that quota. They have about 30-something million people in their country.
Why don't you go and argue with them? You and what army? Go and argue with them. Why are you not going to be able to argue with them? Go and argue with them now.
That's what I'm trying to say to you.
You and what army? You are
our leaders. If we pick the right leaders who do not want to be a part of the OIC,
they go and kick our backsides. We'll be begging for mercy. Some of us will even be begging to go into slavery.
It's becoming very difficult. We're doing very well here, where you spoke and I spoke and everybody else spoke. Right?
Oh, you don't like it when other people start being extreme.
What I'm saying, I know that you like your buddies here, and they ran away because we brought the truth, right? So they
didn't run away. They
can't hang tight here.
It's going to 12 hours. We are going to be rounded up soon. What
I'm saying, they've never rounded up earlier than you before. They usually here talking nonsense, right? But what I'm saying, the revenue for a country of 230 million people, right? You have the Saudis. They're about 30 million people, and they're doing 10 million barrels. That's why I wanted to show you that, so you'll be upset. If you're looking for security,
why would I be upset?
Because you want security. Where's the money going to come from?
See,
the Nigeria has to be
first.
Let me land now. Let me land. Let me talk.
Okay.
Because I'm tying it together with you. If you want security, the army has to be well trained. Let's just say you even just talking about actual military security. You're not talking about food, education, stuff like that. Just military. To have a well-trained army, have a research and development part of that army to rival any adversary that may want to try us, right? You have to have a lot of revenue. You have to have a country that is unified. Remember how the United States dealt with Iraq, right? because they were divided. They had the Sunnis and then they had the Shia. So the US was able to come in there and use the Shia to fight Saddam Hussein and his Sunni Muslims who were minority in Iraq, but they were in charge of the country, right? Which is the way
I don't know why you said that chart was showing quotas that we have. That's not quota based. That's production based chart.
Right. But it mirrors the quota. It's just that Nigeria is a little less than its assigned.
I think it's almost 2 million Nigeria has, and Nigeria is doing 1 million, 1.2 or 1.3 million.
1.3, yeah.
I think our quota is 2.4 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Even if it is, right? Even if it is, Saudi Arabia has 10 point something, right?
Yeah.
10 point something with the 35
because they've been
million,
developing theirs.
No, 35 million people with a quota of 10 million. It's like chicken and the egg. If you have enough quota, the investors will come in. If your quota is 2 million and the government's already borrowed 1 point something million in advance,
we are not even hitting the 2 million. If you are hit it, you can argue.
Listen to my point now. The point I'm making now answers that. If you have 10 million quota, investors will come in knowing that you've borrowed on 1 point something million already. They still have 8 million to play with. But if you've borrowed 1 point something million, whose investors are going to come in for like 0.1?
You are making an argument that has no basis because that is not how they price or why investors come in. Investors will come in because they know when they generate the oil, people will buy it. That's where they come.
Listen to what I'm saying. If your quota is 1 point,
no, you think Russia cares about quota? No, I'm not going to hold on. You need to let me talk too. Russia doesn't care about quota. Neither do Indians care about quota.
You said I'm not using the right matrix. I'm saying if your quota is 2.0, right? Period. You're not going to be allowed to produce more than that. Even if you hit oil and you could produce 10 million. Because
US and Russia is not even on that chart. I don't know why you're worrying about
US and Russia are not part of OPEC.
That's OPEC.
Exactly. So they are not holding us down. They are not the reason why we don't have oil.
If I don't finish, you're not going to get it. Let me finish.
Okay.
If the quota that OPEC assigns you is 2.0, right? And you're producing 1.5, you're not even meeting your quota. It's because you don't have that capacity, you don't have investors, you don't have people who are going to come in there and produce it, because if they produce 2, which is your maximum, you already borrowed on the 1.5 that you were producing. Maybe you sold that last year. So there's no incentive. So you have to have enough quota to develop that sector to this capacity.
But right? That is inaccurate. That is that if they don't have the right quota, it will affect their borrowing this in capacity or their capability to be able to borrow or access to
unless
loans.
you have indigenous ability.
But in reality, can I just make a clear point so that we don't keep talking over each other? In reality, what provides access to funds? One, if you have access to the oil easily, and they can be able to refine it, like let's say you don't have to go offshore, they can be able to refine it easily and transport it out, and the environment is stable, yes, you will get them, they will come in, get that sweet oil, Brent crude, and run away with it. They will come and invest. They don't need quota to incentivize them to this thing, go and explore for oil.
Right.
It's mostly whether you have the right environment for it and whether they can make profit from it.
I won't 100% agree with